Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hu Xian and Lao Wan were both staring blankly at Chen Chuan's figure. The scene in the hall at this moment didn't match anything they had imagined when they came. The dazzling sunlight fell on the blood-stained ground and the flashing blade flash, making people feel dazed for a moment. Hu Xian, after all, was a member of the review committee. She quickly regained her composure and searched for Quan Shi's location with sharp eyes, finding him without much effort. He was in the most conspicuous place, relatively intact compared to the others, with a natural expression, the kind that could be pieced together for a photo. Her tense expression relaxed, and she chuckled at her own nervousness. This Quan Shi was also a significant figure, and with his team, he was quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been listed as an examination target. However, the examination she had envisioned involved preliminary investigation, preparation, and finally a fierce battle, or perhaps a smoother execution of the plan, but certainly not something she couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams like what was before her. She couldn't help but say, "Is that it?" Lao Wan was silent for a while, then finally, he hummed in agreement. Chen Chuan had sensed the two entering earlier, but he didn't turn around, still standing with his sword, his eyes fixed on the staircase above. Just then, footsteps came from above. Hu Xian and Lao Wan also noticed and raised their guns together, aiming at the staircase. The footsteps were steady, each step firm, and soon a middle-aged man wearing a top hat walked down the stairs. Hu Xian raised an eyebrow, lowered her gun, and said, "Old Feng, you're here." She said with dissatisfaction, "You were here and didn't tell me." Old Feng was a little helpless. He hadn't seen what happened earlier and was still looking for an observation point in the back when he suddenly heard gunshots, rushing over in a hurry. How could he have had time to notify her? As for coming down from the stairs, wasn't it to maintain appearances? Chen Chuan, seeing that they knew each other, adjusted his fluttering scarf and put down his sword. Just then, the sound of cars arriving came from outside. Old Feng's expression became serious, and he said, "It seems another guest has arrived. I'll go deal with it." Saying that, he walked down the stairs and headed outside, nodding to Chen Chuan as he passed by. Hu Xian walked up and said, "That's our review team's evaluator, also a special envoy from the bureau. He's responsible for scoring your performance." She turned to look at him a few times, saying, "Little brother, not bad, you solved it in such a short time. You're really efficient." Auntie Hu was worried for nothing. Chen Chuan said seriously, "Auntie Hu, thank you." He also said to Lao Wan, "Thank you, Brother Wan." In any case, these two rushed in to help him without knowing the situation, and he had to acknowledge that. "Thank you for what?" Hu Xian looked around, feeling somewhat relieved. "Little brother, you've really opened my eyes. No wonder old Feng is so concerned about you. I've never seen him pay so much attention to any examination student." Meanwhile, outside, blue sedans drove into the street one after another, and in a stretched luxury car in the middle sat a handsome man in his 30s, wearing an overcoat and sporting a small mustache. A person in the passenger seat looked ahead, his eyesight sharp. Seeing that the windows of the building in front were all shattered, he turned back and said, "Boss, we've arrived, but it seems there's been a little problem ahead." The handsome man asked, "Have someone take a look." Old Feng had already walked onto the street and stood in front of the convoy. The car slowly stopped in front of him, and then teams of people came out. Besides those standing guard on both sides, the rest were pointing guns at him. Old Feng felt the wind was strong outside, so he pressed down on his top hat, his eyes fixed on the luxury car, ignoring the guns pointed at him. The handsome man remained seated in the car, but a burly security guard got out, sized up Old Feng, and raised his chin. "What's your business?" Old Feng reached into his coat, and the surrounding people raised their guns slightly, shouting, "Don't move." Old Feng remained calm, saying, "Don't be nervous, I'm alone." The burly security guard stared at him, seeing him slowly take out a business card from his inside pocket and raise it for inspection. The burly security guard was immediately shocked. He whispered, "Please wait a moment." He immediately ran back to the stretched luxury car and said a few words inside. After a moment, the car door opened, and the handsome man stepped out. He pressed his hand down, signaling the surrounding people to lower their guns, and walked in front of Old Feng. He glanced at the business card, then looked at Old Feng. "Great Shen National Administration Bureau, Mr. Feng." He looked at the building next door, thoughtfully, then revealed a charming smile. "Is there anything we can help you with, Mr. Feng?" Old Feng put the business card back, put both hands into his upper body pockets, and said, "No need, we'll take care of it. It's just that Mr. Bluebird may have made a wasted trip." The handsome man raised his finger and waved it, saying, "That's nothing, I'm very happy to meet Mr. Feng." Old Feng said, "Is that so? But Mr. Bluebird doesn't even want to shake my hand." The handsome man brought his hand to his mouth and coughed dryly, saying, "I won't disturb the General Affairs Bureau's work. Goodbye." He nodded in greeting and turned to return to his car. Soon, the convoy began to reverse and turn around, heading back the way they came. Inside the luxury car, an aide suddenly asked, "Boss, that person is just a staff member of the General Affairs Bureau, why give him so much face? You believe everything written on a business card." The handsome man glanced at him, then said seemingly casually, "Besides, the General Affairs Bureau is omnipresent. Maybe there are people from the General Affairs Bureau around me. I don't want a gun pointed at my head while I'm sleeping." He said to the driver in the front, "Seeing, isn't that right?" Seeing said without turning his head, "Boss, I don't understand these things." "Don't understand? It's good that you don't understand." The handsome man smiled, then said regretfully, "It's a pity about that fighting spider. That was Tayana's best portable bioweapon." Old Fang returned to the building after the convoy left. Chen Chuan had already sheathed the Snow Emperor blade and stood near the window, his arms crossed, his fluttering ochre-red scarf still conspicuous even amidst the blood-stained ground. Hu Xian was inspecting the surroundings. Besides a few followers with weak breathing and the unconscious bee woman, most of the people had been killed with a single strike, so cleanly and neatly that it made one's scalp tingle. Chen Chuan, seeing Old Fang return, asked, "Special Envoy Fang, I heard from Auntie Hu that you're the evaluator for this assessment. I wonder if my examination is considered passed this time." Old Fang looked at the severed limbs and broken corpses all over the ground and suddenly felt a little sorry for his comments yesterday. He said sternly, "The specifics still need to be reported to the review committee for confirmation, but in my opinion, Student Chen, you have seriously injured or killed all the examination targets, meeting the requirements. Passing this examination should not be a problem. Student Chen, perhaps I should congratulate you in advance." Chen Chuan, having received his confirmation, had a good idea of where he stood. He glanced at the hall, then please, Mr. Fang, how should the things left behind by these people be dealt with? Old Fang smiled, saying, "All spoils of war during the examination can be taken away by the examination student. Student Chen, don't be shy. Although our funds are tight, we have always been very generous to capable students." Chen Chuan asked, "Including that fighting spider?" Old Fang said very affirmatively, "Including that fighting spider. You can take away everything you need. Someone will come to collect the corpses." Chen Chuan nodded. He had already retrieved the gold notes from Quan Shi's body. This was not just his own, other students participating in the operation had a share, so he had to take it back. As for the other things, guns, vehicles, he couldn't handle them and couldn't take them away. However, he could hand them over to Hu Xian to handle. He walked over and told Hu Xian his thoughts. Hu Xian said, "Little brother Chen, I can help you convert the rest of these things into money. You should take the fighting spider back. It's too conspicuous to keep it here, and it's hard for me to do business. As for handing it over, I advise you not to think too much about it. The higher UPS don't care about this thing. It will be deducted during the intermediate links and probably end up benefiting some bastard, or it may be thrown in the warehouse to gather dust. You should keep it." Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, "I heard that this thing needs to eat some high-energy nutrient." Hu Xian said casually, "It's okay. If you don't need it usually, you can let it hibernate. Even if it can only be used once at a critical moment, it's worth it. Look around here again. There should be some of this thing left behind." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, then I'll leave the rest to Auntie Hu. Auntie Hu and the team members have worked hard, so they should get a share this time. Please also leave a portion for Mr. Fang." Although Old Fang said he didn't want anything, he wouldn't really think so. Besides, whether Old Fang takes it is his choice, whether he gives it is his business. Hu Xian said, "Since you trust Auntie Hu so much, little brother, I will definitely handle it properly for you. I will remember Old Fang's share." Then she turned around and instructed, "Lao Wan, go call people to work." She looked around again. Although this was still a corpse collecting job, it was the most satisfying one because those who died this time were all people who deserved to die. While things were being taken care of here, Old Feng had already returned to the inn alone. He went to a hidden room, closed the door, took out a pen, and immediately began to write a telegram draft. However, he was not satisfied after writing it several times, feeling that he could not express it properly, and threw half-written drafts aside. In the end, he thought about it and simply repeated the content, then added 3 exclamation marks at the end, which he usually rarely used. After writing, he squatted down and took a radio out of the cabinet, placed it on the table, and put on headphones to start sending the message. As the sound of ticking sounded in the room, the content of this telegram was transmitted by radio waves, passed through relay stations across the vast land, and sent to a National General Affairs Bureau headquarters located in a secret area, and presented to the person in charge by confidential personnel. Just half a day later, another telegram was sent from the headquarters. Old Feng stayed in front of the radio without leaving. After hearing a series of specific signals from the telegram machine, his spirit perked up and recorded the subsequent telegram password. He quickly took off his headphones and translated the content based on his memory. Having been verified by relevant departments and personnel, Dashan Republic Yangtze Wei University student Chen Chuan, the examination process complies with the review committee regulations, confirmed to have passed the examination assessment, and is approved to issue a Class B Unlimited Self-Defense Permit. The signatory was Dashan National Unlimited Self-Defense Permit Review Committee, Great Shun National Administration Bureau. For some reason, after receiving this telegram, the evaluator felt inexplicably excited. Sitting in his seat, he calmed down, burned the original telegram draft casually, then stood up, came out of the room, looked at the wall clock, 11 o'clock in the evening. Although it was already late, he felt that he shouldn't wait until tomorrow and should immediately tell the young man this news. In the room upstairs, Chen Chuan was wiping the Snow Emperor blade behind the desk, applying maintenance oil. After today's battle, he could clearly feel that the connection between the person and the blade was deeper, and a wisp of bloodline was faintly growing on the back of the blade. This should be the mutated tissue within the blade also undergoing transformation, but this is not a bad thing. While wiping, he was also replaying today's battle in his mind, examining his shortcomings to see if he could do better. In fact, Quan Shi letting him sit so close to himself today already determined the outcome, because within this distance, he could unleash all of his speed and strength. In the conventional competition of martial artists, nothing is more important than this. With Quan Shi, the combat power of the entire team, resolved, the remaining people were actually easy to deal with. But if they were allowed to fight freely, he thought for a moment. If that bioweapon with unknown combat power didn't participate, the result should still be no surprise, but the process might be longer, the consumption might be greater, and it might allow 1 or 2 lackeys to escape. And if the time was dragged on, another buyer entered the scene, then everything would be hard to say. He turned his gaze to the metal box placed by the wall. The Taiana combat spider was inside. This thing wasn't big, a briefcase could hold it, making it very convenient to carry. After listening to Hu Xian's words, he also found 3 high-energy nutrient cans in that building. It seemed that waking this thing up once required feeding it 1 can. This kind of nutrient can is relatively difficult to find and requires going through channels, mainly because the price is expensive. No wonder Quan Shi was eager to sell it, it was almost useless in his hands. This is a pet that only rich people can afford. At this moment, there was a forceful and rhythmic knock on the door, and a voice said, "Student Chen, are you asleep?" Chen Chuan put the Snow Emperor blade back into its sheath, walked over, opened the door, and stepped aside. "Special Envoy Feng, please come in." Old Feng walked in, his eyes quickly and swiftly scanning the situation in the room. Then he smiled. Now is not the time to perform the task, his professional habits cannot be changed. He turned around and said to Chen Chuan, "Student Chen, I just received a telegram from above. Your matter has been confirmed." Saying that, he handed over the translated telegram. "Congratulations." Chen Chuan took it. After reading the contents, he felt certain in his heart. He looked up and said, "Thank you, Special Envoy Feng. Thank you for personally delivering it." Old Feng smiled and said, "There's good news, of course I have to." Chen Chuan asked, "Where do I need to go?" Old Feng said, "If there is no separate notification on the telegram, someone should come directly to find you, so you just need to stay here." "Just here?" "Yes, just here." Old Feng said, "As far as I know, the contents of the examination are different, the completion efficiency and methods are different, and the attitude of the higher UPS is also different. Among the students who came to the land of chaos for examination in the past, apart from those who gave up on their own, very few could complete it independently, and never has anyone completed it so efficiently. So, awarding the certificate here can be considered to have special significance. These things didn't need to be said before the exam, but after the exam, it didn't matter. Besides, students who can get this kind of certificate have almost caught the eye of the higher UPS. It's like doing a favor. Even if they didn't talk about this, he personally admired Chen Chuan because he'd seen Chen Chuan's file. Chen Chuan said, "I don't know how long I need to wait." "It shouldn't be too long, at most a few days," Old Feng said, then pretending to be serious, "But you have to pay for the accommodation yourself. The review committee will not bear it." Chen Chuan couldn't help but smile. Old Feng said, "It's getting late. We can talk about anything tomorrow, but this is the land of chaos. Although the examination is over, you still need to be careful." Chen Chuan nodded. After seeing Old Feng off, he wondered if he should call Cheng Zitong. They had agreed before that once he passed the examination, he would dial a designated number, but he didn't need to get through. But after thinking about it, he only arrived yesterday, and if he called today, Cheng Zitong might have other thoughts instead. Since it would only take a few days to get the certificate, he might as well wait until after he got the certificate to talk about it together. He went back to maintain the blade, washed up, and went back to his room to rest. The inn here was very peaceful, but the street near the land of chaos was very lively tonight, with telegrams coming and going non-stop. It was said that Quan Shi, who was carrying goods, met a buyer from outside today and tried to double-cross them again, but was completely resolved by the experts around the buyer. Moreover, the buyer had a great background, even Mr. Bluebird didn't dare to stay and left after coming. Because Mr. Bluebird never mentioned this matter afterwards, some forces in the land of chaos who were originally not concerned about this matter also became very interested and wanted the informants staying in the town to find out what was going on and who the buyer was, but they didn't get any useful clues for a while. 3 days later, a special train drove into the train station. After stopping steadily, from above came a group of people wearing black coats. Each of these people had sharp eyes. When they came out, the security personnel with guns around the station all raised their hands in salute. The middle-aged man with a square face in the middle was Commissioner Cao, who personally sent the examination documents to Chen Chuan that day. After walking out of the station, he looked at the snow outside the square and said, I remember when I took the examination, it was also snowing at that time. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed, and this place hasn't changed much. The person next to him said, Commissioner, the place hasn't changed, but people are different. Yes. Commissioner Cao emphasized, people are different. At this time, cars drove out of the station behind them and stopped to the side, but they all stood still. After waiting for a few minutes, a car drove over from the road opposite and stopped not far in front of them after entering the snow-white square. The car door opened, and Old Fang walked out, came to him, stretched out his hand and shook hands with him, and said with a smile, Commissioner, I've been waiting for a long time. Commissioner Cao shook hands with him vigorously. Old Fang, thank you for your hard work. Is the person still there? Old Fang said, the person is still there. Don't mention it, this examination was the most motivated one I've ever had. That kid is really inspiring. Commissioner Cao said, young people should be like this. Old Fang said, stepping aside, get in my car. Commissioner Cao nodded and walked over there, saying as he walked, don't take me into a ditch. Old Fang pointed at him and said, you're holding a grudge, it's been 20 years, and you're still mentioning this. Commissioner Cao got into his car and said, revisiting the old place, of course, I'm bringing up old things. It's hard not to think about it. As he got into the car, the others also got into the cars on both sides. The door slammed shut, and a long line of cars drove towards the street where the inn was located. The car at the front drove all the way to the house where Quan Shi and others had stayed before. Commissioner Cao and Old Fang got out of the car. Old Fang said, I'll call him. Commissioner Cao waved his hand and walked inside. Chen Chuan had listened to Old Fang's instructions and had been waiting here early in the morning. When the people outside came in, he found that the person walking in the front was someone he had seen before. Old Fang introduced, Student Chen, this is Commissioner Cao. Commissioner Cao said, Student Chen, we've met once. I'm here today, commissioned by the review committee, to issue you the unlimited self-defense permit. He raised his hand, and a subordinate wearing gloves walked forward with a box, arrived in front of Chen Chuan, opened the box, and held it with both hands, showing him the things inside. Chen Chuan took a look and saw that inside was a jade card similar to a weapon permit, with a dark cyan color and blood-like patterns like cinnabar spreading on the surface. At this moment, his name and number were engraved on it, like the weapon permit, using ancient seal script. Commissioner Cao then took a booklet from another subordinate, opened it, and read it aloud on the spot. Hereby, Student Chen Chuan is granted unlimited defense authority for his courage, decisiveness, and resourcefulness. A gentleman keeps his tools hidden, waiting for the opportune moment. It is hoped he will refine himself, study diligently, and never stop improving. This is a special commendation. Written by Liang Yonghang, head of the National Review Committee. Summer of the 93rd year of the Dashen Republic. After speaking, he closed the book and handed it to Chen Chuan with both hands. Chen Chuan also looked serious, stepped forward, and took it with both hands. After he put it away, the person holding the box sent the box containing the unlimited self-defense permit in front of him. He took a breath and took out the defense permit from inside. He felt a coolness in his hand and felt a little weight. The material seemed to be of a higher quality than the weapon permit. Commissioner Cao then solemnly said, Student Chen, I need to remind you that obtaining the unlimited self-defense permit is equivalent to being half an law enforcement officer. With rights, there are also obligations. If the country summons you, you can have 2 chances to decline. Accumulating more than 2 times will result in the cancellation of the certificate and examination qualification. Chen Chuan nodded and said, I understand. He knew very well that the rights given to him by the higher UPS would not be given for nothing. If he enjoyed the rights, then he would naturally have obligations. Commissioner Cao's expression relaxed a little and said, Student Chen, I look forward to your future performance. Then he didn't say much more and turned around and left directly. Those subordinates also followed him out. Commissioner Cao knew in his heart that the review committee had a debate about whether to allow Chen Chuan to participate in this examination. Because the number of people for the examination each year is limited, Chen Chuan is only a first-year student, and he should give way to third-year students. However, his recommendation evaluation was too excellent, and there was no reason to stop him, but it also meant that a third-year spot would be squeezed out, which would naturally cause a debate. It was not for profit, but someone thought that his strength might not have reached the proper level, so it would be better to suppress it and give him a chance when he was in the 2nd grade. But some people disagreed, because in the 1st grade, there were 3 departments' evaluations, not including the processing bureau. This had never happened before, and it was obviously a young man with unprecedented talent who should be an exception. Now all the debate should be over. Back in the car, the subordinate asked, Commissioner, where to next? Commissioner Cao looked outside and said, Since we're here, we'll go meet some old friends. After speaking, he looked ahead. Let's go. The vehicle slowly started and quickly left here. On the other side, Chen Chuan got the certificate, and the matter of coming here was also over. He went back to the inn to pack up and prepared to go back. He originally wanted to slow down for a few days, but the review committee had already booked the return ticket, which was this afternoon. Thinking that the review committee had repeatedly emphasized the shortage of funds, he would not increase the burden. After packing up, he bid farewell to everyone in the inn and prepared to take the car. Hu Xian and Old Feng both came out to see him off. Chen Chuan said, Sister Hu, Special Envoy Feng, I'm going back now. Take care. Old Feng solemnly said, Take care. Hu Xian said, Little brother Chen, remember to write a letter. Chen Chuan smiled, I will. He waved to the two of them, put on the box containing the Snow Emperor blade, carried his suitcase, and walked towards the station. Hu Xian looked at him gradually walking away and said, I've been here for so many years. Not to mention those who are lying here forever, those who can pass the examination are all stumbling and stumbling. I've never seen anyone like little brother Chen. He will definitely have great achievements in the future, but at that time, I'm afraid I'll still be here looking at this broken place. Special Envoy Feng also said with emotion, Yes, but don't say it so miserably. This time, little brother Chen passed the examination, and the higher UPS have also noticed this place. I'm afraid your position will really be moved. Hu Xian was a little surprised and said, Then who should this place be handed over to? Then she laughed self-deprecatingly, Why am I worrying about that? This terrible world can turn without anyone. Old Feng said softly, Yes, but the more people like you, the better. The more people who sell their lives, the better, right? Hu Xian tightened her collar and walked back to the inn. Let's go, are you going to blow the cold wind here? Old Feng, if you're not cold, I'm cold. Old Feng looked up at the blue sky and smiled slightly, Is that so, but why do I feel warm inside? As Chen Chuan walked across the train station square, he also found a phone booth to call Cheng Zitong, dialing 3 times before hanging up. This call didn't need to be answered, Cheng Zitong would understand the meaning. However, this time, including the travel to and from the self-defense permit examination, it would only take about 6 days from start to finish. The time should be about right, shouldn't it? The teacher should be able to accept it. As when he arrived, he casually bought a few newspapers and story collections in the station square. Because he had calculated the time on the way here, he didn't have to wait long before the broadcast announced the train's arrival. He smoothly passed through the ticket gate and boarded the train directly. The return ticket was, as always, a seat ticket. He placed his belongings on the luggage rack, but while arranging them, he heard a slight rustling sound from the suitcase. This was because the fighting spider was also placed inside. To use this thing, the owner needs to feed it their own blood, passing a blood test. In the 3 days at the hostel, he had already fed it according to Old Feng's instructions, and in the future, if he wanted to use it smoothly, he only needed to awaken it with a special technique. And in order to prevent this combat weaponry from indiscriminately killing friend and foe except for its owner, there is also a set of gestures and vocal control methods. After demonstration, the spider itself will remember, thereby acting according to your instructions. But Quan Shi and his group obviously didn't have the patience and hadn't provided any guidance in this regard. But he believed that an uncontrollable weapon is not a weapon, so after confirming himself as the spider's owner, he spent these 3 days making the fighting spider understand the gestures and commands it needed to remember, and afterwards, he even added a can of high-energy nutrient. However, there were no enemies around, so it was difficult to let the spider demonstrate its combat functions, which led to the ingested energy not being exhausted. Therefore, even when it falls into slumber, it inevitably becomes a little active. He reached out and gently patted it, and the movement stopped again. Then he sat down, pondering his next plans. This time, he obtained the unlimited self-defense permit at extreme speed, not even a sun, 10 days. When he gets back, no one will notice in a short time, because according to common sense, he simply didn't have the time to take the exam. After all, a level C certificate takes at least a month, and a level B certificate takes several months. Just like this time, if he had arrived a little later and Quan Shi and his group had gone deep into the land of chaos, then he would have had to enter the land of chaos, which would have been a big problem. Finding people there would take a lot of effort, and he might have to deal with the forces inside. Even if he eliminated the target, he would have to figure out how to get out, which couldn't be done in a few months. The current situation undoubtedly provided him with good cover. Although the department evaluation can be concealed for up to a year, even if someone sees his department evaluation, as long as he doesn't actively publicize it, no one will know about it for the time being. After all, the power of the local dignitaries in Yangtze City is limited and not large enough to check files at the National Review Committee. Even if they discover the department evaluation next and become wary of him, the way they choose to suppress him will be based on someone without a defense permit, which would give him more room to maneuver. He thought for a moment. He only entered. It's almost June now, and in another month, it will be the holidays. After the summer vacation, the new students will also enter school next year. By the time he's in the 2nd grade, his strength should be even higher. With his strength of obtaining a B-class defense permit in the 1st grade, he will be able to compete for a spot to go to Central City. He always remembered what Cheng Zitong, He Xiaoxing, and Bureau Chief Lei had said to him, only in Central City can you understand the entirety of this world. He looked out the window, watching the scenery flying backward. He must go there. Taking a breath, he took out 2 nutrition paste from his pocket and ate them, then slowly began guide breathing. As the train traveled and time passed, the sky outside gradually darkened. In the rhythm friction sound of the wheels and rails, he also closed his eyes to rest. It seemed like a long time later, he opened his eyes and saw the sun rising from the end of the horizon in the direction the train was traveling, and the golden light was falling on him, warm and gentle. He looked there. This time, he was sent off with sunshine all the way, but when he came back, he was chasing the sunshine forward. Around noon, close to 12 o'clock, the train arrived at Shangbu Station. Walking out of the station, he didn't have time to linger here before because of the examination, and now he finally had the leisure to look around this city. This place is a junction of water and land, and he heard that the food is good, so he simply went to the city to taste the local food, and bought some local specialties to bring back to Chengzitong. After wandering around, he boarded a long-distance passenger car back to Yangzi. More than 5 hours later, at about 8:30 in the evening, he finally returned to Yangzi City. When he got out of the car and set foot on solid ground, even though he had only been away for a few days, he felt a sense of peace, as if returning home. However, when he arrived at the agreed meeting place, he didn't see Chengzitong. He guessed that Chengzitong was still on the way back. Perhaps he took the exam too quickly this time. After considering it, if he went back to school now, there would inevitably be loopholes because he hadn't unified his story with Chengzitong. It wasn't appropriate to go home at this time either, so he simply found a place to stay first. This is the south of the city, relatively close to Renshu's company, so he decided to go to the company first. And he had heard Renshu say last time that because the company's evaluation had improved, some old data files from the Government Affairs Hall were also open to the company, and a considerable portion had already been filed in the company. He hadn't had time to look at them yet, so he took this opportunity to browse through them. Since completing the Fetocult Commission, the company had moved out of the original venue and found another building. This is a 5-story building, newly built not long ago. It is said that a member of the company's family used it for him to open the company, so he simply contributed it. When Chen Chuan arrived, there were still lights on in the building. However, at this time of day, gangs were beginning to become active. Gang members riding two-wheeled motorized vehicle roared past from time to time, sometimes dragging burning cans and fireworks behind them, shouting and yelling loudly. Some people were drunk or had taken too many drugs, looking very excited. This area in the south of the city is the stronghold of the Bloodstain Gang, so these were all members of the Bloodstain Gang. Some people saw Chen Chuan walking alone on the side of the road and seemed to want to cause trouble, and as they called out, more and more people gathered around. They weren't in a hurry to attack, wanting to tease him a bit. Chen Chuan just walked calmly, as if he didn't see the movements around him. But at this moment, a team of security guard wearing uniforms rushed out of the company building, took out crossbows and light shields, and faced these gang members. These security guard all contributed to the patrol bureau and were granted certain temporary carrying a weapon qualifications. Regardless of who wins or loses in a fight, the patrol bureau will immediately dispatch once a conflict occurs, too. Not long after, a car drove up. He opened the passenger door and got in. After closing the door, he greeted Cheng Zitong in the driver's seat. "Good morning, teacher." Cheng Zitong looked at him for a while, hesitated, and asked, "Finished the exam?" Chen Chuan nodded, took out the unlimited self-defense permit from his pocket, and handed it to Cheng Zitong. "The permit is here." The latter quickly took off his sunglasses, carefully took it over, looked at it repeatedly, and finally confirmed, "It really is, you student." Sigh, "You student always gives teacher surprises." Chen Chuan looked at Cheng Zitong, thinking that it would be good if it wasn't a fright. "Teacher." Cheng Zitong handed back the defense permit, and instructed, "Keep it safe, don't lose it." But he still felt a little unbelievable, and asked again, "Tell me, how did you do it so quickly?" Chen Chuan said modestly, "Maybe it's because the student went earlier." He recounted the key points of this matter, because it took 2 days in total. After Cheng Zitong listened, he leaned back on the seat, his eyes without focus, as if he was digesting the content. After a while, he looked ahead and said, "This time, in order to avoid acquaintances, teacher, I went to a remote place on purpose, and before I had settled down for long, I received your call. Teacher, I was so anxious that I rushed back overnight, thinking if you had encountered some problem. Don't blame teacher for being anxious. The people from the school who left to take the level C certificate will probably not be back for a month or so. You, who took the level B certificate, actually came back after finishing the exam first? If teacher didn't know that little Chuan you are reliable, teacher would suspect that you really went." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but laugh, patted the steering wheel, and said with emotion, "Really good, really good." After a while, he sat up straight and looked at Chen Chuan and said, "We teachers and students have to compare notes, so that there won't be any mistakes in our words. If you get the certificate in the first year, you will have the opportunity to get a place to go to Central City." Chen Chuan nodded. Cheng Zitong then unified his story with him. His mood was very high, because he was really happy in his heart. This was a student he had taught by himself. He watched Chen Chuan go from a student who basically didn't understand anything to now obtaining the unlimited self-defense permit, step by step. He was sincerely happy for his student, and at the same time he had a sense of pride and accomplishment as a teacher. As a teacher, what could be happier than seeing his student achieve something? Finally he reminded again, "But don't rush, you still have a month before you have studied at Wei Academy for a full year, and applying to go to Central City also requires a process, and there is not enough time. After this semester, in the second year, teacher will think about this matter with you carefully." Chen Chuan nodded and said, although the student also wants to go to Central City as soon as possible, he is not fully prepared yet. He plans to try to improve himself in the next few months. At this time, Cheng Zitong started the car. Haven't had breakfast yet? Let's go, teacher will take you to eat something good first, as a celebration for you getting the defense permit. Chen Chuan followed Cheng Zitong to have a hearty breakfast, and then the teacher and student returned to the school together. When they came back, it was calm and did not attract much attention. It seemed as usual, but they both knew that some things were actually different. After Chen Chuan returned to the dormitory, he first washed up, and without sorting things out, he went to the living room, picked up the telephone receiver, and first made a call to Gao Ming. After the call was connected, he said, "Hello, Gao Ming, it's me." Gao Ming's voice came out, "Cousin, aren't you following your teacher to cultivate?" Chen Chuan said slowly, "Because cultivation has already yielded results, this process was very smooth, so I am back now." This was a code word. He and Gao Ming had agreed before to use cultivation results to replace unlimited self-defense permit. Now, saying this sentence means that he has already obtained it. There was a brief pause on Gao Ming's side, and then he said in a seemingly calm tone, "Then I want to congratulate you, cousin." Chen Chuan said, "Gao Ming, we'll talk about anything when you come back." "Okay, cousin." Gao Ming's voice carried a trace of imperceptible excitement. "I haven't seen aunt and uncle for a long time either. While you have your summer vacation, I should come back to visit." With a click, the two hung up the phone at the same time. Both of them knew in their hearts that now that they had successfully obtained the unlimited defense, the next step was to plan how to enter Central City and how to compete for that spot. At this time, in Wuben City, more than 300 kilometers away from Yangtze City, Wei Jun was pondering the content of the examination. This time, they were required to deal with a group of death row prisoners. These prisoners would be placed in the wilderness before the exam, and would be given some water, food, and weapons, requiring them to capture or kill the prisoners within a specified time. This exam was not difficult for him, because he would buy the specific information of the prisoners from the prison guards in advance, and he could also use manpower to help him track them. In the end, he only needed to finish them off. It should be no problem to get the Level C unlimited self-defense permit smoothly. Although the 2-year validity period made him a little unhappy, he could continue training for a year or two after graduation and then get the Level B certificate. There were no recommended students in the school who could compete with him in the same period. After graduating next month, he could go to Central City, where there were more complete training methods, more resources, and better guidance. He could also expand his network of contacts and prepare to enter the company served by the family. But at this time, he needed to check again to make sure that there were no accidents. Last time, Shenzheng almost had the qualification to be recommended to Central City because he obtained the unlimited self-defense permit, and at that time, none of the students in the entire school were his opponents. The spot of a senior student above was almost squeezed out, fortunately. But because of Shenzheng's precedent, they attached great importance to this matter, and absolutely did not allow another student who had not been arranged by them to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam. This matter must be nipped in the bud. He called the butler over and instructed, "Teacher Tan said that I could only go to Central City after I had trained to become proficient in the pile stance. I am almost proficient now. I am about to get the unlimited self-defense permit, but there can be no accidents in the final step. Help me check if there are any students who are out recently." The butler said confidently, "Young master, I have been keeping an eye on this matter. I have detailed records." Wei Jun said, "Bring it here and let me see." The butler said yes, went back and flipped through it, and then came back and respectfully handed over a set of data. Since the beginning of school, these are the people who have been out of school in these months. There is a rough record of the time each person left school. Wei Jun took it over and flipped through it. He first looked at the third-year students, but he also knew that the Mutual Aid Society would suppress those outstanding civilian students in the third grade who could be suppressed, and absorb those who could be absorbed, all under their control. Now, almost none of them were disobedient, so he glanced at them and skipped them. He mainly looked at the second-year students, because this grade also had the qualification to take the exam. Especially this time, he met some power children from other cities. They were also like him, hoping to go to Central City, and they exchanged information with each other. He heard one thing from these people. It is said that just last year, a second-year civilian student in Guanbai City who had obtained a weapon permit went to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam alone, and with this student's strength, passing was almost no problem, but the news could not be concealed and was dealt with on the road. It seems that after breaking his limbs, he was poured with cement and sunk into the lake. I don't know if it's true or false. If it's true, Wei Jun can only say that they are bold, because doing so has the suspicion of provoking the review committee and has great sequelae. Although it is difficult to involve them as long as they do not do it themselves, the company behind them may be targeted by the higher UPS. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about this problem now. In Wuyi Academy, the most talented in the second grade is Gang Zhang. At first, he refused to join the Mutual Aid Society, but in the end, they pulled him in, because the medicine for Gang Zhang's family's treatment was taken from Central City. Only they could provide it, so they were not afraid that he would not be honest and obedient. After flipping through the second-year students and looking at the first-year students, he didn't care much, because these students could hardly pose a threat to him. But since he had flipped through them all, he took a few more glances. The most talented student in the first year is undoubtedly Chen Chuan. Defeating Zhong Wu, this good dog, in the entrance exam also made a deep impression on him. Even his moving out of the academy seemed to be related to it. The key is that he has not joined the Mutual Aid Society. He noticed that Chen Chuan's whereabouts seemed a little uncertain, frowned, pointed at him and asked, "What's going on with this Chen Chuan? Hasn't he been in school all the time?" The butler replied respectfully, "Young master, we have checked. Although this student is often not in the academy, the longest he has been away is only 7 or 8 days. We can confirm that he is in a training hall south of the city, following Supervisor Chang's cultivation. He also went out once recently, but he returned to school yesterday. It is estimated that he was teaching some unique skills." After Wei Jun listened, he didn't care much. "Okay, you can go down. I want to prepare for the upcoming examination." 2 miles away from his luxurious hotel, Deng Fu, Tai Donggui, and Geng Zhang were arranged in the same dormitory. They also learned about the content of the exam and felt that the difficulty of the exam was indeed a bit high, but if they went all out, it should not be difficult to pass. But they had to give up. And this abandonment also meant that they would have no chance to examination for a defense permit in the future. Tai Donggui didn't know what Deng Fu and Geng Zhang were thinking. As for himself, although he had said that he didn't care, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he really had to give up. He thought to himself, perhaps he hadn't really let go completely. He sighed secretly, but this is the way of the world, and he can't change anything. He looked at Geng Zhang sitting there. This kid looked unconvinced, and might make a name for himself. Only Deng Fu, who was sitting half lying on the bed, watching a collection of stories with relish, looked the most relaxed. Tai Donggui thought that this one had probably seen through everything, because he didn't care about anything, so he didn't feel any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a profit. Deng Fu was very perceptive, noticed his gaze, looked at him, smiled playfully, and looked at Geng Zhang again. Seeing the latter's silent appearance, he smiled, put away the storybook, and said, "Little brother, what's wrong? Are you still thinking about it? Let the older brother teach you a lesson today. Don't compete for temporary gains and losses. What is temporary humiliation? Don't be angry with yourself. You have a long future. As long as you work hard to live, I tell you, you can see all kinds of strange things. It is not impossible for the host and guest to change positions and the top and bottom to be reversed." Tai Donggui's mind suddenly moved. Geng Zhang couldn't help but say, "Are you saying?" Deng Fu said with a smile, "I'm asking you to work hard to live longer. I don't mean anything else." Saying that, he put his arm behind his head again, picked up the book and read it. Upon returning to the school, the gatekeeper said, "Supervisor Chang, the old master is teaching the students how to exert strength." Cheng Zitong took off his sunglasses and looked at him. "Old Qian, you're getting on in years. Doesn't the senior apprentice brother show you any consideration? Still making you guard the gate. It's not hard work. This is the old master taking care of me." The gatekeeper bowed slightly. "All right, I'll go find him myself." Cheng Zitong came quickly on the way, but when he arrived, he wasn't in a hurry. He strolled inside, came to the lotus pond, and watched Xiao Linhu instructing his student in the waterside pavilion. He didn't go forward, but just watched there with a smile. Xiao Linhu also saw him, but ignored him, still teaching seriously. The student was also very meticulous, doing exactly as the teacher taught. After a long time, Xiao Linhu waved to Cheng Zitong across the lotus pond, then went into the living room. The latter also smiled and walked over there. When Cheng Zitong came in, Xiao Linhu asked, "Why are you free to come today?" Cheng Zitong said with a smile, "Nothing, just came to see you, senior apprentice brother." Xiao Linhu looked at him. "There's tea on the table, I brewed it but haven't drunk it yet. Help yourself." Cheng Zitong said, "I won't stand on ceremony with you." He gestured towards the waterside platform outside and said, "How's this student? I haven't seen him at school for a long time. You're guiding him hand in hand here, so he must be improving rapidly. His level should be very high, and should be breaking through." Xiao Linhu frowned and said, "How can it be so fast?" He said in a deep voice, "There's no one who can break through after only studying for a year. Isn't there?" Cheng Zitong thought for a moment, hummed, and nodded in agreement. "Senior apprentice brother is right, there isn't." Xiao Linhu glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and said, "It's not entirely impossible. In the past, those evil cults would stimulate the potential of the human body, use harsh drugs, use evil scriptures, and use demon fetuses to nurture demon forms. But this is an evil path, absolutely not advisable." Cheng Zitong said, "That's right, those who take the evil path can't be considered human anymore. We're talking about proper students." Xiao Linhu raised his head and chest, and slowly said towards the direction of his student, "Master, the old man, said that the true essence seed lies in the word nurturing. Tall buildings rise from the ground, don't be eager for quick success. The tendon bridge and bone beams must be held upright. If they are not upright, the qi will decline, and if the qi declines, the blood will not be strong, and the road ahead will not be smooth." Cheng Zitong said, "Hey," and gave a thumbs up, saying, "That's right. I just took a look, and your student's foundation is particularly good, especially solid. You have to say, the old man's method is good. Once he breaks through in the future, 90% of the academy's students won't be able to catch up." Xiao Linhu stroked his beard with one hand and nodded, saying self-importantly, "Those young teachers at the academy haven't studied for a few years themselves, how can they guide people? Humph, they dare to teach. In the past, without 20 years of accumulation and without a graduation certificate, who would dare to come out and teach disciples? Aren't they afraid of teaching people badly? That's right. Cheng Zitong sighed and said, look at me, I only teach one student now, and I'm always afraid of not teaching well, afraid of misleading others. You see, this time I took him out for cultivation, thinking I could teach him something, but I didn't expect to be back in a few days. It's not that I don't want to teach, it's that I don't know how to teach. I think I should think about it, so I came to see you, senior apprentice brother. Xiao Linhu suddenly understood. He came to seek advice? He thought for a moment and said, junior apprentice brother, it's good that you think so, but when teaching students, you must first establish rules, otherwise you can't teach well, and also, he shook his head, students must also be divided. If they don't have talent, then forget it. You can't teach them well no matter what. As long as they can have a bowl of rice to eat in the future, you will be worthy of them. Cheng Zitong sighed, I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I remember back then, the old man always used you as an example to educate me and the junior apprentice brothers, and said that someone like me would mislead others if I taught students. Only you can pass on his methods and teach truly outstanding disciples. Xiao Linhu said earnestly, junior apprentice brother, you can't say that. You were still young at that time. Master just wanted to encourage you. He always had expectations for you. Furthermore, when teaching disciples, first look at talent, second look at oneself, and third look at the teacher's teaching. I have at most 30% of the effect, but if my student can thoroughly understand this 30%, I dare not say too much, but in the future, the road will definitely become wider and brighter, and the teacher's things can be passed down, so that they won't be buried. Cheng Zitong said, that makes sense. I will often come to ask you for advice in the future. Xiao Linhu nodded unconsciously. This junior apprentice brother always went against the master in the past, but now he still understands the teacher's painstaking efforts? The old rules can be passed down, that's reasonable? His mood suddenly improved, and he asked, staying for dinner? Yes, I'm really hungry. Xiao Linhu immediately asked the servants to prepare. After the food was served, the two sat at the table, but Xiao Linhu emphasized eating in silence, chewing slowly, and didn't say a word throughout the entire meal. Cheng Zitong had a particularly good appetite today and ate until his stomach was round. After finishing, he touched his stomach and commented, delicious. Especially delicious? The people here are good, and the food is also delicious. Why didn't I realize it before? Xiao Linhu put down his chopsticks and looked at him, if you think it's delicious, then come often. I don't have many people here anyway. Cheng Zitong shook his head and said, I'd better not. I'll be disturbing you from teaching your disciple. Hey, why don't you call your disciple over to eat together? Xiao Linhu slowly said, how can there be a reason for teachers and disciples to eat together? Only after the master has finished eating can the disciple come to the table. Cheng Zitong said, it's the old rules again, right? I remember that back then, disciples could only eat the leftovers that the master had eaten. That's the principle, but the master never treated us disciples harshly. Cheng Zitong nodded sincerely this time. The old man did a good job on this point. Xiao Linhu said, I was abandoned in the wild since I was a child. It was common for me to compete with dogs for food. It was the master who took me in and taught me all my skills. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and threw it on the table. I don't understand great principles. I only know that having martial arts skills allows you to settle down anywhere, and to develop skills, you must first have rules. He pointed to his chest. These rules must be established in the heart, engraved in the bones, so that they can be passed down. Junior apprentice brother, it seems that you are very concerned about your student. Are you planning to teach him as a disciple? Lack of talent doesn't matter. What I said before still counts. As long as your student comes to be my disciple's assistant for 3 years, my knife manual can be given to him. If the rules are established well, it doesn't matter if the talent is poor. My disciple can help him in the future. Cheng Zitong just smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, your disciple is always here and doesn't show up at the academy. That's not a good thing either. What are you planning to do? Xiao Linhu said, Master said that if my disciple is taught well and all the certificates are obtained, he will find a way to take him to Central City. Your student can follow along, and there will be opportunities. Cheng Zitong shook his head. Can't compare, can't compare. Standing up, he put on his sunglasses. All right, senior apprentice brother, I've finished eating, I should go back. See you later. Saying that, he waved his hand and walked out. At this time, in a private training hall south of the city, Chen Chuan was repeatedly practicing stance strength, while making shouts, stimulating, and guiding the growth of the mutated tissues in his internal organs. He had to put on a full show. He couldn't just get the certificate and immediately stop using the training habits that he had intentionally arranged before. That would be too abrupt, so after showing his face at the school, he returned here again. So the improvement at this stage, at first, seems to have no progress from the outside, but in fact, it is expanding horizontally. When this step is completed, the further back it goes, the stronger it will be, and every improvement will be a huge progress. He is now using drugs. He is now using the beginner's version of the special drugs for internal organs. For most people, such a standard is enough to quickly improve internal organs' strength, and can be used for a year or two. Now it's just the beginning, so it's undoubtedly enough, but he is not really a person with innate talent after all. The amount of medicine he uses is several times that of others. According to previous judgments, the effect of drugs on him may gradually decrease after 2 or 3 months, so it is necessary to find something to replace them. After staying in the training hall for a few days, the holiday in early June soon arrived. He packed up in the morning and returned to his little aunt's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his younger cousins playing a hand-clapping game. This time, he brought back some toys and distributed them to the 2 little ones. This was what Cheng Zitong bought in another place because he knew there were children in his family, and asked him to bring them back so that there would be no loopholes on the surface. Nian Fulai was flipping through a workbook, comparing it with another booklet, and occasionally writing something on it. Seeing him come back, he asked in surprise, "Little Chuan, didn't you go to cultivation with your mentor? Why are you back so soon?" Chen Chuan said with a smile, "Maybe I learned quickly, so I came back early." Nian Fulai looked at him a few times and didn't ask further, continuing to look at his notes. Yuan said, "It's good to come back early, being outside is not as good as being at home." Chen Chuan said, "That's true, the dishes outside are far less delicious than what Little Ant makes, and I've always missed the soup that Little Ant stews." Yuan was very happy, "As long as you come back, Little Ant will make it for you." Nian Fulai also said, "Your Little Ant's skills are unquestionable, but these days I can only eat the warm meal made by your Little Ant on holidays." Chen Chuan looked at him, "Uncle, is there another big case?" Nian Fulai never told him this before, but since he dealt with Fang Douyi and his gang, he would occasionally tell him about the patrol bureau. He shook his head and said, "Recently, the Bloodstain gang has been making a lot of noise, and they have fought with the Iron Chain gang several times. Although the area south of the city is not our jurisdiction, brothers from our district are often transferred to help." Chen Chuan asked, "Is it because the leader of the Bloodstain gang was killed? You've heard about it too?" "It's about this. The bureau sent people to take a look, and it is said that the real cause of death of those people was the skull-splitting demon." He shook his head, "This thing is not easy to deal with, it's a headless case. Looking for the Iron Chain gang is because we can't find the real culprit, so we can only find someone with enough weight to give an explanation to the people below. In fact, some leaders of the Bloodstain gang don't want to fight to the death with the Iron Chain gang, because most of the Iron Chain gang's business is outside the city, and the Bloodstain gang will lose more if they fight too much. Although the higher UPS have greeted them, the Molin company hasn't spoken yet, and the Bloodstain gang is forcing the Iron Chain gang to hand over the murderer. I think this matter will not stop for a while, and there will be more trouble, and I don't know how many people will suffer." Chen Chuan nodded. "Channer, now that you're on vacation, are you going home to live?" Yuan asked with concern at this time. Chen Chuan said, "Little Ant, I will come back, but there are things at the school and the company, so I may not be able to live at home for many days." Nian Fulai said to Yuan, "Little Chuan is an adult now, don't restrain him." Yuan glared at him, "It's none of your business." Okay, it's none of my business," Nian Fulai said helplessly. The 2 little ones, Nian Mo and Nian Lu, raised their hands together at this time and said, "We also want to be adults." Nian Fulai said with a sigh, straightening the workbook in his hand, "You too, it would be good if you still think so when you grow up, and I will worry less." While they were talking, the phone rang in the living room. Chen Chuan walked over to answer it. "Hello, this is the Nian residence." Ren Shu's voice came from the other side. "Expert Chen, it's me, Ren Shu. I don't know if you have time now." Chen Chuan asked, "What's the matter?" Ren Shu lowered his voice a little and said, "The Bloodstain gang has sent someone to the company." When Chen Chuan heard the name Bloodstain gang, he glanced around the living room and asked, "What's it about?" Ren Shu said, "It's about the previous commission related to the skull-splitting demon. The letter was sent before Expert Chen returned. We said that Expert Chen wasn't here. Now that we hear you're back, they've sent someone again." He added, "But this time, they didn't come in the name of the gang, but in the name of Migratory Bird Company." Chen Chuan knew that Migratory Bird Company was just one of the many companies opened by the Bloodstain gang. It was just a facade, but it made things look better on the surface. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't have time right now. The contents of the last letter weren't clear. Have them send the specific details over. I'll talk about it after I've read them." Ren Shu said, "Okay, I'll reply to them like that." After he hung up, he went back to talk with his aunt's family. But after lunch, Ren Shu called again, "Expert Chen, the Bloodstain gang has already sent the materials over. They also want to talk to you in person." "So fast?" Chen Chuan's mind raced. It seemed that the Bloodstain gang was indeed very anxious. But he didn't want Holiday to run around for this matter. "Just say I'm busy. We'll arrange a time for tonight." Ren Shu said, "Okay, I'll have Wei come to pick you up then." Chen Chuan stayed at his aunt's house all afternoon. After dinner, he made a confirming phone call, washed up, changed his clothes, and then went out. This time, in addition to bringing the Snow Emperor blade, he also had a carrying bag in his hand. Inside was the box containing the Tayana spider. Because this thing wasn't big and was highly dangerous, he didn't leave it at the school, but carried it with him. When he arrived at the alley, the driver Wei had already driven the car to the entrance. He got straight in, and the car started smoothly, driving all the way to the company. Ren Shu had been waiting for him. When he saw him arrive, he came out to greet him, and after exchanging greetings, he said, "Expert Chen, the person is still here waiting. He has been sitting here all afternoon." Chen Chuan said. He's very patient indeed. Ren Shu said, we are a legitimate company. Even if it's the Bloodstain Gang, since they're talking to us as a company, they have to abide by the rules between companies. When he said this, his tone was different from when he was talking to Chen Chuan, and he sounded very confident, because this was undoubtedly the area he was good at. He looked at Chen Chuan again and asked, does Expert Chen want to see him now? Chen Chuan said, let's do it now. Ren Shu said okay. He gestured, and a staff member went to invite the person, while he led Chen Chuan directly to the reception hall on the 3rd floor. He said, we're installing an elevator, so Expert Chen won't have to run up and down every time. Chen Chuan nodded. He knew what Ren Shu meant. He was constantly trying to provide him with better conditions. That's why he gave the company more in return. He said, the company's environment is good now. When they arrived at the reception room, the two sat for a while, and then they heard someone outside saying, Mr. Li, this way please. A moment later, a tall, thin man walked out. On the surface, he didn't look like a gang member at all. His clothes were no different from those of other senior company employees. After entering, he introduced himself to the two, saying that he was Li Hui, a senior manager of Migratory Bird Company, and then greeted the two warmly and politely. After some flattery and polite words, the two sides sat down. Manager Li tried to ask, I wonder if Expert Chen has time to listen to me explain the situation. Chen Chuan said, that's why I asked Manager Li to come here. Yes, yes. Manager Li took the briefcase from his hand, placed it on the table, took out a stack of data from it, and handed it to Ren Shu and Chen Chuan. This is the data that our company sent at Expert Chen's request. Chen Chuan took it. As he flipped through it, Manager Li added, please allow me to briefly explain the situation. 3 respected gentlemen within the Bloodstain Gang have died, which is truly regrettable. Chen Chuan remained non-committal, flipping through the data. Before, he had only seen written descriptions, but now he saw very direct photos. The skulls of these 3 people were split open to both sides when they died, and separated exaggeratedly. At a glance, you could see that everything inside was gone. This couldn't help but remind him of the 2 halves of watermelon that had been cleaned with a spoon in the afternoon. Just looking at the photos, he seemed to be able to feel that the one who was eating at the time carefully peeled open the skin and flesh, carefully separated them, and not only ate the main brain tissue, but also licked the internal residue clean, without leaving a trace. There were no traces of blood around, only an empty skull. Ren Shu only glanced at the photos a few times before he felt that he couldn't stand it. He felt nauseous and could only cover his mouth with a handkerchief. Manager Li was there saying, we have investigated repeatedly, and even asked people to come and take a look, but we have not been able to find any clues. They were just sleeping in their own beds, and their brains were broken like this, so we can basically determine that this should really be the work of the skull-splitting demon. Chen Chuan looked at the following specific investigation records. All the dead died suddenly. For example, one of them was talking to his wife in bed, and then there was no sound. This wife was very dissatisfied, and then when she turned around, she found a split head and an empty skull, so she fainted on the spot, and then experienced it again after waking up, and her spirit was still having problems. Another person, perhaps the family didn't care about him very much. In the morning, his lover got up, dressed carefully, greeted him, and went out, completely unaware that the person in the bed had been eaten in the head, and it wasn't until the evening that they were still lying there that they realized something was wrong. At that time, it was already cold. Only the last person was found in the gang's office, and there were no traces of outsiders breaking in at the scene. At this time, he said to Manager Li, the skull-splitting demon has appeared in Yangtze City for a long time, but it has never been resolved, so I want to study it first before deciding whether to accept this commission. Okay. Manager Li was very good at identifying expressions. Now the only hope was with Chen Chuan. It was already good that the other party was willing to check, and he didn't dare to put on a bad face. He stood up, then I won't bother Expert Chen. If Expert Chen has any discoveries, please be sure to notify us. He took out a business card and placed it on the table, greeted the two, and left very tactfully. Chen Chuan waited for Ren Shu to send this person back before asking, Mr. Ren, has the company reported any similar situations from other places? Ren Shu thought for a while and said, we recently took a batch of data from the Government Affairs Hall, and we didn't see any similar reports, but I don't know if there are any that haven't been reported. However, I have already asked people to sort out all the past reports about the skull-splitting demon. Does Expert Chen want to see them now? Chen Chuan said, okay, bring them all over. After the staff brought these files over, he removed some of them that were obviously used by someone to confuse the public, as well as those that were too old, leaving only the more valuable ones. After reading them, he found that these situations were exactly the same as what he had seen in the previous photos. However, this could not really be confirmed unless he went to the scene to take a look, but seeing that the corpses above had already been buried, there was no need to go to the trouble again. He could only wait for the skull-splitting demon to appear next time to see if there was a chance. Because there was nothing else here, he didn't stay at the company for long and went straight back to school by car. On the way, he was also thinking, why is the skull-splitting demon only targeting the Bloodstain Gang this time? Is it because the Bloodstain Gang did something? Or for some other reason? As he was thinking, he suddenly reacted, stretched out his hand, and steadily grabbed a crossbow bolt shot from outside the car window. However, judging from the direction, this crossbow bolt would not have hit him. If he judged correctly, it should have hit the car door next to him and then been nailed there. He glanced over and saw a figure flashing on the roof across the road and disappearing. He withdrew his gaze and saw that there was a note wrapped around the crossbow bolt. This person's skills were obviously good, because even if there was a little extra thing on the arrow shaft, it might interfere with the arrow shot out. Being able to accurately shoot an arrow into the window of a moving car from a distance of more than 30 meters, and also ensure that it doesn't hit the people inside, this level of marksmanship is very high. He took the note from it, opened it, and saw a sentence written on it in blood. It's none of your business, stay away. He was thoughtful. It should be about the Bloodstain Gang. It seemed that this was a warning. Who could it be? The Iron Chain Gang? On the surface, the Iron Chain Gang was the most likely to do this, but he had also been in contact with people from the Iron Chain Gang, but he always felt that this style was a bit inconsistent with the temperament of the Iron Chain Gang. He said to the driver Wei, Master Wei, stop the car ahead. Driver Wei said, okay, Expert Chen. After the car stopped, Chen Chuan got out of the car, tidied up his clothes, went to a quiet place, took the box out of his briefcase, and tapped it with his finger. I need you to lead the way. On the other side, the figure who shot the crossbow bolt jumped down from the roof, ran all the way around the quiet alley, and after half an hour, came to a remote building. There were several young people inside. When they saw him come in, they asked, Xing, how is it? The person took off his hood, revealing a young face, and took a few deep breaths. I have already warned that expert, but I don't know if he will continue to help the Bloodstain Gang. When he mentioned the Bloodstain Gang, a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. A young man standing in the corner who didn't come over said, the legend of the skull-splitting demon has been around for so many years, and no one can solve it. I don't think it's necessary to do anything. Xing said seriously, I told you, that expert is very powerful. Even the previous feat occult was solved by him, so it is possible for him to solve the skull-splitting demon. The young man still disagreed. A person so powerful would be scared by your crossbow bolt. I don't think so. We always have to try. The young man said, what we need is not to scare people, but more good weapons. For example, this expert, wouldn't it be better to just kill him directly? Why bother with that effort? Xing said in a deep voice, there will be. I have already contacted them. When we get it, we won't have to be afraid of anyone. On the wall of a secluded alley, a large, robust mixed-color spider with well-proportioned limbs was nimbly crawling ahead, pausing every now and then, as if wary of its surroundings, before continuing its advance. Chen Chuan followed unhurriedly behind. This creature was a bioweapon specially cultivated by Tayana, originally intended for surprise assassinations, making it extremely sensitive to odors. The crossbow bolt and the note left behind carried the scent of its master, allowing it to trace the past. However, the spider's speed was not high at the moment because activating high speed required a large amount of energy, and it was only using the energy remaining from the last awakening. Since it did not perform a combat mission last time, there was plenty left. Even if he didn't use it, it would slowly deplete while stationary and would cause unrest, so it was better to make use of it and then let it enter true dormancy. Before long, it arrived in front of a house. The Tayana spider stopped here and circled around. Chen Chuan did not do any reconnaissance. He walked directly up to the door, listened for a moment, but sensed no movement from within. He then gently pressed on the door, and the lock was broken, allowing him to slowly walk inside. Once inside, he unsurprisingly found that the person who had been staying here had already left. Something like a deodorant had been sprayed here, seemingly to remove scents. This was likely just a temporary hideout, as there was a lot of dust on the table, and the surroundings were messy, indicating that more than one person had lived here. Judging by the traces, these people had left in a hurry, as they had left some leftover food behind. Did they anticipate someone would follow and withdraw in advance? Chen Chuan tapped his fist twice. The spider circled around and crawled back outside. He followed, and soon they reached the mouth of the alley, where the spider stopped at a place with obvious tire tracks. He looked in the direction the road led. It seemed this group had left in a vehicle in time, and someone must have picked them up. There was no need to pursue further. He would have someone investigate the residence later to see if there were any clues. If not, it didn't matter. If they were involved in this matter again, these people would eventually come back. He put down his briefcase, bent his fingers, and tapped the back of his hand twice. The fighting spider obediently crawled back and entered the box inside the briefcase, quickly becoming still. At that moment, a freight truck was driving on the highway. Inside the truck's cargo area, the group of young people were sitting, accompanied by a man in his 40s with a mustache. The cargo area was stuffy, and they couldn't see outside. Xing couldn't help but ask the man, Mr. Ling, do we need to leave so urgently? Mr. Ling replied affirmatively, yes, you shouldn't have provoked that expert. He's just a supernatural entity expert, isn't he? Another young man blurted out. Mr. Ling said, that expert has some involvement with the patrol bureau. If he's attacked today, he'll likely have the patrol bureau investigate the nearby residential areas. You've lived there for a few days, and Su Xin, you've passed through so many places. Can you honestly say you didn't leave a single trace behind? He crossed his arms. It'll be easy to find you. Su Xin said, will they be able to trace us through the clues? Mr. Ling said, don't worry, it'll be fine once we relocate. That house is a long-term vacant property that we used. The owner has no connection with us, so they won't be able to find you. Is that expert so troublesome? The young man on the other side grunted, looking at Xin with dissatisfaction. Xing, you should have eliminated him today. Mr. Ling shook his head. That would have caused even more trouble, and you might not have been able to eliminate him. This person is a Wei Academy student, and his skills are not ordinary. Yes, he caught my arrow with his bare hands. Xin also looked solemn. Although he hadn't intended to shoot the person initially, the arrow was caught before it even reached him. That reaction speed, even thinking about it, was astonishing. If the other person hadn't been in the car at the time, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. A Wei student. Upon hearing this, the young people felt a mix of fear and longing, followed by resentment, because if it weren't for the Bloodstain gang, they might have been able to enter Wei to study. The freight truck drove directly out of the city and into the wilderness. By late at night, it entered a camp, which was clearly a hideout for a wasteland smuggling gang. When this group of young people entered under the leadership of Mr. Ling, the people inside looked at them with cold eyes, as if they were looking at some kind of merchandise, making them feel very uncomfortable. Mr. Ling led them into a large tent and pointed to the shelves in front. The weapons you want are here. What's inside? The young people had expected to see powerful firearms, but they only saw several sealed boxes, which didn't seem like explosives, making them feel strange. Mr. Ling smiled and walked up to open them, revealing the contents. The young people were all stunned. What are these things? After the boxes were opened, they revealed something that looked like silkworm cocoons, with several limbs extending from them. They seemed to be alive, with slight wiggling movements, which were unsettling to watch. If Chen Chuan and the others were here, they would see that these things were very similar to the one they found in the wasteland, but there was more than just one placed here. There were several complementary ones around. The young man seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, biological implants. Mr. Ling smiled and said, yes, they are newly released implants, part of the hunting series. They are deadly weapons. Who among you is willing to have one implanted? There is an implant doctor in the camp who can perform the surgery now. With this, you can have martial strength comparable to a martial artist. Xin stepped forward and said, I'll do it. But before he could finish, the young man who had argued with him earlier suddenly interjected, I'll do it. You. Xin looked at him, hesitating slightly. Xiao, have you thought about it? Xiao said, I've thought about it. Xing, you are very accurate with the crossbow. It would be a waste of your skills to install this close combat implant. I think it's better for me to do it, so that there will be 2 people with combat power in the team, and my body is better than yours. I've also been learning martial arts since I was a child. I should be able to master this thing. Seeing that Xin was still hesitating, he stepped forward again and said, Xing, let me do it. I can do it. Seeing his persistence and that what he said made some sense, Xin was finally persuaded and agreed. All right, Xiao, I'll leave it to you. But you have to think about it. Once you implant this thing, you may have to be with drugs for the rest of your life. Xiao hesitated slightly, then nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth and saying, I've thought about it. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. In this world, if you don't have martial strength, you can't protect yourself, let alone your family and friends. But with martial strength, what can't you do? Mr. Ling said, actually, there's nothing to worry about. Although you need to rely on anti-mutation drug, I can provide a batch first. Besides, the Bloodstain gang has plenty of these things. They started by trafficking illegal drugs. I'll give you information. As long as you rob their goods, you can also use the stolen drugs. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? That's it. Xiao said impatiently, Mr. Ling, please have the doctor come over now to implant these implants for me. I'm ready. Mr. Ling smiled and said, wait. He walked out and found a man in his 30s wearing a white coat in another tent and said to him, I've found a test subject. Perform the implantation surgery now. Voluntary. The implant doctor said, well, voluntary subjects don't have as many intense emotions, so there is a greater chance of survival. This way, about 30% of the implant should be implantable. Only 30%. The implant doctor said, if it's a martial artist, 30% is low, but he's just an ordinary person. 30% is already the highest limit. Any more will definitely result in death. How long can he live with 30%? The implant doctor said, it depends on his luck. With good luck, a year or 2 is no problem. With bad luck, 2 or 3 months. This model hasn't been tested many times, so that's roughly it. 2 or 3 months. That's enough. Mr. Ling said, go and perform the implantation surgery. The person is in that tent. I'll get ready and come over. After a while, the implant doctor came out with a surgical toolbox and entered the large tent under the leadership of Mr. Ling. Then, many young people retreated from inside. After Xiao washed his entire body with a medicinal solution, he was sent to a separate compartment inside the tent. His limbs were fixed with metal buckles. The implant doctor, wearing a mask, walked in and began to put on gloves. Xiao lay there, feeling very nervous. Doctor, it will be successful, right? The doctor looked at him, walked over, and inserted a thin tube into his nostril. Xiao said, Doctor, I feel a little itchy. The doctor didn't say anything, just looked at him. After a while, Xiao twitched a few times, his eyes rolled upwards, and he lost consciousness. The doctor reached out and pulled down a curtain-like drape and began to spray various pre-mixed medicinal solutions. If it were in Central City, a matching implant operating room would be needed, but this was the wilderness, and there were no such conditions. Besides, this was just a test subject, not a normal big client, so there was no need to be so particular. He carefully took the still active biological implant out of the box and placed it aside, then walked to the front, picked up the scalpel, and cut into his back. Outside the tent, the group of young people were waiting outside. The night passed like this. Some people had already fallen asleep. In the morning, they heard the sound of the tent curtain being lifted, and footsteps walked out from inside. They were all awakened and looked over anxiously. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Xiao walked out from inside, but his hair was completely shaved off, his eyes were deeply sunken, and his body had become skinny. His skin was tightly attached to his bones and flesh, as if moisture and fat had been extracted. You could see the gray-black implant tissue embedded in a section of his neck protruding from the collar. Seeing his appearance, Su Xian was very anxious and said to the implant doctor who walked out with him, "How did this happen? Why did he become like this?" The implant doctor said in a flat tone, "It's normal consumption during the implantation surgery. Just give him 2 nutrient injections later. Don't worry, I feel better than ever." Xiao Xiao looked around and borrowed a sharpened steel pipe from a companion. With a little force in both hands, he bent the metal pipe. Mr. Ling walked out from somewhere, smiling and saying, "It seems you're adapting well. The hunting type doesn't emphasize strength, but there must be enough tissue strength to support the speed. There's still tomorrow." Xiao Xiao grinned. He opened his arms and said with full confidence, "I can already hear the screams of my enemies. After I finish the implantation surgery, I will kill those enemies, and that damn expert. If he dares to hinder us, I'll deal with him too." After Chen Chuan returned to his school dormitory, he called the patrol bureau to mention the crossbow incident. After all, someone had shot an arrow at him, which he found very impolite. He washed up and went to sleep. That night, a little after 9 o'clock, the phone suddenly rang. He picked up the receiver, and Ren Shu's voice came from the other end. "Expert Chen, the Bloodstain gang is having more problems. It's said that another leader has had his brains splattered by the skull-splitting demon. We were hoping you could come take a look at the scene." Chen Chuan's heart stirred slightly, and he asked, "Where is it?" "It's an underground arena run by the Bloodstain gang, located at the border of Baofeng District and Daping District, not far from Wuyi." Chen Chuan found it sounded familiar and asked, "What's the name of the dead leader?" "Fu Shaoxin." "So, it was this person." Chen Chuan nodded. He had actually met this person before. When he and Ren Xiaotian went on a commission to bring back a wealthy woman, this was the guy watching the place who had to hand her over when Ren Xiaotian pulled out a gun. He didn't expect that the skull-splitting demon had found this guy as well. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll go take a look." After hanging up, he thought for a bit, then dialed the Baofeng District Patrol Bureau before taking his Snow Emperor blade and leaving the school. When he arrived at the gate, Master Xiao Wei was already waiting there. He got into the car, and just over 10 minutes later, they arrived near the underground arena. However, even though it was only 9:30, the venue was brightly lit. Hundreds of cars were densely packed in the square, and the Bloodstain gang members were everywhere, either sitting or standing. Each of them was wearing clothes with 5 blood streaks on the chest, with various daggers and weapons tucked into their hands and waists. Master Xiao Wei was also alarmed and turned back to ask, "Expert Chen." Chen Chuan was calm and said, "It's okay, drive over." Master Xiao Wei said okay and slowed the car down slightly as he drove towards the square. When the Bloodstain gang members saw them, some of those nearby began to crowd around, but they were quickly shouted back. A burly man with a shaved head around the temples, leaving only the hair on top, came forward. Chen Chuan waited for the car to stop, then got out. The burly man walked up, scanned him up and down, and raised his chin at him. "Expert Chen." Chen Chuan said, "That's me. My boss has been waiting for you. Come with me." The leader waved him over and started walking into the venue. Chen Chuan said to Xiao Wei in the car, "Master Xiao Wei, you can go back first. I'll call you when I'm done." The driver Xiao Wei didn't try to be brave and said, "Okay, Expert Chen." Chen Chuan stepped forward, holding the Snow Emperor blade, and followed the leader into the venue. He saw that there were also Bloodstain gang members inside, but they seemed to be divided into 2 groups. One group was squatting in the corner, while the other group was watching over them, occasionally kicking them. He then asked, "Which one is your boss?" The leader said, "The Bloodstain gang has 5 claws, have you heard of them?" Chen Chuan said, "I've heard of them. The Bloodstain gang is a gang. Although they run companies, their external image is still violence. The so-called 5 claws are the 5 best martial combat experts. It's said that some of these people used to be teachers in Wuyi." The leader pointed his thumb upwards. "My boss is Zhou Bao, one of the 5 claws." Chen Chuan had only heard of the 5 claws, and didn't know the specific people, so he just hummed in response. The leader seemed a bit dissatisfied with his indifference, muttered something, and quickened his pace to the upper floor, directly to the place where Fu Shaoxin had met Ren Xiaotian last time. The leader said to him, "It's inside." He pushed open the door and said inside, "Boss, the person has arrived." Inside, a man in his 30s was sitting on the sofa on the left, leaning back casually, his elbow resting on the armrest, his hand cupped below his nose. He was wearing a shirt, but it wasn't buttoned, revealing a solid chest with 5 blood-colored scars. Hearing the call from outside, he didn't turn his head, but his gaze shifted and landed directly on Chen Chuan. The cold light in those eyes made one feel very dangerous. He looked for a while and said, "Since you're here, take a look first." The leader turned back and said, "Expert Chen, my boss wants you to take a look, please." Chen Chuan walked over. At this time, he glanced at the corner and saw several Bloodstain gang members squatting there. He ignored them and walked forward. On the single sofa directly opposite, there was also a person sitting. This person had his hands on the sofa armrests, his head tilted back, his mouth wide open. Coming over, one could clearly see that the upper half of the skull had been split in two. This person was Fu Shaoxin, whom he had met last time, still wearing a decent imported formal wear, his leather shoes polished to a shine, and his fingernails specially manicured. After looking at him, he walked to the back of the sofa. Here, one could see very clearly that the inside of the head was empty, but there were no traces of blood, almost identical to those shown in the photos. He remembered what the other party had said last time when they parted, something like not wanting to see them again. Well, in a way, he kept his promise and lived up to his name. He then came to the back of Fu Shaoxin and stared at the empty skull for a while, asking, "When was this discovered?" The leader reacted and shouted at the Bloodstain gang members squatting there, "I'm asking you, when was it discovered?" A gang member said, just 2 hours ago." The leader repeated to Chen Chuan, 2 hours ago." Chen Chuan observed Fu Shaoxin's physical condition and indeed, it hadn't been long. He noted that, so far, all the supernatural entities he'd encountered had a special kind of infringement, more or less. However, last time he had only seen photos, but this time, observing up close, he discovered from the traces that this head seemed to have been broken open from the inside, rather than opened from the outside as he had previously thought, as if the brain had run out by itself. This was somewhat like a unique sign of a supernatural entity, difficult to explain with common sense. He asked, where had he been before this? The leader shouted to the underlings, "I'm asking you." "No, boss has been here this month and hasn't gone out." Chen Chuan asked again, "Then has anyone come here in the past month?" Before the leader could shout at them again, the underling quickly answered, "Yes, several of the gang's bosses have come. They even drank and watched matches together." At this time, Zhou Bao, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke, "Which ones?" "Boss Han, Boss Tai, and Boss Xiao, yes, and Boss Lu." With the other underlings adding, a string of 6 or 7 people was mentioned. Chen Chuan asked in detail again, only to find that 3 of them happened to be the Bloodstain gang leaders who had previously been taken care of by the skull-splitting demon. Was this a coincidence? Or was there some other reason? Was it because they met someone during the gathering? If so, would the remaining few who hadn't died be next in line? Although he thought so, he didn't remind them. This matter was not easy to determine, and the Bloodstain gang people themselves might not even think of it. Besides, the Bloodstain gang people, if not all scumbags, were definitely not good people, especially the leaders above. None of them would be wrongly executed if taken out and shot. He stared at the skull for a while. He didn't know why, but he instinctively felt that this was not a supernatural entity. He couldn't explain why, but he just had this feeling. However, he had another way to verify. Whenever things like supernatural entities, or people, or things involved by supernatural entities, as long as the time interval isn't too long, as long as another supernatural entity's relics are taken out and slightly touched, if there is a weak reaction, then it can basically be determined that this is a supernatural entity. Especially things left behind by powerful supernatural entities are even more likely to react. This method was summarized by people who used to exorcise supernatural entities. After all, they didn't have. He also brought something this time. He took out a strand of hair from his pocket. This was left behind by the flying head monster. He wrapped it around his finger a few times, then reached out and probed into the inside of Fu Shaoxin's head. The leader couldn't help but grimace when he saw him do this, and the underlings also widened their eyes when they saw it. Only Zhou Bao, who was sitting there, had no reaction. Chen Chuan felt for a while, and when he took his hand out, there was no reaction. Now he could basically determine that this matter had little to do with supernatural entities. Looking for the murderer using methods for finding supernatural entities would basically be impossible. Since this was the case, this matter was not within his scope of handling. He quickly put away the strand of hair and said, "This thing should not have been caused by a supernatural entity. If you want to find the murderer, you can think about whether you have offended anyone recently." After saying this, he picked up his Snow Emperor blade and walked straight out. The leader was a bit at a loss, looked left and right, touched his head and said, "He's leaving just like that." When Chen Chuan was about to reach the door, Zhou Bao's voice came from behind, "Wait a moment." Zhou Bao stood up from the sofa. One couldn't tell when sitting there, but after standing up, it was discovered that he was about the same height as Chen Chuan. He stood there and said, "My brothers have been waiting for you for so long, and you're leaving after just saying a word? Aren't you taking our Bloodstain gang seriously?" Chen Chuan said, "I have already given you the answer. This matter was not caused by a supernatural entity." He beckoned, and the leader next to him immediately handed over a cigarette and lit it for him. He took a puff and exhaled a long stream of smoke. "Who cares if it's the skull-splitting demon or something else? Since you're an expert, you must find the murderer for me." Hearing this sentence, Chen Chuan turned around and said in a calm voice, "You must have misunderstood something. I came here not to solve problems for you, nor to find the murderer for you, but simply because the supernatural entity itself interests me somewhat. As for the matters of your bloodstained gang, they have nothing to do with me. It's nothing." A ferocious expression appeared on Zhou Bao's face. "You say it's nothing? It's not over until it's settled today. You're not going anywhere." He pointed at him with a cigarette between his fingers. "If we can't find the murderer, you'll take the blame." Chen Chuan looked up at him. "So you're being unreasonable." Zhou Bao sneered, revealing a barbaric disregard for everything. "When has the bloodstained gang ever needed to be reasonable?" Chen Chuan nodded. "Actually, I think this is exactly the kind of behavior I'd expect from a gangster." Zhou Bao felt very uncomfortable because the casual and calm demeanor Chen Chuan displayed made him feel like his threats and pressure were ineffective. The more this happened, the more he wanted Chen Chuan to submit to his will. "Do you think I'm all talk? Never mind." At this moment, he brought the cigarette to his lips, took a deep drag, and the remaining half of the cigarette glowed red and burned up, then scattered into sparks and ashes. He raised his head, looked at Chen Chuan, and revealed boundless malice. "You are the murderer." The burly leader showed a look of horror. "Damn, the boss's problem is acting up again." Zhou Bao was also known as Mad Leopard in the gang. He usually seemed quiet, but you never knew when he would suddenly lose control of his emotions. When he went crazy, he didn't recognize anyone, even his own family. If he wasn't so good at fighting, no one in the gang could stand him. At this moment, after saying those words, his body lunged forward, suddenly pressing down on Chen Chuan. As soon as he moved, the surrounding lackeys only felt a blur before their eyes. The excessive speed made it impossible for their vision to keep up. Immediately afterward, they seemed to hear a muffled sound of contact. With this sound, they finally caught sight of Zhou Bao's figure. At this moment, he was leaping in midair, his body still maintaining a forward-rushing, suspended posture, with one hand pressing forward. However, this hand, which was pressing down with all his strength and momentum, was caught by Chen Chuan with a single hand. The latter stood firmly in place, without moving even half a step. Even though subsequent strength was still coming in, there was no way to force him to retreat. Veins bulged out on Zhou Bao's cheeks at this moment. This was his body's mutated tissue stimulating strength. His hand was pushing forward desperately, trying to knock the person in front of him down. But it was as if he had encountered a solid, thick wall, and he couldn't move it even half an inch. His elbow gradually bent, and his body trembled under this strain. Chen Chuan's calm gaze met his at this moment. Zhou Bao grinned, and then his eyes suddenly shook. The lackeys only heard a loud bang. Zhou Bao flew out horizontally. The sofas and decorations he passed along the way were like things swept by a tornado, all being knocked away by him. Chen Chuan then slowly lowered the foot he had kicked out. Zhou Bao was driven by that strength and crashed into the wall. In the muffled crash, his body first stuck there for a moment, and then seemed to be pushed back out. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. But he only shrugged his back, straightened his body again, raised his head and stared at Chen Chuan, and twisted his neck with his hand, looking as if he hadn't suffered any injuries, but his eyes were even more dangerous, and the bloodstains on his chest became bright red and dazzling. After Chen Chuan kicked Zhou Bao away just now, he also quickly breathed. Using breathing in coordination here is still the most efficient. After a few breaths, the mutated tissue all over his body became active as if awakened. This time, he didn't wait for Zhou Bao to come over, he took the initiative to walk towards the other party. Zhou Bao, as one of the best fighters in the Bloodstained gang, one of the 5 claws, had obviously reached. But this only meant that the degree of physical mutation had reached a certain stage and could not be used as a standard for measuring strength, especially since the mutation of ordinary people only strengthened a certain internal organ, which was far less comprehensive than his. The Snow Emperor blade in his hand was not unsheathed at this time, still held in his left hand. As he came to the front of Zhou Bao, the latter also lowered his body, separated his hands to both sides, stared at him closely, and his body rose and fell slightly with breathing, as if he was being lifted by a strength, giving people the feeling that he could leap up with just a light breath. Chen Chuan did not move his body at this moment, only slightly raised his wrist, and slashed the Snow Emperor blade upwards at an angle. Even if it was not unsheathed, with the addition of his strength, it would be enough to break bones and tendons if it hit. Zhou Bao was already prepared and jumped back a little. Then he saw the knife stance change, turning into a chop in midair. At this time, he had not yet landed, but his 2 feet were lightly lifted up, and he stepped on the wall behind him one after another. At the same time, his body also curled back, and his whole person seemed to be stuck there, squinting his eyes and watching the Snow Emperor blade slash down from in front of his face. At this time, his right hand suddenly came together with 5 fingers, as if forming a knife. His legs then kicked hard, and he darted out while Chen Chuan stepped forward and chopped down to no avail. In this instant, his toes touched the wall behind him, his body completely stretched out, and his arms stretched forward as hard as he could, just like a leopard leaping into the air. At this time, you can still see something arching under his skin all the way, starting from the heel, passing through the legs, the back, and all the way to the front. On the back of his hand, at the same time, the skin and flesh there also turned red and hot, and even white air that seemed to tear the air floated from the front end of the hand knife. Chen Chuan calmly watched his movements. At this time, he shifted his center of gravity backward. The front foot that had been stepping forward was withdrawn again, and the left hand was driven along with the movement. The Snow Emperor blade was propped up to the upper right. Taking advantage of the chop just now, and the movement of this frame, a small section of the blade was suddenly drawn out. Seeing that Zhou Bao's fingers were about to poke at his chest, a flash of snow-white blade reflected in the living room, and a section of muscular forearm was cut off under the blade. Zhou Bao had a section of his arm cut off, but there was no fluctuation on his face. He didn't even blink his eyes. At this moment, he was still maintaining the posture of rushing forward, and his legs were about to leave the wall. At the moment when they were about to separate, he tapped his toes and made the last effort. While continuing to accelerate forward, a breath seemed to rise from his abdomen, and even his entire chest expanded outward, and his mouth opened slightly. This breath is the internal energy of his mutated lungs. At close range, once this breath hits a person's face, it can blow up the face and shake the enemy's brain, directly ending the battle. But before he could spit out this breath, a fist came and slammed into his face. With the cracking sound of teeth and bones, not only did his entire face deform, but that strand of breath was also blocked inside, and his whole person was carried by this strength and rolled out. His body drew a parabola, flying from near the door of the room all the way to the corner of the distance, and then fell heavily. This time, a powerful internal energy was forcibly poured into his brain, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. At this moment, his eyes rolled back, his upper body lying down, his lower body turned over, and one foot was hung on the overturned sofa, and his whole person was twisted into an unnatural posture. Seeing that he had completely lost his combat power, Chen Chuan glanced at him and stopped paying attention. This Zhou Bao may have some problems with his brain. He actually dared to fight him empty-handed when he saw him holding a knife. Carrying a weapon and not carrying a weapon are completely different things. Even a person with a strength higher than him, if he fights him empty-handed, he can still solve him within a few moves. He resheathed the Snow Emperor blade, turned around and walked to the door, reached out and put his hand on the doorknob, gently turned it, and opened the door. However, before he could go out, those gangsters seemed to have come to their senses at this time. They subconsciously pulled out their guns and aimed them at his back. Chen Chuan paused, his eyes swept over. Since they used guns, then there was nothing to say. He sent his hand forward and closed the door with a click. At the same moment, outside the arena, there was a burst of sharp whistles. A large number of Patrol Bureau's armed vehicles surrounded the Bloodstain gang members in the square, and a large number of Detuo-style rifles pointed at everyone, and drove them to the middle of the square one by one, and let them put down the weapons in their hands. The crowd parted, and Wei Lehe walked out from inside, with his pistol already raised, shouting loudly, "Let me see who dares to move. Listen carefully, anyone who dares to show their teeth will be shot." Yes. The uniform response came from behind. The gang leaders in the Bloodstain gang saw this and quickly asked the gang members to put down their weapons. Usually, they might dare to rely on their numbers and confront the Patrol Bureau a few times, but they have lost several leaders in the past few days, and they have had a big fight with the Iron Chain gang. They don't want to start a fight with the Patrol Bureau at this time, which is really not good for them. Wei Lehe glanced at a few times, handed the matter here to a deputy captain, and he led a team of people into the arena. As soon as he got inside, everyone quickly dispersed, occupying all the entrances, exits, and observation positions. He then led a few people upstairs, looked at the closed door, asked people to guard both sides, and he came to the front with his gun. But before he could kick the door open, he saw the door open from the inside. Chen Chuan, holding the Snow Emperor blade, walked out of it easily with his clothes neat. Wei Lehe immediately put down his gun, looked at him, and said, "Little Chuan, are you okay?" Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Uncle Wei, I'm fine." As he spoke, he made way. Wei Lehe then walked to the door, looked inside, saw the scattered bullet casings on the ground and the bullet holes on the wall. His face suddenly sank. Did these bastards use guns? Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Yes." Then there's nothing to say, it's okay to kill them all. Wei Lehe looked at the dozen or so Bloodstain gang members lying down, his eyes were cold. The laws of Deshun state that anyone who dares to use a gun in the city without a weapon permit will be shot to death, regardless of who they are. This law applies to anyone, even ordinary citizens are innocent, let alone a grade student like Chen Chuan who has a weapon permit. By the way, where's Zhou Bao? Wei Lehe received the news when he came that Zhou Bao had also come here. In addition, he received a call from Chen Chuan, so he attached great importance to this matter today and applied to the bureau for a large team to come over. Chen Chuan gestured and said, lying in the corner. Wei Lehe turned his head and looked over, carefully identified it, and found that it was really Zhou Bao. He was shocked. This was one of the 5 claws of the Bloodstain gang, a well-known arrogant and difficult person, but now he has become this ugly appearance. Little Chuan, you did it? Good fellow, even Zhou Bao was defeated by you. Is he dead? Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, probably still has a breath left. Okay, little Chuan. Wei Lehe came up and patted him on the shoulder. This kid Zhou Bao has always been very arrogant. He has a lawyer to bail him out when he commits a crime. He sneered a few times. This time, let's see if I don't skin him alive. Chen Chuan said, Uncle Wei, if there's nothing else here, I'll go back first. Go back. Wei Lehe waved his hand at him, then he looked at these people at his feet and began to roll up his sleeves. Go back and rest early, leave the rest to your Uncle Wei. 1 Shukuzazudea Bixiox. Bixia. Chen Chuan left the arena venue, ignoring what was happening there and returning directly to his dormitory. However, when he came out, he learned from a police officer who took him out that, on this night, not only was Fu Shaoxin's brain opened, but also while Zhou Bao and he were in conflict here, the Iron Chain Gang also launched a large-scale attack on an important stronghold of the Bloodstain Gang, causing great damage. And 1 hour before this, a company openly run by the Bloodstain Gang was also attacked. The Bloodstain Gang members guarding the place were killed in a very short time, with all fatal wounds caused by short blades. The company's stockpiled warehouse and important documents and data were burned in a fire, resulting in extremely heavy losses. Moreover, this matter was so coincidental, the two sides were almost cooperating. No wonder Zhou Bao's spirit was so abnormal, even shouting out to use him as a scapegoat. It seemed he was also stimulated by this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was definitely someone behind the scenes pushing this attack against the Bloodstain Gang. Who could it be? In the underground world of Yangtze City, apart from the Iron Chain Gang, there was almost no force that could contend with the Bloodstain Gang, because the Bloodstain Gang had Molin Company behind it. Moreover, this was not the official style of doing things. And that kind of thing that opens people's brains, if it wasn't a supernatural entity, then it should be a kind of technology. Those who can master this technology are by no means minor characters. Having both technology and power, and able to make the Bloodstain Gang so embarrassed all at once, he thought of a possibility. This might be the work of another company. Only such a force could compete with Molin Company. If this was the case, then it would involve a struggle between companies. However, these conflicts had nothing to do with him. He originally wanted to find a supernatural entity like the skull-splitting demon, and also use the stimulation of the supernatural entity to replace drug consumption. Now it seems this is impossible. He wiped the Snow Emperor blade, washed up, and prepared to go back to sleep. But before he could enter the bedroom, the doorbell rang again in the living room, and his footsteps couldn't help but pause. It was already nearly 11 o'clock, and a phone call at this time must be about something urgent. He walked over and picked it up, saying, "Hello, I am Chen Chuan. Student Chen." Chen Chuan heard the voice inside and was a little surprised. "Bureau Chief Lei." He didn't expect the caller to be him, and asked, "Bureau Chief Lei, what's the matter?" Bureau Chief Lei said in a deep voice, "I received a message that Lu Zhan may be transferred to another position soon." Chen Chuan's eyes moved slightly when he heard this news, and he immediately realized the problem. Lu Zhan had promised that as long as he was still in his position, he would help cover up the evaluation, but if he was no longer there, then he didn't have to abide by this promise, and might even take the initiative to expose it. Bureau Chief Lei said, "Now it's just news, the job handover won't be so fast, but at most it's a matter of 1 or 2 months. You need to be careful yourself. Moreover, with Lu Zhan's personality, he won't wait that long. He will definitely operate everything that is beneficial to him as a ladder to climb up, so you need to think about what to do yourself." "Thank you, Bureau Chief Lei." Chen Chuan hung up the phone. He stood and thought for a while, then glanced at the time on the wall, and picked up the phone again, calling Gao Ming's residence. The phone was quickly connected, and he said, "Gao Ming, it's me, is this a good time?" "Cousin, I'm the only one here." Chen Chuan said, "Director Lu may be transferred, I think we must prepare well." Gao Ming immediately understood what he meant, and his voice became serious, saying, "I understand, cousin, I will rush back as soon as possible." Chen Chuan hummed and hung up the phone. It seemed that many things had to be brought forward. He originally planned to slowly cultivate for a period of time, waiting until. But now it probably wouldn't give him that time. If the Mutual Aid Society and the dignitaries behind it learned that he had an evaluation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, or even the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, they would definitely try every means to suppress him, not allowing him any chance to emerge. He thought about it. Cheng Zitong should also be notified in time. Although it was already late, it didn't seem urgent at this moment, but he would rather be careful and not be careless. So he called Cheng Zitong again, and after connecting, he told him about Lu Zhan's upcoming transfer. Cheng Zitong also immediately thought of the consequences of the matter, and he said in a serious tone, "Little Chuan, since this is the case, then you have to prepare early." Chen Chuan said, "Yes, teacher." This time he would definitely be confronting the Mutual Aid Society and even the forces behind it. He wasn't sure what the result would be. Although he had a certain amount of confidence, he was preparing for the worst before hoping for the best. The several escape routes that Cheng Zitong had mentioned before also had to be arranged. In case something went wrong, he could retreat. As long as he was alive, there were infinite possibilities. Cheng Zitong thought for a while, and then said, "I originally thought there was enough time for you to grow, but now, how about this? I'll talk to old he and see if I can get you to go to him for a trip, and follow him for a period of intensive training, which might give you more confidence." Chen Chuan's spirit perked up, and he asked, "Is it possible?" He Xiaoxing had only guided him for one night, and he had made great progress. If he could follow him for a period of time, it would definitely be very rewarding. Cheng Zitong solemnly said, "Teacher will take care of this matter, you do your own thing and be careful." Chen Chuan said yes, and after hanging up the phone, he took a breath, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the constantly swaying leaves outside, and the gloomy sky, and slowly raised his head. It seemed that he had to prepare to meet the storm. In Wubian City, Wei Jun sat on the sofa in the hotel with a gloomy face, looking very annoyed and depressed. Because there was a problem with this unlimited self-defense permit examination, many death row inmates who were released as examination targets were killed in advance. This was not a big deal in itself, and the examination team could arrange others. But the most critical thing was that at one examination location, there was an incident where both the examinee and the examination target were attacked together. One of the examines was shot to death, and before he died, his limbs were broken and his head was crushed. He recognized this student. He was the one who had boasted before about pouring cement on a civilian examinee and sinking him into the lake. Thinking about his cause of death, it was very likely that someone came to retaliate because of this. He suspected that the news of the exam was deliberately leaked by someone in the review committee. Although the examination team itself might not do such a thing, it was possible that someone who knew the news did so. He was also apprehensive about this matter, because his own hands weren't clean either. He had done this kind of thing before. For example, he had also participated in the Shenzhen incident back then. This time it was targeting others, but what if someone targeted him like this? This was not Yangtze City, and apart from the security guards he brought out this time, there was no protection. He clenched his fist and said to the butler standing on the side, "Call home and ask them to transfer another team of security guards. No, 2 teams of security guards over here." The butler said, "Okay, young master." Wei Jun saw that he was standing still and didn't move, turned his head, frowned and said, "What else is there?" The butler hesitated and said, "The people from the examination team just came over to notify us that because of the bad incident of the death of an examinee, this examination may need to be postponed." Wei Jun felt a bad feeling in his heart and asked, "Postponed for how long?" The butler said, "Probably 2 months. Damn it." Wei Jun couldn't help but feel angry in his heart, because it was already late June, and 2 months later it would be the start of the next school year. But the problem was that the review process for recommending students to Central City was due before September. If he hadn't obtained the unlimited self-defense permit by then, the higher UPS would definitely reject him. Although he could go to Central City through other channels, he would definitely not get a spot in the main academy, and there was no supplement for this. Missing it was missing it. Even if this was excusable and WEI Academy could allocate a spot in the next semester, he would have to compete with the recommended students of the next class. And each year's spots were obtained through mutual discussion, compromise, and even exchange of interests between the families and interest groups behind the recommended students. Now that he wanted to take away another spot, he would inevitably have to distribute more compensation. And it wasn't just this, he was still in the stage of physical growth, and his martial combat level was also at a critical period of improvement. Going to Central City half a year or a year later would be a huge loss. This fucking. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he couldn't ask the review committee to advance the date. This was composed of personnel drawn from various departments of the country, and they would not pay attention to a local powerful force at all. After waiting for his emotions to calm down a little, the butler carefully asked, "Young master, what do we do next?" Wei Jun said with a sullen face, "What else can we do? Let's wait here first. I'll visit some people and see if there's any turning point." At this moment, in a distant hostel, Tai Dongui and Geng Zhang looked at each other after receiving the news that the examination had been postponed, and at the same time couldn't help but look at Deng Fu with strange eyes. "What are you looking at me for?" Deng Fu put down the magazine in his hand and looked at the two of them helplessly. Geng Zhang couldn't help but say, "You said before that as long as we waited, we would always see the results we wanted to see. You guessed right about this exam. Did you know about it beforehand?" Hey, don't talk nonsense, this has nothing to do with me." Deng Fu hurriedly waved his hand. "If I had anything to do with this, would I need to say it actively?" Geng Zhang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Tai Dongui looked at Deng Fu, he didn't say anything, but he felt like Deng Fu saw that they were no longer entangled in this matter, and changed back to his relaxed look. He rested his hands behind his head, shook his feet and said, "There must be someone who will be held responsible for the problems in the review committee this time. We won't encounter this kind of thing in the future. Let's not think too much about it. Let's practice our skills and try to live a little longer." Geng Zhang said seriously, "Yes, brother Deng is right." Deng Fu was stunned, smiled, picked up the magazine to cover his face, and slowly flipped through it. 3 days later, through the efforts of Bloodstain Gang's lawyer, Zhou Bao was released from the patrol bureau after paying a large sum of temporary bail. Due to the patrol bureau's deliberate delay, his arm had missed the best time for reattachment, and during his detention at the patrol bureau, even though he was injured, he was thoroughly dealt with through various overt and covert means, so he now looks extremely listless. When he got into the car that came to pick him up, an old man sitting in the back seat saw him silent and looked at his bandaged broken hand, advising him, "If the hand can't be reattached, just replace it with an implant. I guarantee it will be better than the old one, and it won't influence your combat power." He signaled the driver to drive, and then said, "But what did you do to get taken care of by a WEI Academy student? You are the 5 claws of our Bloodstain gang and the face of our company. This is embarrassing, you know? I've already suppressed the matter. Don't mention it again in the future." Zhou Bao grinned, revealing a trace of neurotic smile. "I'm going to kill that kid." The old man shook his head. "Don't even think about it. I've checked. That kid's uncle is a captain in the patrol bureau, and he's got connections with the upper echelons of the patrol bureau. If you touch him, the patrol bureau will definitely make things difficult for us. Zhou Bao turned his head and stared straight at the old man with bloodshot eyes, looking like he would explode at any moment. Uncle Han, does that mean this matter is just going to be dropped? Uncle Han looked back at him and said in a deep voice, the gang is full of trouble lately. Besides the Iron Chain gang, there's another force eyeing us, and there are people secretly trying to bite us. Don't cause me any trouble right now. When the gang settles the external affairs, you can find a chance. I won't stop you then. On the other side, as soon as Zhou Bao was released, Chen Chuan received a notice from the patrol bureau, telling him that if this person appeared in front of him again during the bail period and engaged in any provocations or attacks, he could be directly killed without bearing any responsibility. Chen Chuan thanked the notifying officer, but he didn't care about this. If it weren't for not wanting to expose the unlimited self-defense permit, he would have killed Zhou Bao back then. As for the Bloodstain Gang's revenge, not to mention that the Bloodstain Gang is having trouble taking care of itself right now, even if they really came, without guns, it would just be an opportunity for him to practice his moves. There is simply no comparison between ordinary people and martial artists. As mutated tissue gradually strengthens, the gap between him and ordinary people is getting bigger, and they cannot be compared at all. Compared to the Bloodstain Gang, what he needs to be more wary of now is the Mutual Aid Society. At noon that day, Cheng Zitong came over and said to him after sitting down, Little Chuan, I asked around. Bureau Chief Lei's information is very accurate. Last time because of the water pollution incident, many officials from government agency were dismissed, so there have been a lot of officials being transferred recently. Lu Zhan has also been active all along. Although his transfer won't be so fast, that's just the formal assumption of office. The transfer letter may be issued in advance. Once he gets this thing, he might not honor his promise. Chen Chuan nodded. He could understand. Lu Zhan, a bureaucrat like that, made the previous promise entirely on Bureau Chief Lei's face. Moreover, the Foreign Affairs Bureau was previously controlled by the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau and had to look at Bureau Chief Lei's face. Once he was transferred out, he would no longer care about this. In Bureau Chief Lei's words, this person would probably use this matter to seek personal gain, so the Mutual Aid Society would probably immediately learn about the evaluation. Cheng Zitong said in a deep voice, the teacher will follow up and pay attention to the matter over there. There shouldn't be any changes before the end of the month, so you can rest assured and act. The day before yesterday, the teacher sent a telegram to Old He, but he hasn't replied yet. He may still be in cultivation. I sent him a letter. He should see it in the next 2 days. Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, Teacher, the student wants to try to do that supernatural entity commission, and I can also give an explanation to the company. That supernatural entity. Cheng Zitong immediately knew which one he was talking about. This supernatural entity was relatively difficult because there was no precedent before, so their teacher and student had discussed it many times before. He said, your approach is correct. If the Mutual Aid Society attacks you this time, if you can't cope, you will have to go out to avoid it. The company does need an explanation. If this supernatural entity is dealt with, it will be worth it. Although this supernatural entity seems very simple, he has confidence in his students, so he did not stop him, but just told him a few words and reminded him of some things to pay attention to. After the explanation, he stood up, okay, the teacher has something to do and will leave first. Wait for my call about Old He. Chen Chuan said okay. After Cheng Zitong left, he began to prepare for dealing with this supernatural entity. He wanted to find that supernatural entity not only to give the company an explanation, but also because he needed to improve his combat power as much as possible. Especially he needs to increase as much as possible. He doesn't know what kind of enemies he will encounter now, but the Mutual Aid Society will definitely collect all kinds of information about him and make thorough and targeted arrangements. Increasing merge time can effectively increase his chances of winning. The last examination to execute the unlimited self-defense permit gave him more than an hour of merge time, and the total merge time has increased to more than 4 hours. However, defeating Zhou Bao a few days ago only increased it by a quarter of an hour, which was a limited improvement, because this person did not bring him much pressure, unless he gave up carrying a weapon and competed with him hand to hand. But even if it happened again, he wouldn't do it. If he could defeat the enemy in a simple way, he would try to use a simple method instead of choosing another. But only by encountering a stronger target and defeating it can the merge time be effectively increased. At present, the company's supernatural entity commission is a suitable target. But you have to prepare and bring some suitable tools. Next, he spent a day preparing, and at the same time made a phone call to the company to indicate that he would take over this commission. Arrived. Chen Chuan knew that many villages were not on the map, especially those that were a little far from the city and not very large would not be marked, because most of these people were not recognized by Yangji. Looking at it from a distance, the houses here are very old and, like villages in other places, have a distinct style of the Great Reclamation era. The original sentry posts have been transformed into warehouses. After entering the village, they tried to inquire. The villagers were very curious when they heard that they were here to solve the supernatural entity in the mountains, and they all came out to watch, because it had been many years since the last team tried to eliminate this supernatural entity failed, and even they themselves had become accustomed to this supernatural entity. An old man who looked like the village chief asked suspiciously, "Young man, can you really solve it?" Xiao Wei said, "Don't you believe it? This Chen expert solved the flying head monster, which was a commission from the Government Affairs Bureau. Flying head monster." Mentioning this, these villagers looked at Chen Chuan differently. After all, Feta cult has a long history in this land, and its scope and influence are much more well known than the supernatural entity here. Since they can solve the flying head monster, they must be able to solve the thing on the mountain opposite. After all, this supernatural entity has been troubling them for many years. In the earliest days, the villagers raised a sum of money to let people take the commission, but after several failures, no one was willing to take it. Who would be willing to live with a supernatural entity day and night if they could live a normal life? So the villagers enthusiastically found a hunter to lead them. There is only one road into the mountain. Only the beginning of the road can be driven on. After that, the car cannot go up. The rest of the road can only be walked. Chen Chuan asked Xiao Wei to go back to the village and wait, and he followed the hunter into the mountain. After more than 2 hours, they came to a high slope. The hunter pointed to the mountain opposite. "Expert Chen, it's there, that temple. My uncle's generation and my grandfather's generation took people in there." Chen Chuan said, "Thank you, go back, I can walk here myself." The hunter saw that he was alone and was really worried, and said, "Expert Chen, do you really not need help? If I call back to the village, I can find a dozen or so good men from my neighbors." Chen Chuan patted his solid shoulder. "Go back, I'll take care of the rest." The hunter said, "Then be careful yourself." After Chen Chuan waited for the hunter to leave, he looked at the mountain, recalling the information about this supernatural entity. This supernatural entity is called Mountain Ghost and has a long history. There is a record of this incident in the Three Mountains legends, saying that there is a temple in Xia Mountain that originally worshipped statues of gods, but I don't know when it was replaced by a statue of a ghost. 2 children went to the temple to play and came back saying that the statue's eyeballs would move. When the villagers learned about it, they thought that the mountain god had manifested, so they offered sacrifices, and the mountain ghost ate with its belly and chewed it like candy. Originally, the villagers were overjoyed, thinking that the mountain god had manifested, but who would have thought that the mountain ghost would not only eat the offerings, but also eat the people who sent the offerings, and would come to the village to eat people on 1 or 2 nights every month. So every night, the villagers closed their windows and doors tightly, hoping that it would not be their turn. But even so, no one left the village. Because this place is remote, people hiding in the mountains do not have to pay taxes or perform corvée for the government, and they would rather endure the danger of being swallowed than go down the mountain. The end of the legend is that the villagers scattered, and finally a group of people from the secret cult came and imprisoned the mountain ghost. This is also a protagonist that often appears in the Three Mountains legends. When the Republic of China was established, a new village was rebuilt in the original deserted place. The first few decades were fine, until someone discovered a mountain ghost temple in the mountains, and the old things were repeated. But today's villagers are different from the past. After all, they all came here during the Great Reclamation. The villagers were very sturdy. After discovering something was wrong, they immediately mobilized manpower and weapons to encircle and suppress it, and even hired commissions, but all ended in failure, and few of the people who went there came back. Until now, the villagers nearby put some livestock in the village every night and hide in the fortress in the distance to avoid being disturbed by the supernatural entity. But even so, over the past 20 years, more than a dozen villages that originally surrounded Xia Mountain have disappeared one after another, and most of the people died of strange diseases. After learning about this, Chen Chuan has been thinking about solving this problem. I used to think that I didn't have enough ability to protect myself, but now I've arrived. After watching for a while, he was about to step towards it when he suddenly noticed something. He raised his hand and looked at his wrist, where a strand of the flying head monster's hair was tied, but it was now reacting slightly. He thought for a while, this should be because he patted the hunter just now. He silently put down his hand, looked at the mountain again, tightened his grip on the Snow Emperor blade, and walked in that direction. In the mountain forest, Chen Chuan, carrying a machete, with the Snow Emperor blade and a bulging bag on his back, was climbing the mountain alone. It was almost July, and the mountains were full of poisonous snakes and insects during this season. However, he had made sufficient preparations, bringing a lot of insect repellent, applying ointment, and wearing a scratch-resistant jacket, essentially providing full-body protection. Even if there were, the mountain roads had not been walked for many years and were already difficult to recognize. Fortunately, after walking for more than half an hour, he discovered some dilapidated mountain paths paved with stone steps. Judging by their style, they were from old times, likely from the same era as the mountain temple. This made it easier to find his way. Along the way, he used the machete to cut through thorns and bushes, creating a path, which would also make it easier for him to descend the mountain later. This mountain wasn't high, only 500 or 600 meters, but some of the slopes were quite steep. However, this didn't hinder him. After finding a path, he climbed up in one breath without even changing his breathing. Despite it being June or July, the mountain forest was very cool. Now, at the top of the mountain, the temperature had dropped abnormally, making him feel like he had returned to winter. However, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He finally saw the mountain temple. In front of the temple were 2 bulging-eyed, pointed-cheeked ghost headstone lantern stands, their edges worn away by wind and rain, barely recognizable as their original ferocious forms. The mountain temple had a mountain gate in front. The walls on both sides had collapsed, leaving only half of the front wall. Various grasses and vines grew among the scattered tiles. Passing through the mountain gate, a clearing appeared, along with a winding mountain path leading upwards. From here, he could already see the eaves of the temple above. However, after reaching this point, all the insect and bird sounds that had been present in the mountain disappeared. Everything became quiet, with only the sound of wind blowing occasionally. Reaching this point, he took out a water cup, drank some water, and then went up the mountain path. After a while, he arrived at the temple. The two doors had long since collapsed and been destroyed. Stepping over the threshold, he saw that the mountain temple's space wasn't too large, about 100 square meters. Everywhere was covered in dust and broken bricks. Broken beams and pillars lay horizontally on the ground, and most of the roof had collapsed, with only the altar barely providing cover. He walked closer but found that the platform where the statue had been enshrined was empty. There was nothing there. He didn't seem surprised, because according to previous information, the supernatural entity's roaming range had expanded to several nearby mountains. To see it in the temple, one needed to have offerings. He put down the bag on his back, first taking out a bamboo basket containing a pre-prepared, unconscious white goose. Then, he successively took out an incense burner, a thick cushion, and a can of old tea. Some of these things were obtained from Chengzitong, and some were collected by Renshu from various people based on the descriptions in the files. To resolve this supernatural entity, he had put in a lot of effort. No supernatural entity had ever had such thorough preparation. He first took some tea leaves from the old tea can, poured them into a transparent glass he had brought, and then poured water from the thermos into it. However, he didn't drink it but placed it aside. Then, he lit the incense burner. After the fragrance spread inside the main hall, he picked up the bamboo basket, went to the altar, and directly killed the white goose as a sacrifice on the altar. Afterward, he walked back, placed the horizontal blade on his knees, and sat there cross-legged. Based on the previous situation, this type of supernatural entity needed offerings and repeatedly demanded them, indicating that its activity was related to the offerings. This was very similar to the flying head monster, so it was very likely that the same method could be used to weaken and eliminate it. However, this was just a hypothesis. The situation of this supernatural entity was somewhat complicated, making it difficult to investigate clearly beforehand. It was hard to say what it was. So this time, his plan was that if he could handle it, he would. If he couldn't, he would retreat first and then find a way with Cheng Zitong later, without needing to be reckless. He waited slowly, but there was no movement around him. He didn't waste time, guiding his breathing and silently guiding the growth of the mutated tissue, occasionally adding some new incense to the incense burner. The sky outside gradually darkened. Seeing this, he lit several torches, inserted them around, and then returned to his original position to sit down. After a long time, he seemed to hear some kind of chewing sound in his ear. His heart stirred, and he looked up, only to see that the white goose on the altar had disappeared. The sound wasn't coming from the front but from the back. His eyes flickered slightly. He exerted a little force with his legs, keeping his upper body still, and slowly stood up from the spot, turning around. Just as he turned around, the chewing sound disappeared, and there seemed to be a dark mass outside the temple door. He picked up a flashlight from his side, raised the Snow Emperor blade, and walked outside. At the door, he shone the light and saw that a hunched statue had appeared there at some point, but it was facing away from him. But rather than a statue of a god, it was more like a statue of a ghost. The statue's hands almost touched the ground, the upper body was large, and the lower body was slender, as if it was squatting there. He slowly walked around to the front, and when he saw it clearly, his expression froze. He suddenly discovered that this was actually a headless mountain ghost statue. Thoughts raced through his mind. He hadn't known about this situation before, which meant that the previously conceived method of resolving the supernatural entity was completely off and might have to be overturned entirely. Because usually, when facing a supernatural entity that was originally complete but later became incomplete, the correct way to deal with it was to find the missing part. In that case, the mountain ghost wasn't looking for offerings at all but was just trying to find its lost head. Otherwise, there was no way to solve it. This couldn't be found in a hurry, so he immediately decided to retreat from here. He didn't even take the things from the temple and retreated without hesitation. But after only taking a few steps, there was movement behind him. At the same time, looking up, he saw that the mountain ghost statue had actually moved and was rustling as paint and mud fell from it. After a thought, he stood still. Because it would be easy for him to leave, but if the mountain ghost wasn't satisfied with this offering, it might go to the nearby villagers. Although the villagers had experience dealing with it, he couldn't just let it go. That's not how things were done. He looked at the mountain ghost statue, gripped the Snow Emperor blade in his hand, and decided that since he couldn't leave for the time being, he wouldn't. The mountain ghost statue had now straightened up, looking about 2 meters, almost 3 meters tall. Facing Chen Chuan, it jumped straight towards him. Chen Chuan moved his feet, dodging to the side. The statue slammed onto the ground with a thud, and a large pile of dust fell from its body, with smoke billowing all around. However, missing the first strike, it paused for a moment and then followed up closely. Chen Chuan kept dodging. At this moment, he was sure that the mountain ghost statue's speed wasn't too exaggerated, and he could easily deal with it. But this was only because he was the one standing here, because supernatural entity-type invasions weren't mainly about direct attacks but about intangible invasions. At this moment, it could be seen that, just in the process of dodging, he discovered that, in that case, he had to find a solution. After dodging once more, he retreated into the temple. As he entered, he came into the area enveloped in fragrance, and the fading signs on his body weakened slightly. He then picked up a machete. After waiting for a moment, he saw the statue leaping down from above. He dodged and struck the statue with the machete, smashing a large piece off it. However, the fading manifestation on his body suddenly intensified, and the broken area disappeared after a few breaths, as if the attack had never happened. Seeing this, he judged that any contact with it would intensify the invasion, even if it was contact through something, and that violence couldn't break or delay it. He was also wondering in his heart where the thing's head was. He suspected that it was the work of the feet occult because at one point, the feet occult had knocked off the heads of enshrined statues everywhere. If so, then it had already been destroyed, and there was no way to get it back, which would become a dead end. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a detail. The legends of the three mountains said that this mountain ghost eats with its abdomen, chewing it like candy. That's right, eats with its abdomen. He suddenly thought of a possibility, looking sharply at the statue's abdomen. Could it be what he thought it was? He quickly turned his thoughts, deciding to take a risk. After dodging another attack, he conveniently picked up the thermos and drank all the water inside in one go. Then, he took a deep breath, mobilizing the mutated tissue in his body. At the same time, he picked up the cup of tea. At this moment, there were no tea leaves inside but wriggling black worms. He waited for the statue to jump up again and land on the ground, and then he splashed it, scattering all the worms on the mountain ghost statue's body. As soon as those worms made contact, they burrowed into the statue's body, corroding small holes on the surface. The mountain ghost's movements also slowed down as a result. At this moment, taking advantage of this instant, Chen Chuan stepped on the ground, rushed forward, and thrust one hand straight into the statue's abdomen. It felt like breaking through a layer of tough cowhide. With this contact, he remained unmoved, reaching inside and groping for a while. He suddenly grabbed something. His eyes narrowed, and he pulled hard, taking out a blue-faced, fanged head, not a statue but a purely dried head. It really is here. This head wasn't taken away but was inside the mountain ghost's belly. At this time, he no longer hesitated. Seeing that the statue was about to resume action, he placed the head on the broken neck and held it firmly. The statue trembled and struggled for a while, finally becoming quiet. Chen Chuan saw that a trace of blood was seeping out from the broken neck of the statue, slowly flowing down. After a while, he heard a cracking sound in his ear. Cracks appeared all over the statue, and it began to break apart piece by piece, finally turning into countless dust, all scattered on the ground. After the statue completely fell apart, Chen Chuan saw the pile of dust at his feet. Since this thing was dealt with, there was no need to go down the mountain overnight. He could wait until tomorrow. So, he returned to the temple, replaced a few torches, added some incense, and sat down again. At this moment, he heard various insect sounds, as if a wall of isolation had been broken, and the world had returned to its original vitality. He calmed himself and began to use breathing technique to guide mutated tissue. The previous invasion and stimulation were too strong, and even brought about. The second half of the night was relatively calm. In the melodious chirping of birds, the mountain temple ushered in the morning light. Chen Chuan opened his eyes and saw, this phenomenon was not a good thing for others, but it was just right for him. The more extensive the influence range of the supernatural entities he had encountered in the past, the longer the duration of the subsequent invasion. From this, he could understand why this supernatural entity had been here for so long without anyone taking care of it, because this kind of thing was simply a losing proposition. For ordinary people, what kind of supernatural entity is the best to deal with? Undoubtedly, it was the one in the cinema last time. Although it had a certain degree of harm and lethality, it was closer to the upper-class people. After it was dealt with, it solved the troubles for the upper-class people, which could increase their influence, and the rewards were also higher. Also because of this, after the supernatural entity in the cinema was dealt with last time, he was called an expert, even though those upper-class people could not distinguish the difference between supernatural entity and supernatural entity at all. As for the supernatural entity in remote places, even if it is painstakingly dealt with, all that is obtained is just some money squeezed out from the teeth of the villagers after hard work, which may not be enough to buy equipment and travel expenses, and it is easy to lose one's life if one is not careful, so who would be willing to do it? Chen Chuan looked at the bright light shining in from the outside, falling on the mottled walls, and a few birds that did not know where they came from landed on the walls, adding a bit of vitality to the original eerie temple. He got up from the spot, picked up his machete and walked outside the temple. The pile of dust was still there. He stepped forward and used the blade to stir it a few times, and saw a white thing exposed underneath. He bent down and picked it up. This was an upper jawbone with sharp teeth, but it was obviously different from that of a human. It was not known what it was. At this moment, he seemed to see something in the corner of his eye, and stirred it with the knife again. He saw a yellowed piece of paper exposed in the ash pile. He also picked it up and checked it. He saw strange symbols drawn on it, consisting of dots and long lines, as if they were drawn with cinnabar. He thought for a moment, this thing was a bit like the secret ritual props that Bureau Chief Lei said, and he could not help but think of the secret cults that often appeared in the Three Mountains legends. Could it be that they left it behind? He did not understand this thing, but all rituals would leave some traces of arrangement nearby, so he simply walked around the surrounding area. However, this walk did indeed allow him to discover a lot of things. In the 8 directions on the top of this mountain, he found a buried skeleton. The skeleton sat cross-legged, and the head was placed in the position of the abdomen. It is worth noting that the head was specially treated and was not ossified, but looked like the shriveled skin state when the head of the supernatural entity was taken out just now. From this, he also figured out a clue. This supernatural entity may be like the legends, and was most likely dealt with by the so-called secret cult followers in the early days, but the purpose may not have been to eliminate the supernatural entity, but to make use of it. The severed head was most likely put into the abdomen by these secret cult followers. However, this should be a matter of the old times. The time is too long, and the original intention is no longer known. However, he could go back and ask Bureau Chief Lei, and maybe he would know something. He has always been very interested in things of a mysterious nature, and he also has some ideas about this method of restraining and utilizing supernatural entities. After thinking about it, he returned to the temple. He took out a camera from his bag and tried it, and found that it could still be used. At present, it seemed that only the supernatural entity in the theater had a kind of erosion effect on objects. Perhaps the invasion of each supernatural entity is different, but after taking the camera out again, he took several photos of the temple, the skulls that had just been dug out, and other noteworthy places. The photos of the temple and the dust would be taken back to Hand-in and prove that the commission was completed, and the rest would be taken to Bureau Chief Lei to inquire about. Of course, he did not have any free time now, and he would probably have to wait until later. After dealing with everything, he packed up and confirmed that nothing was left behind, and then he came down from the mountain and returned to the village where he had first set off. The villagers heard that he had returned and gathered around to ask him about the situation. Chen Chuan said to the old man, "Old man, I have dealt with that supernatural entity. You don't have to hide in the distance at night anymore." The villagers were a little unconvinced, because this thing had troubled them for decades. "Now you go up the mountain for a walk and tell us it's gone." That's impossible, right? Although the old man was also doubtful, he still held out hope and asked, "Young man, are you telling the truth?" The driver Xiao Wei said from the side, "Expert Chen came to get rid of the monster. He is not asking for money. There is no need to deceive you." But it would have been better if he had not said this. Some villagers were even more unbelieving. "If you are not asking for money, what are you here for? Anyway, in this world, they do not believe that anyone would come to do good deeds for nothing." Chen Chuan did not continue to persuade them. He could not abandon decades of vigilance with just his words. He said, "If you are not at ease, you can do what you did before. I believe you will be able to figure it out after a while." After saying that, he said goodbye to the old man, and patted the hunter who had led the way for him again before leaving. This time, the hair on his wrist did not react in any way. Under the villagers' suspicious eyes, he got into the car and returned to the city. After returning, he first went to the company and gave the photos to the staff to develop. He then wrote down the commission record. Ren Shu was very excited after reading it. "Expert Chen, this commission has never been resolved before. Now that Expert Chen has resolved it, the company's evaluation can be improved after it is confirmed." Chen Chuan said, "That's good, Mr. Ren. I may have something to do recently. I may be going out for a trip, and I may not be able to do commissions for a while. I apologize to you in advance." Ren Shu was not surprised, and then he realized something and said seriously, "Expert Chen, although our company is not big, it still has some energy. If there is anything, please be sure to tell us. The company will definitely help if it can." Chen Chuan said, "I will if I need to." After leaving the company, he went directly to Cheng Zitong's private training hall, striving to make use of this part of strength as much as possible before the fading signs completely disappeared. After arriving here, he also took a look at the merge time during the exercise, and the result did not disappoint him. This time it increased by more than an hour, comparable to the gain from taking the unlimited self-defense permit examination. In fact, although the unlimited self-defense permit examination was also very dangerous, he still had a certain degree of certainty beforehand. This time, he did not intend to solve it completely at once, and he even judged it wrong at one point. In the end, he took a risk, which can be said to be very thrilling. The total time reached more than 5 hours. According to this trend, he will eventually reach the 24-hour merge time limit. He also faintly felt that after reaching this boundary, he stayed here for 2 consecutive days. Although the fading signs were still continuing, the academy had some things that needed to be dealt with as the holiday approached, especially the money from the 2 gold notes that Cheng Zitong took out for him. This time the amount was large. 1 gold note was 10,000 Jian Yuan coin, and the other was as much as 40,000. He guessed that this was likely the reward that the Maka people gave to Mitai's team. For a country, this amount was not large, but it was a very high amount for a wilderness team. Good things and good news should be shared with others, so he invited all the team members who went to the wilderness that day to have dinner at Duyi Hotel again. Before eating, according to the old rules, the money was distributed first, and it was distributed to everyone according to the agreed share. Everyone knew how much to take, so there was no dispute. When the dishes were on the table and they began to eat, Wei Chang'an said to Chen Chuan, Jr., I will graduate this semester, but just like in school, if there is anything, just call me directly, just call the phone number on the name card. If you can't find me for a while, you can find old 4. CAISI next to him interjected, yes, if you can't find Brother Wei, just find me. Chen Chuan said with a smile, Brother Wei, I will definitely not forget you if there is anything. That's settled then. The two smiled and clinked glasses. Lin Xiaodai said over there, Little Chen, I have passed the entrance exam. After passing the second trial in 2 months, I can also enter WEI. We will be alumni next semester. Chen Chuan said with a smile, then I wish you a smooth exam in advance, Xiaodai. Lin Xiaodai is He Nan's apprentice. She has been carefully cultivated since she was a child. Although he has not seen what her specific skills are, her movements are agile and quick. Her foundation is very good. This little girl usually looks very lively and knows a lot of technology. She can be called clever and skillful. Passing the second trial should not be difficult. After this meal, Chen Chuan said goodbye to everyone and returned to school directly with several classmates. At this time, most of the students were already waiting for the holiday, and the campus rarely had the tense and serious atmosphere that was usually seen. However, he knew that the test waiting for him had just begun and it was far from time to relax. While others were thinking about where to relax and play during the holiday, he was still polishing himself in the private training room again and again. In the afternoon, a phone rang in the living room. He stopped, walked over and picked up the phone. Cheng Zitong's voice came from inside. Little Chuan, old, he sent a telegram. He agreed. The academy will be on holiday in 2 days. Arrange things at home first. I will buy you a train ticket after you set the time. This is a surprise training session and the time should not be too long. You should make the most of every day. I will prepare the training drugs you need in advance. Chen Chuan said calmly, thank you, teacher. After hanging up the phone, he had a premonition that this was likely the last chance to improve strength before the Mutual Aid Society reacted. He must seize it firmly. July 1st, WEI University-vacation. Chen Chuan got up early, did some exercise, and then started packing for his trip. Anyway, he had just been away from home not long ago, so he simply packed up. Yesterday, he returned to his aunt's house, and taking advantage of the holiday, his teacher was going to take him out to see the world. Yuan of course encouraged this, thinking it was great that the teacher was taking Chen Chuan out, showing the good relationship between the teacher and student, which she was very happy to see. When the family was eating together at noon, Nian Fulai asked, UWEI University-students have to do internships in your second year, right? Have you thought about where you want to go? The elite students of WEI reached the standard after the first year. Some, impatient with being restrained, went to commission companies, so there weren't many who could go to the government affairs hall, basically only the talents that various departments were vying for. Not going to Yangtze City, the treatment offered by the 6 surrounding counties is also very good. After all, for government officials, personal safety is their priority. In addition to this, it's also about assisting law enforcement. Those martial artist bandits can only be dealt with by martial artists. Letting them go unchecked would result in great destructive power. Chen Chuan smiled and said, Uncle, could you possibly arrange a position for me in the patrol bureau? Nian Fulai affirmed, it might be difficult for others, but for you, Chuan, it's definitely no problem, because you grew up under our watch, you're practically a child of our patrol bureau. Chen Chuan knew that very few WEI Academy students went to the patrol bureau for internships each year. On the surface, it was because the patrol bureau itself was a violent institution, so the demand for these students wasn't urgent, but in reality, it seemed that the upper echelons didn't want to see WEI and the patrol bureau getting too close. He had some guesses about the reasons for this. He said, Uncle, I think I'll wait and see. Maybe my teacher will have arrangements for me. Nian Fulai said, that's good too. You're an elite student who gets scholarships. Everyone will be fighting over you wherever you go. Your teacher has a deep background and wide network, so he should be able to recommend you to a good place. Chen Chuan was thinking that with Lu Zhan's transfer, he would soon be facing the Mutual Aid Society. If he could survive this wave of pressure from the Mutual Aid Society, then he could apply for a recommendation to Central City. At that time, whether or not to intern wouldn't really matter much to him. If he really had to go, he hoped to go to the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau. This way he could come into contact with more things about secret cults. He was very interested in these mysterious things. His aunt was wiping Nian Lu's mouth at this time, and suddenly remembered something. Is Gao Ming coming back these 2 days? Chen Chuan said, he'll probably arrive tonight. Yuan said, your cousin is strong-willed, and her husband is never home. It's clear that this child has never been taken care of by anyone. Every time I go there, I see him alone. It's quite pitiful. Chen Chuan said, Gao Ming has a good brain. Among our classmates who graduated in the same year, besides those with particularly good family backgrounds, there really aren't many who can compare to him. Nian Fulai also said, Gao Ming is a promising kid. He's smart but never uses it for evil purposes. His dad taught him well. Nian Mo raised his head at this time and said, Dad, I'm smart too. Yuan said unhappily, is that what you call smart? Every time you see something good, you rush to grab it, and you push the bad stuff to your sister. That's a bad habit. When you grow up, I don't expect you to have the abilities of your brothers, just don't make me angry, that's all. After lunch, Chen Chuan returned to his study to read. In the evening, Gao Ming finally arrived. After receiving the call, he left home and sat in Gao Ming's car. Gao Ming got straight to the point. Cousin, I'm actually not surprised about Director Liu's matter. Based on what you told me before, and the important figures who might influence your trip to Central City, I did a simple personality analysis, and Director Liu was the most likely to have problems. As long as he is a Deshun bureaucrat who still has ideas about his career, then it is inevitable that he will actively seek to be transferred away from the Foreign Affairs Bureau after the Maka incident. The only difference is whether he can do it. The only change caused by the early leak of the recommendation evaluation is that your martial strength may not reach expectations. If you feel that your martial strength is insufficient to cope, then the best way is to operate to go out as an exchange student, or go to another place for an internship in advance, delay for a period of time, and then come back after you are sure, so that the impact of this matter can be offset to the minimum. At this point, he pushed up his glasses, but if you feel that the impact on your martial strength is not great, then we only need to advance the previously drafted plan. In short, in dealing with the Mutual Aid Society, you actually have everything except martial strength. Although the situation is very bad, it may not be that bad. I don't know what your plans are next. I can adjust the arrangements accordingly. Chen Chuan slowly said, Teacher Cheng wants me to go to another place and follow Teacher He for intensive training for a period of time. Gao Ming's eyes lit up and he asked, is that the Teacher He Xiaoxing that you mentioned before? Chen Chuan nodded. After seeing you tonight, I will take the train to Teacher He's cultivation place to see him tomorrow. This teacher's ability to teach students is very high. I only studied with him for one night before, and I benefited a lot. If I can follow him for a period of time, it should be able to make up for the original gap in martial strength. After hearing this, Gao Ming smiled and said, in this case, Lu Zhan's matter may not be entirely a bad thing. If this matter did not happen, Teacher Cheng probably would not have specifically recommended you to study, and Teacher He may not have taken the time to teach you at this time. Chen Chuan agreed with this statement. Indeed, if this had not happened, he would most likely still be cultivating on his own for most of the semester, and Cheng Zitong would not have been able to find an opportunity to speak, so the possibility of studying with He Xiaoxing would be very low. So sometimes, danger and opportunity often coexist. Okay, we will discuss it carefully when you come back. Gao Ming rummaged through his briefcase for a while, took out a data, and handed it to him. This is a pre-plan I made after synthesizing various information. It should be relatively complete. Take it back and read it, try to finish it within 3 days. The handwriting on it is written with potion, and it will disappear within 3 days. Chen Chuan took it. He remembered one thing, by the way, there is something I want to tell you. Before the holiday, he received a call from the Patrol Bureau. It was Zhou Bao who was injured by him and spent a lot of money for medical treatment, so he planned to sue him and ask him for compensation. A gang member who did all kinds of evil wanted to sue the victim after failing to attack him. This seemed funny on the surface, but in reality, the things revealed behind it were chilling. However, the Patrol Bureau told him that he didn't need to be afraid of going to courtroom at all. This matter would basically not be detrimental to him except to disgust him, but he needed a lawyer to come forward to deal with it. Specialization in a field, since Gao Ming was here, he prepared to hand it over to him. After hearing this, Gao Ming smiled, this matter is easy, I will solve it. If you decide to accompany him to the end, you may be able to make him pay a sum of money. Chen Chuan shook his head, this is not necessary, I don't have time to waste here. Gao Ming nodded, you have the final say. After the two communicated, Chen Chuan and Gao Ming separated. Next, he prepared to go to He Xiaoxing. After he told Cheng Zitong about it, he got the train ticket on the spot. Because it was during the holidays, it was impossible to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam during this period, so even if he was away from Yangtze City for a while, he would not be suspected. Cheng Zitong didn't have to hide outside. Because Yangtze City only had one railway leading to the outside, it had not been repaired since last year, so Cheng Zitong still sent him to Shangbu City Railway Station, and then transferred from here to his destination. After arriving at the station, Cheng Zitong said to him, Teacher will take care of the situation here in Luzhan, you don't need to have any burden, follow old He to learn first, this opportunity is rare, don't waste it. Chen Chuan said, Teacher, I understand. After saying goodbye to Cheng Zitong and getting off the car, he got on the train alone. He originally thought that He Xiaoxing's cultivation location was in a remote wilderness, but he learned after getting the ticket that the place was close to a famous tourist attraction. This place is called Luoye Ancient City. The shape of the palaces and houses is like an ant nest. There are maze-like passages inside and underground. According to reports, all the underground roads have not been explored so far, so it is only partially open. Even so, there are still many people who disappear inside every year. The place was 2 train journeys away from Yangtze City. Fortunately, he paid for the ticket this time, and the ticket was a sleeper ticket. After taking the train for 2 days in a row, he arrived at the station at noon. Because he had sent a telegram a long time ago, someone came to pick him up as soon as he left the station and took him directly to an old hotel. The driver told him that He Xiaoxing had told him to wait in the hotel first, and he would come to him in the afternoon. Chen Chuan put his luggage in the room and came to the window to look outside. This season is not the peak tourist season, but there are still many tourists, and the streets are also very lively. After all, it is said that many treasures are buried in this Luoya ancient city. This is not purely for the purpose of attracting tourists. The reason why this place is so famous is because even in recent years, news of digging up treasures has been reported one after another. When he came up, he saw many people who claimed to be able to take people to walk through underground secret passages that had never been walked before, providing services specifically for people who were looking for excitement. He was not interested in treasures, but from the introduction, Luoya ancient city also had some mysterious properties in old times history, which made him more curious, and he might find a way to learn about it when he was free. When it was almost evening, the door of the room was knocked from the outside, but his expression moved slightly, because before that, he did not feel anyone coming outside the door at all. He stood up, walked to the door, took the doorknob, and was about to open it when he suddenly stopped, turned around, and saw that on the bed, he didn't know when, someone was sitting there. Chen Chuan put down his hand on the doorknob and looked at the person. It was a man probably in his late 20s. Being scrutinized like this, the man suddenly said unhappily, "Hey, have you stared enough? It's rude of you to look at people like that, kid." Chen Chuan glanced at the open window next to him and said, suddenly entering someone else's room, "Isn't it a bit impolite of you, sir?" The man pretended to be nonchalant, crossed his arms, and said, "If Uncle he hadn't asked me to pick someone up, I wouldn't have bothered to come. I just wanted to see what kind of student Uncle he was picking up. Seems like nothing special." Chen Chuan guessed that the other party must have been sent by He Xiaoxing, because this person didn't have any hostility about him. When he turned around, his expression was more of a boastful display. He said, "Does studying with teacher he require one to be very special?" "Of course it does." The man became excited, straightened up a bit, then seemed to remember something, sat back down sullenly, and mumbled, "Uncle he rarely teaches anyone." Chen Chuan asked, "What's your name?" The man proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Cheng Bie." Chen Chuan thought silently, "Your father definitely didn't give you that name." Seeing that he didn't speak, Cheng Bie assumed that he was shocked by his name, hummed a few times, stood up, and said, "Let's go, Uncle he is waiting for you." Chen Chuan said, "I'll get my things." He had already guessed that he wouldn't be staying here for long, because there were too many people and it was too noisy, not a suitable place for cultivation. So after arriving, he didn't move his things much. Now he picked up his suitcase, put on the Snow Emperor blade, and followed Cheng Bie. The two went downstairs and got into an old-fashioned off-road vehicle. After the car started, it turned onto a smooth road and drove in a certain direction. The view was very open, with blue sky and white clouds above, and the grey outline of mountains at the end of the horizon. Chen Chuan asked, "Mr. Cheng, are you very familiar with Teacher He?" Cheng Bie said boastfully, "Of course, my father and Uncle He are old friends. Uncle He lives in the lakeside hotel my family owns. We're going there now. You'll be living together since you'll be studying with Uncle He." He looked at Chen Chuan and raised his voice, "Uncle He taught me a lot of things before." Chen Chuan pretended not to hear the last sentence, looked at the road, and saw cars passing by from time to time. He said, "Are these all people going to Luoya ancient city?" Cheng Bie curled his lips and said, "It's only July now. There are more people in spring and autumn. Camels can line up in endless queues. I'm not kidding, half of our family's business relies on these people." Chen Chuan asked, "Mr. Cheng is a local, so you must have been to Luoya ancient city. That place." Cheng Bie shook his head and said, "Before I became an adult, my family elders didn't let me go there. That place used to be famous for children going missing, and after it became famous, it was adults who went missing. Later, I learned martial arts, so I wasn't interested in it anymore." He scoffed, "It's just some winding tunnels, what's so good about it? It can't compare to martial arts, don't you think?" Chen Chuan said, "I heard there are treasures there. Mr. Cheng, aren't you interested in treasures either?" "Treasures?" Cheng Bie smiled, "Others hope the treasures can be dug out sooner, but I don't, because our family has been making money from the treasures all along." Chen Chuan also smiled. "That's right, since this guy's family owns a hotel, they can attract so many tourists by relying on the name of the treasure." After driving for a while, Cheng Bie finally couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "Aren't you going to ask what method I used to get into your room just now?" Chen Chuan smiled. He could tell that Cheng Bie was very proud of this and had been frequently leading the topic to this, but he just didn't ask. He only talked about other things just now, and it could be seen that this guy was very uncomfortable. He was quite grateful that this guy had come all the way to pick him up, so he decided to cooperate and said, "What was it?" Hearing that he was finally willing to ask, Cheng Bie felt relieved. He giggled a few times, his eyebrows dancing, and said, "I'll tell you, that's a skills teacher he taught me, called snake sparrow stance, flying, and nimble, walking silently. Once you master it, no terrain in the city can limit me." Chen Chuan thought for a while, probably not just that. Judging from the silent situation just now, this is also a kind of hidden skills, but this can probably only be practiced by someone with Cheng Bie's physique. He Xiaoxing's physique is not like this, so is this a skills tailor-made for Cheng Bie? This is possible. Cheng Zitong said that a good teacher can teach students according to their aptitude and create different combat systems according to the different characteristics of students. He Xiaoxing should be such a teacher. He was looking forward to the upcoming intensive training. About 2 hours later, the car came to a large red lake. The sky was endless, very clear and clean, and there were large buildings near the lake, extending all the way to a small mountain on the opposite side. Cheng Bie said, "We're here." When the car drove into this small town, Chen Chuan found that the buildings with the Cheng family ensign along the way accounted for at least 1/3 of the town. He asked Cheng Bie, and sure enough, in addition to these buildings in the town, the land under his feet and the mountain on the opposite side also belonged to their family. He couldn't tell that this guy was a tycoon. At this time, the car made a turn and drove directly to the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, it stopped in front of a building that looked like a training hall. Chen Chuan saw a strong figure standing on the flat ground in front of the hall, with hair like a lion's mane scattered on his shoulders, seemingly waiting for their arrival. As soon as the car stopped, Cheng Bie neatly pulled out the key and jumped out of the car, saying, "Uncle He, I've brought the person to you." After Chen Chuan got down, he walked over and gave He Xiaoxing a fist salute, saying, "Teacher He." He Xiaoxing glanced at him and walked into the training hall. "Come with me." Chen Chuan followed in. It was very spacious, with various training equipment for daily use. There were several soft mats in the middle. He Xiaoxing sat down cross-legged and motioned for him to sit down too. When Chen Chuan sat down on the soft mat next to him, He Xiaoxing said, "Lao Chang told me about your situation, but what I teach you only involves force. Force can solve some things, but to deal with mutual aid society, you need to consider far more than force. You must be clear about this." Chen Chuan said, "Teacher He, I understand." He Xiaoxing said, "Since you understand, I won't say anything more. Next, I will conduct intensive training for you. How much you get and how many days you can last depends on whether you can keep up with my training progress." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Student understands." Then Teacher He, when do we start? He Xiaoxing said, "Did you bring enough medicine for training?" Chen Chuan said, "Teacher Cheng asked me to bring enough for 2 months. It was said to be 2 months, but he felt that even 1 month might not be enough, because the amount he used was always several times that of ordinary people, but fortunately the influence of Mountain Ghost has not disappeared until now, so he should not need it these days." He Xiaoxing said, "It's not early today. You follow Xiao Chang to find a place to settle down first. Come to me at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring your daily necessities. We are going to the wild this time." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, Teacher He, then student will take his leave first." He stood up, clasped his fists at He Xiaoxing, and came out of the training hall. Cheng Bie, who was waiting outside, saw him coming out and greeted him, "Let's go, I'll take you to find a place to live. There are plenty of vacant houses this season, you can choose whatever you want." After Chen Chuan got into the car, he followed him down the mountain, turned around a few times, and found a spacious 2-story house with a wide view and good lighting and ventilation. He lived upstairs, and the downstairs was enough for him to exercise. Because it was not the peak season, and he was here to study with He Xiaoxing, Cheng Bie only charged a symbolic fee, and gave him a phone number, saying that he could find this person if he needed anything. After Cheng Bie left, Chen Chuan put down his suitcase, took out his things, and tidied up the room a little. Although it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he put his things away and did not waste time. He returned to the first floor and began to make up for the daily training he had missed today. There are many people in this town, but it has a sense of tranquility away from the world, which makes it easy to immerse oneself in the state. This is probably why He Xiaoxing chose to cultivation here. At 6 o'clock, the hotel staff came to ask him if he needed to order food, and told him that there would be a bonfire party in the evening, which everyone could attend, and also gave him a small gift, saying. Chen Chuan took it and saw that it was a bracelet made of small colored stones, with a thin string through it. He thought for a while and simply untied the string and put a strand of flying head monster's hair on it, so it wouldn't seem abrupt. After nightfall, he saw a bonfire lit on the lake, with more than a dozen barbecue grills set up, and about 100 people singing and dancing together, which was very lively. After finishing his training and washing up, he came to the window, watched for a while in the cool night breeze, and went to bed after 9 o'clock. At 4 o'clock the next day, he got up to wash up, simply finished breakfast, and carried a package on his back, carrying Snow Emperor blade, and when he came to the mountain alone, he found that He Xiaoxing was already waiting there. The tall figure stood on the top of the mountain, as if stepping everything around him under his feet. He walked to the top of the mountain, put down the things behind him and in his hand, and clasped his fists and said, "Teacher He, student is here." He Xiaoxing nodded and said, "Lao Chang told me about your specific situation. He didn't teach you any special skills before, which is very good. You don't need any of these things, even if you have learned some through other channels, forget all of them now." Chen Chuan nodded seriously, "Student understands." He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, "You are entering. This is right, because this limit is a key period for connecting the past and the future, just like the middle section of a wooden beam, it cannot be too thick or too weak, so you need to be extra careful. But the key to guarding is only limited to old times. At that time, whether it was drugs used to stimulate mutated tissue or to nourish oneself, materials are very difficult to collect, and it often takes the elders in the sect a lifetime to collect and accumulate them, leaving them for future generations to use, and so on, generation after generation. Because of the limitation of drugs, they can only use the most conservative method. In that era, this choice was proven to be effective and reliable. However, there is a method for every era. In addition to one's own efforts, people are more limited by the environment, which requires everyone to work together to change it. Now that drugs is no longer a problem, there is no need to be so conservative. The key point of this stage is activating the 6 internal organs and generating the 5 internal organs. Then the next step is to find a way to make your mutated internal organs live. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chapter 166, Dan Lake. He Xiaoxing reached out and pointed to Chen Chuan's chest. You should be able to feel that the mutated organs are attached to the original organs, but they can also operate independently. Chen Chuan nodded. That was indeed the case, but currently, it could only be done in daily situations with little consumption. In combat situations, they needed to operate together and couldn't be separated. He Xiaoxing said, the potential of mutated organs is very high, but because your original organs' functions are sufficient for daily needs, they remain in a near-dormant state during non-combat situations. Although they will gradually become stronger under your guide technique, they won't actively exert any function. Therefore, you need to tell it what your needs are. Different needs will cause the mutated organs to react and grow differently, and the future direction of growth will also vary. There is no best, only the most suitable for you. However, basic training is the same for everyone. Therefore, the subsequent training direction will require certain methods to awaken it, so that it can always feel your needs. Hearing this, Chen Chuan understood almost everything. He said, please teach me, teacher, what should I do next? He Xiaoxing looked down the mountain. Do you see that lake? Chen Chuan turned his head and looked, saying, I see it. That is the famous Dan Lake here, a tourist attraction. There are thousands of lakes of various sizes on this plain. The lake water contains a unique mineral that a type of algae called stone algae likes to eat, so the lake water appears red. However, this algae has a parasitic nature. People who come into contact with it will be parasitized, so some people here often suffer from a red skin disease, and some will enter the body through the water source. You should be able to notice that most of the drinking water here is transported from other places. Chen Chuan recalled that along the way back, he had indeed seen many people with slightly reddish skin. Eating and lodging here were very cheap, but drinking water was relatively expensive. He Xiaoxing said, but for entry-level martial artists, if they are infected with a small amount of this stuff, they can expel it through breathing techniques and internal organ regulation. In the old times, a sect here discovered the special properties of stone algae and used the unique environment here for auxiliary cultivation. Today's training will start here. After saying that, he walked to the side and knocked on a small copper bell hanging there. After waiting for a while, a car drove out of the town and arrived at the mountain shortly. Cheng Bie poked his head out of the driver's seat and waved to the two of them, saying, Teacher I'll take you. He Xiaoxing didn't say much and walked to the car. Chen Chuan did the same and got into the car. After the two were seated, Cheng Bie started the car and drove the two down the small mountain. After a little over an hour, they arrived at the edge of Dan Lake. Arriving here, you could see that the outer periphery of the lake water was light red, while the central part was blood red. The entire lake was without a trace of ripple, as if a piece of jade was embedded there. The blue sky, white clouds, yellow plains, and red lake water formed a colorful painting, giving people a rich and vivid visual experience. The three got out of the car here. He Xiaoxing instructed Chen Chuan to say, go over there and immerse your arm in the lake water. Do not resist any abnormalities. I will tell you when to take it out. Chen Chuan nodded. He walked along the beach by the lake, rolled up his sleeves, and reached into the lake water. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if the lake water had come alive for a moment. Then he saw that in just a few breaths, a layer of red appeared on the skin of his arm, and a slight tingling sensation arose. At the same time, he also saw. However, he then stopped. About 2 or 3 minutes later, He Xiaoxing said, that's enough. Chen Chuan stood up straight and found that his entire forearm had turned a deep red, and the range was gradually expanding. Then he heard He Xiaoxing's voice again. These are stone algae. Now, use the mutated tissue inside your body to expel them from your body. Chen Chuan nodded. He began to adjust his breathing. Under his slow guidance, the mutated tissue under the skin moved and squeezed these tiny foreign objects that had invaded his body outward. After only 4 or 5 breaths, the light red on his arm turned gray-black, and a layer of curled and wrinkled skin formed on the surface, as if a layer of dead skin had grown. Then he reached out and stroked it, and it fell to the ground like a layer of ash. Cheng Bie had been paying attention to his movements. Seeing him expel these stone algae so easily, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had done this test before, but it took him more than 10 minutes. The key was that the itching and discomfort during the expulsion process was unbearable, almost comparable to the Kai Lian time. But Chen Chuan had a calm expression throughout, as if he didn't notice these at all, which made him very impressed. He Xiaoxing said, you were very relaxed when you repelled foreign objects just now. You used external breathing guidance. Now I will teach you a set of internal breathing guidance techniques that will exchange gas with the outside world through the mutated tissue under your skin and your mutated organs, without the need to go through your nose and mouth. With that, he began to explain the secrets of this breathing technique. Cheng Bie also tried to do some, and then gave up with a bitter face, because he knew that he would never learn it. This involves a large amount of mutated tissue utilization. Only relatively complete and comprehensive mutated tissue can complete it. As long as there is a partial lack, even if it can be done, the effect will be greatly reduced. He could only complete part of it at the beginning, and now that he has become stronger, there is still no change. Chen Chuan practiced the Zhou Yuan strength method, which requires any mutated tissue that he possesses. Therefore, according to the method taught by He Xiaoxing, he mastered the method in about half an hour. He Xiaoxing said, "Now try again. This time, don't use external breathing guidance, just use the internal breathing guidance technique you just learned." Chen Chuan responded. He walked to the lake again, immersed his arm, and after waiting for about the same time, pulled it out and began to try to use purely internal breathing to pull the mutated tissue to repel it. This time, he felt many times more difficult, because he was already used to external breathing, and internal breathing always felt like he couldn't exert strength, and the pushing process was also very jerky. At the beginning, as his attention deepened, he would even unconsciously bring on external breathing. Although he quickly stopped after discovering it, this also made him have to spare some attention to prevent himself from making this mistake again. He Xiaoxing said at this time, "I will give you a day to master it. If you can master it by this time tomorrow, then we will proceed to the next stage." Chen Chuan nodded. He Xiaoxing didn't say what would happen if he couldn't do it, but this was definitely just the most basic requirement, even. However, he was not worried about this, because as long as he used. Seeing that he was soon immersed in cultivation, He Xiaoxing turned and walked away. Cheng Bie looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Hey, we're going back first. You practice slowly. I'll pick you up tonight." Chen Chuan said without turning his head, "No, thank you. Please bring my things down. I'll stay here tonight." Cheng Bie shrugged, "Whatever. Anyway, this place is not far from the town, and the wilderness here is not dangerous for a martial artist." He returned to the car, took the things Chen Chuan brought and placed them aside, then greeted the latter again, and returned to the driver's seat. After the car started, he asked, "Uncle He, is one day enough for him? It took him half a month to complete it at the beginning. Is this too harsh?" He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, "1 day is completely enough for him." Cheng Bie said oh, but he felt a little sour in his heart. After the two left, Chen Chuan continued to focus on practicing, but after practicing for a while, he still couldn't find the trick. He didn't blindly work hard, but stopped, walked to the package in the distance, took out a nutrition paste from it, ate it, and then carefully summarized which areas he didn't do well enough, and then tried again. He was busy until dusk. After another guidance, he looked at his light red arm. Although he had squeezed out some of these algae after so long of trying, he knew it was not enough. At this time, he looked up and saw the sunset glow spreading across the sky. The Dan Lake in the distance seemed to be connected to it, red and dazzling, a rare sight elsewhere. After watching for a while, he suddenly had a thought and looked at this world again. That's right, the whole. Although He Xiaoxing told him which mutated tissues he needed to cooperate with, it didn't mean that he could only use these mutated tissues. He Xiaoxing also said that everyone had to find the most suitable way for themselves. The reason why he couldn't do it just now was because the participating mutated tissues were not strong enough, but he cultivated the Zhou Yuan strength method, which has more and more complete mutated tissues than others. Then, when performing internal breathing guidance, he can completely let other mutated tissues assist and participate. And the overall nature is also the concept that martial combat cultivation has consistently followed since the beginning of Kai Lian. After this idea was opened up, he immediately stood up and tried to mobilize the mutated tissue of his whole body to cooperate during internal breathing guidance. At first, there was no much change, but after about 10 minutes, he saw rustling gray powder falling to his feet, and his entire arm completely returned to its original appearance. He could see from a distance that Chen Chuan was sitting on a rock near the lake, with his trouser legs rolled up and his feet soaking in the lake water. At this time, he was turning his head and looking at the rising sun in the sky. Hearing the car arrive, he stood up from the stone. As he stood up and walked from the water to the beach, it could be clearly seen that there was not even a trace of red on his legs and feet. Looking at Chen Chuan walking from the beach, Cheng Bie watched as cast a long shadow in the rising sun, appearing relaxed and natural. He couldn't help but mutter, he really did it. There are indeed differences between people. But is the difference really that big? Once the car was parked, He Xiaoxing got out. Seeing that Chen Chuan was maintaining internal breathing, not using his mouth or nose, and appearing very natural, he knew that he had mastered it skillfully. He said, "All right, we'll start the next stage of training today. Pack up and go to another place." Chen Chuan said okay. He went back to pack up, took his things, and got into the car. The car slowly started and soon left the place. After getting in the car, although he no longer needed to reject foreign objects, he did not switch to external breathing at the moment. Yesterday, after finding the right method, he discovered that this internal breathing technique also had an effect on guiding the mutated internal organs, and it was even more targeted. If the previous breathing technique was based on the original internal organs to drive other mutated tissue, then now, every time he uses internal breathing, it is the mutated internal organs that take the lead. This allows him to understand and master the use of mutated internal organs more deeply. Moreover, doing so accelerates the growth of mutated internal organs. It's just that it is still in the initial stage, and daily guidance is different from combat. He needs more time to master it. In fact, apart from anything else, he feels that it was worth the trip just to learn this technique. After the vehicle drove north for half an hour, it arrived at a place with strange landforms. The ground here has various pits, some small, about 1 or 2 meters wide, and some large, up to 10 or 20 meters wide. These pits are filled with red liquid, which seems to originate from the same source as the water of Dan Lake, but the water surface bulges upward. From a distance, they look somewhat like scarlet eyes embedded in the surface. Although not far from Dan Lake, the style here is completely different from what he just saw. If the former is magnificent, then this place is bizarre. Cheng Bie probably knows what he is going to do next and is familiar with the place, so without waiting for instructions, the car chose a place to stop, and the three of them got out of the car. He Xiaoxing said, some of the pits here are naturally formed, and some are artificially excavated. Under these pits, there are underground well tunnels of varying depths. The shallow ones are only about 10 meters deep, and the deep ones reach several miles, but it cannot be ruled out that there are longer ones. What you need to do next is to choose one of the well tunnels to enter and use the special properties of the water and the pressure under the well to exercise your own endurance. Under the water, you can only use the internal breathing technique, and you also need to use other mutated tissue to resist the pressure and maintain yourself. This can comprehensively exercise your mutated internal organs, let them know your urgent needs, so they will become stronger and more active, so the longer you persist, the better. As he spoke, he walked to the edge of a pit and stepped on it. Let's start here first. He then said to Cheng Bie, bring him the things. Okay, uncle he. Cheng Bie ran back to the car, took out a set of unopened diving suits, and placed them on the ground, showing off. This set of swimming carp diving suit is a technology from Central City. People can hardly feel its existence when swimming, and it is very breathable. You don't have to worry about being scratched when you encounter hard and sharp objects when speed is fast. This is a good thing, even I haven't used it myself. Of course, he couldn't say that he couldn't last long when he did this training before, so he didn't need it. Chen Chuan walked to the diving suit and said, thank you, brother Chang. Cheng Bie chuckled twice. No matter how powerful Chen Chuan is, he still has to call him brother, doesn't he? He ran up happily, come, let me help you. Disassemble it like this, do it like this here. After Chen Chuan put on the diving suit, he moved his hands and feet and found that it was indeed very comfortable. It did not have the tight feeling he had imagined, and it was very light and breathable, like an extra layer of skin outside his body. Because he estimated that it would take a long time this time, he drank a few mouthfuls of water in advance and ate a nutrition bar, and then stood on the edge of the pit. The diameter of this hole is less than 2 meters, which is considered narrow for him. He crouched down and first reached out to try it. He felt a sticky feeling, and the buoyancy of the water was extremely high, as if it could lift his palm. Moreover, there were also those stone algae in it, which meant that if he immersed himself here, he would need to constantly fight against the parasitism of these things. The difficulty is not small. He stood up, made some adjustments on the spot, and then took a few steps back. He jumped up, made a somersault, and entered the pit with a relaxed movement. After arriving underwater, he moved his hands and feet, resisting the buoyancy, and slowly dived deeper. He felt that the pit was not very deep, probably only about 20 meters, but he could feel the omnipresent pressure squeezing towards him. And it was just the beginning. He remembered that Xiaoxing asked him to maintain it here for as long as possible, so he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the water and began to maintain internal breathing. Above the ground, Cheng Bie walked to the edge of the pit. The splashes of water stirred up by Chen Chuan when he jumped down quickly disappeared, and the water surface returned to peace. He remembered that he went down to another pit at the beginning, which was about 10 meters deep. How long did he last at that time? About 20 minutes? Should be. He coughed, but this was just a training attempt. His mutated tissue is not in this direction, so no matter how much he practices, it is useless. Maintaining a longer time can only prove his physical fitness. But he also knows that the real test here does not come from external pressure, but from his own heart, which is the real torture. At the bottom of the pit, Chen Chuan just sat quietly for a while, but he felt as if he had experienced a long time. The omnipresent pressure here is only secondary. The key is that he can't hear the outside sounds and can't see any light. It is completely dark, and the surrounding space is narrow, as if he is in a confined space. It can be described as the oppressive feeling of anomaly. The only thing he can do at the moment is to focus on internal breathing. He has to do this, because underwater is completely different from on the ground. It is very difficult to capture oxygen here. He must devote himself wholeheartedly to this and fully and reasonably explore every mutated tissue that can be used for coordination, so that he can maintain it for a long time. He Xiaoxing did not leave this time, but waited on the side. After watching for a while, Cheng Bie moved out a folding stool, took out a comic book and sat on the side to read and wait, but after he read it more than 10 times, he couldn't help but look at the pit and muttered in his heart, it's been almost 2 hours and he hasn't come out yet, is something wrong? But he knew that he was thinking too much. Although he Xiaoxing was standing above, he should have a clear understanding of the surrounding and even the underwater situation. If there was a problem, he would have found a way to pull people up long ago. Seeing that Chen Chuan might not come up for a while, he simply moved out a barbecue grill, took out skewers of lamb from the refrigerator on the car, and started grilling on the spot. Before long, a fragrance emerged in the air, and the lamb began to sizzle with oil. He skillfully turned it over and sprinkled seasoning on it. After grilling, he first handed over a dozen skewers to He Xiaoxing, and then he also ate it happily, muttering to himself while eating, "I'll finish eating if you don't come out." But the time was longer than he thought. It wasn't until 4 hours later that He Xiaoxing gestured to him. Cheng Bie quickly got up and slowly lowered a rope with a heavy object tied to the top. Chen Chuan at the bottom of the water was keeping still at the moment. He reduced all necessary consumption, just maintaining his own existence and resisting the invasion of those foreign objects. At this moment, he felt something hanging down. He seemed to wake up from his silence, moved a little, then grabbed the rope and slowly came up. Coming out of the pit, at the moment of stepping on the ground, he suddenly had a feeling of seeing the light of day again. At the same moment, he felt a sense of heaviness and weakness hit his heart. This was because he had consumed a lot of physical energy just now, but as he left the water, under the combined action of internal breathing and external breathing, more oxygen entered his blood, and his strength was also recovering rapidly. He went over to take out nutrition paste and ate more than a dozen of them in a row before he felt relieved. At present, only this kind of thing can supplement his consumption. Daily diets are low in nutrition and time-consuming. Apart from satisfying the taste, they are basically useless. From this, it can be imagined that in old times, those martial artists also consumed a lot of resources. Without the support of a large force, they probably would not be able to maintain their consumption at all. He Xiaoxing waited for him to recover slightly before asking, "Do you feel like you've reached your limit?" Chen Chuan thought for a while and said frankly, "Even if I haven't, it's about the same. If using." He Xiaoxing said, "The purpose of exercise is not to squeeze potential, but to let you grow. This training can be done all the time, and you can adapt slowly, but you must have a clear understanding of your own limits. If you know it, your mutated tissue will also know it. In this way, under sufficient nutrients and the stimulation of drugs, they will constantly adapt to improve their own upper limit." Chen Chuan pondered this sentence and couldn't help but ask, "What, teacher?" he said, "is the self-will of martial artist playing a role in it?" He Xiaoxing said, "It's good that you can think of this yourself. The self-will of martial artist is very important. Firm belief in oneself can unearth more potential strength. When expressed externally, it can often create seemingly impossible miracles. But behind everything there is its inevitable reason. The reason why they can explode with strength far exceeding their usual level is only because the potential of mutated tissue has not been developed in peacetime, and most of them are sleeping. Only when you use special means and methods to awaken them will they listen to your dispatch, and willpower is an important part of it. Under normal conditions, it is often not enough to promote it, and many are forced to stimulate it at the juncture of life and death. But we don't have to be so extreme. First, through external influence and stimulation, we can gradually activate more mutated tissue in the body, consciously mobilize them step by step, and ultimately completely master them." Chen Chuan nodded, so he could understand. He said, "Teacher He, how long do I need to persist in this training to be considered qualified?" He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, "You have roughly reached the requirements for the follow-up process. In the future, you can find ways to draw empty training to practice by yourself. I will arrange the next training for you now." Can he enter the next training now? Chen Chuan's spirit lifted. He was well aware that each training he had undergone was interconnected, and only when the previous one met the conditions could the next one continue. But it would undoubtedly be more difficult. Only such training could truly improve him. He Xiaoxing said, "Some of the shafts here are not closed at the bottom, but are interconnected. Now that you have the ability to remain submerged underwater, I require you to swim quickly between the shafts. I will sink markers at the bottom of most shafts without telling you in advance where they will be. You need to collect a sufficient number of markers within the specified time." Chen Chuan's expression became serious upon hearing this. The difficulty had suddenly increased significantly. Moving and being still are completely different. It would double the physical exertion, and navigating unfamiliar underwater paths would present many unforeseen difficulties and dangers. Moreover, judging from the time limit, the speed couldn't be slow. He couldn't be sure how far he could go. Cheng Bie swallowed. He's starting to dive and swim already? He had plucked up the courage to swim once, but quickly gave up. Because swimming in deep, underwater tunnels with unknown origins and destinations, one might not find the correct exit. If he happened to be in a narrow passage and ran out of energy or couldn't maintain internal breathing, there would be almost no hope of getting back up, causing severe psychological stress. When he tried it out and came back up, he felt like he had returned from hell. He had never felt that the world was so beautiful. He didn't care about martial arts, family property, or girlfriends. At that time, he just wanted to lie down quietly, to be able to breathe air smoothly, and to be warmed by the sunlight. He had never thought that everything he usually came into contact with was so wonderful. That was just swimming underneath for about 10 minutes. Based on Chen Chuan's performance just now, he didn't know how long it would take. He really didn't dare to think about it. He Xiaoxing said, "I'll give you half an hour to rest and adjust." Chen Chuan nodded solemnly. He looked at his watch, went to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his state, using both internal and external breathing technique to recover his strength as much as possible. Cheng Bie thought to himself, "What a guy." He could see that He Xiaoxing had called Chen Chuan out before he reached his limit in order to leave a little leeway there so that he could continue the next training. It was all planned in advance. This is really intense. But this is not the most difficult. He doesn't even think that the most difficult level. Half an hour later, Chen Chuan looked at his watch, slowly stood up, and said, "Teacher I'm ready." He Xiaoxing pointed to a certain cave in front and said, "Start from there. I'll give you an hour. The more markers you find in an hour, the better. Pay attention, and I'll call you up when the time comes." Chen Chuan nodded. He walked to the edge of the cave and jumped in without hesitation. This time, he swam all the way to the bottom, felt around a little, found a passage, and swam forward. However, these underwater tunnels are not smooth all the way, but are curved and winding, with varying heights. It is almost impossible for him to pass quickly, as doing so would inevitably cause collisions and scrapes. Using brute force is not advisable, so in this process, he must concentrate his spirit to feel the direction and speed of the water flow, and at the same time take into account internal breathing and resist the invasion of foreign objects, which is very difficult from the beginning. He Xiaoxing was standing above at this moment, but his feet were also moving. If someone could see Chen Chuan below at this moment, he would find that he was almost always moving not far above the ladder. At this time, he stretched out his hand, and Cheng Bia quickly handed over a metal marker hanging from a rope. He threw it into a cave, and after this thing drove the rope to sink, he threw another one into a nearby cave. Chen Chuan felt that he had passed through a tunnel, but he couldn't directly judge whether there were caves leading to the surface above, but only a waterway pointing upwards. He turned around and suddenly touched a rope in his hand, and then found a metal object along it. He couldn't help but feel certain in his heart, and at the same time understood that this marker actually had a guiding role, which was to tell him that there were caves above, and if he couldn't maintain it, he could go back directly from here, which invisibly reduced some risks. He didn't need to take this thing with him, so he tugged it twice to indicate that he had found it, and then quickly swam to another waterway. The most dangerous thing about traveling here is that he doesn't know the distance of the waterway at all. If he suddenly runs out of strength halfway, or if his internal breathing is disturbed, then there may be a problem immediately. He needs to keep his spirit highly tense and try to remember the way he has traveled as much as possible. Generally speaking, it is easy to lose his sense of direction when traveling in a place without light, but on the one hand, there are raised numbers on the marker, and he roughly knows whether he has touched it before when he touches it. Another thing should be the influence brought by mutated tissue. He has a kind of inexplicable intuition. It seems that he doesn't need to judge through consciousness, but only relies on body memory. He can clearly judge whether the place where he is the place where he has swam before. Next, he found several more markers. At this time, he had completely lost his sense of time. He only knew to keep swimming and keep going to the next place. After touching a marker again, he suddenly felt a burst of shaking from the rope, knowing that he was being asked to go up. So he climbed up along the rope. When he saw the light appearing above, he kicked hard, broke out of the water, supported himself with his hands on the edge of the cave, and sat there. He wiped his face, slowed down a little, then dragged his heavy body to stand up, and breathed the fresh air outside forcefully. At this moment, he had never felt that the world was so vast and so pleasant. He Xiaoxing waited for him to recover a little before saying, 1 hour and 7 minutes, you exceeded 7 minutes, and you touched a total of 4 markers, which can only be barely considered qualified. Take a rest and come again in half an hour. Chen Chuan took a breath and nodded. This time he also didn't use. Half an hour later, he jumped into the cave again. This time he was a little better than last time. He got 2 more markers, and came up in advance within an hour. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, after resting again for half an hour, he conducted. This actually shows that his state is declining and the training effect is also weakening. He Xiaoxing decisively stopped and said, within 3 days, you must get 12 markers within an hour. If you can do it, we will enter the last stage of training. Let's stop here today. Go back and use medicine to repair the damage. Don't add any more training, take a good rest, and continue tomorrow. Cheng Bia also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He was circling above, but he felt more nervous than being below. At this time, his attitude towards Chen Chuan was very different. He said, little brother Chen, take a break, I'll go drive the car. After saying that, he ran out, and soon the car drove over. Chen Chuan also took off his diving suit at this moment, put on his previous clothes, and after getting in the car, he leaned on the soft cushion. To be honest, today was very tiring. It was a long-lost feeling of fatigue, but it also felt very fulfilling. He found that he seemed to have returned to the time when he didn't know anything and just started learning martial arts from Yu Gang, with a sense of novelty and urgency to start all over again. At that time, he needed to pass the second trial, and now he needs to face the pressure from the Mutual Aid Society. Although the target is different, it is undoubtedly related to the future and destiny, and these need to be created by himself. After returning to the hostel, he washed up and took a look. This shows that there is a lot of damage there, but he did not directly remove it. This is the key to over-recovery. Natural rest is good. If the hidden injuries that cannot be eliminated, then let. After coming out, he took some drugs to help his body recover. Because he Xiaoxing had explained, he did not add any more training, but simply moved around, practiced the sword moves and Zhang San Shao Dash, and kept the body's memory. At this time, it was already dark. After he sat down in the chair, he turned on the radio on the table. Originally, he just wanted to relax his mood, but soon he found that many programs here were related to Luoya ancient city, and some people made up some true or false adventure stories based on past events. He felt that he had discovered a treasure, and listened to it in one breath until about 9 o'clock before turning the knob and going back to sleep. One night passed, and another day came. Chen Chuan opened his eyes and looked at the time by the faint light. It was exactly 4 o'clock. In his feeling, it seemed that he had just closed his eyes. Even before, he rarely had such deep sleep, which shows that he was indeed very tired yesterday. However, he felt that he was completely recovered at this moment, and his spirit was very full. He glanced at. This shows that after a night of sleep, the body's injuries have been repaired. He got up from the bed, washed up, ate a nutrition paste, and walked out with his things. When he arrived at the door, he saw that Cheng Bie had already parked the car there, and raised his hand to greet him. "Little brother Chen, good morning, get in the car." Chen Chuan also said good morning to him and got directly into the car. The town at more than 4 in the morning was still quiet. The car lights illuminated the road ahead and went all the way up the mountain. After picking up his Xiaoxing, the vehicle turned down the mountain again and came to the vicinity of the cave where he was yesterday. But strangely, this time the car did not stop, but continued to drive forward, and finally arrived at a place surrounded by wooden piles and wire mesh. This area has a high elevation, with a towering mountain behind it, its grayish-blue peak capped with white snow. The barbed wire fence encompasses a vast area, enclosing everything within sight. However, the off-road vehicle didn't drive into it but stopped outside, where irregularly distributed pits could also be seen. He Xiaoxing said, "You're already familiar with the underwater path from yesterday, so we won't repeat it. Today, we'll give you a different location." Cheng Bie couldn't help but look at Chen Chuan with sympathy. Chen Chuan didn't mind. As long as it genuinely helped him and allowed him to improve, he didn't care too much about the specifics of the training. He just needed to do his best to complete it. Besides, although the location changed, the main elements remained the same, so it wasn't a big deal. After the three of them got out of the car, Chen Chuan put on his diving suit, made some adjustments, nodded to the two of them, and dove into the pit, sinking into the water. He quickly discovered that the underground tunnels here were not as simple as just changing locations. The complexity had greatly increased. First, the pits leading downwards were no longer as straight as yesterday, but presented various bends, widths, depths, and other complex situations. Even the water flow changed from rapid to slow due to the terrain and water pressure differences, requiring him to be extra careful. He Xiaoxing walked above, dropping markers attached to ropes. It was clear that he was very familiar with the underwater pit routes. Dropping the markers in the direction Chen Chuan was likely to advance each time. An hour later, Chen Chuan successfully swam back up. This time, he had touched a total of 8 markers, which was a good improvement compared to yesterday. He Xiaoxing said to him, "Reduce the rest time by 5 minutes. Continue in 25 minutes. Now, go to the car. We'll change locations again." Cheng Bie immediately went back to start the car and headed to the next location. This area was vast, with thousands of dan lakes of varying sizes, and countless pits scattered around. The first ones Chen Chuan encountered still had some traces of artificial excavation, but the ones he saw later were completely natural. After reaching the location and finishing his rest, he immediately plunged into the next round of diving. For the next 2 days, he spent his time underwater. After each swim, he Xiaoxing would change his location to prevent him from becoming familiar with the surroundings. Each time, he reduced the rest time until it remained at the 10-minute time limit. Chen Chuan had to use this limited time to recover his strength as much as possible. He didn't use. However, after 2 days, he was still a bit short of his Xiaoxing's standard. His best result was only touching 11 markers, and it was the same for several consecutive times. It seemed he had reached his limit. That night, they didn't leave but lit a campfire in the wilderness, preparing to spend the night there. Cheng Bie took out lamb again to show off his barbecue skills. Honestly, it felt a bit like a farewell night. Cheng Bie deftly rotated the barbecue while looking at Chen Chuan. He was a bit worried about the latter because if he failed again tomorrow and didn't meet his Xiaoxing's requirements, he wouldn't be able to proceed to the next stage of training, and the entire training would end there. Having come all this way, being stopped by a marker felt unfair, even to him. Although he thought it was almost impossible to pass the next stage of training, he still hoped to see a miracle. Chen Chuan was already 1 step away from the target, so stopping now would be a real pity. Chen Chuan sat there calmly, showing no signs of depression or frustration, because if he still didn't succeed tomorrow, he would use. But if possible, he would rather use the abilities he originally possessed to get through. This wasn't because of using. He was just considering that the stronger the main body. He Xiaoxing then said, "There are many ways to awaken and guide dormant mutated tissue. Besides being forcibly stimulated in life or death situations, secret cult organizations in the past used incantations and scriptures to achieve this. Disciples who underwent long-term secret ritual training could be easily guided. Ordinary people can also do it without such methods, by releasing the restraints on their emotions, because suppressing emotions also limits a part of the mutated tissue." He said in a deep voice, "Emotions can be released, but not indulged. You must identify your own target and clarify your own beliefs to integrate your spirit and body, so that the mutated tissue can hear your demands, instead of just superficially mobilizing them. That won't fully respond to you. Without external strength intervention and assistance, you usually get as much as you put in." Chen Chuan thought about it seriously and found that it was true. Such people sacrifice reason and gain more strength. From his personal experience, suppressing emotions did suppress some of his potential because, besides, for the part of the mutated tissue that produced emotions, he also needed some strength to suppress it, limiting himself. But this wasn't useless because his fighting style was to stay calm, think, and look for opportunities, instead of indulging himself and fighting recklessly. So, letting go of the restraints on his mind was indeed very difficult. There was an instinctive resistance because a self that wasn't under his control wasn't himself. But thinking about it again, Xiao Xing's words were probably not that simple because he specifically cited the example of secret cults. Secret rituals are actually a kind of restraint, so the meaning here might be that only those who can take back their emotions after releasing them have truly restrained themselves. This is a higher level of control. Thinking this way, the logic was right. Fearing that he couldn't control himself simply meant that his restraint was not enough, and his ability was insufficient. So, how should he solve it? Xiao Xing also gave the answer. That was a firm belief rooted deep in the body and mind. As long as his belief in constantly surpassing himself and breaking free from all restraints existed, he would definitely be able to subdue those chaotic emotions. Realizing this, Chen Chuan's expression became much more serious. He changed to a cross-legged posture and slowly closed his eyes. After seeing this, Xiao Xing stood up from his spot and walked into the distance. Cheng Bie looked at him, thinking that Chen Chuan might have thought of something, so he didn't disturb him. He took a few skewers of almost cooked lamb and carefully left. The night passed unnoticed. When it came, Xiao Xing said, "If you think you can do it, then do it. I'll be waiting above." Chen Chuan nodded forcefully. He put on his diving suit and came to a pit he had never been to before, with his back to the golden red morning light. Cheng Bie was even more excited than Chen Chuan upon hearing this, because the completion of this stage meant that the latter could enter the most difficult stage of training. If he dared to try the previous training a little, he would shy away from this stage. He didn't think so before. Chen Chuan was gradually calming down the emotions growing in his heart, and he asked with a smile, "Teacher He, can we move on to the next training?" Xiao Xing was silent for a moment when he saw Chen Chuan's smile, because at this moment, he seemed to see the shadow of another student in the ladder. He turned his head and looked at the place separated by the wire fence opposite. "Your next training will be there." Chen Chuan looked over. He was a little curious about this place before. "What is that place?" Cheng Bie walked over and said, "Years ago, there was an aquatic research base here. These wire fences were set up by them. My grandfather also said that it was crazy to come here to study aquatic organisms. Later, these people withdrew, but the fish and some aquatic organisms below became strange. How should I put it? Very ferocious, but fortunately, they are very dependent on the living environment here. Although the underground water flows are connected, they have not spread out for so many years." Chen Chuan also realized this at this time, and he said, "So the next stage of training is to swim there." Cheng Bie excitedly interjected, "Not only that, but also to get the marker dropped from above within the specified time." He looked back at Xiao Xing. "Uncle He, is that right?" Xiao Xing said to Chen Chuan in a deep voice, "I need to remind you that although the steps look similar, the degree of danger is not comparable to what you have experienced before. You can consider it. This stage of training is not necessary to complete." Chen Chuan looked at the front and said, "Since I'm already here, the student wants to try." Under unnecessary circumstances, he was unwilling to take risks, but since he was here, he also wanted to try this training. Maybe he could improve himself again, and there was Cheng Bie by his side. Cheng Bie looked at him, "Brother Chen, if you can really pass this time, you can come to our town in the future, and everything you eat and live will be free." Chen Chuan said with a smile, "Since Brother Cheng has said so, I have to take advantage of this." He thought for a while. "Just now, Brother Cheng, you said that the fish inside are very ferocious. What are they like?" For unfamiliar things, he still has to find ways to understand them in advance and do his homework in advance, otherwise it will not be training, but showing off. Want to know this? It's simple. Cheng Bie returned to the car, took out a special fishing net, and a lead bucket, and ran out excitedly, saying, "Watch me." After the two waited for about a quarter of an hour, Cheng Bie walked out with the fishing net on his shoulder and the bucket in one hand, and then put the bucket heavily in front of the two of them. Under the skillful control of strength, not even a single splash of water splashed out. It can be seen that there are 3 large black and red fish in the bucket. The black one has a very hard head, as if it is wrapped in a layer of head shell. The small one is completely red, with fine and sharp teeth in its mouth, which feels different from ordinary fish. Cheng Bie said, "These 2 big ones are called green carp. When we were young, we called them crashing fish. The small one is called red scale carp. The folk saying is red-eye piranhas. Green carp is very fast in the water, and its head is very hard. I have seen this thing coming down with the rapid current, and it can smash rocks. If you are hit in the water, it is no less than being hit by a sledgehammer. Piranhas don't need to be said. This guy can tear off a piece of meat with one bite. If there are only a few of them, you can deal with them. If you encounter a group of them, you should hide as far as possible. But there are far more than these kinds of fish in the water. I'll tell you more about it later." Xiao Xing said, "Take the fish, let's go in first." Okay. The 3 returned to the car started, and drove inside. The wire fence can only block ordinary people, but it is useless to them, and many people should have been here before, and there are already many gaps opened on it. After the car drove in smoothly, Chen Chuan saw the overturned metal sign next to it. Thanks to the climate here, there are still many recognizable foreign characters on it. It seems that the research institute may have foreign background. He asked, "How old is this experimental site?" Cheng Bie thought for a while and said, "It's been 60 years, right? It was there when my grandfather was there, and it was abandoned when my father was a child. It's been at least a few decades." The car drove more than 2 miles into the interior, and a building appeared in front, and some bullet craters remaining on it could be clearly seen. Cheng Bie said, "This was the original experimental site. Don't say it's quite strong. It hasn't been damaged much for decades, but the things inside have been moved away. More than 20 years ago, a group of bandits occupied this place, but my father led the townsfolk and contacted a group of martial artists to clean it up. Now very few people outside know about this place." The car stopped in front of the building. After getting out of the car, Xiaoxing told him, "Xiao Cheng, take the fish to bake." He said to Chen Chuan, "Eat these fish before you go down." Cheng Bie responded, took out various knives from the car, dissected the abdomen, removed the internal organs and scales on the spot, and took out the barbecue grill, and put the 3 fish on the grill. After a while, when the barbecue was ready, he sprinkled seasoning on it and handed one to Xiaoxing and Chen Chuan each. "Try my craftsmanship. Hehe, this is a rare delicacy. Ordinary people don't have this blessing. Only our martial artist can eat it." Chen Chuan took a bite and felt a slight tingling in his mouth, like eating some kind of chili. It was mixed with the burnt skin on the top and the meat underneath. It felt very delicious. This fish had not many fine bones, and it was very crispy after being grilled. You can chew and swallow it together with the meat and bones, and it was eaten clean in a short time. After eating, he felt warm all over, no less than eating nutrition paste. He said, "This thing is good." Although at this time he saw that Xiaoxing was still eating slowly. Xiaoxing said, "The nutrition of the fish here is very good, but it has a little toxin, which is no problem for us martial artists. There is no need to rush to reject these toxins. If you are besieged by such fish and feel that you can't resist it, you can excrete the toxins from the skin to the outside, so that they will no longer attack you. But you also need to pay attention that some fish will instead stare at you because of this, so you have to watch carefully and choose." Cheng Bie said, "I don't know what the original experimental site was used for. We just said that it wouldn't really be used to cultivate edible fish, right? Ordinary people can't enjoy this delicacy because of the toxins. Anyway, it's cheaper for us. After I started training, my father often took me here to have a feast." Chen Chuan said, "Brother Cheng, tell me about the fish inside." "Then you wait a moment." Cheng Bie went to get a pen and a notebook, and started to draw and talk about various fish and their characteristics. Chen Chuan really didn't see that he had such good drawing skills. Chen Chuan, though unable to see, could sense from the changes in the water flow that it was roughly a long, shuttle-shaped object, and quite large. With a movement of his waist, he twisted his body sideways in a short time, raised his hand, and deflected outwards, instantly diverting an extremely hard and fast object. But after all, he was in the water, without a foothold, so the force carried by the object also drove him, and he had to turn his body to dissipate the strength. And through the touch of his hand, he realized that what he encountered should be the hard-headed green fish he had eaten before, only larger, feeling at least 1 meter long. This was not surprising, as Cheng Bie had just caught them nearby, indicating that this type of fish was more common in this area of water. And it seemed there were too many. Soon he discovered through the changes in the water flow that hard-headed green fish were constantly coming, each one containing great strength when rushing over, like blunt arrows shooting out. If the front were sharper, it would probably be comparable to real crossbow bolts. At this moment, it was impossible for him to completely block with his hands. He could only protect his head and face, using the mutated tissue in his muscles to contract inward upon contact and then bounce them away, or by relying on the deflection of his body to shift and slide these things away. But doing so would inevitably prevent some mutated tissue from participating in internal breathing, especially since he was in intense motion, which undoubtedly increased his consumption. In just a short while, he felt more exhausted than after swimming a whole circle before. But these fish were not deliberately attacking him, it was just that he happened to be in their path. The first one he encountered should have been the leader, and the fish behind were just following its advance. In this way, as long as he found a way to leave this area, he should be able to avoid the fish. He carefully sensed the changes in the outside water flow, trying to move to places where it felt less intense. During this process, he was cautious because when Cheng Bie introduced them to him, there were a few of the green fish with particularly sharp heads, often hidden within the fish swarm. If they suddenly attacked their prey, they might be able to pierce them through. Under his correct choice, he broke away from the fish swarm's path. He didn't rush to move but took the opportunity to adjust his internal breathing and recover slightly. When he felt that the water flow was completely calm, he swam again. But before long, new troubles came. He encountered another type of fish he had eaten, which Cheng Bie called piranhas. This thing was very annoying. Although generally small in size, it was exceptionally flexible, rushing over to bite you from the side or back from time to time. Fortunately, the diving suit he was wearing was worthy of Central City's technology and was not bitten through. Every time he felt it, the muscles there would bulge and bounce them away. At first, he thought he could avoid this wave of fish like he avoided the hard-headed green fish, but he soon realized that it was pure wishful thinking. These things seemed to have locked onto him. Not only did they show no sign of stopping, but more and more were gathering here. He was very decisive and immediately expelled the toxins that had not yet been metabolized from his body through his skin. This approach proved to be effective. Although some still came up from time to time, most of them actively avoided him. Discovering this, he considered whether to eat more of this type of fish before coming down next time. While the toxins were still being expelled, he sped up and swam out of here. In fact, after learning about the attack methods of these fish, he believed that he could kill them with his bare hands, but this, apart from consuming physical strength, had no practical benefits. There was more than just this type of fish in the water, avoiding them was the most appropriate course of action. In view of the complexity of the situation here, he slowed down his speed slightly, but with this slowdown, problems arose. When swimming through a section of water, he suddenly felt something entangling him. This thing was very hidden, blocking his path, blending into the water flow, and he couldn't feel it at all before getting close. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already on him. He could feel that it was something like seaweed, long and tough, and with serrated edges. If he struggled hard, it might cut open his flesh. After this thing entangled him, it would slowly tighten, and more were continuing to wrap around. The situation at this moment was very urgent. If he couldn't get rid of it as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to get out. Pulling hard was useless because it had enough toughness. Even if he stretched his limbs to the limit, he probably wouldn't be able to break it, and this was in the water, where his exertion was limited. He calmly faced this crisis. Under the effect of internal breathing, his body slowly swelled up, including the muscles of his legs, feet, waist, and arms, which were gradually tightened and stretched open under the effect of mutated tissue. When he was almost at his limit, he suddenly exhaled, and at the same time, his body contracted inward. At this moment, the muscles of all parts of his body suddenly shrank inward by a circle, and in this instant, a gap appeared between him and the seaweed wrapped around his body. He seized this opportunity, quickly pulled his hands and feet out of those loops, and at the same time grabbed the seaweed around his waist, tightened his abdomen, and suddenly lifted his body up. This movement freed his body from the entanglement. Immediately afterward, he kicked his legs and quickly darted out, leaving a trail of water behind him, while those entangled things retracted inward, but grabbed only air. After a while, they swayed and shrunk back. Chen Chuan now knew that swimming here should not be too fast or too slow, so after that, while maintaining a certain speed, he tried his best to maintain his perception of the surrounding environment and became very cautious. On the way afterward, he encountered various different types of fish, but he managed to avoid or get rid of them in time. After swimming for a long time, he finally searched. Although it was much worse than before, the situation was different and could not be generalized. He could feel that this training was more about testing his ability to cope in complex environments, and the skills and abilities he had previously mastered could be used here. After moving forward for a while, a narrow pit appeared next to him. He couldn't help but become vigilant. Sure enough, just as he got a little closer, there was a surge of rapids ahead. Because he had been prepared, he tried to stick to the nearby cave wall, but as soon as he got there, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. With a burst of mutated tissue inside his body, he rolled sideways in the water. Just as he avoided it, something seemed to close suddenly, and the water pressure it stirred up even pushed him out for a while, showing how great the strength was. He waited for a while and saw that the thing was still motionless. Although he couldn't see it, he felt that it should be something similar to shellfish, just opening its mouth and waiting for people to fall in. It was simply impossible to guard against. He stopped here for a while. At this moment, according to his own estimation, it should not be far from an hour, and it was time to look for a way out. He was also thinking about whether to continue forward or simply retreat and return to the original location. The situation ahead was unknown, and behind him were the sections he had just passed, which seemed easier. But he came here to get training and strengthen himself. If he was greedy for ease, there was no need to come down, so in an instant, he made the decision to continue forward. Even if he encountered something particularly dangerous, there was. About 10 minutes later, while searching for a way out, he found another. He didn't have to hold this thing in his hand, he just needed to touch it to know the number on it. Even if he didn't know, it didn't matter. However many pieces he touched was however many pieces he touched. He was here to improve himself, not to have an explanation to anyone. There was no point in deceiving himself. He judged the direction of the water flow and swam towards it. Before long, after turning a narrow place, he saw the light shining down above his head. He swam towards it faster. At this time, he saw many piranhas swimming around. Before they could get close, he clapped his hands continuously. As he rushed forward, more than a dozen were swept to the surface of the water. Finally, he leaped upward and jumped out of the water. As he broke through the surface, he heard Cheng Ba's voice, "Little brother Chen is out." The pit Chen Chuan was in at the moment was relatively large. He swam to the shore, climbed up from inside, wiped his face, looked at the dazzling sunlight above his head, and couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Although this dive was not long, the dangerous situations he encountered were not few, all of which he had never encountered before. Moreover, the area he swam through today was only a part of it, and he probably hadn't encountered more complex situations. After Cheng Bie came out, He Xiaoxing said that although Chen Chuan did not touch many marker, it was already remarkable to swim in this underground water area for 1 hour and successfully come up. Before, there were acquainted young martial artists who came to try, but they were all tied with safety ropes, and they couldn't stay for too long like this. When they came out, they were all lingering in fear and didn't want to try again. He Xiaoxing then said, I don't set limits for you in this stage. You set your own target. It all depends on what you can do. Chen Chuan thought for a while. Before going down, he thought that with his previous achievements, even if the time was not enough, he should be able to swim smoothly below, but after experiencing a circle below, he felt that he was still somewhat insufficient. He was able to come out smoothly this time, but he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to do it every time, although he used. He raised his head and said, Teacher I want to continue the previous training and strengthen myself again. He Xiaoxing said, it is easier to build on the top if the foundation is solid. Since it is your choice, then do it. Chen Chuan nodded. He turned to look at Cheng Bie, who was happily carrying a few fish in his hand, and said, Brother Cheng, it seems that I will have to bother you for a while longer. Cheng Bie said, it's okay. If you come here again next time, just catch a few more fish for me as a thank you. Besides, I'm waiting to give you a free pass. You won't find another deal like this again. Chen Chuan smiled and said, that shouldn't take too long. Because of Chen Chuan's decision, the three of them did not continue to stay in this testing ground, and took the car out of here, returning to the outer perimeter of the barbed wire fence. Chen Chuan got out of the car here and decided to start strengthening his training from here. In order to increase the difficulty, he did not choose the places he had previously walked, but instead chose unfamiliar areas. He also specifically asked He Xiaoxing about some of the more dangerous areas, but these were only relatively dangerous, and no matter what, they could not compare to the waters under that testing ground. After adjusting himself, he entered the water, but he was not in a hurry to dive, but instead sat at the bottom of the pit for 2 hours first. To be honest, if it was just to sit quietly here, he believed that as long as he could overcome the psychological pressure of claustrophobia and the mutated tissue could support him, then there would be no problem in persisting for most of the day. So this was not just sitting, but exercising to release emotions and then subdue them. He also placed the training location here in order to increase the difficulty and strengthen his control. After that, he began to dive. He no longer insisted on 1 hour, but increased the time until he felt that he was about to reach his limit before retreating in time. After eating something on the shore and taking a short 10-minute break, he plunged into it again. Cheng Bie, who was reading a comic book next to him, did not seem to have reacted yet. Chen Chuan repeated such dives continuously throughout the day, stimulating his mutated tissue in this way, and so it was every day thereafter. The shortened rest time plus a whole day of training was completely different from the previous intensity. In the first few days, he was still quite tired. After returning every day, he simply washed up and went to bed, and then, perhaps because there was a target to chase, the mutated tissue understood his urgent needs and actively responded there, cooperating with him, so after only 5 or 6 days, he gradually adapted to this rhythm. At this time, it was already mid-July, and he felt that the fading signs brought about by killing Mountain Ghost had completely disappeared, which meant that he would have to use the medicine he brought next. In fact, this time, he did not plan to bring the medicine he brought out back, and prepared to use it all up before going back. Roughly calculated, with his current level, maintaining it for more than half a month should not be a problem. He trained continuously for. Cheng Bie also looked forward to seeing if Chen Chuan could succeed this time. Chen Chuan stared at the pit not far in front of him. As usual, he chose another entrance this time. He didn't know what he would encounter inside, but none of this mattered. He only knew that he would do everything in his power to chase the target he had set. If he couldn't pass, he would continue to strengthen his training and then try again. He stretched his body and then jumped into the water. His posture was graceful and natural. Just looking at this movement, discerning people could see that he was more confident and powerful than before. Cheng Bie supported his knees with his hands, and leaned his head to look at the pit. Since most of the markers would be bitten off, it was impossible to judge whether he had touched the target by shaking the rope, so he could only wait for Chen Chuan to come up and report the names of the markers he had touched to know how many he had touched. Now he could only wait. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Chen Chuan did not seem to have eaten grilled fish beforehand when he went down this time, so he could not use poison to avoid the fish, which would inevitably make it more difficult. After waiting for a while, he took a comic book and flipped through it to pass the time, but soon after, he noticed He Xiaoxing walking quickly around the pit, and throwing a marker down every once in a while. Seeing this, his spirit could not help but be invigorated, because if Chen Chuan could not touch the marker, He Xiaoxing would not need to throw the markers down one by one. The set standard was 12 pieces in 1 hour, but on average, one piece had to be obtained every 5 minutes, but the complex terrain and harsh environment below restricted the performance, and Chen Chuan could not completely grasp the time. He needed to leave a margin to come up early, which meant that the actual usable time was shorter. Was it really possible to do it? Time passed minute by minute. Cheng Bie looked at the time. It was already 56 minutes. If he didn't come up later, even if he got enough markers, he would exceed the time limit and it could only be considered a failure. Another 2 minutes passed. Just as he was about to reach an hour, he heard a splash, and suddenly a few big fish flew out of a certain pit, smashed on the ground and jumped around, and then he saw Chen Chuan break out of the water from inside, and only supported himself slightly on the side. He brought his body to the top. Cheng Bie stood up suddenly, walked over quickly, and asked, "Little brother Chen, how is it?" Chen Chuan adjusted his breathing, and then said the marker numbers he had touched halfway one by one. The total number was neither more nor less, exactly 12 pieces. Cheng Bie widened his eyes and turned to look at He Xiaoxing. He Xiaoxing looked at Chen Chuan and said slowly, "If the target you set for yourself is 12 pieces, then you have passed." Cheng Bie couldn't help but look at Chen Chuan again. Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Take the upper to get the middle, and take the middle to get the lower. My initial target was 15 pieces. It seems that I still failed to reach it." The main reason why he was so fast this time was that he used different coping skills when dealing with various fish, which saved a lot of time on the road. For example, the hard-headed green fish, after figuring out the movement pattern, he could quickly avoid it. Then there was the vine-like aquatic plant that could entangle, he realized. Then there was the clam hiding in the corner of the wall, which was the most difficult to defend against, but after knowing it in advance, it was much easier to deal with. Now, as soon as he found one, he would try to hold one side before it was completely closed, and then burst out with all his strength in an instant, shattering the other side with his fists and feet. As long as he wasn't facing hundreds or thousands of fish, it was actually easy to solve. Now it was exactly 12 pieces, and he was not satisfied with this result, because he felt that he still had room for improvement and could do better. But Cheng Bie kept saying excitedly at this time, "That's good enough, 12 pieces? Little brother Chen, do you know, no martial artist at your stage has ever been able to do this before." He patted his chest loudly. "I, Cheng Bie, keep my word, Chang's Inn will be free for you from now on." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice at this time, "Chen Chuan, come with me." Saying that, he walked in one direction. Chen Chuan's expression moved slightly. It seemed that He Xiaoxing had something to say to him. He greeted Cheng Bie and followed him. The two walked for more than half a mile and came to a high place. There was no one around here, only the constant wind blowing from the desert, and you could see the long shadows of the mountains on the distant horizon, and behind them were scattered Dan lakes, like scattered blood beads. He Xiaoxing stood here and looked for a while, and said to Chen Chuan who followed behind, "I told you before that there is no need to pay too much attention to combat skills at this stage. Strength and speed are the key." Chen Chuan said, "Yes, teacher, I also think so." He Xiaoxing turned around and said in a deep voice, "Strength and speed are both driven by the foundation of the body. The stronger the body, the more these two can be exerted. Today I will teach you a set of furnace breathing technique, which is the result of our purest faction, and is used to fight against the breathing secret techniques of other factions. This breathing technique can deeply and subtly tap the strength of mutated tissue, and can store the usual excess energy in the mutated tissue, and then release it like burning firewood when necessary, providing martial artists with powerful combat power. The furnace breathing technique has relatively high requirements for the physical fitness of martial artists. If ordinary martial artists try to practice it forcibly, they will only harm themselves, but since you have reached the standard I set before, it means that your physical fitness has reached the lowest acceptable level of the breathing technique." Chen Chuan could vaguely feel before that, although he seemed to have entered the final stage of training, He Xiaoxing might still have something he hadn't taught him. This was not because the latter was stingy, but most likely because his own requirements had not been met. Now that he explained it to him, he also felt that getting 12 markers in that water area might really represent a certain standard line. He Xiaoxing stretched out his hand at this time, put it on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Carefully feel my breathing, and remember every rhythm of operation. I will only teach it once." Chen Chuan immediately focused his mind and nodded seriously. After that, he felt a huge amount of heat suddenly rise from He Xiaoxing's body, like a burning furnace, and the mutated tissue in his body seemed to produce resonance at the same time, becoming active following a certain rhythm, and he could detect that his breathing was also driven together. This is a breathing secret technique that simultaneously takes into account both external breathing and internal breathing. He didn't dare to be distracted at all, carefully memorizing these breathing patterns, and putting himself into it wholeheartedly, completely forgetting everything outside. After a long time, He Xiaoxing let go of his hand, and the heat on his body also dissipated. Chen Chuan felt it. This breathing technique was more complicated than any breathing technique he had come into contact with in the past, and most of it was running on internal organs, and it required mobilizing anomaly cumbersome. But after the previous training, the mutated tissue in his body seemed to be able to memorize certain things that he urgently needed, so he memorized it after only one time. He Xiaoxing said, "After you go back, I will give you a booklet, which will tell you some details that you need to pay attention to, but remember, no matter what you learn, you are just learning it. If you want to transform it into real combat power, you still need more battles and more opponents to help you digest it." Chen Chuan smiled. His eyes were clear and bright, as if there was light. "Teacher I think what I will lack the least when I go back this time should be opponents." He Xiaoxing stared at him for a moment before slowly saying, "Chen student, so far, my training arrangement for you is over. Now you can go back, or you can stay if you want." Chen Chuan thought for a while, raised his eyes to look at him. Teacher he, regarding that water area, before deciding to leave, I want to try again. He Xiaoxing looked at him, nodded, and said, okay. Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 173 Departure. Chen Chuan did not immediately attempt to dive. He had just obtained the furnace breathing technique and could only say that he had memorized it. Before he started practicing, he couldn't say he had mastered it. Even if he tried harder today, if he didn't use it. So after saying that, he Xiaoxing walked back. Cheng Bie knew that Xiaoxing must have taught Chen Chuan something, and couldn't help but sigh. He also wanted to learn, but he couldn't reach the standard. He looked at the pit not far away again, and shuddered at the thought of that environment. He decided to forget it. Others were responsible for working hard, and he was only responsible for eating and drinking. He was very confident in this. After the two returned, they got into the car with him and returned to the town. Because the formal training was over, Chen Chuan decided to give himself a vacation. Moreover, he had been in the town for so long, and he had only been to Dan Lake. According to Cheng Bie, there were many fun places here. For example, there were sand dunes more than 100 kilometers south with sandboarding. Another example is the Wuxiang Caves in the north, which is about a day's journey away. If you don't want to go, there is a sweetwater oasis only 60 miles away, where the sweet fruits and delicious barbecue are also excellent. However, Cheng Bie said that he could eat barbecue at his place. His craftsmanship was no worse than theirs. His family did it very well. It had a good reputation. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't come to his hotel every year. Many of them are repeat customers. Of course, there is also the most famous Luoyai ancient city. Most of the guests here come for this place, but Chen Chuan is not going. From what he has learned these days, the place is surrounded by wind-eroded rock pillars. People who are not familiar with it need someone to lead them in and out, otherwise they will not be able to find the way. And just the surface buildings of the ancient city will take several days to visit, not to mention the maze below. He can't see anything in a short time. He doesn't have that time at all. It's better to just stroll around nearby. If he really wants to go, he will have to wait and see if there is a chance in the future. In the end, he decided to follow Cheng Bie to the sand dunes for sandboarding. This kind of balancing sport was not difficult for him at all. It felt easier than skiing. But it's not that you can't find fun. If you find the right route between the sand dunes, you can keep sliding almost without stopping. This requires judgment and superb skills control, and of course a little luck, because sometimes a passing wind may disrupt everything, but it may also become an aid. After relaxing here for a day, he returned to the town with Cheng Bie in the evening. As soon as he entered the hotel staff handed him a booklet, saying that Xiaoxing had asked him to give it to him. This should be the booklet that Xiaoxing mentioned. Because it does not involve specific breathing secrets and is useless to others, they cannot understand it, so it doesn't matter if they read it. After Chen Chuan thanked him, he returned to his room, washed up, changed into comfortable clothes, made a cup of the unique grape tea here, and slowly opened it. It was all handwritten text. He had seen Xiaoxing's handwriting, which was not like this. The words on it were more experienced and ancient, like an old man's writing. But this has nothing to do with him. He looked at the content, which mainly reminded practitioners of some extra points to pay attention to. For example, once the breathing technique is used, pay attention at any time, because once those usually stored energy is exhausted, if you don't actively stop it, it will not stop, but will use your own mutated tissue as fuel, and eventually burn yourself out. So the secret technique needs to be learned. Seeing this, Chen Chuan thought to himself that it was no wonder that Xiaoxing required himself to control his emotions, to be able to let go and take back. If he couldn't do this, then if his emotions got the better of him, he might fight his opponent to the death. The part about accumulating energy also says that it is not the more the better. If it exceeds a certain limit, it will also be a burden on the body. But this limit can be exercised. The more mutated tissue there is, the stronger it is, the higher the upper limit of energy that can be stored, and over time, as you slowly adapt, you can also increase the capacity limit. And there are many ways to use it. Even if it is not released all at once, it can be used to maintain a longer battle, but the control method needs to be gradually familiarized and mastered by the cultivator. After Chen Chuan flipped through this booklet, he had a general idea in his mind. He put the booklet under his suitcase, sat back down, and began to breathe slowly according to his memory. This set of breathing technique is relatively complicated. In an unskilled situation, it took him almost an hour to complete. Later, even though he sat still, he still felt hot all over, and at the same time felt a trace of strength stored in the mutated tissue. It's just too weak, as if it doesn't exist. This is not surprising, because energy needs to be accumulated over a long period of time, and now he has just started exercising the breathing technique, far from being qualified. There is still more than a month before September. He decided to try to familiarize himself with the furnace breathing technique in these days and accumulate energy as much as possible, because he might use it sometime. In the following time, in addition to the same daily training as before, the furnace breathing technique was also added. With his continuous efforts, the consumption of drugs was also unprecedentedly fast. In less than half a month, he had almost exhausted the remaining amount. On July 30th, Chen Chuan came to the test site again. This time he would abandon all skills and simply use speed to deal with everything below. because after 2 times, he has realized that as long as his speed is fast enough and his reaction is sensitive enough, he can avoid most of the trouble below. He Xiaoxing and Cheng Bie stood in the distance, waiting for his performance this time. Chen Chuan took a slow breath, tapped his toes, and jumped into the pit. After a soft splash, with the surge of water behind him, he darted out like an arrow. The training results of these 10 days plus the help of the furnace breathing technique made his reaction more sensitive and his speed faster than before. He constantly shuttled and swam quickly between the pits, touching one marker after another. When an hour was over, although he didn't count, he knew that he had broken the upper limit of 12. But he didn't stop there. He closed his eyes, crossed his arms inward, and took a deep breath with the inner breathing technique. As more oxygen entered his body, under the impetus of the furnace breathing technique, his body gradually became hot, and the rapid exchange of gas also caused countless tiny bubbles to be generated around him, floating upwards. At the same time, he kicked his feet, leaving a string of long-lasting water marks behind him, and dived deeper into the pit, constantly deepening inward. If just now, he was purely using speed and reaction to avoid the trouble on the road, but now when passing through, he doesn't make any changes to the route at all. When facing those rapids, he kept inserting and pulling out his fingers on the cave wall, while kicking his feet, pushing against the strength and going upstream. After the strength that was hindering him disappeared, he once again swam away quickly. He didn't avoid the schools of fish he encountered on the road at all, and crashed straight into them. Those that were in the way shattered in an instant, leaving only a group of scattered and panicked fish. Throughout the whole process, he felt extremely happy. The feeling of not having to worry about anything, abandoning everything, and just going forward was extremely wonderful. The mutated tissue in his body was also completely activated, turning into strength that pushed him, making him swim faster and faster. However, even in this feeling, he did not let himself become a slave to emotions. After an hour, he stopped in time and went upwards. After a long time, when he saw the light above, he moved his hands and feet, suddenly accelerated, and when he approached the surface of the water, he exerted his muscles all over his body, and with a crash, he broke through it, jumped out of it, stretched out his body, flipped in the air, and landed firmly on the ground, bending his knees slightly before standing up straight. Then he looked at He Xiaoxing. This dive was his answer to this training and a gift he gave to He Xiaoxing. He Xiaoxing looked at his still hot body and nodded slowly. Cheng Bie looked at them. He didn't ask Chen Chuan how many markers he had touched this time, because he had a feeling that it didn't seem to matter anymore. After Chen Chuan changed his clothes, he came to He Xiaoxing again and said, "Teacher He, I have been out for almost a month. I am going back tomorrow." He Xiaoxing said, "Go back, Lao Cheng should be very happy to have you as a student, you should go further." Chen Chuan said solemnly, "The student will." After coming out of the test site, Chen Chuan returned to the hotel. He bought some things, greeted the people he had met these days, and told them that he was about to leave. Then he returned to his room to pack his luggage. After the two came out, an off-road vehicle drove up. Cheng Bie excitedly took a camera and jumped down, and said to them, I made it, and raised his hand. "Brother Chen, Uncle He, let's take a group photo." Neither of them refused. Cheng Bie handed the camera to the photographer in the car, and he trotted over. He Xiaoxing was much taller than Chen Chuan and him, so he stood in the middle and slightly behind, while the two of them stood on both sides. As the camera button was pressed, with a click, the picture was frozen there. Cheng Bie then patted Chen Chuan. "Brother Chen, I'll take you to the station." Chen Chuan did not refuse. He turned to look at He Xiaoxing, bowed to the latter, and said, "Teacher He, thank you for your guidance these days, student farewell." After saying that, he straightened up, tightened the box behind him, and stepped into the car. He Xiaoxing stood on the mountain, watching the car slowly go down the mountain and then drive away into the distance. After Cheng Bie drove away from the town, he took a hardcover booklet and handed it to Chen Chuan, saying, "Brother Chen, here's something for you." Chen Chuan took it and looked at it, and found that it was a painting drawn by Cheng Bie. It was all about the content of the training these days, including the moment when he entered the water, and the scene of the three of them eating barbecue together. With just a few strokes, the characters' movements were outlined. Although Cheng in the painting was not inferior to them at all, and looked like an important person, but this is a painting, there are always artistic processing, which is understandable. Cheng Bie looked ahead and said, "I wanted to practice martial arts when I was a child, but my father wouldn't let me, saying that it wasn't the time. At that time, I could only draw according to the appearance of their martial combat. I didn't expect that I was quite talented. I didn't learn martial combat, but I learned to draw this. Hey, the drawing is simple, don't dislike it." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "I think it's very good, thank you, Brother Cheng, I like this gift very much, it's very memorable." Cheng Bie laughed. No one usually looked at the things he drew. He was suffocating because no one appreciated his good painting skills. Now, just because of Chen Chuan's words, the free service he gave before was not a loss. In the training hall in the town, He Xiaoxing received the developed photos a few hours later. The people at the photo studio also made a photo frame for him. He took it and looked at it, then walked into the room and placed the photo frame on the desk. At this time, his eyes glanced at the corner of the table, where there was also a photo frame with an open support angle, which was a group photo of him and a young man. The young man was tall and handsome, not much shorter than him, and was showing a very sunny smile. The background was in front of the South Hill Training Hall in Wei. The light shone down from the side, and the leaves in front of the door seemed to be still shaking. After staring at it for a while, he turned and left. Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 174 Returning. Cheng Bia sent Chen Chuan to the station, then bid him farewell and left. Before boarding the train, Chen Chuan found a roadside phone booth and called Cheng Zitong. After the call connected, Cheng Zitong asked, "Little Chuan, is everything going smoothly?" Chen Chuan said, "It's going quite well, teacher. I'm at the train station now, preparing to return." "That's good. Didn't you say a few days ago that the medicine was almost used up? I've been thinking about it these past few days. It's easy for me to get medicine here, but if we clash with the Mutual Aid Society, they'll definitely investigate the whereabouts of the drugs to judge your cultivation progress. If I get too much more, there's a chance they'll see clues from the drugs you're using. You're coming back anyway, so go to a place to get the medicine. As for the money, you can owe it first." "Owe it?" Chen Chuan asked. Cheng Zitong smiled, saying meaningfully, "It's better to owe it first. You can write an IOU first, and settle it after this period passes." Chen Chuan understood and said, "Okay, teacher. Where should I go to get it?" Cheng Zitong said, "After you arrive in Shangbu City, find a pharmacy called Fengji Pharmacy on Shifeng Street in the north of the city and look for someone named Old OU. I've already made arrangements. Once you get there, you can call me again, and I'll have him arrange it for you. You can leave after you get the stuff. Remember this place. If you need it in the future, you can also come here to get medicine." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, teacher." He understood Cheng Zitong's meaning. Once the Mutual Aid Society starts taking action, it's hard to say how things will develop. And drugs are related to his future training, so it's good to prepare in advance. If he really needs to hide outside, he'll still have a channel. After hanging up, he entered the train station. When the train arrived, he boarded directly. After 2 days of travel, he got off in Shangbu City. Following the address Cheng Zitong gave him, he found the Fengji Pharmacy not far from the train station. After calling Cheng Zitong, he successfully got the medicine from the store. The person named Old OU was very enthusiastic and packed the medicine for him in a large box. He estimated the quantity, and even for himself, it would probably last 2 or 3 months. For ordinary people, it would probably last a year or 2. Old OU even asked if he needed someone to send it, but he thanked him and politely declined, easily leaving with it in one hand. This time, he was in and out in less than an hour. After returning, he bought a passenger bus ticket and boarded the bus in less than half an hour. He looked at the time and saw that it was not yet 10 in the morning. At this rate, he could return to Yangtze City around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. This surprise training lasted about a month, but the gains were significant. Although he didn't encounter any strong opponents throughout the process, the dangers encountered during the training were something he had never experienced before. If some things were not handled properly, it was very likely that he would lose his life, so this gave him, especially that last burst of smooth movement, even more so. He looked ahead, watching the scenery rushing past on both sides, thinking, "It's almost here." More than 5 hours later, the passenger bus stopped at the Yangtze City passenger station. He took his luggage, slung the Snow Emperor blade on his back, and got off the bus. However, when he came out of the station, he saw a team of Patrol Bureau police officers with live ammunition guarding the exit, checking the people coming and going. The atmosphere seemed very serious. He was a little surprised. Usually, stations only had their own security personnel. It was rare to have Patrol Bureau police officers stationed there directly. During the inspection, he showed his weapon permit. The police officer in charge saw his name and couldn't help but look at him a few times, politely asking, "Mr. Chen, are you Captain Nian's nephew?" Chen Chuan said, "Yes, that's me." The police officer's attitude immediately improved a lot. He greeted him with a smile, "I'm Su Gui from the Quanzhou District Police, little brother Chen. The higher UPS ordered the inspection, there's nothing we can do, please forgive us." Chen Chuan said, "Brother Su, you're too kind, it's your duty, I understand. Has something happened recently?" Su Gui looked around, signaling 2 police officers to replace him in the inspection, then led Chen Chuan out of the inspection point and walked to the side, saying, "Little brother Chen knows about the conflict between the Bloodstain Gang and the Iron Chain Gang a few days ago, right?" Chen Chuan nodded to indicate that he knew. Su Gui lifted the brim of his hat and said, 3 more leaders of the Bloodstain Gang died last month, tisk tisk, all with their brains gone. Many of their strongholds were also destroyed, and the companies they opened were repeatedly attacked. How could they not cause trouble? Originally, they only fought at night, but now there's activity during the day, and our patrol bureau has to send more people. But just at this time, the resistance organization also came out to join in the fun. The railway that was just repaired last month was bombed again, and the station was also attacked. They're afraid that there will be problems here at the passenger station, so the higher UPS sent us here to watch over it. Chen Chuan then understood. From this, it seemed that the struggle between the 2 gangs had not stopped during his absence, but had intensified. The mastermind behind this matter seemed to be still exerting influence. He thanked Su Gui and left the station, first returning to his little aunt's house. This time, he went out of town and brought back some local specialties, such as dried mutton, preserved fruit, and the like, and in large quantities. Yuan liked this very much. After all, Patrol Bureau police officers and police officer family members rarely have the opportunity to leave Yangtze City, and there is not much contact with the outside world. These kinds of local specialties from other places are rarely seen. Chen Chuan also took out 2 cartons of cigarettes and handed them to Nianfulai. Uncle, these are cigarettes I brought back from the northwest. They are said to be good cigarettes from the area, and a friend recommended them. I don't smoke, so I don't know if they're good or not. Oh, Red Camel. Nianfulai immediately perked up. It is said that this cigarette has a mellow taste and relieves cravings. I have to try it. He rubbed his hands together, but before he could reach out, Yuan snatched it away, glaring at him. 1 pack a day is not enough for you. I'll keep it for you first. Nianfulai said dissatisfied. This is little Chuan showing filial piety to me. You. Chen Chuan smiled and did not interfere with the 2 of them, going over to give his younger cousins some toys and comic books, and then went to his room. After putting down his things, he took a refreshing shower, came back and tidied up. He planned to stay here for 1 night, and go back to the training hall tomorrow. After all, he needed daily training, and staying at home was inconvenient. At this time, a phone call came from the living room, and Little Ant's voice came. Little Chuan, your phone, it seems to be from your teacher. After hearing this, Chen Chuan stood up and walked outside. At the same time, in a private clubhouse south of the city, Wei Jun swam out of the artificial lake in front of the clubhouse. After coming up, his muscles rippled, shaking off the water droplets. He took the cloth handed over by a servant and wiped himself off. He put on a pair of sunglasses and sat down on a recliner, but his face remained gloomy. He had returned 5 days ago, because he had received accurate news. Because the bandits had not been caught, the examination time had been delayed, and now it had been confirmed that this Level C certificate examination would be delayed until the end of August. According to convention, it would take another 10 days to get the Level C certificate after passing the exam, so even if he was still on this year's recommendation list to Central City, he would not be able to go to Central City through the Academy channel because he lacked a key defense certificate. For this reason, the family had to rediscuss and negotiate with other interest groups, wanting to get a spot from the next session, but things had not been finalized yet, so he was also trying to find a way here. The butler walked up to him at this time and said, Young master, the people have arrived. Wei Jun sat up and saw Zhang Wei, Xiao Ziobi, and another shapely and beautiful female student walking in from outside. He waited for the 3 to come over, greeted them to sit down, and looked at Zhang Wei and the female student, saying, You know why I called you here this time. Xiao Rong, Zhang Wei, one of you 2 must give up a spot. Xiao Rong chuckled. Senior Wei, you didn't manage it yourself, but you want to ask us for a spot, don't you think it's a bit too much? Zhang Wei said with a smile, I understand what senior means, and I have also understood the situation, but what kind of compensation can make up for our losses? As long as it can be explained clearly, I am willing to give up the spot. Xiao Rong glanced at Zhang Wei. If the 2 of them joined forces to resist, Wei Jun would not be able to do anything to them, but Zhang Wei did not seem to have this intention, so it was meaningless. She began to look at her newly painted nail polish. Xiao Ziobi crossed his legs. This matter had little to do with him. Although he was also a 3rd-year student, he also knew that his martial combat was far inferior to the others present, but as long as the Mutual Aid Society's connections were there, he could go to Central City in another way later. Wei Jun said, If you want to talk about benefits, the company and the family are talking about it. I have nothing to say, but today we can talk about something else. He took off his sunglasses, leaned forward, and stared at the 2 of them. You should know that I have the best friendship with Senior Zhao in Central City. Central City headquarters is not so easy to get along with. You should have heard a lot about the fierce competition. Without someone to take care of you, can you stand firm? And without me as a connection, when you go there, Senior Zhao will only take care of you out of courtesy at most. He raised his finger and waved. Don't expect him to be too good to you. Xiao Rong frowned unconsciously. After hearing this, she immediately lost interest in looking at her nails. Zhang Wei still maintained his smile. He said, I have considered what Senior Wei said, but that is something that will happen after entering Central City. Compared to the spot to enter Central City, I think it is still not enough. Wei Jun slowly sat up straight again and said, Okay, if you want to hear something else, then I will say something more direct. I won't let others have a good time, and I won't let him have a good time either. Even if I don't go to the main academy, I can go to Central City. You should understand what I mean. His teacher Tan Wang is from the Secret Serpent Cult, which is a sect in Central City. Even if he doesn't take the path of the main academy, he can still go to Central City through other means, but there are many conditions in it that he doesn't like, so he didn't want to take this path originally, but if there is really no other way, then he doesn't mind trying. At that time, he would not let those who made him unhappy feel comfortable. Just as he was waiting for the 2 to reply, at this time, the butler came over and said to him, Young master, there is something you should pay attention to. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chapter 175 Tattling. In the living room of a private club, Gan Daeo, an officer from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, was sitting there with a teacup in his hands. He was in his 30s, wearing square-rimmed glasses, and his hair was slightly disheveled. At this moment, he was looking around, his feet shuffling nervously, appearing somewhat tense. Although no one had come for a long time, and the tea in front of him had been refilled 3 times, he still sat there without getting up, as if he were bound to the spot. Anyone who has worked in a government agency can tell at a glance that he is the kind of clerk who endures slights and works dutifully in the office all year round. The door of the club was pushed open from the outside, and Wei Jun entered with the butler and several security guards. Seeing someone coming out, Gan Dao quickly put down his cup, lifted his buttocks slightly, and then stood up somewhat restrained. Wei Jun didn't look at him directly when he came in. He sat down in the main seat, leaned back on the sofa, and rubbed his temples with his fingers. Gan Dao stood there nervously. After sitting for a while, Wei Jun turned his head and said, "Tell me, you said you recommended a Wei Academy student to a department. When was it? And who was it for?" Gan Dao said somewhat uneasily, "I heard that as long as I provide information, you can provide assistance in certain areas." Wei Jun glanced at him. The Foreign Affairs Bureau is a powerless agency. Usually, no one takes it seriously. The officials in it basically sit there until they die. If it weren't for the matter of departmental recommendations, which touches a sensitive nerve, he wouldn't bother to meet with such a small fry, let alone if the director came. He raised his hand to signal, and the butler stepped forward in a timely manner, looked at Gan Dao, and said in a friendly tone, "Mr. Gan, do you want a promotion?" Gan Dao nodded earnestly, then shook his head immediately. "I don't want to stay in the Foreign Affairs Bureau anymore. Can you help me transfer to another department?" As he spoke, he looked at the butler full of hope, and then at Wei Jun, who was sitting there without any reaction. The butler maintained his proper smile, of course, as long as the information is valuable. "How about the Water Affairs Bureau? There are many vacancies there recently, and it shouldn't be difficult." The Water Affairs Bureau, Gan Dao hesitated. "If Mr. Gan is not satisfied with this and needs to go to another department, that can also be discussed, but you have to wait, and it's hard to say how long it will take. Mr. Gan knows that government agency positions are always being watched by many people. As soon as there is a vacancy, it will be taken immediately." Satisfied? Of course satisfied. The Water Affairs Bureau position is fine. Hearing what the butler said, Gan Dao was very anxious, afraid that it would be too late and he wouldn't get his share. He quickly agreed. The butler smiled and said, "Then, Mr. Gan, can we talk about the main topic now?" Gan Dao hesitated for a moment and said, "In February, Director Lu drafted a recommendation evaluation for a Wei Academy student in the name of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. I was the one who wrote the document and sent the file. Director Lu said that this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone. The matter was in February, that's almost half a year ago." The butler glanced at Wei Jun and continued to ask, "Mr. Gan seems to have followed Director Liu's instructions and did not disclose this matter to the outside world. But why are you here now to talk about this? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Gan Dao's expression was full of anxiety and guilt, because Director Liu is about to be transferred. "Director Cao doesn't like me and may fire me." He suddenly raised his head. "I still have a wife and children at home. I can't lose this position. But I'm sorry to Director Liu, I'm sorry to him." At the end, he slowly lowered his head again. The butler keenly captured the key point that Lu Zhan was about to be transferred. Since the person has moved, then this matter cannot be concealed. He knows very well what Yangji Government Affairs Hall officials are like. Lu Zhan is very likely also planning to use this matter to seek benefits. From this perspective, even if Gan Dao didn't come to say it today, he believed that Lu Zhan himself would reveal this news. But he is not against Gan Dao, because dealing with a clerk is much easier than dealing with a director-level official. The former is much easier to handle, and requires less effort. He looked at Gan Dao, trying to make his tone sound more casual. "Mr. Gan doesn't need to feel guilty. You made the right choice. We will treat friendly clerks well. By the way, what's the name of that student?" Gan Dao looked at him, then at Wei Jun, who was still unmoved. He moved his throat and raised his head, saying, "That student is called Chen Chuan." In the Patrol Bureau family area, in the Nian residence, Chen Chuan walked into the living room. He took the phone from Yuan, picked it up, and asked, "Teacher." Cheng Zitong's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a bit serious. "Yesterday, when you were still in the car, Nan called me. Lu Zhan's matter is almost settled these days. The transfer order may have already been issued. Little Chuan, be prepared. There may be a big storm coming recently." Chen Chuan looked outside. It was already August, and he could hear the cicadas singing. The scorching sun shone down, and the branches didn't move at all. He looked at the window and said, "Teacher, it's good for the wind to rise. After the wind passes, it won't be so stuffy." After finishing the call with Cheng Zitong, he hung up, thought for a moment, and turned back to say, "Little aunt, I'm going out for a while and will be back soon." After saying hello, he walked out, went directly to the street outside, found a nearby phone booth, picked up the receiver, threw a coin in, and then dialed a number. After waiting for a while, it was connected. He said, "Gao Ming, it's me. Lu Zhan's transfer order has been finalized. I'll wait for you at the training hall later." Gao Ming responded, "Okay, cousin, I'll come out right away." In the private club, Gan Dao's recommendation letter for Chen Chuan was placed in front of Wei Jun. It described the recommendation process in detail, what Chen Chuan had done, the reasons for giving the recommendation evaluation, and the cause and effect of the matter were all clearly stated. In addition to this, there were also detailed records and files about Chen Chuan himself from the Mutual Aid Society, including his performance during school, his general grades and experience afterwards, and the verifiable things he had done, and at what level. As long as it was inside the school, it was clearly listed. After Wei Jun picked it up and looked at it, his expression changed from slightly casual at the beginning to increasingly serious, and later, even somewhat surprised. Because Chen Chuan's performance in school alone was something that ordinary people could not achieve, and even senior students would be amazed. He never thought that under the nose of the Mutual Aid Society, there was such a student, and he had silently reached this point. Logically speaking, such a person should be dazzling, but the opposite is true. This person is usually so low-key that he is almost non-existent. Now that he thinks about it, it was precisely because of this student's involvement that Tan Wang left the academy, which forced him to hide outside. But why didn't he pay attention to it at all before? Fortunately, there is still time. He picked up the file bag, stood up, left the living room, and went directly to the swimming pool outside. Zhang Wei and the other two were still waiting here. He sat down in his deck chair and looked at the three of them. How have you considered it? Xiaorong snorted, crossed her arms, and leaned on the deck chair. We've discussed it. I can give up my spot, but what I said doesn't count, and I have no obligation to relay the message for you. Go talk to my family yourself. Wei Jun looked at her and said, as long as you acknowledge it, you don't have to worry about the rest. Whether it succeeds or not, I will appreciate your kindness. Okay, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. Wait. Seeing that she was about to leave, Wei Jun signaled her to sit down first. There's something I want to tell you first. He threw the file on the coffee table next to him and tapped it with his fingers. I think if this matter is not handled well first, the quota that was originally divided out may have problems. Hearing him say this, the three of them were surprised. Xiao Ziobi couldn't help but ask, Brother Wei, what happened? What happened? Wei Jun laughed and looked at the three of them. Wei has a student who has now been confirmed to have received a departmental recommendation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, and it has been deliberately concealed. This has been going on for half a year, and I think you know what that means. When Xiao Ziobi heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then sat up straight. Who is it? Wei Jun picked up the file and threw it into his arms. The file is here. Take it and look at it yourself, and then think about how to deal with it. Chen Chuan? A freshman student. Xiao Ziobi opened it and looked at it, stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Are you sure it's not a mistake? Wei Jun's expression was cold. It's a freshman student. You can see what he has done, and then think about what will happen when he reaches the second and third grades. Xiao Ziobi quickly flipped through it, and became more and more shocked. Xiaorong also took it to look at it, and said sarcastically, Mutual Aid Society, you guys are managing it really well. You can't even keep an eye on such a freshman student. Xiao Ziobi said unhappily, stop talking sarcastic remarks. Who knew this kid was doing so many things without saying a word? Damn it, this kid is really capable, stirring up so much trouble in his first year, and I didn't even notice it. Zhang Wei smiled and said, yes, this student is very special. Wei Jun said coldly, I don't care how special he is, and I don't care what he has done. I'm just telling you, I don't want to see another Shen Zhang. When Shen Zhang was mentioned, everyone present's expression changed slightly. They all still remembered that person. At that time, none of the recommended students in the entire academy was his opponent. Even if various unfavorable conditions were set, this person could overcome them one by one, and step on them to move forward time and time again. It can be said that the Mutual Aid Society was made very embarrassed during that time. That person later obtained the unlimited self-defense permit, and was only one step away from going to Central City. But this was absolutely intolerable to them. More importantly, according to this person's actions, once he gained a foothold in Central City, he would definitely come back to dig up their roots, which would influence the landscape of Yangtze City. Fortunately, the families behind them saw the signs at the time and decisively intervened to deal with the person in time. Zhang Wei took the file and looked at it, calmly analyzing. He already has a Foreign Affairs Bureau recommendation, and with a Processing Bureau recommendation, he may apply for the unlimited self-defense permit after the start of school. Looking at his strength, the possibility of passing is very high. After obtaining the defense permit, he should immediately apply for a spot in Central City. It was fortunate that this news was leaked in advance, otherwise he might have really made it. It would be very troublesome to stop him at that time. Wei Jun's expression was a bit gloomy. There can be no more problems with the quota. Even if there is a small possibility, we cannot let it go. No matter what means are used, this matter must be handled well. Xiao Ziobi cursed, damn it, where is this kid now? I'll find someone to take care of him. Wei Jun's butler said on the side, Mr. Xiao, now is the academy vacation period. This student spends most of his time in a private training hall on Ziyuyi Street, south of the city. It's Supervisor Cheng's property. Supervisor Cheng. Xiao Ziobi was stunned. Xiaorong glanced at him disdainfully and said unhappily, where are your eyes? Didn't you see it written on the file that Cheng Zitong is his guiding teacher? Cheng Zitong? This is a bit difficult to handle. Xiao Ziobi hesitated. He knew Cheng Zitong's background, and he was really a bit worried. Zhang Wei smiled. He's just a guiding teacher. What can he do if the person is gone? Xiao Ziobi thought about it. That's the truth. When Shen Zheng died, they were nervous for a while, afraid that he Xiaoxing would not let this matter go. It seemed that the company and the family had specially prepared something, but in the end, there was no movement, right? He stood up from the deck chair and said fiercely, "Leave it to me, I'll arrange someone." As he said that, he walked out. Little B. Wei Jun's voice came from behind. Xiao Ziobi turned his head. Wei Jun looked up at him and said slowly, "If you're going to do it, handle it cleanly and don't leave any loose ends." Xiao Ziobi said firmly, "Brother Wei, don't worry, I'll let people from outside handle it and it will never involve the association." The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 176 handling at 8 o'clock in the evening, a private training hall south of the city. Gao Ming arrived before the agreed time. He met Chen Chuan upstairs, and after sitting down, he analyzed, "Cousin, I have read a lot of data from the Yangtze City Mutual Aid Society these days, and I know them well. When encountering this kind of thing, they usually try to win over and appease first, and then resort to other means if that doesn't work. But you have refused them several times before, and now you pose a threat to them, so they probably won't do that again. It's more likely they'll choose to resort to direct means. An easier way is to use methods such as framing, falsely accusing, and scapegoating. But you usually act alone and hardly have any contact with the outside world, and you are also a child of the Patrol Bureau, which means they can't use this method to control you. As for fabricating something out of thin air and using lawsuits to get you into the courtroom, that would be time-consuming and laborious, create a lot of noise, and easily lead to various accidents. I wouldn't choose that." Speaking of this, he pushed up his glasses and looked at Chen Chuan. "Then there is only one remaining, and also the most cost-effective method, which is to physically eliminate you." Chen Chuan agreed with this statement. Rather than using energy from above to suppress him, directly solving a person is the lowest cost and simplest way. Because when a person dies, many things come to an end. Even if there is an investigation afterward, the people behind it will have ways to get away. The key is that the core purpose is achieved. So you need to be careful next, cousin. Now is the holiday, not when you're in the academy. If someone wants to take action, this period is the most likely time. There was a gleam in Chen Chuan's eyes, but his tone was very calm. "Then I'll be here, waiting for them to come." After meeting with Gao Ming, he did not return to Little Ant's home, but stayed in the training hall. With the medicine he brought back last time, he could actually train in martial combat here all day long. However, he felt that if the training hall was attacked, it might also involve innocent people, so he decided to create opportunities for those who might attack him. In addition to doing some necessary training in the gym, he would practice boxing and swordsmanship in a nearby lake park in the evenings, every day. There are still many people in this park during the day, but after 4 or 5 o'clock, there are generally no people coming, especially given the intense gang conflicts nowadays. Even the south of the city is not so safe, and no one wants to wander around in such sparsely populated places. And if someone wants to deal with him, they will definitely choose this kind of deserted area to do things. In fact, he also thinks this place is pretty good. Once a fight breaks out, there won't be much noise. In the days that followed, he went there regularly every day. Although there was no movement for 5 or 6 days in a row, he knew that those people would not make him wait too long, because the holiday was the best time. Once the holiday was over, and he returned to the academy, it would be much more difficult to deal with him than it is now. One day, he saw that the time was almost up and was preparing to go out again, but before that, he suddenly received a call from Bureau Chief Lei. "Lu Zhan called to tell me that someone from the Foreign Affairs Bureau leaked the recommendation for you. He said that he did not discipline his subordinates strictly and was very sorry to you." Chen Chuan asked, "Is he directing and acting this himself?" Bureau Chief Lei said, "No, I found out that the evaluation file was taken by a clerk under him. Now this clerk has been transferred. This is indeed an accident. Of course, he is not doing it out of kindness. He could have used this matter himself. Now that it's been exposed in advance, it's naturally worthless. On the contrary, in the eyes of some people, he is considered unreliable. Since he can't get any benefits, he might as well sell a favor to us in advance and leave a favor. Little Chuan, be careful yourself. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me first. Your senior sister and I will arrange a safe place for you." Chen Chuan sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Bureau Chief Lei, it's not time yet." Bureau Chief Lei said, "Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything." After ending the call, Chen Chuan glanced outside and walked out of the training hall with his blade. The security guard at the gate asked, "Little brother Chen, are you going to the lakeside park to practice your blade again?" Chen Chuan smiled and nodded, "Yes." The security guard watched him walk out. They also understood why Chen Chuan didn't practice in the training hall but had to run outside, because some people just don't like to stay in the house to practice, and the air outside is good. Although that place is a bit remote, the scenery is really nice. After Chen Chuan came out, he crossed 3 streets and walked for more than 30 minutes before arriving at the park. There was a wetland lake here, and a reed marsh swaying in the wind by the lake. He looked at the shimmering water, where the afterglow of the sunset was immersed, and a few egrets occasionally flew over, like white dots skimming across the water. At this time, there was no one else around, only he stood in this world. He raised his hand and gently paused, inserting the Snow Emperor blade into the ground, grabbed the hilt, and slowly drew the blade. With a flash of the blade, there was a clang, and it was completely out of its sheath. Then, with a stretch of his body, he began to practice his moves, one by one, with his back to the sunset. At this time, gusts of evening wind blew, and the emerald green reed marshes first lowered neatly, and then surged like waves. At this moment, in a small forest in the southeast, a dozen people were squatting behind trees and bushes, all lying still, watching his every move. These people were all strong and sturdy, with gloomy expressions. However, they were all experienced people and knew that martial artists are very sensitive to the eyes of others, so most of them glanced and looked away, without staring directly. This kid's blade moves are quite neat, he's a tough one. A wee student? These are their tricks. They practice in a decent manner, but what's the use? When the guns fire, their parents raised them for nothing. No matter how fast his blade is, can it be faster than our guns? They had taken on this kind of job more than once, but in the past, they were all killing people with status and position. This was the first time they had come to kill a student. This kid has chosen a good place for himself, saving us the trouble of digging a hole for him later. Okay, stop talking. It's getting dark. Once we've killed him, let's leave quickly. Yangji is not peaceful recently. Among these people, the leader was a man with a crew cut. His eyes were sinister and indifferent, and he had almost no expression when he spoke. At this time, he turned his head and said to a person leaning against a tree in the distance, "Old Ma, keep an eye on him." That was a person wearing a black hood, leaving only 2 eyes outside. Everyone else stayed away from him. Hearing this, his eyeballs moved and he nodded slightly. The crew-cut man was relieved. Old Ma was reliable. He turned to the other side and said to a thin man in his 20s, "Pitsy, get ready." That person responded and raised his gun, carefully putting Chen Chuan's figure into the sights, and slowly placed his finger on the trigger. Because Chen Chuan was facing the setting sun at the moment, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Although this angle was not very good, it was the most suitable place for concealment nearby. However, he always relied on his feeling when shooting and didn't need to keep staring at it. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a dazzling blade flashed. He subconsciously blinked, but when he looked again, the person had disappeared from the mudflat. He was stunned, closed his eyes, shook his head, and then looked around. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a roar, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Then, a gust of wind swept past, the grass stems flew up, and he felt something hot splattered on his face. He turned his head to look and saw that the head of a companion a few steps away was gone, leaving only a stump spraying blood. Looking further back, the people who were originally ambushing there were now separated into pieces, and a bloodstain spread all the way back. And a person in the rear saw clearly that just as they were about to take action, the figure holding the blade suddenly stopped halfway and then rushed towards them without warning. Although they were 40 or 50 meters apart, they were almost in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wherever they passed, pieces of severed limbs and arms flew up. He raised his gun in horror and fired continuously at the rushing figure, but his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the figure, and all the bullets missed. Chen Chuan had now killed his way to the rear. He had hardly made any moves just now, just held the blade horizontally by his side and gently swept it across with his own speed, cutting everyone in the way. Now seeing someone firing a gun, he glanced over. He was originally far away, and his figure seemed to turn. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the person. He swept the back of the blade horizontally, and the person's arm first broke inward, and then his waist caved inward. However, his head and feet were still in their original positions, and the whole person was folded in half in the middle before suddenly flying out. At this moment, a hooded man suddenly emerged from the shadows, like a poison snake hidden in the dark, very suddenly, and just caught the moment when he swung his blade. Chen Chuan, however, tapped the ground with his toes, and his whole body moved sideways. He spread his arms, as if waiting for the person to come over himself. When he passed by his side, his arms fell and clasped the person's chest and ribs, and then he exerted force gently. Kaka kaka. Accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, that section immediately adhered together inward, and the person's eyes bulged, and blood kept overflowing from the mask. Chen Chuan loosened his hand, letting this soft and rotten body fall to the ground. His eyes slanted, and his eyes fell on the remaining scattered people. The crew-cut man saw the whole process clearly and couldn't help but despairingly cursed. "Fuck, is this fucking?" At this time, Chen Chuan turned the blade and walked towards a few people. The crew-cut man roared loudly, "Shoot, shoot, don't think about running, you can't run away." All the remaining people desperately pulled out their guns and fired. Chen Chuan lowered his body, and when his feet stepped, he had already reached the leader. He gently raised his hand and pushed it on his chin, and suddenly there was a sound like breaking sugar cane, and his head turned over. Then he folded to the other side, and the gunfire only rang a few short bursts before stopping. Only the birds startled in the distance flew into the sunset glow that still existed. Chen Chuan was. More than 10 minutes later, armed patrol vehicles drove into the lakeside park. After inspecting the area, they confiscated all firearms and equipment left at the scene and loaded the bodies onto trailers. A police officer came to the captain leading the team, saluted, and said, "Captain Qian, after investigation, all the deceased at the scene were armed thugs." Captain Qian nodded and asked calmly, "Has their identity been verified?" Preliminary identification indicates they are a group of hired mercenaries who sneaked in from out of town. The leader is called Suo Pingtu, who has a criminal record. According to our records, his entire gang is here, none missing. Captain Xian sighed, young people are truly formidable. Captain Nian is very fortunate. He then instructed, remember to process the items and leave a copy for Captain Nian's team as well. The police officer immediately acknowledged. Is everything processed? If so, let's head back. Yes. Several minutes later, the armed patrol vehicles drove away, leaving only a lake and reed marshes shrouded in the night. On the other side, Chen Chuan had already returned to the training hall on Ziyuyi Street. When he entered, the security guard didn't sense anything unusual about him and greeted him with a smile, remarking that he was back early today. Upstairs, he placed the Snow Emperor blade on the sword rack and made a call to Gao Ming, but didn't say anything, just let it ring a few times before hanging up. However, only a few minutes passed before the phone rang. He picked it up, and it was Nian Fulai's voice. Little Chuan, were you attacked by armed men? When leaving the park, Chen Chuan had called the patrol bureau. He knew that Nian Fulai, as a captain, would definitely know about this, and he didn't intend to hide it. Yes, these people were after me, uncle. There might be some trouble recently, and I need some time to handle it. Nian Fulai said solemnly, I understand, little Chuan. Remember, you are a member of the patrol bureau. Chen Chuan nodded, I know, uncle. In the patrol bureau office, Nian Fulai hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he took a document, signed it, and instructed the police officer on duty outside, call Xiao Wu in. After a while, a young and capable police officer came to the office, saluted, Master. Nian Fulai handed the document to Xiao Wu and instructed, transfer a team from the bureau to Quanzhou district. The instructions are written above. The local bureau will cooperate with you. Yes. Xiao Wu stepped forward, took the document, saluted again, and left the office, closing the door behind him. At the training hall, Gao Ming immediately came to meet Chen Chuan after receiving Chen Chuan's call. Chen Chuan first poured Gao Ming a cup of tea before saying, I was attacked just now, but I've already taken care of it. The patrol bureau should already be dealing with it at the scene. Gao Ming asked for details and said, no problem. In Yangtze City, openly carrying firearms, ordinary citizens automatically have the right to kill bandits. The patrol bureau also. Chen Chuan said, then what follows is. Gao Ming pushed up his glasses and said, yes, since these bandits couldn't handle you, cousin, they will either try again unwillingly, or send people with a higher level of force, believing that you, cousin, have no way to resist, and try to eliminate you before you can hide. But this is also our opportunity, because such experts cannot be without a background and connections. Whether they are captured alive or killed, it will lead to subsequent events. Chen Chuan continued, so after this, it's, yes, the key lies in. Chen Chuan slowly nodded. Even if the situation differs from their predictions, it doesn't matter. He and Gao Ming had prepared several plans, responding according to different situations. The Mutual Aid Society wanted to control the situation, and he was also controlling the situation, trying to guide it in the direction he wanted. Just an hour later, the news that the armed bandits had failed to attack Chen Chuan and that all of them had been killed reached Xiao Ziobi. Upon hearing the news, he kicked over his desk and cursed the incompetence of these hired thugs. He paced around the office, muttering curses. He had previously taken on this matter, patting his chest and saying that he could handle it, but now he had screwed it up and alerted the target. After pacing for a while, he sat down, called the butler in charge of specific affairs, and said with a grim face, can we send more people? Not those shoddy ones, but those who can actually get things done. The butler knew his temper and patiently said, young master, Suo Pingtu's group rarely fails. This time, their elimination is either an accident or the target's strength exceeds expectations. I've seen the target's files, and it's possible we underestimated him beforehand. Xiao Ziobi was impatient and waved his hand. Don't talk about this nonsense now. Find someone for me. Find someone to take care of this matter. The butler said, young master, this is difficult. Suo Pingtu and his men have cooperated with us several times and can be trusted. Others might take the money and not do anything. Recently, the patrol bureau has been investigating strictly, so we need to wait for a while to find someone to take over this matter. Then offer a high price? Aren't you afraid no one will take it if you offer a high price? The butler explained. News in this circle spreads quickly. With Suo Pingtu's failure, others will become cautious even if they are willing to take the job, and they will probably wait to see if you will continue to raise the price. They will all wait and see, so this cannot be done in a short time. Actually, there were some things he couldn't say. These armed groups were not good people. If you raised the price, they would immediately say that you were in a hurry, and then they would wonder if you would continue to raise it. They would all wait and see, so this couldn't be done in a short time. How long do I have to wait? From sending the message to accepting the order, it will take 10 days to half a month. That's too late. I can't wait. School is about to start. Xiao Ziobi couldn't wait that long. Once school started, Chen Chuan would be living at the academy. Chen Chuan clearly had the support of the school administration, otherwise how could he have done those things? There was no way to take action at the school. Moreover, once school started, Chen Chuan might apply to take the defense certificate, and he might even take it with Wei Jun, which would be embarrassing. If young master is in a hurry, the butler said, we can only use local people. No, we absolutely cannot use local people. Xiao Ziobi refused on the spot. Using local people was very likely to lead to him. If others were okay, he might have to take the blame, do good deeds for others, and suffer himself. He wasn't that stupid. Suddenly, he thought of something, slapped the table, and pointed with his finger. That's right, his family. If we can't deal with him, we'll deal with his family first. The butler said, young master, this student was raised by his uncle and aunt. His uncle, Nianfuli, is a captain in the patrol bureau. The family members all live in the patrol bureau family area. Young master, please be cautious. Damn it. Xiao Ziobi cursed again, knowing there was no hope. The patrol bureau was very united, and because of its own nature, all family members lived in the patrol bureau family area and had specialized armed personnel for protection. Not to mention that outsiders couldn't get in at all, even if they did. Once things got out of hand, the entire patrol bureau would riot, which he couldn't handle. The butler said, young master, we don't necessarily have to come forward ourselves to use local people, and we don't have to do anything, so it won't involve young master. Xiao Ziobi sat up straight. How so? The butler said, in addition to this student's files and records, I also had someone inquire. Recently, this student had a conflict with the Bloodstain gang. Zhou Bao, one of the 5 claws of the Bloodstain gang, should have had one of his hands cut off by him, and he even used this as a reason to sue him. The matter hasn't ended yet. We can leak his whereabouts in the south of the city to Zhou Bao. Xiao Ziobi was skeptical. The Bloodstain gang? Aren't they fighting with the Iron Chain gang right now? Do they have time to deal with this? Besides, will Zhou Bao listen to you? Will he go if you tell him to go? The butler said, Zhou Bao is a madman. His spirit is very unstable, but he's extremely vengeful and always remembers those who have harmed him, especially losing a hand. He now has a new hand implant, and the anti-mutation drug he's using is provided by us. This time, we can add something to Zhou Bao's medication and combine it with some psychological suggestions. He won't be able to resist. With the Bloodstain gang's manpower and weapons, a surprise attack might succeed. Even if he fails, the Bloodstain gang will lose face and won't let it go, and it has nothing to do with us. Good idea. Xiao Ziobi liked this kind of thing where he didn't have to do anything himself, just incite others to do it, and if the Bloodstain gang really intervened, then the previous actions could also be pushed onto the Bloodstain gang. Let's do it this way. I don't care how you do it, I just want to see results as soon as possible. The butler respectfully nodded, young master, then I'll go out first. Go, go. The butler's arrangements were very efficient. A day later, Zhou Bao received some information about Chen Chuan, and someone sent him a photo of Ziyuyi Street, indicating that Chen Chuan lived there. He was very sensitive to the name Chen Chuan. He lost an arm because of this person, which made him a laughingstock in the gang, saying that he had been defeated by a first-year WEI student and was getting worse and worse. He might as well give up his position to his younger brother. Although he had now replaced it with an implanted arm, which seemed stronger than the original, this thorn was always in his heart. This time, after taking the newly delivered anti-mutation drug, he felt like there was a flame burning inside his body. The name repeatedly stimulated his nerves and impacted his rationality. With a bang, the glass was crushed by his implanted hand, and the surrounding underlings looked at him nervously. Zhou Bao looked up and found himself sitting in a bar. He frowned. When did he come here? What was he doing before? He couldn't remember, and it didn't matter. He stood up, his voice filled with coldness. Follow me? The surrounding underlings stood up one after another. They had been inexplicably called over by Zhou Bao, and then they watched him drink one cup after another. They knew that their boss's temper was more violent than before since he lost a hand, and they didn't dare to ask any more questions, so they could only stay by his side. After Zhou Bao entered the car, the burly head also sat in, and after closing the door, boss, where to? Zhou Bao rubbed the corners of his forehead, and said with a gloomy expression, number 17, Ziyuyi Street, call the brothers to get the hard stuff. The head felt tight in his heart. The meaning of hard stuff is to carry a gun, but this is in the city. But he didn't dare to disobey Zhou Bao's order. The reason why he could stay by Zhou Bao's side for so long was because he did whatever Zhou Bao said, without any discount. Understood, boss, I'll have the brothers get the hard stuff. 1 Shukuzazadea Bixiox. Bixia. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 178 Protection at 10 o'clock in the evening, a dozen modified convertibles of the Bloodstain gang drove into Ziyuyi Street. At this hour, there were no pedestrians on the wide road, and only the street lights on both sides were still lit. These vehicles did not try to conceal themselves when they came, shouting and screaming, and some people fired guns into the sky. Their arrogance was extreme. Boss, it's this one. The leader pointed to a brightly lit training hall in the distance. It was a riverside building, covering a large area, surrounded by a circle of concrete walls and iron gates. Zhou Bao glanced at it and signaled. The car stopped immediately, and a long string of vehicles behind them also stopped one after another. The gang members in the cars couldn't wait to jump out of the cars with their weapons. About 40 or 50 gang members slowly gathered towards the training hall. The training hall had night patrol personnel, but there were not many of them, only 5 in total. When they saw so many Bloodstain gang members coming, they were very nervous. They retreated behind the gate wall at the entrance, raised their crossbows, and aimed at the outside. After Zhou Bao got out of the car, he walked at the very front. He felt that a ball of fire was burning in his chest at this moment, and it was getting more and more intense. He couldn't wait to vent it immediately. He stretched out his hand, and the leader quickly handed a gun into his hand. Zhou Bao took the gun and walked forward a few steps, stood alone in front, then raised the gun and fired 3 shots into the sky, saying to the training hall in front, "Chen Chuan, come out." However, before he could finish speaking, there was a bang from the building diagonally opposite, and the dull sound exploded like a thunderbolt on the empty road. Zhou Bao's movements froze there, a large hole opened in his forehead. His body swayed, and he fell straight backward. After hearing the gunshot, the leader was still wondering which bastard fired at this time, stealing the boss's thunder, not wanting to live. But then he saw Zhou Bao falling to the ground in front of him, and he was stunned there immediately. Not only him, but all the gang members next to him were stunned. At this moment, another sharp whistle sounded, and Patrol Bureau police officers emerged from the shadows on both sides of the street, raised the Dechuo-style rifles in their hands, aimed at these bloodstained gang members, and then pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. For a time, gunshots rang out on the street, and the muzzle flashes in the dark night were particularly conspicuous, visible from across the street. This burst of gunfire lasted for more than 2 minutes. When it stopped, the street was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, and none of the dozens of bloodstained gang members were standing anymore. Little Wu walked out from under the eaves of a building on one side with a handgun. When he passed a gang member who was still twitching, he shot him in the head. The man stopped moving immediately. He walked around and shot all the bloodstained gang members who were not dead. After confirming that there were no survivors, he came to Zhou Bao, pointed the gun at his head, and then pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing all the remaining bullets in one breath. He looked up and ordered to a police officer, "Call and let the bloodstained gang people collect the corpses, let them be honest and don't provoke people they shouldn't provoke." Yes. After the police officer made a call in the phone booth, he said, "Fall in." With a sharp whistle, the police officers came out and lined up in neat ranks, trotting to the other end of the street, their military boots making a rustling sound on the ground, then gradually fading away. Inside the training hall, Chen Chuan was calmly wiping his long sword. Just now he ignored the movements outside. Today, when he came back from Lakeside Park, he found that the patrol bureau had strengthened the night patrol here, guessing that it should have been arranged by his uncle. This should be because they heard that he was attacked, so they sent people to protect him, and also to issue a warning to the mastermind behind the scenes. And what happened here was quickly learned by those who were paying attention. What? Killed? Xiao Ziobi seemed a little surprised and nervous after hearing the butler's report. The patrol bureau did it? Did they intervene? The butler reassured him, "Young master, don't worry, the bloodstain gang did it. It has nothing to do with us. This student is a patrol bureau disciple. It should be that the patrol bureau strengthened patrols in that area after the last attack. Zhou Bao was unlucky and ran into them. It's good that it has nothing to do with us." Xiao Ziobi relaxed, but he was also very headache at the same time. In this way, even a fool would know to strengthen defenses. How can this matter be done? He felt that he really had no way, but he had one good point. If he felt that he couldn't do it, he would never take it upon himself. He picked up the phone on the table and made a call. "Hello, Brother Wei, yes, it's me, Ziobi. Alas, I'm sorry, brother. The people sent didn't solve the problem. Now the protection there is tight, and the brother can't think of any tricks." On Wei Jun's side, although he felt that Xiao Ziobi was a waste, unable to handle even this little thing, and made such a big noise. But such people are still needed, so he did not criticize anything on the surface, but only said, "Ziobi, I'm sorry for you. I'll arrange this matter. Don't worry about it." Okay, Brother Wei, tell me if you need anything." After Wei Jun hung up the phone, he sat there with a gloomy face and thought for a long time. Finally, he picked up the microphone again and dialed a number in Central City. After a while, it was connected. "Hello, Teacher Tan? The student hopes that you can take action to solve a person. This time, the student can pay for your implantation surgery. You can raise any conditions you have. Okay, let's talk in person." He waited in his villa until, after Wei Jun saw him, he waited in the study upstairs. When Tan Wang came in, he asked the butler to go out and invited the latter to sit down. Tan Wang sat down on the sofa and said playfully, "I said, as long as you are willing to join the secret serpent cult, you are a believer of our secret serpent cult. As your introducer, I can agree to a non-harsh request according to the rules, and no additional remuneration is required." Wei Jun knew in his heart that joining the secret serpent cult was equivalent to joining a faction in advance. If he went to the main academy, this identity would not only not help him, but would hinder him. He didn't immediately take up the conversation, but said, "Teacher, the person I want to deal with this time is the student that you wanted to recruit last time." Tan Wang still maintained a smile on his face, but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Obviously, he also remembered the last incident. He failed to recruit and was beaten up, and as a result, he had no face to stay in the academy. Wei Jun understood him and continued, "Teacher, if I join the secret serpent cult, it's just one more believer, which is helpful to the secret cult, but not very helpful. But after I go to Central City headquarters, I can take over the family business after graduation. In addition to giving the secret serpent cult more funding, I can promise to bear your cultivation resources in the future. You may wish to consider my conditions." Tan Wang hummed. These conditions were a bit interesting, but that was all. Because if the cost was higher, Wei Jun might not necessarily be unable to find other people. He considered it, chuckled, looked up and said, I agree, where is the person? The butler immediately handed over a prepared document. Tan Wang gestured for Jinglin to take it, stood up, I will find time to do it. After the disposal, I will return to Central City and wait for you to fulfill your promise. Saying that, he walked out. Wei Jun came to the window, watching Tan Wang coming out of the villa. The car drove away, and he felt a lot of relief in his heart. Tan Wang is. In fact, he knew that the secret serpent cult had always had this kind of business. Even if he offered lower conditions, Tan Wang would agree. But he didn't have the mind to entangle more. It was already late August, and he had to solve this matter before rushing to the unlimited self-defense permit examination and prevent things from happening repeatedly. After Tan Wang's car left, he took Chen Chuan's data and looked at it. Being beaten violently by He Xiaoxing was a shame he would never forget, so he had been thinking about how to deal with this person after returning. It's a pity that his money and offerings to the cult were not enough to exchange for a full set of implants and secret transmissions in the cult, but dealing with a small worm doesn't require these. He just gathered enough money and could do the next implantation surgery when he got back. After he finished reading the recent data about Chen Chuan, he smiled playfully, looked outside, and said to Jinglin, go take a look at that lakeside park. He changed his route here not long ago, and the Wei family's butler received the news and immediately reported to Wei Jun, young master. The servant who followed reported that Mr. Tan's car turned around. He didn't go back to his residence. No, judging by the direction, he should be going to Luhua Lake. Oh, preparing to solve the matter directly. Wei Jun immediately cheered up. He instructed, have people pay attention, keep an eye on it, and tell me the results immediately. Okay, young master. In front of the private training hall, Chen Chuan was holding a knife and walking out from inside. When he got outside, he looked up and saw that the sky was dark and the weather was very sultry. The security personnel at the door said, Brother Chen, look at the weather, it may rain. Chen Chuan said, I know. Saying that, he walked out. The weather had been sultry for many days, and at this time, many people were probably looking forward to a hearty rain. More than 20 minutes later, he came to Lakeside Park again. The corpse from 3 days ago had been cleaned up, but some remaining traces could still be seen. At this moment, the wind started to blow, and the reeds by the lake surged and undulated, and the water surface rippled. He had only been there for a while, and before he could start practicing, he heard the sound of a car coming from a distance. Looking back, he saw 2 cars driving towards him. The car behind stopped far away, and the leading car stopped only 10 meters away from him. As soon as the car door opened, Jinglin, wearing a set of imported formal wear, stepped out of the car. Chen Chuan noticed that there were small, neat embedded lines on his face and neck, as if something had been implanted. Jinglin moved his wrist and slowly walked towards him. Chen Chuan, didn't expect it to be me. He took off his gloves and threw them on the ground, revealing his hands covered with fine scales. Last time I lost to you, that. I admit that I was careless, but this time I won't be. He clenched his fist. I will let you see my strength. The humiliation you gave me, I will repay you twice. As soon as he finished speaking, the soil under his feet turned over, and the grass leaves flew up, rushing towards him like an arrow from a string. Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chapter 179, Limit. When Jinglin was in the air, he raised one hand to the side of his cheek and extended the other straight forward. As the distance rapidly closed, the outstretched hand initially seemed to be some distance away from Chen Chuan, but at that moment, the muscles in his arm wriggled, and suddenly another section grew out, directly reaching Chen Chuan's face, looking as if it would touch the latter's collar in the next moment. But at this moment, Chen Chuan's figure flashed forward, avoiding the hand in the nick of time, and instantly arrived near Jinglin. The timing and rhythm were grasped very precisely. Jinglin, however, had a smug smile on his face. Taking advantage of Chen Chuan's approach, he suddenly tore open his mouth, and the mouth seam actually split to his ears, revealing sharp teeth inside, and he bit towards Chen Chuan. But as soon as this action started, a fist carrying immense strength had already heavily slammed into his abdomen, and a burst of internal energy followed, blasting into his body. Jinglin groaned, his entire body arched backward from the hit, his hands and feet stretched forward, and even his long, snake-like tongue was sticking out. Chen Chuan raised his hand again, grabbed his head, and turned it away in disgust. Jinglin flew out horizontally, crashed to the ground, and rolled a few times, lying there on his side in a half-twisted posture, his eyes rolled back, his mouth open, already unconscious. Chen Chuan glanced at him casually and then looked forward again. From beginning to end, his attention was not focused on Jinglin, nor did he hear clearly what this person was saying. His focus was always on the car behind, because he knew that the person there was the one he needed to deal with today. Tan Wang sat in the car watching the scene ahead. This time, when he went back for the implant reconstruction surgery, he took Jinglin along and had him modified. Although they were all low-grade implants that were about to be disposed of and did not fit him well, his combat power was undoubtedly much higher than before. He thought that if Jinglin could deal with Chen Chuan, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Even if he couldn't, he would just watch a show. But he didn't expect that he would be taken care of in one encounter. It seems that the information on those data was not exaggerated. In that case, he had to do it himself. No matter what, he was just a martial artist who had not yet crossed the threshold. He reached out and pushed the door open, got out of the car, straightened his imported formal wear, closed the door, and slowly walked towards Chen Chuan. When he got closer, he stopped, first glanced at Jinglin lying there, and stroked his chin, seeming to say with some dissatisfaction, "You beat my toy, there should be some compensation, right?" Chen Chuan looked at him and said calmly, "Teacher Tan, I know what you're here to do." "Oh, you know." Tan Wang suddenly felt very bored. "Why say it? It's so uninteresting. You could have lived a little longer." Chen Chuan stuck the knife into the ground, unbuttoned his collar, and said, "I'm actually very happy to see you today, Teacher Tan." Oh. Hearing his words, Tan Wang was a little curious. He found Chen Chuan's performance very interesting, so he didn't mind cooperating. "Why is that?" Chen Chuan unbuttoned his buttons one by one, took off his coat, and threw it to the other side with force. Then he reached out and grasped the hilt of the knife. His hair and shirt collar were constantly shaking in the wind. He slowly said, "Because you are weighty enough, you are an indispensable piece of the puzzle." At this time, dark clouds surged above, the sky and earth were dim, the wind became stronger, countless branches and leaves were flying in the reed marshes, and suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Immediately afterward, a muffled thunder rumbled, the vibration sounding as if it was rolling past the two of them. Tan Wang's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to dislike Chen Chuan's tone at the moment. But he also felt a little strange. In the past, no matter what reaction the prey made, he would not feel disgusted, only novel and interesting. Unlike now, he looked at the sky and attributed it to the weather. He put his hands in his pockets. "It's going to rain soon, and I don't want my newly bought clothes to get wet, so I'm sorry, I can only ask you to die quickly." After he finished speaking, he leaned forward. As he stepped forward, the flying and spinning stems and leaves, the rolled-up branches, and the tiny water droplets around him all seemed to slow down. A martial artist had reached. Moreover, he had added implants to his body. Most martial artists only strengthened a certain part of their mutated tissue, which inevitably had flaws, like a lame giant. But after adding implants, they could make up for many shortcomings and have more comprehensive abilities, so he could withstand greater intensity and maintain this state for a longer time. Facing Chen Chuan, he mostly had the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. As he came close to Chen Chuan, looking at the latter's seemingly motionless figure, he showed a playful look, and stretched out a hand, reaching towards the latter's face. Chen Chuan had been watching Tan Wang, but in his sight, that figure suddenly disappeared abruptly. But he did not panic because of this. As another lightning flashed across the sky, Tan Wang's figure, which was still on the side just now, his sight once again caught Tan Wang's figure. He watched the other party's hand gradually approaching, spun around, and drew out the knife, bringing out a flash of blade flash. Tan Wang felt something was wrong when he saw him, and the danger perception he had developed over a long period of time made him react quickly, raising his hand. With a clang, he directly blocked the knife with his arm, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face, because Chen Chuan's speed suddenly became faster. But before he could figure this out, blade flash rose again in front of him, slashing at him continuously. He quickly retreated to dodge, constantly using various parts of his body to block the knife slashes. It could be seen that dense scales had risen on his cheeks and body. This was the implanted scale armor on his body. After growing together with his own mutated tissue, it could resist small-caliber firearms and various knife and sword cuts through the coordination of internal energy and high-toughness muscles under the skin. He didn't need extra weapons, because he himself was a weapon. After blocking more than a dozen knife slashes in a row, he gradually recovered from the passive attack state. After blocking another stab, the muscles in his legs and back wriggled, and he suddenly leaped backward, darting out in an unconventional posture, instantly breaking away from the range of the knife. After reaching the back, he somersaulted in the air and stood firm again. Although he had escaped the knife, after the continuous slashing just now, even if he himself was fine, the imported formal wear on his body had become strips of cloth. Boom! With another thunder, the long-awaited torrential rain finally fell at this time, quickly making a dense rustling sound on the ground. Chen Chuan held the long sword in one hand and stroked the back of the knife with the other, holding it diagonally in front of him, and said, "It seems that Teacher Tan doesn't need to change clothes." Tan Wang snorted and tore off all the tattered clothes on his body, revealing a body full of gray-green scales. At this time, the muscles around his eyes wriggled, and his eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils. This was his mutated snake pupil. By expanding the range of the pupil, he could receive more light and improve visual acuity, especially suitable for combat in this almost dark environment. Chen Chuan glanced at the scales on his body. He could feel that when the knife slashed up just now, strength was difficult to land on a solid surface, and it was all slipped away by a flexible internal energy. In addition to the role of the scales themselves, it should also be combined with the unloading of internal energy. As a martial artist of a higher limit, Tan Wang should have a lot of experience in dealing with swords and other weapons, so it was not surprising that he could do this. And he did not suffer from the previous confrontation, because using internal energy to resolve it was also consuming physical strength, even if he reached. And Tan Wang stared at Chen Chuan for a while at this time, and the ease of teasing the prey at the beginning had long disappeared from his eyes. He was surprised that Chen Chuan's speed could keep up with him. What drugs did he use? Is it some new drug of heaven's bounty herbs? This was the most likely. There were no high-level implants outside Central City, but there were various unverified prohibited drugs circulating, and sometimes there were indeed special effects. However, in this way, Chen Chuan was equivalent to pulling his reaction and speed to almost the same level as him, so his original advantage that was enough to crush martial artists below the limit no longer existed. But fortunately, general drugs were effective. When the effect of the medicine passed, there would be a more tired or even a broken body left. Because people were a whole, Chen Chuan only reached the most. This medicine was still useful. He could ask about the source after the end, and maybe he could make a profit and make up for the loss this time. He turned his thoughts in his mind, slowly separated his feet, stood still, and did not take the initiative to attack. He was waiting for the end of the medicine effect. Chen Chuan did not choose to confront him. He wanted to force Tan Wang to fight with him. He needed to keep a certain pressure on the latter, so that he would continue to use internal energy to resist, continuously consuming his physical strength, so as to increase his chances of winning little by little. He stepped forward and slashed diagonally, and the knife split a perfect arc of water in the torrential rain. However, in Tan Wang's eyes, this move undoubtedly confirmed his own speculation. He snorted, took a step backward, and moved backward with amazing speed. His figure was blurred, as if he had suddenly disappeared in place. However, after Chen Chuan took a step forward, his figure seemed to disappear as well, and then a series of collisions and impacts were heard in the air. Tan Wang weaved through the incoming blade flashes, discovering that Chen Chuan's knife strikes possessed both strength and speed, but lacked skill. This allowed him to use his experience to dodge and evade to a certain extent, rather than directly confronting the attacks. Only when he couldn't avoid them would he choose to use his limbs and body to resist. Under the effect of internal energy, the muscles and the scales attached to them wriggled, minimizing the strength of the blade. Since both were moving at extremely high speeds, the sounds of their attacks and parries seemed to be continuous, and the torrential rain was repeatedly smashed open, creating one broken gap after another. Sometimes, before the rain that exploded in one direction could fall back down, another circle would burst open on the other side. Between them, one could see the forced, undulating paths of their movements. Above, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating their figures one moment and obscuring them the next, leaving only mud and shattered grass stems on the ground. After more than 10 minutes of such intense confrontation, Tan Wang began to feel uncomfortable. He needed to constantly use internal energy to resist the sword, which required him to concentrate all his attention. He couldn't afford even the slightest oversight. This was a huge burden and test for his energy and stamina. Now, the short duration was still manageable, but if it continued for longer, his stamina would decline, inevitably leading to mistakes. He cursed his miscalculation inwardly, because he had left before the gland implantation surgery was completed. Otherwise, he could secrete an oil on the surface of his scales, effectively deflecting the slashing and stabbing of various sharp weapons, even bullets. And if the venom gland surgery in his upper jaw had been done in advance, he could have simply sprayed a cloud of poison mist to solve the opponent during the battle. Why did it have to be so troublesome? Chen Chuan's knife strikes, however, were terrifyingly stable. They were like this from the beginning and remained so now, without any change from start to finish, as if he could continue slashing like this forever. He was now starting to doubt his judgment. What kind of drug could last so long? Or, was this his inherent strength? No, that was impossible. He didn't notice that when he began to feel anxious and doubtful, it was often the first sign of his attention failing and his stamina declining. Chen Chuan focused on the enemy in front of him. Just over 10 minutes was nothing. Before, he had been swimming in the pit, fighting against endless darkness and oppressive environments for at least an hour. This was nothing to him. That surprise training had greatly improved his stress resistance. At least the fight on the current scene could not shake his will even by a fraction. Even after fighting for another 10 minutes or so, Tan Wang felt something was wrong. His body seemed unable to keep up with his reactions at times. Although he made up for it with experience, he still felt there was a problem. He knew this must be due to the implant. Implants often cause a decrease in combat power because they don't match the host. Originally, Secret Serpent Cult had its own specialized implant doctors and its own implant cultivation room. Everyone had an implant corresponding to themselves. However, his original implants had almost been completely destroyed by He Xiaoxing, especially the offensive limbs, which were severely damaged. This forced him to change to a new set. In order to improve his combat effectiveness, he simply used the upgraded version this time, but due to compatibility reasons, that set was still being cultivated, so he temporarily used a set of general-purpose implants to make do. Using general-purpose implants for a short time would naturally not cause any problems, but now, after a long period of confrontation, a sense of stagnation began to arise. Perhaps taking medicine at this time could temporarily overcome the problem, but not to mention that the medicine was not on his body. Even if it were, he would not be allowed to do so now. The two sides were currently in a state of intense fighting, and they were very sensitive to every subtle movement. As soon as his problem appeared, Chen Chuan immediately felt the difference. He found that Tan Wang's rhythm had become slightly disordered, and he no longer had the initial sense of stability. This undoubtedly illustrated one thing. The opponent's condition was declining. At the same time, he realized that since even he had noticed this, there was no reason why Tan Wang himself wouldn't know. Therefore, he he would definitely try to recover or find a way to break the situation. The change might come later, but it might also come in the next moment. He couldn't help but increase his attention. However, Tan Wang did not make any changes immediately. He obviously had rich combat experience and dealt with it patiently, wanting to delay and see if he could make the opponent impatient and expose flaws. However, when facing an opponent who almost never exhibited impatience or recklessness, he couldn't wait for a turnaround for a long time, so he had no choice but to make a change first. At this time, his arm braced against a slash of the blade again. In the past, he would have tried to use muscle wriggling and the hardness of the scales themselves to deflect the knife, but this time there was a new change. The moment he came into contact with the blade, the veins on his arm wriggled, the skin there suddenly broke open, and strips of whip-like limbs emerged from inside, wrapping around the blade and holding it firmly. After seeing this, Chen Chuan's expression froze, but he did not immediately choose to snatch it. Instead, he released the handle of the knife, moved forward, and suddenly lunged into the inner circle, launching a fierce attack on Tan Wang. The latter only met him with one hand, and simply resisted the blows to those parts of his body with his body. Although Chen Chuan's strength was not bad, even a little higher than his, he himself possessed highly resilient transformed muscles, which could easily dissipate the force of such punches and kicks, making it difficult to pose too much of a threat to him. The key was to control this knife, and it would be much easier to fight. Seeing that a few attacks were not very useful, Chen Chuan immediately changed his attack style. After a punch to the face was blocked, he immediately turned his fist into a palm, grabbed Tan Wang's wrist and pulled it back. The latter felt a force of internal energy penetrating into it, and immediately tensed and twisted his muscles, breaking his fingers apart. At this time, Chen Chuan's left hand sank, grabbed the middle of the blade with a snap, and while turning his waist and pulling, his right palm opened and went straight to Tan Wang's face. Tan Wang felt the blade he had already wrapped around being pulled by him. Naturally, he refused to let go. Under the struggle, his center of gravity also tilted forward, and seeing that the palm was coming extremely fast, almost sticking to his face, his snake pupils shrank, seeming to sense danger. At this time, he leaned his head back, the muscles of his neck wriggled, and he stretched out a section out of thin air. His entire head was almost folded to his back, thus avoiding this blow, and then he started a parry, parrying Chen Chuan's palm. If someone was standing behind him at this time, they would be able to see a hint of a smile on his face as he leaned back. He was no longer in a hurry now. Once Chen Chuan's round of attacks was over, he would immediately use Secret Serpent entanglement technique, using the high flexibility of his limbs and some modified joints to capture his opponent. Once he succeeded, unless the opponent's strength was far greater than his, he would only be entangled to death. Chen Chuan also felt that this kind of entanglement was very unfavorable to him, because in a bare-handed state, he did not have enough lethal threat to Tan Wang. As long as the latter survived his few pressing attacks, he would definitely use his experienced close combat skills to fight him. In this way, he would inevitably fall into a passive position and it would be difficult to dominate the trend of the battle again. At this time, he did not crash to the bottom, but quickly responded, raising his knee and kicking, and when he was blocked by the opposite side, he also used the force to retreat, his body slightly bent, his hands reaching down, holding the hilt of the knife together, and as his feet stepped, his waist also turned at the same time, and he suddenly swung it upwards. This time, under the layers of mutant tissue pushing his whole body, the force was so great that the mud under his feet sank. Tan Wang felt a surge of strong internal energy coming over, his expression changed slightly. If he did not let go of the blade, it was very likely that his whole body would be lifted up. Even if he could stand still, the general-purpose snake limbs would probably be broken in half under the confrontation of the two sides. After discovering that he might not be able to lock this knife, he simply gave up and let go of the snake limb. Then he turned around on the spot, his body spiraling like a snake, and then he darted forward and pounced in front of Chen Chuan, opening his hands and preparing to wrap around his waist and legs. At this time, Chen Chuan's hands were raised upwards, his empty door was wide open, and there was no time to cover it. As long as he stepped forward to entangle him, he could still achieve his original purpose. But unexpectedly, Chen Chuan still had remaining energy at this time. He took a step back in time, tilted his wrist back, and at the same time sank his body downwards, pointing the narrow hilt of the knife downwards and stabbing it down. Tan Wang narrowed his eyes and had to dodge sideways, while Chen Chuan's waist turned, driving his arms, and then his wrist turned, following the direction of his dodge and slashing horizontally. Tan Wang had to somersault horizontally to avoid this blow. Chen Chuan swung long sword with one hand, forced Tan Wang back, and then slowly retracted the knife again, holding it steadily with both hands, with the tip of the knife pointing at his opponent. Tan Wang's face was slightly ugly, and he was back in the previous rhythm again. In this case, he could only choose the method he didn't want to use. Stimulating mutant tissue through a certain breathing method to improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, but he himself could withstand it, and the general-purpose implant might not be able to withstand it. However, even if he didn't do this, the implant might not last long, and he believed that he had already figured out Chen Chuan's upper limit just now, and that increasing his combat effectiveness slightly would be enough for him to end the battle. So he stretched out his hands and the valve of his body's aura suddenly opened. Chen Chuan suddenly saw that Tan Wang's back and chest suddenly began to rise and fall faster, and his eyes began to become congested. He immediately realized that the other party should be taking a method to stimulate mutant tissue. This should be the opponent's last trump card. Since this is the case, then it's almost time. He took a long breath and started to circulate the furnace breathing technique. In an instant, all the energy accumulated over the past month was released from the mutant tissue under the combined action of internal and external breathing and transmitted to his limbs. His body instantly became hot, and a large amount of white air rose from his body, mixing with the rain, and under the blowing of the strong wind, it seemed to be spinning and rising. He lowered his center of gravity slightly and suddenly rushed forward, followed by a blade flash that cut through the rain. Tan Wang was shocked, because Chen Chuan's speed was even faster than before. He could hardly see clearly and could only rely on his senses to dodge and distance himself. However, the blade flash chased after him like a snowball. He had to use his arms to block it, but at the moment of contact, he suddenly felt a lightness somewhere in his body. His pupils shrank sharply and his body retreated rapidly. Chen Chuan stood there without chasing. He just shook the blade, and then he heard a pop, and he saw an arm falling from the sky. With the furnace breathing technique, he used the heavy slashing knife technique that he had never used before. At this moment, after internal energy was poured into Snow Emperor blade, the knife also vibrated slightly. Tan Wang's breathing became rapid, and the wound quickly closed under muscle wriggling, but losing an arm not only greatly reduced his combat power, but even affected his balance, and the implant became increasingly incompatible due to the series of intense applications just now. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the world suddenly became as bright as day. In the blurred vision, he saw Chen Chuan walking towards him with a knife. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in swirling white air, and his face was no longer clear. Countless raindrops fell on the blade, shattering into smaller droplets. At this moment, the idea of escaping from here came to his mind. Then that figure disappeared from the spot again. He hurriedly retreated, but the lack of balance and the decline in physical strength caused his speed to be slower than before. With a whoosh, a huge gash was cut open in front of his chest and abdomen. He staggered a little when he landed, then bent down and squatted down, and a large amount of blood and tissue fluid was sprinkled on the ground. He propped himself up on the ground, then covered his abdomen, barely got up, and ran out staggeringly. Chen Chuan stuck Snow Emperor blade on the ground, strode forward, reached out and grabbed Tan Wang's hair, pulled it back, causing his face to look up. He clenched his fist in one hand, slowly raised it high, and said, "Tan teacher, remember when you asked me if I would be willing to go to Central City with you as a servant?" The raised fist fell suddenly, heavily hitting Tan Wang's face, and several teeth flew out with blood. "This is my answer." At this time, Tan Wang laughed hee, seemingly mocking something. Seeing this, Chen Chuan punched down again, one punch after another. He kept punching, hitting Tan Wang's facial bones and teeth, all of which were shattered, leaving only a mass of rotten paste. After he completely lost consciousness, he released his hand and let him fall into a puddle of mud mixed with rainwater. He stood there, slowly adjusted his breathing, and as a wisp of white air was exhaled, his hot body gradually calmed down. He looked up at the sky, feeling the gradually weakening rain. This storm was about to end. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 181 Safety. The rain in the sky has stopped. Chen Chuan dragged Tan Wang by one foot from the lakeside and threw him next to a car. The drivers of the two cars had already fled. They were just ordinary people, and he wouldn't do anything to them. It was just right to let these two people take the message back. He first checked the inside and outside of the car and nearby, then came to the phone booth at the edge of the park, put in a coin and dialed a phone number, then walked back and leaned against the car to wait. About 10 minutes later, a silver-gray car drove over, the headlights very conspicuous in the dark night. The car stopped not far away, and with the sound of a car door, Gao Ming came out from inside. He walked forward with a flashlight. When he saw Chen Chuan was unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he noticed Tan Wang lying next to his feet, his expression unchanged at the miserable appearance, and asked, "Cousin, this is?" Chen Chuan said, "Tan Wang, a teacher from Central City who taught a recommended student." Gao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. At that moment, the light seemed to be unstoppable even by his glasses. He said, "This person is crucial." Chen Chuan hummed in agreement. This Tan Wang was definitely someone important. Such a person taking the initiative to attack him meant there was a lot to dig into. Having this bargaining chip in hand meant he could advance or retreat, and he now had the initiative. The Mutual Aid Society would have only two reactions next. One was to send someone to contact him, try to stabilize him, try to appease him, and then look for opportunities elsewhere. But there was another, and this one was the most likely. Coincidentally, he also hoped to resolve it in that way. Gao Ming said, "They should be sending people soon, we just have to wait." Chen Chuan said, "Let's go back first. Get in my car." Gao Ming shined the flashlight on Tan Wang. "Should we treat this person's wounds first? He's badly injured, it wouldn't be good if he died halfway. Just stuff him in the trunk. This person's vitality is very tenacious, he won't die so easily. What about the other one? It seems like there's another one over there." "Not important." Chen Chuan picked up Tan Wang and, after Gao Ming opened the trunk, stuffed him in, closed it, and locked it. Then he went to the front passenger seat and casually threw a bag on the back seat. This was Tan Wang's personal belongings. The light wasn't good now, and he hadn't had time to look at it closely, so he planned to take it back and then check it. After the car started, it drove out of the park. Where to? Gao Ming asked, holding the steering wheel. Go back to the training hall first. There are patrol bureau people patrolling there, so there's no need to worry about any problems. After we get back, I'll make a few more calls. In the Wei family villa, Wei Jun had been sitting at his desk, arms crossed, looking out the window. He was waiting for the results from Tan Wang. He couldn't rest easy until he got confirmation, because according to the schedule, he would be taking the unlimited self-defense permit exam in 2 days. Before that, he had to finish dealing with this matter to avoid any recurrence of the quota issue next semester. At this moment, footsteps came from the corridor, and the butler walked in from outside. Wei Jun's spirit lifted, and he immediately stood up and turned around to ask, "What is it? Any news?" The butler hesitated. Wei Jun frowned. "Just say what you have to say. Did Teacher Tan change his mind again?" Tan Wang always acted on a whim. It was possible that he would suddenly change course to another place halfway through. Fortunately, Tan Wang's credibility was always very good, and he would definitely do what he promised. The key was that he was short of money now, so he wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't fulfill his promise. The butler said, "The 2 drivers who drove for Mr. Tan have returned." Wei Jun was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" He suddenly felt that something was wrong and stared at the butler. "Just say it directly." The 2 drivers said that Mr. Tan seems to have been defeated. The butler paused, and then said, "But the news is not yet certain because they couldn't see clearly in the rainy weather." There was a long silence in the study. After a long while, Wei Jun finally reacted. He suddenly became furious. "Are you fucking kidding me? In Yangji, who the fuck can defeat Tan Wang? Who is it?" The butler looked up at him and said a name, Chen Chuan. Wei Jun's movements suddenly stopped, and he stared at the butler in astonishment. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. "Say that again, who is it?" "Chen Chuan." The butler's answer was very clear. At least that's what the 2 drivers said. "I am investigating the specific situation." Wei Jun rubbed his forehead hard. This result shocked his inherent understanding and made him feel that everything he had accepted in the past was chaotic, and he didn't know where to start thinking. After a long while, he slammed a fist on the desk, and with a bang, the thick table was smashed, and wood chips flew around the office. The butler quickly took a few steps back. Wei Jun turned around, looked out the window, and after a long time, his breathing gradually calmed down, as if he had returned to his usual self. His voice was cold. "Bring those 2 drivers over and ask them clearly. I want to repeatedly confirm every word they say. Also, send someone to the scene to take a look and determine the situation." "Yes, young master." The butler nodded and walked out. Before long, he brought the 2 drivers over. Of course, Wei Jun couldn't personally intervene, but called in someone who was good at this, and after questioning them using some torture methods, he finally determined that what the 2 people said was true. It's just that they both said that they couldn't see the specific fighting process between Tan Wang and Chen Chuan, but only heard the continuous booming sound, until they finally saw Tan Wang being knocked to the ground by Chen Chuan punch after punch, and never moved again. They were panicked and ran away at that time. At this time, the people sent to the scene also came back. When the 2 people arrived, they were stunned, because there were furrows plowed on the ground, and there were pits next to the entire lakeside. This was not like a martial artist's fighting scene at all, but like it was bumped by a barrage of artillery shells. Here they also found Jing Lin, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and carried him back. However, after the examination, they found that internal energy had penetrated this person's brain. He could live, but it seemed difficult for him to wake up. From Jing Lin's appearance and the situation at the scene, it seems that it can be confirmed from the side that the news brought back by the 2 drivers was correct. Chen Chuan did knock down Tan Wang in a frontal duel. After Wei Jun heard the news, he sat with his elbows on his knees, lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, the butler broke the silence and said, "Young master, if this is the case, this person has either received the help of a certain force, or his strength has reached the level of Mr. Tan, then it cannot be solved by ordinary means. Impossible." Wei Jun's eyes turned red. He would never believe this possibility. Chen Chuan was just a first-year student. How could he defeat Tan Wang? There must be something wrong. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be some kind of implant and drugs." The butler thought for a while and said, "It is also possible, but this also shows that there is someone behind him, because he definitely can't do these things alone." Wei Jun's eyes were full of haze. He said, "Go, call Zhang Wei and Xiao Ziobi all over, let them come over now, immediately." The butler nodded and went down to do it immediately. Half an hour later, Xiao Ziobi and Zhang Wei both came to Wei Jun's villa, and after hearing the butler explain the matter clearly, they realized in addition to shock that this matter might not continue. Xiao Ziobi murmured, "That's not right, this shouldn't be." Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Since the 2 drivers escaped back, then there are 2 witnesses. We can sue him. Useless. Zhang Wei directly rejected it. With Mr. Tan's status, let alone how to determine this fact, even if he can sue, Chen Chuan can completely say that he was not there. What's more, Mr. Tan's life and death cannot be determined now. It is impossible to solve him by using this, at most it will cause him some trouble. It's meaningless. And we also need to worry about one thing. It would be great if Mr. Tan died. If he did not die, Chen Chuan or the forces behind him would definitely use Mr. Tan's identity to involve us instead. Once things are brought to the forefront, all forces can intervene, especially some people in Wei Academy. This time, they will definitely not sit idly by, and then we will really not be able to suppress him. Xiao Ziobi anxiously said, what should we do? Zhang Wei smiled and said, then we can only use one method. What method? Zhang Wei slowly said, the method to deal with Shen Zhang. How we dealt with Shen Zhang in the first place is how we deal with him now. I think this should not be difficult. After hearing this, Xiao Ziobi quickly looked at Wei Jun. Yes, brother Wei, we use this method. Since we were able to get rid of Shen Zhang in the first place, we will definitely be able to get rid of him now. Wei Jun leaned back in his chair and slowly said, this matter is not something we can decide. The reason why we were able to use that kind of method in the first place was also because Shen Zhang's threat caused the families and companies behind them to join forces to operate, and the person who presided over it at that time is now in Central City. Although it is not impossible to use it again, it is not up to them to decide. Zhang Wei looked at Wei Jun, only by using this method, and we must use this method, because only in this way can we better warn those who are always delusional, so that no one will try to cross this line again. Wei Jun thought for a long time, and finally reached out and picked up the phone on the table, dialed a number, and after waiting for a long time, the phone was finally connected, and a mellow bass male voice came from inside. Little Jun, what's the matter? Wei Jun quickly said, Brother Zhao, I have a little problem here. The voice on the other side of the phone said unhurriedly, don't worry, take your time, I have time now. In the Xiuyi Street Training Hall, Chen Chuan and Gao Ming also discussed what to do next after returning. Gao Ming said, cousin, they will not give up. As long as you are trying to cross that boundary, they will definitely suppress you with all their remaining energy. Now that Tan Wang is with us, they can't come up with usable methods for the time being, and even fear that we will use him. Then under path dependence, they are likely to use the method they used to deal with Shen Zhang to deal with you. This is their last chance, but it is also your chance, cousin. Chen Chuan said, I know. He had paid attention to Shen Zhang's matter as a lesson from the past. After reading Shen Zhang's injury report, he also made some deductions of his own. At this moment, the phone in the living room rang. Chen Chuan walked over and picked up the phone. Little Chuan. Cheng Zitong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher, it's me? You're in the training hall. Yes. Cheng Zitong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then eagerly said, someone gave me a message that Tan Wang is back, and he is likely to go to you? Hide quickly, this person is. Chen Chuan said at this time, Teacher, I have met Tan Wang. Met? Where? Cheng Zitong's tone became tense. Chen Chuan looked at a large box placed in the corner of the wall. He is now in a very safe place, safe for him and for others. Inside Wei's villa, Wei Jun ended the call, put down the phone, looked up and said, Senior Zhao agreed, he will make a call to coordinate all aspects and give us support. He looked at Zhang Wei and Xiao Ziobi and said slowly, under the leadership of Senior Zhao we eliminated Shen Zhang, now we can eliminate that Chen Chuan in the same way. Zhang Wei said, this matter should not only involve us. Wei Jun nodded, this matter must involve the upper echelons of the Mutual Aid Society. Because although they are the ones doing it, the benefits are shared by everyone. Even if these people have not contributed to the process, they should advance and retreat together with them and share the risks together. They have determined that Chen Chuan must have forces behind him, so only they can unite to quell the possible storm and allow Yang Ji to continue to maintain the old structure. Just like 3 years ago. After you go back, call and notify people. Zhang Wei immediately stood up from the sofa and walked out. Xiao Ziobi nodded and walked out together. In the next few hours, as one call after another was made to various villa mansions, a dark current was surging in Yangtze City. In the training hall, Chen Chuan stood on the terrace of the training hall, carefully wiping the Snow Emperor blade. Below him, the river was flowing and endless. After the thunderstorm, the sky was much brighter, but there were still some residual clouds. As he wiped it to the end, the bloodline on the back of the Snow Emperor blade became clearer. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the breathing resonance with each other. With a slight release of internal energy, it would resonate. He held the blade and slowly sent the blade into the scabbard. After there was enough distance, he held the handle and completely sent it into the scabbard with a click. Then he stood up, returned to the living room, and placed the knife on the knife rack. After returning to his seat, he took the package that Tan Wang was carrying with him and took out all the things inside. Gao Ming had already seen these things, but said that there was nothing valuable on them, only related to Tan Wang's personal cultivation. He picked it up and flipped through it. The most noteworthy thing was a hideous black snake picture. The snake had 3 heads, or rather, a front view and left and right views, which were cleverly connected to one body, forming an artistic effect with 3 heads existing at the same time. On the snake's body, there were 3 concentric circles, each with different guidelines marked on it, and the front ends of the guidelines fell on different parts of the snake's body. At first glance, he thought it was some secret skill, but after looking down, he realized that it was actually a purchase order. It listed more than 20 items, all of which were related to implant modification technology, from the body to the surface, from the skin to internal tissues, almost everything was covered. The 3 circles should represent For example, the two checked items high-density muscle implantation and multi-section bone modification, the former should have been completed, and the multi-section bone modification transforms the limbs and torso into snake bones. Tan Wang's neck should be like this. The rest of the body is very normal, so only part of it should have been done. There are also upgrade and progressive options for each individual sub-item, such as in. There are also options such as hard-scale implantation on the body surface, subcutaneous gland implantation, and sharp tooth sheath implantation, which need to be performed in sequence. Among them, sharp tooth sheath implantation is a relatively brutal implanted killing weapon. After the operation is successful, fine or narrow serrated blade teeth can be squeezed out of the scales through muscle contortions, which can be used to entangle and cut opponents with the secret serpent cult's skills. Tan Wang should have only done. In this way, Tan Wang was not at full combat power when he fought against him. If all the implant surgeries checked above were completed, then the combat power would be completely different. But and the items listed above do not include any implants that directly increase speed. I don't know if they don't exist or are not listed. But based on this alone, even if Tan Wang implanted all the items above, he still wouldn't win, because being a beat slower is the line between life and death, and the result would be no different. At this moment, his eyes moved down and he noticed the words internal purchase order at the bottom of the page. In this way, the secret serpent cult not only modifies its own people, but also sells some special implants to the outside world. But seeing how much Tan Wang cared about a piece of clothing, it seems that this so-called internal purchase order should not be cheap. At this moment, he heard the sound of a car coming downstairs. After a while, a security guard came up and said, "Brother Chen." A lawyer Song said that he was entrusted by someone to come and said he wanted to talk to Brother Chen. Gao Ming heard the noise at this time and came out of a lounge next to him. He said, "Cousin, you don't have to come forward, I will talk to him." Chen Chuan nodded. Gao Ming and the security guard went downstairs and saw a middle-aged lawyer in his 40s with a slicked-back hairstyle. He introduced himself as Song. Gao Ming came up to shake hands with him and said with a smile, "My name is Gao Ming, I am Mr. Chen Chuan's fully commissioned lawyer. If Lawyer Song has anything to talk about, you can talk to me directly. So it's Lawyer Gao, I wonder where you work." Gao Ming smiled and said, "Me's law firm." Me's. Lawyer Song's expression became more solemn. "Okay, then we can talk slowly." After the two sat down, Gao Ming signaled to wait a moment, then dragged a box out from under the table and placed it on the table. After opening it, it was a tuned steel wire recorder. He pressed the recording option and gestured to invite with a smile, "Lawyer Song, we can start talking." 2 hours later, Lawyer Song drove away. Gao Ming returned upstairs and said to Chen Chuan, "Cousin, they want to invite you to talk and say they hope the time will be in the next 2 days." Chen Chuan said, "Do they think I will definitely go?" Gao Ming smiled and said, "Lawyer Song specifically mentioned your elementary school and middle school, and also mentioned the names of some of your familiar classmates. This is probably a threat." Chen Chuan hummed. He did have many familiar and good classmates, but it would be overthinking to use this as a threat. He would not change his approach because of this, but would find ways to deal with the abusers afterwards. Sometimes, the more you care about them, the more rampant they become. The less you care about them, the more afraid they become. Gao Ming said, "I told Lawyer Song that I need to consider it and will reply to him before 0 o'clock today." He looked up, "Cousin, I suggest you go to the appointment tomorrow. You can solve this matter earlier, and the shorter the time, the less preparations they can make, and it will be easier to find loopholes." Chen Chuan nodded, "Then let's set it for tomorrow." Gao Ming said, "It's just that the specific time and location may not be determined yet." Chen Chuan said, "It doesn't matter, I won't do nothing." He thought for a moment, walked to the telephone, dialed Cheng Zitong's number, and said after connecting, "Teacher, someone from the Mutual Aid Society is here, they have invited me to talk, I am preparing to go to the appointment." Cheng Zitong said solemnly, "Little Chuan, what does teacher need to do?" Chen Chuan told him his thoughts. Cheng Zitong said, "Little Chuan, although I know you always act with discretion, teacher still says the same thing, be careful, teacher will do everything possible to cooperate with you." "Thank you, teacher." After hanging up the phone, Chen Chuan dialed Bureau Chief Lei's number again. After waiting for a while, he connected and said, "Bureau Chief Lei, I have an appointment tomorrow, but things may be out of control at that time, so I need to ask you for a favor." Bureau Chief Lei said, "I said, you can contact me and Henan at any time if you have something to do." Chen Chuan told him his request, and the other party agreed without hesitation. After ending the call with Bureau Chief Lei, he started to make the last call. "Hello, Patrol Bureau? I am Chen Chuan. Yes, Captain Nian's nephew, I have something to ask him." After the call was connected, he said, "Uncle, there is something I need to tell you in advance." After all the calls were over, he slowly placed the microphone on the telephone, looked up at Gao Ming. "Gao Ming, you can reply to them." Gao Ming nodded and turned to leave. In the Wei Administrative Office building, in an office on the top floor, a white-haired old man was practicing calligraphy with a 2-meter-long brush. A young teacher walked in anxiously and said, "Teacher." The white-haired old man did not look at him, the brush in his hand was steadily attached to the paper on the wall, and he asked, "What is the matter that is so urgent?" The young teacher walked over and said a few words in a low voice. "Oh." The white-haired old man turned around suddenly, his eyes gleaming, and then he threw down the 2-meter-long brush and took 2 steps. Good, very good. He said, we didn't have time to react 3 years ago, but this time we won't. This is not only a good knife, but the knife is held in our own hands. Good, really good. Now that the knife has been unsheathed, we can't let him return empty-handed. Let's give him a push. Well, let those students move too. The young teacher was puzzled. Teacher, are they useful? The white-haired old man said, having a lot of people may not be useful, but having a lot of people definitely has momentum. When momentum gathers together, it is a torrent, and it depends on whether this torrent can break through that thick dam. In the training hall, Gao Ming returned from outside. Cousin, the time has been set. 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. The location is in the Lian Machinery Old Factory area in the west of the city. Chen Chuan sounded a little familiar, thought for a while, and his eyes moved slightly. That place. Gao Ming said, I have checked, that is the place. Chen Chuan nodded, tell them I will be there on time. Gao Ming said okay and turned to leave. After he left, Chen Chuan looked outside. It was evening, and there were clusters of sunset clouds appearing. It should be a good weather tomorrow. He sat slowly on the cushion, and the inner and outer breathing began to guide together. In his deep meditation, the outside scenery changed as if slowly and quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. Until a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the clock not far away, stood up, first washed up, then changed into a suit, walked to the knife rack, took the Snow Emperor blade in his hand, and picked up a box from the ground and walked out of the building. Gao Ming was already waiting there. The driver and car sent by Henan had also arrived, and the car door was open. Chen Chuan looked up. The summer night sky was twinkling with stars, but some dark clouds would occasionally obscure the starlight. He walked over and sat in the car. Gao Ming helped him close the door, tapped the car lightly, the lights in front of the car lit up, instantly illuminating the road, and then slowly drove out. 1 Shukuzazudea Bixiox. Bixia. The car drove out of Quanzhou district in the south of the city and entered Zigong district after 45 minutes. Because of the many old factory areas, this area has become a base for many gangs and a place for trading contraband. The vehicle drove over the bumpy road. Chen Chuan looked at the abandoned factory buildings outside. He remembered that he had come here with Wei Chang'an once to capture Tong Qianzhong, but for various reasons, they failed to catch him. It wasn't until later that they solved the group at the sentry post outside Kaijia village. At this moment, the car bumped again, seemingly because there was a pothole on the road just now, but there was a rustling noise from the box beside him. Chen Chuan reached out and patted it, and the noise quickly disappeared. After driving for a while, the driver slowly reduced the speed and said from the seat, Mr. Chen, the one in front is the Lian Old Factory, but it seems the road is blocked by roadblocks. Chen Chuan looked ahead and saw 2 sections of concrete roadblocks. The factory building could already be seen in the back. He said, it's only a few steps away. I'll get out of the car here. He opened the car door, took the Snow Emperor blade and walked out. The driver also got out of the car and helped him take out the box from the other side. He looked at his watch. It was 3:45, 15 minutes before the agreed time. The driver walked over and placed the box in front of him. Chen Chuan said thank you, then picked up the box, held the Snow Emperor blade, and walked in that direction. As he walked along the road, he could see sparse woods on both sides, as well as simple, old roadside benches. The road under his feet was also uneven, full of branches and gravel. 3 years ago, Shenzheng probably walked this road too, right? And today, he has also come here. However, they are not the same. He looked ahead and strode forward steadily and powerfully, each step crushing the dead leaves under his feet, making a clear crushing sound, gradually approaching the dark factory building. At about the same time, on the national highway east of the city, a black extended car was heading towards Yangtze City. Judging from the direction of the car, it was clearly coming from Central City. A man in his 30s with embedded lines on half of his face was sitting in the back seat. The car's tape recorder was playing soothing music. He took out a bottle, poured half a glass of orange juice, and slowly tasted it. As a martial artist, he was strictly self-disciplined, not drinking or smoking. However, Central City's technology could already make drinks taste like high-end wines, so he could savor the flavor. Just then, the car's speed slowly decreased. He felt something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" The driver replied, "Mr. Qi, ahead." Mr. Qi looked over and saw a burly figure standing in the middle of the wide road, his lion's mane like hair flying in the wind. He looked at it for a few moments and said to himself, "It seems I won't be able to arrive before 4 o'clock." He put down the glass, pushed open the door, got out of the car, stretched his joints, and walked leisurely towards the figure in front. On the other side, Chen Chuan had arrived in front of the factory building. Here, he could see many luxury cars parked outside, many with their headlights still on. Some private security personnel were standing outside. At this moment, a butler-like person came up to him, smiling obsequiously. "Are you Mr. Chen?" Chen Chuan said, "I am. Please follow me." The butler gestured, and 2 security personnel slowly raised a wide rolling gate in front of the factory building, immediately revealing the bright light inside, gathered by many industrial and mining lamps. There were also 2 spotlights on the left and right, the long beams of light deliberately shining from inside to outside, seemingly deliberately showing something. Chen Chuan stood in front of the high, wide door with his knife in hand. Behind him was the dark, deep night, and in front of him was the glaring light, as if this door divided two different worlds. The butler reached out to invite him. Mr. Chen, please. Chen Chuan tightened his grip on the Snow Emperor blade and walked inside. After about 7 or 8 steps, the rolling gate behind him slowly lowered again, and finally clicked into place on the ground. He ignored it and looked around. The interior space of this factory building was very large. About 3 or 4 meters high on all sides were steel structure platforms built with metal plates and supports. There were metal stairs below, and passages were left in the middle. At this moment, people were walking back and forth on it, making clanging sounds. Spotlights were also placed at the passage corners and square pillar positions, and when they were turned on with a bang, more than a dozen light sources shone down on him from all directions. Chen Chuan thought for a moment, then placed the box in his hand on the ground, and then walked forward with the Snow Emperor blade until he was under a platform. He could see members of the Mutual Aid Society standing on it. The reason he could recognize them at a glance was because they were all wearing Mutual Aid Society customized clothing, with gold threads and the Mutual Aid Society emblem of 2 hands holding each other, somewhat similar to the Academy's formal attire, but more luxurious. There were about 5 or 6 people standing on the platform in front, and whispers were coming from the farther distances on both sides. In addition, he could hear many breathing sounds on the platforms and passages in other parts of the factory building, at least dozens, perhaps more. He guessed they were security guards and attendants. This was normal. Without a certain degree of security, these people would probably not dare to appear in front of him at all. Just like now, these people were standing high up, seemingly to show their strength and status, probably also because they were afraid, so they deliberately kept their distance from him. With a few clangs, Wei Jun walked to the front of the metal railing. He raised one hand and slapped it, then looked down. Junior Chen Chuan, you're very punctual. Chen Chuan said, I never like to be late, so I don't do that to others either. Wei Jun said oh, nodded, and evaluated, that's a good habit. No need to waste each other's time. Now that you're here, let's have a good talk first. With Chen Chuan arriving here, his mood wasn't as urgent as before. For tonight, they had made many arrangements, with their men inside and out. And in all parts of Yangtze City, the strength of various companies and families had also been mobilized long ago, keeping an eye on the forces in various parts of Yangtze City that might be involved in this matter. It could be said that any disturbance would be. However, so far, no movement had been seen. In this situation, Chen Chuan came alone to the appointment and entered here, then this matter was actually stable. Junior Chen, we didn't necessarily need to get to this point today. I know what you want, but do you really think this road is so easy to walk? He reached out and placed it on the steel pipe of the railing, walking to the side while talking, his fingers tapping on it. I know you got the Foreign Affairs Bureau evaluation, and the next step must be to take the Unlimited Self-Defense Permit exam. The goal is to get the quota to go to Central City, but no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to get this quota. Do you know why? Seeming to feel that he already had victory in his grasp, Wei Jun seemed very relaxed, but with a hint of unspeakable agitation in his relaxation. By the way, you should have heard of Shenzheng, right? He suddenly turned around to look at Chen Chuan, then nodded and said, it seems you've heard of him, and you should have heard of him. He fell on the way to this road. Do you know what his mistake was? That is, he overstepped the boundary. When Wei Jun said this, he pointed down hard with his finger, seemingly emphasizing something. He didn't follow the rules he should have followed. He overstepped the boundary he shouldn't have overstepped, which led to his end. He suddenly turned around, pressing both hands on the metal railing with a bang, causing the surroundings to vibrate, and dust fell down. He stared at Chen Chuan standing below. Now you are also going in this direction. It's very dangerous, really dangerous. He slowed down his tone slightly. Actually, you don't have to be like this. As long as you go back, abide by the rules, and do things according to the rules, we can live in peace, you know? If you continue, then what you will face is not us, Mutual Aid Society? No. Saying this, he slowly raised his hands high, but the high dam erected by the numerous upper forces in Yangtze. Chen Chuan stood below looking up. He knew what it meant. This world has clear hierarchies. Central City is at the very center, followed by outer cities like Yangtze City, then villages and towns, and then the wilderness. Each place is an independent circle, with its own different ways of survival. It seems that they can completely not interfere with each other, and there is also a huge gap between them. The passage to cross this step is very narrow, and only a few people can pass through. Those who are qualified to pass will try to suppress anyone who tries to compete with them for this passage. As long as you don't fantasize about going to a higher step, don't think about breaking the boundary, and stay honestly in your own position, then there will be nothing. But once you try to break the boundary of that rule, you will be met with various suppressians. We are willing to have a good talk with you, that is also because we don't want to go to that step. Wei Jun's voice came down from above again. Junior Zhang has invited you to join the Mutual Aid Society twice. He spread his hands, gesturing to Zhang Wei standing to the side. Now I can invite you again. Those tedious conditions can be ignored, and we don't ask you to do anything. The treaties and agreements are for those mediocre people. You don't need them. We can give you funding, as long as you don't cross that boundary. Chen Chuan just smiled at this. He clearly knew that the so-called conditions were just compromises that had to be made because they saw his strength, and what they wanted was to temporarily stabilize him. Once he agreed and put down the knife in his hand, they would have plenty of ways to slowly disintegrate and divide his supporters, and then calmly mobilize their strength to target him. If he was obedient, then he would become a mutual aid society thug to deal with those who tried to cross the boundary in the future. If he was disobedient, then the end would be the same as Shen Zhang. Since the senior asked, then I can give you a clear answer now. Chen Chuan said slowly, I will continue on this road, and I will continue to walk it. As for the so-called obstacles on the road, he raised his head, looked at Wei Jun above, and those mutual aid society members, his eyes like blades, just eliminate them all. Although Chen Chuan's tone was calm, it was very powerful. Everyone present could clearly feel the unshakable strength and determination revealed within. Heh. Wei Jun revealed a regretful expression, patting the metal railing. So, that's how it is. He suddenly smiled. Do you know? Shen Zhang died right here, yes, in this very factory. Maybe you knew that before you came, but do you know how he died? Back then, we found Shen Zhang's biological younger sister. They had been separated for 5 years, but it was our kindness that allowed them to reunite here. You're probably thinking, did I threaten him with his sister's life? No, that's too low level. We just wanted his sister to witness the consequences of opposing us, and you. His gaze fell. You'll find out soon enough. You'll experience everything he experienced back then. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. At the same time, a series of bangs echoed, and all the spotlights were turned off. Throughout the factory, the lights in the corners and above were all switched on simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings. The surrounding scenery instantly became clear. One could see strange patterns densely drawn on the walls and floor, painted with various colors of paint. Within these patterns were countless chaotic lines, depicted with colors that seemed to be a mixture of scarlet, rotten blood and sewer sludge. They all extended from the walls, all the intersecting lines heading towards the ground and above, and finally converging on the position where Chen Chuan was standing. 3 years ago, Shen Zhang stood in the same spot as you. Wei Zhen's voice echoed in the spacious factory. The mutual aid society members on both sides couldn't help but watch, as if anticipating what was about to happen next. These patterns originated from a secret ritual of a two-faced secret cult. To be precise, it was a secret ritual to drive a supernatural entity called the two-faced heart monster, and to strengthen its abilities with the ritual. Once the ritual was activated, the person standing on the ritual pattern would be affected. Now, the entire factory area was covered with ritual patterns. As soon as someone walked in, they were considered to be included in the ritual, and that supernatural entity could be activated at any time. However, if a person stood on the pattern in the very center, the effect would undoubtedly be the best. Zhang Wei had previously suggested using spotlights to mark out a route, forcing him to stand in that position. This was undoubtedly a successful suggestion. Once the two-faced heart monster identified its target, it would invade their body, which would have two effects. First, any external attacks would not cause harm, but the pain and suffering would not be eliminated. Second, any harm caused by the invaded target's own attacks would ultimately be borne by themselves. Furthermore, under the stimulation of the two-faced heart monster and the external ritual, various scenes of their own worries and fears would be constantly released in the invaded person's heart, causing them to constantly attack the illusory enemies they saw. Back then, Shen Zhang was very capable in a fight, but so what? They brought back Shen Zhang's own sister in order to create tension and worry in his heart, but the more this happened, the more it would stimulate various illusions. What Shen Zhang saw at that time should have been his close relatives, friends, teachers, and even people he was familiar with being subjected to various infringements and attacks, needing him to rescue them. At that time, he could only desperately attack, to protect everything he wanted to protect, but the harder he tried, the more injured he became, because all the attacks, all the harm, would ultimately be borne by himself. And everyone in the mutual aid society at the time watched him inflict harm on himself, like watching a monkey being played. They went forward one by one to provoke, tease, and stimulate Shen Zhang, watching him constantly counterattack, yet being completely helpless against them. It could be said that the person was eventually played to death. And now, the result would be the same. After waiting for a while, someone looked down and noticed that Chen Chuan was standing there without moving. They asked strangely, why is he standing still? Yeah, why isn't he moving? Could there be a problem with the ritual? Wei Jun pondered for a moment, and suddenly understood, scoffing. This kid probably doesn't have anyone he cares about. People like that are less affected internally, but it doesn't matter. As long as there's a little external stimulation, we can make him confront the imagined illusions, and then we can watch a good show. Who's going first? I'll go first. Xiao Ziobi shouted loudly. He was holding a steel pipe in his hand, excitedly walking down the metal stairs. The other mutual aid society members were also watching with interest, but some seemed dissatisfied that he was. Wei Jun smiled and raised his voice, saying, don't worry, everyone gets a turn. Everyone will get their chance. Xiao Ziobi swung the steel pipe and came in front of Chen Chuan. He first raised his hand to the back, then held the steel pipe with both hands, pretending to strike Chen Chuan's head several times, then suddenly raised it high. However, just as he was about to swing down with force, With a bang, a fist came from the front, and Xiao Ziobi's head suddenly exploded, with flesh, brains, and shattered bones spraying backward. The headless corpse swayed twice while still holding the steel pipe, then fell backward with a thud. The steel pipe also rolled out with a clang. The laughter, jeers, and catcalls in the field all came to an abrupt halt. Chen Chuan slowly raised his hand at this moment, touching one of his shoulders, then grabbed with his fingers, as if instantly seizing an invisible thing. Then, his arm muscles bulged, slowly pulling outward. With his movement, even the people present could see a nearly transparent monster with two faces being slowly pulled out from the surface of his body. The thing struggled and writhed in his hand, trying to break free, but all of this was useless under his powerful grip. Finally, a slight tearing sound was heard, as if something was torn apart. The thing completely separated from the surface of his body. Chen Chuan watched the monster struggle and thrash there, the two faces still making various threatening and laughing expressions, and threw it to the ground. Then, he stepped on it with one foot. With a squish, it was like stepping on a rotten bag, scattering with a pop, and then turning into wisps of smoke that floated out from under his feet. Before coming here, he had read many files and consulted Bureau Chief Lei, and could roughly deduce the cause of Shen Zheng's death, and made certain preparations. He still didn't know what the purpose of this thing was, nor did he need to know, because as long as the Mutual Aid Society members around were staring blankly at everything. Today, they came here because Wei Jun promised to show them a good show. They undoubtedly had full confidence in the secret ritual. How strong was Shen Zheng in the past? Didn't he still die under the ritual? This example proved that this method was safe and feasible. They were looking forward to the upcoming torment of this person who refused to accept their kindness and tried to cross the boundary, but at this moment, the result seemed a bit different. Chen Chuan looked up at this moment, his gaze falling on Wei Jun and the Mutual Aid Society members, and said, "You thought you were the ones who brought me here." He smiled. "Actually, I wanted to come and find you." Wei Jun finally realized that something was wrong at this moment. He had originally held a glimmer of hope, but now hearing Chen Chuan's words, he knew that the ritual had completely failed. At this moment, a burst of fear and anger rose in his heart. He desperately retreated, and shouted, "Fire! Kill him!" The security guards on the surrounding steel structure platforms and passages raised the guns in their hands. However, on the left side, some people had just made this move when they saw some wrists and firearms falling from their bodies. Their limbs were as if they had been neatly cut through by some sharp weapon, revealing smooth wounds. Seeing this situation, these people couldn't help but be stunned. And in the places they couldn't see, right where they were raising their guns, were thin, long spider silks that crisscrossed and were indistinguishable to the naked eye. When Chen Chuan came in just now, he put down the box containing the Tayana combat spider, allowing this spider to enter the factory under the cover of shadows. This type of spider can secrete a high-strength, mutated spider silk. Whenever the human body has a slight external force applied to it, it will be neatly cut open. Therefore, in an ambush scenario, fighting spiders can often silently eliminate the target. However, this is not the fighting spider's main means of attack. Its back and 8 limbs are implanted with special blades. Its crawling and jumping speed also exceeds the reaction of ordinary martial artists. Once it gets close, it can easily chop people into pieces. At this moment, the fighting spider was swiftly darting around on the walls and ceiling of the field, constantly cutting open security personnel who were trying to fire their guns. Wherever it passed, those people were either missing arms and legs or had their heads falling off, and screams of agony echoed everywhere. In its instruction mode, people who make the action of holding a gun and shooting are. However, no matter how fast the fighting spider was, because the factory area was spacious and the number of people at the moment was large, it only targeted a certain area, while people in other places could shoot unscrupulously. Chen Chuan glanced at the gun muzzles aimed at him, and took a deep breath. Those gun muzzles seemed to be slowly rising and shifting in his direction. He stepped forward, and with each step, the ground painted with patterns below spread out with traces of cracks. And those gun muzzles finally spat out flames at this time, but the bullets all landed behind him. The Snow Emperor blade in his hand slowly came out of its scabbard, revealing its sharp blade. His forward-rushing figure made a large arc, stomped hard, and with a leap, he jumped onto a platform, looking at the row of security personnel still shooting downward in front of him. His body tilted forward, the light of the Snow Emperor blade seemed to flash past, and then he had already appeared at the other end of the passage. The dozen or so people on this passage only froze for a moment. The next moment, they turned into sections of severed limbs scattered on the steel plates on the ground. The horrific scene in the passage immediately caught the eyes of Wei Jun and the others. After a brief moment of shock, some Mutual Aid Society members revealed expressions of extreme fear. The scene was too horrific and so close to them, they feared they would be next. Besides the roller shutter door in front, the factory had 2 obvious side doors on the left and right. Because of the fighting spider's presence, the battle continued there, so they unanimously chose to run from the other side. This group was also Wei's students. Their speed was fast, and none of them took the stairs. They all jumped down from above, rushing towards the side door, and soon approached the exit. But at this moment, a huge vibration came from above the passage, and then a figure jumped down from above with a loud bang, standing in front of them and blocking their path. Chen Chuan flicked the long blade in his hand, slowly raising his eyes to look at all of them. For a moment, everyone stopped running forward and slowly retreated. Chen Chuan, if you dare to kill us, you will die too. A mutual aid society member threatened, putting on a brave face. Chen Chuan calmly said, when you kill others, did you ever think that you would die too? He slowly raised his blade, holding it horizontally in front of him, a cold light seeming to flow slowly on the blade. The next moment, his eyes reflected the scene of rapid movement and quickly changing angles, as well as the sharp blade light. After all of this suddenly stopped, he appeared behind this group of people, and behind him, there was no one who could be called complete anymore. Below the platform at a high place, Wei Jun did not choose to run down the stairs with these people. As the organizer of this event, he knew all the entrances and exits of this place. Behind the factory, there was a passage that led directly outside, but the problem was that they might not be faster than Chen Chuan. So he had no choice but to retreat to a safe room not far behind him. At the same time, he said fiercely to the two black-robed people beside him, your ritual didn't work. You are responsible, or you know the consequences. The two black-robed people exchanged a glance, drew curved blades from their waists, and walked outside. Wei Jun immediately called the remaining mutual aid society members to retreat into the safe room and slammed the special steel door shut. The moment the door closed, the gunshots and screams outside disappeared. One person trembled, saying in terror, this kid is crazy, he's crazy? He actually dares to attack us. Wei Jun's hair was disheveled. He didn't have time to consider whether Chen Chuan was crazy or not. He had to save his own life first. He urged, where's that thing? Get it out quickly. Several security guards who had come in with him hurriedly took out two large boxes from a cabinet by the wall and placed them in the middle. Wei Jun anxiously said, Zhang Wei, how do you do it? Zhang Wei was the calmest person present. He walked forward, squatted down, first flicked the buckles with both hands, and then yanked open the lock on top, saying, this thing was taken from Mullen Company, and I am also. The person on the other side urged, I know, now is not the time to talk about this, hurry up, hurry. They had no idea how long the people outside could hold on. The scene of Chen Chuan raising his blade and leaving a pile of limbs and broken bodies in an instant had really scared them. Zhang Wei turned the password a few times, and heard a click, then opened the box lid, revealing a thick white sealed bag below, about half a meter square, seemingly wrapped something inside. He picked up a high-energy nutrient injector embedded on the side edge of the box and plunged it into the thing inside. After pushing all the nutrient solution in, he felt the thing inside was trembling slightly, and he quickly got up and moved away. At this moment, he heard a tearing sound, and the thick sealed bag was torn open by two sharp blade feet extending from the inside. Something stretched its body and slowly stood up. The people in the room couldn't help but retreat to the wall. It was a giant mantis with a bluish-gray color and an almost metallic texture all over its body. Its strong mandibles were contracting and expanding at this time. As the abdominal spiracles opened, the modified trachea sent sufficient oxygen to all parts of the body. With the revival of vitality, the pair of bulging compound eyes also stared at everyone in the room. The blade feet in front slowly moved, and a dangerous aura suddenly emanated. Zhang Wei said, fighting mantis, a bioweapon that Mullen Company bought from a certain enterprise. This thing should be able to entangle that person for a while. No, there's another box here, hurry, release it together. Someone urged from behind. Zhang Wei ignored him. He first made several command gestures to the fighting mantis, and after it slowly restrained its fighting stance, he walked to the front, squatted down, and fiddled with the other box. It will be ready soon. In the external area of the factory, after Chen Chuan cleared out another group of people, he suddenly sensed something, turned his eyes and saw two black-robed people walking towards him. These two people seemed like mirror images, symmetrical from left to right, and each of their clothes was printed with a face. If these two independent faces were put together, they would look like a relatively complete face. This was somewhat like the abstract expression of the supernatural entity he had just seen. It seemed that these two people were related to the secret ritual around them. The two people then separated to the left and right, and rushed towards him from two directions. Their steps and rhythm were consistent, and they cooperated very well. But, their speed was too slow. The long blade in his hand was gently raised, just a left and right slash, and the heads of the two people flew off their necks. Then the two bodies fell almost simultaneously. Except for the different directions, even the posture of falling and the blood sprayed out were almost the same. Of course, this was not intentional by the two people, but the result of his strength and angle control on the blade. Shaking the blade, he looked up at the other side of the factory. There were still some screams and wails coming from there just now, but now there was no movement. In this area in the middle of the factory, he had eliminated all the people he could see, but he knew that a group of people had retreated into the room above from the beginning. But whether they ran or not, it didn't make any difference. Unless someone who could keep up with his speed came to stop him at this moment. Otherwise, no matter how far these people ran in this short period of time, he could catch up in a while, and it wouldn't delay him for long. He thought for a moment and made a gesture. The fighting spider lying on the top of the factory quickly climbed out to set up spider silk at the entrance and exit on the opposite side. Although the high-strength characteristics of the spider silk could only last for 10 minutes at most, and then even a gust of wind could blow it away, this little time was enough. He walked up the metal stairs next to him with the Snow Emperor blade, and then along the metal plate passage, step by step towards the room where Wei Jun and the others were hiding. However, just as he was about to approach that place, he suddenly noticed something, and held up the Snow Emperor blade to parry. With two clangs, he saw something dart out. He turned his eyes and saw that this thing was resting on a metal railing, about half a meter long, with a triangular head, a slender neck, and a flat body. The pair of huge knife-shaped capture feet in front were facing him at this moment. The tip of the hook foot under its abdomen occasionally rubbed against the steel, and it made a metallic friction sound. His eyes flickered. A mantis. But such a large mantis and the speed it had just shown were obviously a bioweapon. Moreover, there was more than one. He could feel that there was another mantis moving in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. In the safe room, Wei Jun heard the security guard come back and tell him that Chen Chuan had been entangled by the fighting mantis, and immediately ran out, saying, "While that kid is being held up, let's leave here quickly." A group of people also poured out, running out in a panic. When Zhang Wei was walking out, he thought about it and threw a high-energy nutrient tube that had not been injected onto the ground in the distance with a crack, and the high-energy nutrient solution flowed all over the ground. The others didn't understand what he meant. He didn't have the mind to explain it at the moment. Chen Chuan didn't seem to come alone, and seemed to have brought something similar to the fighting mantis. These things all relied on high-energy nutrients to move. Although they might not be attracted by this tube, it wouldn't hurt to try. This group of people walked very fast, and in a while, they ran to a narrow passage. They could see the steel door painted with red paint at the end of the front, which was the exit. A mutual aid society member couldn't wait to run over, but after only a few steps, his head and body were suddenly and silently divided into several sections and scattered on the ground in front. This is... The people behind were shocked and quickly stopped. Zhang Wei looked at the cuts, looked left and right, took a knife from the security guard next to him, went up and tentatively slashed a few times, gritted his teeth and said, "There are gaps, you can crawl through." The crowd exchanged glances. Zhang Wei looked at them, pushed up the glasses on his face, tightened them a little, and then said, "I'll go first, you follow me." He first raised one foot, slowly stepped over, then bent his body, slowly crawled over, and finally passed the other foot. Here, he tested it with a knife again. Seeing that there was still something ahead, but it seemed that there were only gaps below, he lay on the ground and slowly crawled forward, and in a while, he crawled out a distance. The people behind him followed suit, taking off the weapons and items they carried, and crawling forward. In the factory area, two fighting mantis were staring at Chen Chuan. They had their own way of fighting, not taking the initiative to come up. Once Chen Chuan showed any intention of facing them, they would immediately dodge back. If he had any intention of leaving, they would follow up and look for opportunities to attack. Chen Chuan's eyes moved. These two mantises were indeed a bit tricky. Although he was not afraid, it was not something that could be solved in a short time. Although their speed was not as fast as him, they could fly, could ignore the terrain and move, and could cooperate with each other. But after all, it was just a bioweapon. Without anyone commanding them, they would only follow a rigid attack mode. He slowly raised his blade, and then, closed his eyes. The two mantises followed their own attack mode. Almost at the moment when he closed his eyes, they jumped up at the same time, and two blade feet slashed down at him from both sides. At this moment, Chen Chuan took a deep breath, and the furnace breathing technique suddenly operated for a moment. A strength quickly surged into his body, and then a whirlwind slash in place, a blade flash flashed away. The two mantises jumped past him from the left and right sides respectively. While still in the air, their bodies slowly slid open. Two cuts from top to bottom had diagonally dissected them. The bodies divided into two halves fell to the ground one after another, and the liquid tissue inside flowed out. The legs and split bodies were still twitching non-stop. Chen Chuan merely glanced at the ground before twisting his blade and continuing along the metal passage. He walked steadily, unhurried, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the empty factory. Near the exit, Wei Jun's group heard the approaching sound and felt a surge of fear. They were tense, and cold sweat ran down their bodies. One person, in a panic, sped up, but slipped and fell a short distance. Realizing that their lower body was now 2 meters away, they began to scream. Their state unnerved the others, turning their faces pale and making their breathing ragged. Yet, they dared not stop, their movements becoming shaky and trembling. But as they crawled forward, the footsteps behind them suddenly stopped, as if they had vanished. No sound. What's happening? Did he not follow? Or was he taken care of by the fighting mantis? Wei Jun couldn't help but look back. His pupils contracted. Chen Chuan was standing at the corner of the corridor, watching them with a calm gaze. Fuck. Wei Jun felt a wave of despair. Call for help. Quick, call people in. There's someone outside. One of the members, having spotted Chen Chuan, cried out in panic. But all they could do was shout. They had arranged for people to be outside, but they had been told that the factory might get lively later and to stay away. So now, those people were faithfully guarding their posts. Even hearing the gunshots and screams inside, no one came. And because of the haste and the fact that this was an abandoned factory, there were no telephone lines. They had brought a radio, but in the chaos earlier, they hadn't had time to use it, and now it was too late. Someone seemed to realize something. No, this thing is blocking him? Yes, this thing is also blocking him. He can't get through either. We can go, we can escape. He cried out excitedly, as if grasping at a lifeline. The others were also thrilled to realize this might be the case. Yes, he can't get through. Zhang Wei crawled forward silently, ignoring the others behind him. He knew that since Chen Chuan had reached this point, he must have dealt with the two fighting mantises. That meant nothing could stop Chen Chuan's bioweapon, and they had no chance of resisting in this cramped space. Instead of wasting energy talking, it was better to run forward. Maybe there was still a chance to escape. Then, he poked with his knife and was surprised to find no obstruction ahead. Not just him, but everyone around him realized they could no longer feel any resistance. This was because the spider silk had lost its effectiveness as its duration expired. Upon discovering this, the Mutual Aid Society members scrambled to their feet and stumbled toward the exit. Chen Chuan then walked up. Though his pace wasn't fast, he quickly caught up to the rear of the group. With a flash of his blade, one person fell. Seeing him approach so quickly, Wei Jun kicked the person in front of him toward Chen Chuan. The latter simply deflected with his Snow Emperor blade, the blade slicing across the person's neck. The person spun around and stumbled back to the wall, clutching their neck. They pushed off the wall and ran out, staggering. Chen Chuan ignored him. The person, relying on their martial artist's physique, ran 100 steps, blood flowing freely. But their speed slowed, and they collapsed on the ground, twitching weakly before going still. One member, eyes bloodshot, roared and charged at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan suddenly appeared to one side, reaching out and gripping the person's neck. His fingers tightened, and with a crack, the person's body and limbs went limp, their feet dragging on the ground. Chen Chuan's arm remained steady, dragging the person for 2 steps before releasing them, letting them drop to the ground. Wei Jun watched the scene, his breathing becoming rapid. He was a capable martial artist, and now he wanted to fight Chen Chuan. He was going to die either way, so he might as well go down swinging. But his legs were frozen in place. Judging from Chen Chuan's performance, not counting Tan Wang, he had no chance of winning. If he could live, who the hell would want to die? Senior Zhao had promised to send them experts, but they hadn't arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this situation. It seemed this was the only way. He pulled a wriggling, transparent worm from his pocket and swallowed it. This was something left behind by the two-faced heart monster each time it killed someone. Once swallowed, a person would briefly possess the same effects as being possessed by the two-faced heart monster. Although he might enter a hallucination and harm himself by attacking others, external strength would have difficulty harming him. As long as he could survive this period, he could live. Zhang Wei didn't run immediately after getting up. He hesitated, and someone pushed him aside, running ahead and reaching for the door handle. But as soon as their hand touched it, a dark shadow flashed, and the person was instantly shredded into pieces. Zhang Wei stared intently at the black shadow before darting forward, reaching the door, and dodging to the side. Even though he was quick enough, one of his arms was still severed. But his expression didn't change. He had seen clearly that the thing needed to pause before accelerating again. This was his chance to escape. An arm was nothing. As long as he escaped, he could retrieve it later, or just get an implant. But as he twisted the handle, he suddenly felt like he had been shoved. He found himself pressed against the door. Slowly moving his cheek, he looked down and saw a blade piercing through his abdomen, pinning him to the door. He still refused to give up. Enduring the pain, he forced himself back a little, grabbing the blade with his one hand and slowly pulling back, trying not to widen the wound. Finally, he pulled the blade from the door. At that moment, a hand grabbed the hilt of the blade behind him and yanked it back. Zhang Wei felt a chill in his abdomen and groaned. He didn't look back, but staggered forward, clutching his abdomen, and continued to reach for the door handle. But his hand was covered in blood, causing him to slip several times. Finally, he turned around, leaned against the door, and slid to the ground, clutching his abdomen. His face was pale, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at Chen Chuan and said weakly, "Why do this? If you kill us, you'll die too. Let me go, and I can protect you." Chen Chuan simply looked at him calmly. Seeing his expression, Zhang Wei seemed to realize something. He stared at him. "You won't die? You have an unlimited self-defense permit? You've already obtained an unlimited self-defense permit? Is that it? Is that it?" He screamed the last part with all his might. Chen Chuan didn't answer. He turned and left the corridor, leaving only one person behind. Zhang Wei's voice grew weaker and weaker, his consciousness fading. Finally, his head drooped onto his chest, and he was silent. Inside the factory area, Wei Jun's voice echoed, accompanied by the sounds of banging and smashing against the pillars and walls. "Shenzheng, you're not dead. Why aren't you dead? Why don't you die? Die. Don't come over here. Your sister isn't here. Zhao Qian took her to Central City. Don't come looking for me. Why? Why are you so strong? Talent? I'm the one with the most talent." When Chen Chuan walked out, Wei Jun was contorted with rage, strangling a steel pillar with all his might, but it seemed he was only making his own suffocation worse. Chen Chuan watched silently. He had noticed when he approached that Wei Jun seemed immune to external harm, but he seemed trapped in some inescapable delusion. Furthermore, he was injuring himself when attempting to attack. He guessed this had something to do with the supernatural entity and secret ritual they had encountered today. Shenzheng must have encountered something similar back then, which was why the autopsy results showed that all the harm had been self-inflicted. Wei Jun's face gradually turned purple. He couldn't shout anymore, but as if he had encountered the most dangerous thing, his hands continued to strangle with all their might, and his eyes gradually rolled back. At the same time, the sky outside was slowly brightening. On the road leading to the factory, Lu Fang, Shu Han, and others were in several off-road vehicles, driving at top speed. Faster, faster. People urged the driver repeatedly. The Fengxin Society members had heard that Chen Chuan had received a recommendation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, but the Mutual Aid Society had found out and arranged a meeting with Chen Chuan at the old Lian machinery factory. This address immediately touched a nerve with them, because Shen Zheng had died in that place, with the cause of death said to be self-inflicted. Now, Chen Chuan had been called there. Was history about to repeat itself? The Fengxin Society immediately decided to go to that place together. Although these people didn't have much martial strength and had long lost their power after many core members left the society, those who had stayed until now all had a strong conviction. Shu Han said to Lu Fang, "Senior Lu, you've already graduated. You don't have to come." Lu Fang shook his head and said firmly, "I wasn't there when Senior encountered difficulties. I hate myself for it. Why wasn't it me who died instead of Senior? I think if Senior were here, maybe things would be different today." He took a breath and said, "But at least today, I can make up for it. Senior Lu is right. We couldn't do anything when Senior died 3 years ago, but we can't do nothing now. Chen Chuan has received a recommendation and can take the unlimited self-defense permit exam. He's the only hope after Senior. We can't give up. Even if Senior is gone, someone can continue this path." The Fengxin Society members nodded to each other. Some of them had already graduated, but they still came. Although Chen Chuan had rejected their invitation, they had been paying attention to him. They later discovered that Chen Chuan's martial combat strength didn't seem to have lagged behind due to choosing the Zhou Yuan strength method. On the contrary, he had done things that ordinary students couldn't do, proving that Chen Chuan's chosen path was correct. After driving for a while, the car finally arrived near the old factory. "It's here." Someone pointed to the building in front. The Fengxin Society students' expressions were very complicated, with both sadness and anger. 3 years ago, they had seen Shen Zheng's body being carried out of here. And now, another one was here. Were they going to do it again? They wouldn't allow it. But when they reached the intersection, they found that not only were there obstacles set up on the outside, but there were also patrolling security guards, so they couldn't go straight in. They got out of the car. However, as soon as they got to the front, they were stopped by the security guards, who told them that this was a private factory area and they were not allowed to approach. The Wei family's butler saw these people. More than an hour had passed, and the door hadn't opened yet. Considering that the young master and the others might not have had their fill yet, he had to stop the people outside. But it was almost dawn, and it seemed like it was time for them to finish up quickly. He had just received a message from the radio that someone was already on their way here. Lu Fang and the others were anxious. They knew that every minute of delay could mean more danger, so they decided to force their way in. These security guards didn't have guns. They couldn't stop them with just their martial arts. Just as they were about to act, the ground suddenly shook, and armed patrol vehicles drove along the road towards them. It's the Patrol Bureau. Patrol Bureau's cars. As armed police officers got out and lined up on both sides, a special car stopped in the middle, and Deputy Director Guan Yuming got out of the car and stood outside. The butler was shocked. He didn't expect Guan Yuming to be here. But before he could step forward, he suddenly heard movement again. He looked to the other side, where another line of black armed vehicles was driving over and stopping in front. His expression changed slightly. Secret Cult Investigation Bureau. The door of the lead armed special car opened, and Bureau Chief Lei got out of the car. Behind him, people with dense patterns painted on their faces and the backs of their hands, wearing black windbreakers, walked out. When Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Bureau Chief Lei arrived, he also saw Guan Yuming. Like the Processing Bureau, the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau had relatively little interaction with surrounding departments. However, as officials of the same government agency, they naturally knew each other. He nodded towards Guan Yuming, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and signaled the members of the Review Bureau behind him to wait. Clearly, he was giving face to the Patrol Bureau and Guan Yuming. Guan Yuming also nodded to him. His deputy coldly said, "Who is in charge here? Someone who can speak, come out." The Wei family's butler subtly signaled with his hand behind his back. Someone who understood immediately went towards the factory building, while he approached Guan Yuming, stopped, and replied, "I am temporarily responsible here. May I ask what instructions you have, officers?" The deputy said, "I received information that there are a large number of armed individuals illegally possessing firearms here, and they intend to harm Wei Academy students. Is this true?" The butler smiled and said, "There's no such thing. Someone must be spreading rumors. Officers, you must not believe them. They had arranged everything perfectly. The people outside were not carrying guns, only crossbows, which the security guard company was allowed to have. As for those inside with guns, some had been granted temporary carrying a weapon permits by the Government Affairs Hall. There was absolutely no problem. As for harming Wei Academy students, that was definitely not happening. It wouldn't have happened in the past, and it wouldn't happen now." Before the Patrol Bureau could continue questioning, the butler proactively greeted Bureau Chief Lei, saying, "Bureau Chief Lei, may I ask what brings you here?" Bureau Chief Lei said, "The Review Bureau received a report that someone is secretly conducting a secret ritual nearby. Since the Review Bureau receives this salary, we must be worthy of our responsibilities and cannot turn a blind eye. The butler quickly said, Bureau Chief Lei, there must be a misunderstanding. There is no secret ritual here. Those secret cult symbol were indeed a problem. They really didn't expect Lei Guangcheng to come and investigate this matter, because they had already taken care of it. Moreover, the personnel they had placed on the main roads had not sent any news, which meant that Lei Guangcheng had probably chosen to detour from outside the city and come from the west. No wonder he appeared on another road. He was clearly targeting them. He could only try to stall for time and let the others quickly handle it. Bureau Chief Lei looked at him, his voice calm. Whether there is or isn't, we'll only know after an inspection. The butler stepped forward, reminding him, Bureau Chief Lei, this is a private factory area. Bureau Chief Lei said, national policy dictates that to arrest cult members, all personnel and groups must cooperate unconditionally. Irrelevant personnel should step aside. If no problems are found, I will request punishment from my superiors. Step aside. Guan Yuming looked at his deputy, who raised a sheet of paper and said, this is the Patrol Bureau's search warrant. All police officer obey the order. Anyone who obstructs will be shot dead. Yes. The police officer behind him responded in unison, raising their guns and pointing the dark muzzles forward. While they were talking, most of the police officer had spread out to various positions, surrounding the entire factory area. More personnel were setting up roadblocks, clearly not intending to let anyone leave. The butler stopped talking and silently stepped aside. He had done all he could. He couldn't stop what was coming next. He could only hope that the young master would be notified and finish things up as soon as possible. After the security personnel obediently stepped aside, a large number of police officers quickly rushed towards the factory building, first guarding all the main entrances and exits, then setting up shooting positions before sending people to open the door. As two security personnel walked forward, the wide roller shutter door slowly opened, and the sunlight of the summer morning shone in. The Patrol Bureau's police officer immediately rushed in, but when they saw the scene inside, their footsteps slowed down involuntarily. Chen Chuan stood calmly in the very middle of the factory building. He held the already sheathed Snow Emperor blade in one hand, resting it on the ground beside him. The formal attire he wore was spotless. The sunlight shone on him, casting long shadows behind him. All that could be seen on the surrounding ground, steel structure platform, walkways, and corridors were sections of severed limbs and corpses. There were hardly any intact bodies. The flowing, not fully dried blood, merged with the patterns painted on the ground with pigments, flowing along the lines, as if spreading out from where he stood. The police officers were all stunned. Although most of them were retired soldiers who had seen even more tragic scenes on the battlefield, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. They involuntarily raised their guns and pointed them at Chen Chuan. Some of the police officers recognized Chen Chuan. Upon seeing him, they immediately pressed down on their colleagues' guns and whispered a few words. After hearing this, the police officer present lowered their guns and then dispersed around him as if they hadn't seen him, taking control of the entire scene. The deputy then followed into the factory building. He saw at a glance that Chen Chuan was fine and couldn't help but smile. But when he saw the scene of corpses all over the ground, he was also stunned for a moment, almost thinking he had entered a slaughterhouse. He reacted quickly, his expression serious, and immediately turned around and instructed, tell the brothers below to move the bodies out as soon as possible. No photos are allowed. The police officer beside him immediately saluted in response. The coroner from the patrol bureau who had been waiting outside received the notification and walked in with his toolbox. He scanned around and muttered to himself, it's been a while since I've seen such a big scene. He put on his gloves, and noticed Wei Jun standing next to a steel pillar. This was mainly because this corpse on the scene was relatively complete. Wei Jun's hands were tightly gripping the steel pillar, his mouth was open wide, and his eyes were rolled back. His pre-death expression was frozen there, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He had actually lost consciousness at the end of his grip. Logically, he shouldn't have choked himself to death. However, even if he was in a coma, the mutated tissue on his body continued to exert force under certain strength, until he died completely. The coroner saw at a glance that he had died of suffocation, but this method of death, it seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. After a few glances, he took his apprentice to inspect the corpses on the ground. After the police officer inspected inside and out, they came over and saluted the deputy. Report, a large number of firearms were found at the scene. The owner cannot be verified at this time. The deputy understood. Given the situation at the scene, it was indeed difficult to identify who was who. After waiting for half an hour, the coroner returned after a rough inspection and said to the deputy, except for one student, no one else in the entire factory building survived. Most died from knife wounds. Judging from the strength and angle, they were inflicted by the same person. A small portion died from attacks by unknown combat creature. In addition, there are 2 damaged combat creature left at the scene. While listening to the report, the deputy couldn't help but look at Chen Chuan, his eyes full of shock. He didn't expect such a scene before he came. After the people from the Review Bureau communicated with the people from the Patrol Bureau, the people from the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau took out clumps of powder and sprinkled them around. Soon, the dense patterns on the ground became clear, as if they had just been painted on. These people began to take pictures of these patterns one by one. There were also special people who scraped off the paint with shovels and put it into pre-prepared sealed bags. Guan Yuming had been waiting outside. After the deputy cleared up the situation at the scene, he came out and told him the results. He listened calmly, pondered for a moment, and took the initiative to walk into the factory building. He came to Chen Chuan, looked at him, and said in a deep voice, "Student Chen, come back with us. You are the only one alive at the scene, and we need you to explain what happened." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Bureau Chief Guan, the student will cooperate." Guan Yuming raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. It was good that Chen Chuan understood what he meant. The identities of these deceased were not simple, and this matter would not be easy to resolve. Fortunately, he had sealed off the scene, and the news had not yet spread. Once they arrived at the patrol bureau, they could first protect Chen Chuan. The rest could be discussed later. To be honest, he didn't expect this outcome before he came today. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Yangtze City was about to change. The butler was anxiously waiting outside. The people from the patrol bureau were blocking him and not letting him in. He didn't know what was happening inside. When he saw the broken corpses being carried out, his face turned pale. Anomaly panicking, he rushed forward. "Young master, where is young master?" The members of the Fengxin Society had also been blocked outside. They were very worried about the situation inside, but now they also saw the corpses being carried out. But it couldn't be said that they were carried, because most of the corpses were not complete, and it was impossible to piece them together on the spot. They were piled on a shelf and carried away directly. Outside, if they saw something similar, they would put it together in a body bag, preparing to transport it to the patrol bureau for unified processing. As the stretchers were carried out, they stretched their necks and nervously identified them. Members of the Mutual Aid Society. Members of the Mutual Aid Society. Still members of the Mutual Aid Society? Everyone could see that a very tragic battle had taken place inside the factory building. What exactly happened? Shen Xiao, standing next to Shu Han, thought of a possibility. He hesitated and said, "Look, could it be Chen Chuan? Ah, right. Could it be? Could it be?" The members of the Fengxin Society also thought of this possibility. Some people trembled with excitement, but this result was too illusory and too unbelievable. They couldn't believe it for a moment. At this time, someone suddenly heard shouting in the distance, "This corpse is our young master. You can't take it away." The person moving the body was a member of the review bureau. He said, "Sorry, because this corpse is suspected to have died in a secret ritual. According to the bureau's regulations, we need to take it back for review." The butler shouted, "Do you know who he is? He is the heir to the Wei Consortium." The member of the review bureau scoffed, "If you shout so loudly, I would have thought he was the heir to Molin Company." He raised his hand and said, "Take him away." The butler wanted to stop them, but the people from the secret cult bureau unceremoniously punched him twice, knocking him to the ground, and pointed, "Warning, if you dare to obstruct official duties again, you will be treated as a cult member." Then he left directly with the corpse. When the members of the Fengxin Society saw this scene, someone murmured, "That's Wei Jun. Wei Jun is also dead." The members of the Fengxin Society were all as if in a dream. Wei Jun was one of the main participants in the plot to harm Shen Zheng back then. They didn't know how much they hated this person, but they couldn't do anything about it. They never thought that he would die here today. Good riddance. A member cursed out loud. Yes, good riddance. The surrounding members of the Fengxin Society nodded and clenched their fists, feeling a long-standing resentment in their hearts being released. At this moment, a sharp-eyed member seemed to notice something, pointing to the factory building and excitedly saying, "Look, it's Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan is out. He's okay." Everyone looked over quickly. Chen Chuan, carrying the Snow Emperor blade in one hand and a box in the other, walked out with Guan Yuming under the protection of a group of police officers. At this moment, as the sun rose higher, the sunlight became brighter, giving people a warm feeling. The dark trees on both sides of the road last night now looked like a verdant forest of leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Chen Chuan stood under the morning light, took a breath of the fresh air outside. Although he hadn't slept all night, his eyes were still bright. At this moment, he also saw the members of the Fengxin Society standing behind the cordon, looking at him excitedly. He immediately understood that they must have heard his news and came. Although they had disagreements in the past, the fact that these people came when he encountered possible danger showed that they sincerely wanted to help him. He nodded to these members of the Fengxin Society, then walked away, directly into Guan Yuming's special car. As the car door closed and the vehicle started, a row of armed patrol vehicle followed, heading towards the Quanzhou district headquarters. The student of the Fengxin Society excitedly watched him leave, but they quickly retreated from their excited emotions and began to worry about Chen Chuan. The deaths of these Mutual Aid Society members were clearly related to Chen Chuan, so would he be okay? Behind these student of the Mutual Aid Society was an incredibly large force. Just thinking about it made people feel flustered. Someone immediately suggested, "Let's go find the academy's teacher and let the teacher come forward. We must not let those people behind the Mutual Aid Society arbitrarily distort the truth." Yes, that's right. Let's go back first. After the members of the Fengxin Society discussed it, they also went back and drove away from the scene. In the open space in front of the factory building, the Wei family's butler trembled as he got up. He grabbed a security guard who was helping him and said weakly, "Radio, quickly take out the radio, send a message to the master, tell him, the young master, and those classmate of the young master, something has happened." On the Qingdong National Highway, the front of a stretched luxury car had a large dent. Mr. Qi was stuck inside. His expensive clothes were torn, his forehead was covered in blood, half of his face was swollen, and one eye was narrowed into a slit. He was panting heavily. He tried to climb up a little and saw the sturdy figure standing steadily in front of him, seemingly about to make another move. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Stop, stop, stop." He seemed to have touched a painful spot, hissed, and grimaced, saying, "I'm just trying to make a living, it hasn't come to this." He reached around, picked up a broken watch from under him, looked at it, and threw it aside, saying, "It's almost 6 o'clock now, even if I rushed over, it would be too late." After saying this, he saw the figure in front of him turn around and leave with steady steps. Mr. Chi exhaled, looked up at the sky, and shouted loudly, "Hey, someone alive, get me a drink? I hate being in the sun in summer." Meanwhile, in Yangtze City, the incident at the old factory area quickly spread outwards. In just a few hours, the entire Yangtze City was almost in an uproar. Because this incident was unprecedented, those who died this time were not just nobodies, but the children of the upper-class elites of Yangtze City. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but dozens of people, plus security personnel, at least nearly 100 people. Yangtze City hadn't had such a major incident in many years. It was late August, and Wei Academy hadn't started yet, but when this news came out, it caused a huge wave among the students. What was the Mutual Aid Society? It was the most powerful academy association formed by recommended students, a force that had been firmly entrenched above many students for decades. According to subsequent reports, a total of 37 members of the Mutual Aid Society died in this incident. Except for a few members who usually didn't care about things and were just figureheads, everyone with a name and surname was accounted for. So, the entire upper echelon of the Mutual Aid Society was, in effect, wiped out. The students in the academy weren't stupid. Just by looking at the address, they could roughly guess what had happened. The place where Shenzheng died 3 years ago was there. The Mutual Aid Society clearly wanted to replicate it this time, but they never expected to encounter an opponent beyond their expectations. Many students had personally experienced Shenzheng's incident back then. After learning about this, they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, saying good riddance. Although they didn't know the specific details of the incident, they could imagine that last night, Chen Chuan faced hundreds of people alone, facing the pressure and threats of many members of the Mutual Aid Society, but he didn't succumb. Instead, he rose up in resistance, and with one knife each, he slaughtered all the upper echelons of the Mutual Aid Society. Just thinking about this scene made their blood boil. There were still a few days before the start of school, but many students couldn't sit still after receiving this news and came to the academy early. Not only that, but some students who had graduated a year or even several years ago also returned to the academy. For many years, the Mutual Aid Society had used various means to suppress outstanding students, using all kinds of threats and inducements from the beginning of enrollment. In this situation, students who were forced to join the Mutual Aid Society were still constrained by the agreements they had signed in the past after they left. Many people were angry but dared not speak out, and there was no way to resist. But now that this result had occurred, it made them all excited and happy. At the same time, they admired Chen Chuan, who had done this, beyond measure. There were also many freshmen who had moved into the school early. Some of them didn't understand why. After listening to the senior students' explanations, they learned about the Mutual Aid Society's actions and Shenzheng's past. Only after understanding these things and then thinking about what Chen Chuan had done today did they realize what a feat this senior had accomplished. Even though they hadn't officially enrolled yet, they admired the senior immensely and wished they could go back to last night and fight alongside him. But in addition to excitement, they couldn't help but worry about Chen Chuan. Some students said, "I heard that Chen Chuan classmate has been taken away by the patrol bureau, but he didn't do anything wrong." The students agreed. It was clear that the Mutual Aid Society had caused this, and in this incident, the Mutual Aid Society had mobilized at least 100 people, but Chen Chuan was alone. It was clear who was persecuting whom. "We want to submit a letter to the school leaders and the Government Affairs Hall, demanding that Chen classmate be released." "That's right, that's what we should do. Yes, count me in." "Me too." While the students were discussing intensely, here at the administrative office building, in the recruitment and preparation office, Bian Feng said to Gao Shi, "Lu Feng came to me. He hopes that our school leaders will come forward to protect Chen Chuan. I also think that we can't ignore this matter." Gao Shi said in a deep voice, "You are all teachers of the academy. I won't say whether this matter is right or wrong for now. You must first calm down and not be swayed by the emotions of the students." Yu Hong said on the side, "But Gao Shi, aside from anything else, Chen Chuan is our academy's student. He hasn't been convicted yet, and the situation is still uncertain. We can't just leave him alone. What are you rushing for?" Gao Shi slowly said, "Vice President Gu has already reported this matter to the Processing Bureau." Processing Bureau. The two teachers looked at each other. Although the Processing Bureau usually handles martial artists in society, the students in the school are also strictly under their management. In this case, they can intervene, so Chen Chuan won't be easily manipulated by those forces. "Don't be too happy too soon." Gao Shi said in a deep voice, "This matter is not that simple. You all know who is behind those students. Those recommended students all come from the power families of Yangtze City. Many people in their families hold important positions in the Government Affairs Hall or are simply council members of the Consultative Bureau. and some of them are involved with companies and consortia in Central City, and even directly related to Molan Company. The former is easier to deal with, but Molan Company is a conglomerate in Central City, with unimaginable energy. Most of the council members of the Consultative Bureau can be persuaded by them, thus influencing the entire Government Affairs Hall. If Molan Company comes forward, can the Processing Bureau withstand it? It's really hard to say. At this moment, a voice came from outside. I am here by the commission of the School Governing Council and must see Supervisor Gao now. Please step aside. Along with a burst of noise, Director Zhang walked in from outside, looked at Gao Shi sitting there, and said, Supervisor Gao. Gao Shi looked at the person who came. So it's Director Zhang. What's the matter? Director Zhang straightened his imported formal wear, took out a list and placed it on the table, saying, I am here by the commission of a group of school directors, and the academy's funders, to request the expulsion of student Chen Chuan. Gao Shi asked, what's the reason? Director Zhang sneered, what's the reason? Supervisor Gao doesn't know. Gao Shi said in a deep voice, if Director Zhang is referring to what happened yesterday, then there is no clear result yet, and I am not in a position to draw a conclusion. Conclusion? Isn't the matter obvious enough? Director Zhang slammed the table angrily, and said excitedly, that Chen Chuan killed 37 excellent students alone, and dozens of security personnel who were loyal to their duties. How can you let such a brutal student continue to stay in the academy? The school directors must consider the safety of the academy students, and must think about the reputation of the academy. Now many funders doubt whether the academy's management can manage the academy well. Can the students be managed well? Gao Shi reached out and picked up the list, looked at it a few times, and then put it down. He said, only some of the school directors have signed on this, it doesn't represent the entire directors' meeting's intention. And if you really want to expel him, you must determine whether that student really did what Director Zhang you said, and the school's management must discuss it before a decision can be made, and not just these few light signatures. Director Zhang said with a gloomy face, Supervisor Gao, the influence of this incident is very large, and very bad. Not to mention you, some people behind you can't suppress it either. Now the directors' meeting is giving you a chance, Supervisor Gao, you have to think clearly. Who wants to expel my student? With a voice coming, Cheng Zitong walked in through the door, still wearing those decorative sunglasses on his face. Expel? Try expelling one. My student, Cheng Zitong's student, who dares to expel him? Director Zhang turned his head to look at Cheng Zitong, and sneered, Supervisor Cheng, you are Chen Chuan's guidance teacher, right? Chen Chuan killed so many excellent students, you, as his guidance teacher, must also be responsible for this matter. You should think about how to get out of it. Cheng Zitong didn't buy it at all. Zhang Qing, don't give me this set. You can threaten others, but you can't threaten me. School Governing Council? My student, Cheng Zitong's student, I don't agree. No one can expel him. Director Zhang coldly said, Supervisor Cheng, Wei Academy is not your academy. You are not qualified to say this. I'm not qualified. Cheng Zitong chuckled, took off his sunglasses, and slowly said, my grandfather, Cheng Yunbei, is Wei Academy. At this moment, in the dormitory, Feng Xiaoqi ran into the dormitory anxiously and said to a group of classmates gathered here, the school governing council sent that Director Zhang to Supervisor Gao, saying they want to expel little brother Chen. Wei Dong said, expel? I haven't been expelled, why should little brother Chen be expelled? Wu Han gritted his teeth and said, damn, Director Zhang, this birdman only does bad things? No, we have to think of a way. Yes, we have to think of a way. Luo Kaiwan listened to this sentence from the side. He didn't participate in the discussion, but walked out silently. Half an hour later, Director Zhang walked out of the office building with a gloomy face. He was going to report what happened just now to several directors, but when he arrived at the parking lot, he found that his tires had been punctured. He couldn't help but curse and said to the driver following him, go call me a car. The driver quickly went back to the office building to borrow the phone. Director Zhang waited there alone and looked at his watch at the same time. And at this time, suddenly footsteps approached. He hadn't reacted, and then there was a burst of dizziness, and then a fist hit his face. He spat out a few teeth with a poof, and then another punch hit his face. His eyes went dark for a while, and then, the person who did it got up, looked around, and left here unhurriedly. When the driver came back, he found Director Zhang lying on the ground, with his face covered in blood. He couldn't help being shocked, and quickly went forward to help him up, shaking him and shouting, Director Zhang, Director Zhang. In the dormitory, Feng Xiaoqi and the others were still discussing ways to help Chen Chuan. At this time, he turned his head and saw Luo Kaiwan walking in from outside, and asked, little brother Luo, where did you go? Where have you been? Luo Kaiwan said, it's nothing, I just went to the bathroom. South of Central City, at the Wei Mansion, the steward, still bearing the marks of his injuries on his face, walked through a corridor adorned with famous paintings, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, until he reached the door of a study. The servant guarding the door pushed one of the doors open and whispered, Stewardin, the master is waiting for you. Stewardin straightened his attire and carefully stepped into the meticulously decorated study, bowing respectfully to an elderly man sitting there reading a newspaper. Master. Wei Hang was nearly 90 years old, but he was well maintained, still sporting a thick and neatly combed head of black hair, with only a touch of frost at his temples. His face showed no signs of skin laxity, and his chin was adorned with a meticulously trimmed short beard. He was lean and spirited, looking at most only 40 or 50 years old. The drugs provided year-round by Central City ensured his physical condition. His face revealed no joy or anger, and there was no hint that he had just lost a young son. He slowly put down the newspaper and looked up. "You're back. Will Littlejohn's body be returned soon?" Stewart lowered his head and said, "The Secret Cult Bureau says the cause of death is still under investigation, and the body needs to be kept there for a while." "Is that so?" Wei Heng said slowly. "Then let it stay there for a few days. Once this matter is over, they will return him complete." Stewart raised his head, somewhat uneasily, and said, "Master, this double-faced cult matter may not be easy to handle." Wei Heng said slowly, "Yes, once you get involved, it's not so easy to wash yourself clean." The biggest problem in the abandoned factory incident was the secret ritual. The Dachshund Republic government is quite sensitive to heretical rituals, so the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau has a lot of power and an independent budget. In addition, it usually has little contact with other departments, making it difficult to influence. If this matter is confirmed and dug deeper, there is too much that can be done. Even the upper echelons may take this opportunity to break the inherent structure that Yangtze City has maintained for many years, causing the high dam they have built to loosen. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in. Although it was summer, he felt a chill. He said, "Olden, is the window open too wide?" Stewart quickly said, "Master, I'll close it right away." "Ah, don't rush to close it. It's stuffy in the house. It's good to get some breeze occasionally." "Yes, Master." Wei Heng said slowly, "Did you find out what I asked you to investigate?" Stewart hurried forward a few steps and respectfully placed a document he was carrying under his arm on the desk, saying, "Master, it's all here, but we can't find any information about Chen Chuan's parents." "Can't find it?" His father is not a local of Yangtze City, and his mother left Yangtze early on, only later entrusting her son to her younger sister's family. The situation in between is a blank slate. "Well, if you can't find it, forget it. These things are not important." Wei Heng didn't care about this, as long as he was sure that the individual had no background. "But we did find a noteworthy situation." Stewart came forward and pulled a document out of the file bag, handing it up. Wei Heng took it, then took a pair of glasses from Stewart and put them on, carefully reading the contents. His expression couldn't help but become serious. "The Meng family's daughter is very close to this Chen Chuan. Yes, it is said that everyone at school knows it." The Meng family's daughter did not deny it. She even wanted to take him with her when she went to Central City, but he refused. Even so, she gave him a name card before leaving. This was witnessed by many people, so the information can be confirmed. Wei Heng pondered for a while, then said slowly, "This student must die, otherwise none of us will be able to stand our ground in Yangtze in the future, and that high dam will collapse." He saw very clearly that the key now lay with Chen Chuan. As the only surviving person involved in the old factory incident, as the focus of the conflict, and as an important witness, only by killing him could the matter be arranged according to their wishes and prevent the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau from continuing to investigate. He looked at the swaying branches outside. "If there are any issues with the Meng family, I will commission Mullen Company to come forward and negotiate. They won't make things difficult for us for the sake of a dead person." At this time, he glanced at the clock, which was 5 minutes away from 7 o'clock. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, as if to rest, and Stewart did not dare to disturb him, standing there with his hands down. 5 minutes passed. Just as the clock began to chime, a servant outside said, "Master, the guest has arrived." Wei Heng opened his eyes and said, "Olden, my legs are not good. Go and greet them for me." Stewart said yes, turned and went out. After a while, a young man dressed in company attire was brought in. When Wei Heng saw him, he took a cane and slowly stood up from his chair. The young man came to him and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Wei. Manager Luo sends his regards." Wei Heng said, "Thank you for the greetings. Please sit down." The young man sat down on the side, maintaining his smile. "Mr. Wei, Manager Luo said he deeply sympathizes with the loss of your young son and the other victims." Wei Heng bowed slightly. The young man continued, "Manager Luo said he has heard the requests of his partners, and he promises to help you through this difficult time." The expression on Wei Heng's face relaxed a little. He said politely, "Please thank Manager Luo for me. We will cooperate with your company at the upcoming Government Affairs Hall meeting to pressure the Government Affairs Hall to meet your company's requirements." The man smiled and said, "The company appreciates your efforts. Supervisor said he will be there in person tomorrow." "Well, Supervisor is still waiting for my news, so I will take my leave first." With that, he stood up. Wei Heng also stood up, leaning on his cane. "Please tell Manager Luo that the Wei Consortium is his eternal friend and partner." "I will convey that. Mr. Wei, please stay here. Olden, see the guest out for me." The young man left the study, walked out of the mansion villa, and came to a car parked outside. He opened the car door, sat inside, and respectfully said to a figure sitting in the back seat, "Supervisor." Wei Heng agreed. "They will cooperate with our company in the next step." The figure said, "Wei Heng's son's death is really a good thing. The company's long-standing demands that could not be promoted may be achieved this time." The young man said, "As long as these two pieces of the puzzle are put together, the company's layout in Yangtze will be completed. It's not that simple. In the water sector, vast blue sky canal, as a state-owned enterprise, is difficult to crack open. We can only take our time. On the other hand, in the private security sector, there is hope to exclude WI from the game by taking advantage of this opportunity. He gestured, drive. The car started and then slowly drove out of the Wei mansion. In the Quanzhou district, within the Patrol Bureau headquarters, Chen Chuan sat in the middle of a spacious room, holding a book and flipping through it. In name, he was taken away by the Patrol Bureau for control, but in reality, he was under heavy protection. 3 meals a day were delivered by someone special, and there was no shortage of various facilities, which were much better than the conditions in the school dormitory. The door was knocked at this time. He looked up and said, "Please come in." After the door opened, Gao Ming walked in from outside. He looked around, walked over, and smiled. "It seems that the conditions here are good, but cousin, I'm afraid you won't be able to live here for a few days." Chen Chuan put the book in his hand aside. "What's the news?" Gao Ming came and sat down opposite Chen Chuan and said, "I learned before I came that there will be an internal trial meeting held in the name of the Government Affairs Hall tomorrow, mainly to discuss how to convict you, cousin." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "The Government Affairs Hall has been alarmed. Yes, it is said that many Consultative Bureau Council members will be present this time. Those power families see it very clearly. If they want to deal with you through legal procedures, then they must suppress the people or forces behind you who support you, including WI, the Patrol Bureau, and the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau. But these departments cannot be allowed to be suppressed, so most of the forces in Yangtze City will be passively or actively involved in this matter. No one wants to retreat." Because he was facing the window, Gao Ming's glasses reflected a bright light. He smiled and said, "Each of them will have their own interests and demands. How to proceed next is usually not up to us. And cousin, you are the center of this incident, but you will also be a marginal figure, because no matter what you say or do, it seems to become insignificant in this game of power, and it becomes useless." Chen Chuan said slowly, "No, it's still useful." Gao Ming smiled and said, "Yes, it's useful, so next, is." The two discussed for a long time, and Gao Ming went back to prepare first. After he left, Chen Chuan returned to the desk, picked up the book, and continued reading. He seemed very relaxed, even more relaxed than in Wei Academy. Not long after eating dinner in the evening, Guan Yuming came over. He asked his deputy to go out. After the door was closed, he sat down and asked, "Chen student, how is it? Are you adapting here?" Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you, Bureau Chief Guan, for taking care of me. The conditions here are good, just like returning home. I even eat 2 more bowls of rice." Guan Yuming laughed, then his expression became slightly serious, and said, "You're right to say that. The Patrol Bureau is your home. Well, your cousin should have told you about tomorrow." Chen Chuan nodded. Guan Yuming said, "Don't think too much about tomorrow. The Patrol Bureau will stand behind you, but you can't overestimate the bottom line of some people. Those enemies on the surface don't need to be afraid. They are always in places you can see. What you need to guard against are those you can't see." Chen Chuan said seriously, "Thank you, Bureau Chief Guan, I know." Guan Yuming said, "Okay." He stood up again and said solemnly, "Get some rest early today, so that you will have the spirit to deal with it tomorrow. As long as you don't let go, the Patrol Bureau will support you to the end." Chen Chuan thanked him and got up to send Guan Yuming out. At this moment, outside, the police officers under the headquarters were also discussing this matter. "Little Chuan is great. He killed hundreds of people by himself. I heard that they were all children of the power families. That's really awesome. Damn, our Patrol Bureau's children are capable. What did the superiors say? Are they going to protect little Chuan? There's nothing to say. If we don't protect our own people, who will obey us in the future? Can the Patrol Bureau go out and speak standing up? Not to mention that we are justified this time." At this time, in the Patrol Bureau's family area, Nian Fulai also returned home from the bureau. Yuan immediately came up and said worriedly, "How is Chan'er? I heard he's going to courtroom tomorrow." Nian Fulai's expression was very relaxed and said, "It's okay. The bureau will protect him this time. Gao Ming is with him. Gao Ming is a very clever kid, so it should be okay. Don't worry." Yuan sighed and said, "My second sister was like this in the beginning. She did a lot of things without saying a word. I'm just afraid that Chan'er will follow in her footsteps." Nian Fulai waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't worry too much. Get a good night's sleep, and you'll know the result after tomorrow. Little Chuan also has Wei Academy behind him, so he'll be fine." "Okay." After comforting Yuan, Nian Fulai came to the yard outside to smoke alone. His expression changed from the relaxed one just now, and he frowned. This time, nearly dozens of power children died under Chen Chuan's knife. Although the evidence now shows that these people were illegally carrying a weapon and even holding a secret ritual, which is beneficial to Chen Chuan, I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy to get over. He thought silently, "It seems I have to send a telegram to Chiener about this matter." At 8 o'clock the next morning, a convoy led by armed patrol vehicles departed directly from the Patrol Bureau headquarters, heading towards the Yangtze City courtroom. WI students had received advance notice and were deeply concerned about the matter, so they arrived early at the courtroom on Kanglin Avenue, south of the city. Among them were not only new students but also graduates from many years past. They all wore the formal attire of WI Academy students and stood silently in the square in front of the courtroom. The sight was a dense, dark mass, the invisible aura emanating from these martial artists exerting immense pressure. This scene also attracted a large number of onlookers, who dared not get too close but watched from afar. Patrol Bureau police officers had also arrived in advance, setting up barriers and stationing an officer every few meters along both sides of the street, extending to the end of the road. At 8:15 a.m., as the sun rose high, the Patrol Bureau convoy arrived at the courtroom. One of the armored special cars came to a stop, and Chen Chuan stepped out, still in his formal attire. He didn't bring the Snow Emperor blade this time. Although he had a weapon permit, which theoretically allowed him to carry it anywhere except government agencies, he considered his current reputation and decided against provoking certain individuals too much. He looked at the courtroom ahead. The building appeared solemn and dignified in the sunlight, but because the matter involved too many people and factions, it had implicated almost the entire upper echelon of Yangtze City. Therefore, the courtroom itself couldn't play a decisive role. Its main function was to provide a venue, act as an observer, and pronounce the final verdict, going through a seemingly legal procedure. At this moment, he also noticed the WI Academy students who had come of their own accord in the square. His sidekick sent by Guan Yuming said, "Little brother Chen, let's go." Chen Chuan nodded and, escorted by a group of police officers, stepped onto the stairs and entered the front hall of the courtroom. Here, he adjusted his clothing in front of the mirror and then walked into the judgment hall. As he walked in a nearby building, a telegraph operator was transmitting a telegram to a certain location. It eventually reached a certain regional headquarters, where the receiving operator translated it and delivered it to Commissioner Cao, who was sitting there. After reading it, he said, "Understood. Maintain surveillance." Yes. He glanced outside. The scenery was rapidly receding. On the national highway, the entire convoy was heading towards Yangtze City. Inside the courtroom, Chen Chuan entered the judgment hall and walked forward along the upward slope, passing through the rows of seats. He could see that many people were already seated, looking at him with hostility, disgust, hatred, and a mixture of vigilance and scrutiny. According to Gao Ming, not only would the family members of the 37 students be present, but also Government Affairs Hall Council members, the WI School Director, and Government Affairs Hall officials. In addition, some social luminaries and respected figures unrelated to the matter were present as observers. The judge sat in the center of the courtroom, wearing a black and red judgment robe, his hair neatly combed, with round glasses and a gold-threaded lanyard, exuding a refined air. Chen Chuan went directly to the defendant's position on the right, which was elevated and surrounded by empty space, keeping him at a distance from everyone else but still allowing him to see most of the people present. He glanced around and saw Bureau Chief Lei, Deputy Director Guan, and others he hadn't noticed earlier, as well as WI teachers such as Bian Feng and Yu Hong. Seated with them were several individuals with serious expressions and imposing auras, clearly well-trained martial combat experts, likely from the Processing Bureau. Because the attendees were Yangtze City celebrities and dignitaries, all the tedious procedures were streamlined. After everyone had arrived, the judge picked up a small bronze hammer and struck the base beneath the seated statue of a mythical beast, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. Once everyone was looking at him, he said, "This court convenes today to adjudicate the Lian Mechanical Old Factory case. Let the plaintiff and defendant read their statements." The Patrol Bureau and Secret Cult Investigation Bureau had already submitted the collected materials. The evidence was substantial, especially with Tan Wang alive, who could provide numerous testimonies and evidence. The Power families were also aware of this and had made extensive preparations. They reached a consensus that if they couldn't completely exonerate themselves, they would hand over some insignificant individuals but must portray the Power family members present as victims of deception. If things went smoothly, they might even turn the tables and accuse Chen Chuan of colluding with the secret cult, turning the perpetrator into the victim. The representatives of the plaintiff and defendant took the stand one after another, presenting their views and reasons. Neither of them was a lawyer, they were courtroom personnel responsible for reading, not arguing. The people below listened quietly. The focus of the case was on Chen Chuan, but the interests of each party differed. For the Patrol Bureau and Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, it was about whether they could use Chen Chuan as a lead to investigate the case further. The Processing Bureau, on the other hand, intended to use this opportunity to weaken or break the unified front of recommended students, reducing the Power family's influence in the academy. But to do this, they first had to protect Chen Chuan and establish the righteousness of his actions, or else the subsequent steps would be impossible. For the various powerful families, the target was precisely the opposite. If they allowed someone who had killed their descendants to go unpunished, it would not only be a loss of face but also a substantial decline in their power, indicating that they could no longer maintain the old order. To survive, they might turn on each other, and more people would join the ranks of those tearing them apart. They had made thorough preparations this time, first by persuading a large number of Consultative Bureau Council members to side with them, thereby influencing the Government Affairs Hall and exerting pressure on the Police, Secret Cult, and Processing Bureau from top to bottom. However, although these council members had close ties to the power factions and seemed to have the upper hand, it wasn't that simple. The Secret Cult, Processing Bureau, and Police were the three most powerful local government agencies with independent military forces. Without military control at the local level, the Government Affairs Hall had to consider the opinions of these departments. So, to suppress this matter and achieve their goals, they needed a legitimate reason that conformed to the rules of the Dachshund Republic. Forcibly suppressing it with power would not only fail but also create more conflicts, and they couldn't expect these departments to cooperate in the future. Considering the various cultists, resistance organizations, and armed groups outside, they needed the cooperation of these powerful departments even more, and sometimes their lives depended on it, so they couldn't be careless. Therefore, the procedure had to be followed. At this point, the plaintiff and defendant had finished their lengthy statements, and the family members of the deceased took the stand. Those who appeared were mostly elderly people and women from the deceased families. They recounted the heartwarming and touching stories of the victims, one by one, detail by detail, with genuine emotion. At poignant moments, they couldn't help but weep and wail, moving many of the observers, and soft sobbing could be heard from below the stage. The judge watched silently from above. When these statements were finished, he looked at Chen Chuan and, as usual, asked, "Defendant Chen Chuan, the plaintiff accuses you of killing 37 students at the Lian Mechanical Old Factory in Zigong District on the night of the 20th. Do you admit to this?" This was just a formality. Usually, the defendant would deny committing these acts, and then the lawyers would step in and engage in courtroom arguments, which, given the complexity of the matter and the number of parties involved, could be a very lengthy process. However, he didn't expect that after asking this question, Chen Chuan would calmly say, "I killed them. I killed all 37 of them that night." The judge was somewhat surprised that Chen Chuan admitted it so readily, but that wasn't the main point. It was hard to deny anyway. The key was the reason for the killings. He continued, "Before and during the killings, were you coerced by someone or manipulated by secret rituals, leading you to commit the killings?" Chen Chuan calmly said, "No, I killed these people entirely of my own volition. I was not coerced or influenced by any secret rituals." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below the stage. "Murderer! Murderer!" Finally, someone couldn't contain themselves and stood up excitedly, shouting, "My child was well behaved and honest, always very filial to his parents. He was just a child, still a child. Why did you kill him?" "Why?" Chen Chuan turned to look at him and said, "Because he deserved to die." The man trembled at his gaze. You. Chen Chuan looked at the seats, looking down at everyone sitting there, and sincerely said, "They all deserve to die. They intended to use secret rituals to control me, but they failed. Later, they even shot at me. To protect myself, I had to kill them all." Intended? How do you determine their intent? Angry and self-righteous accusations came from below. Even if they shot at you, that's not a reason to slaughter them. You have no right, you murderer. In fact, Chen Chuan looked at him, "I have that right." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, and this action made everyone tense up. Some even wanted to call for security guards. The judge also became nervous. He knew that Chen Chuan was a martial artist who had single-handedly killed dozens of Wei Academy students and security guards armed with firearms. If he went crazy on the spot, even with security guards present, he would be in danger being so close. He quickly said, "Student Chen, what are you doing? If you need something, our staff can get it for you." Chen Chuan slowly said, "Just showing you the power I possess." He slowly took his hand out, holding a card, which he raised to the front, displaying it to everyone. It was a jade card with a cyan black hue, with blood-red patterns like diffused cinnabar, resembling dyed blood. Because the distance was somewhat far, some people didn't see clearly what it was, but those sitting in the front row saw it clearly. Someone who recognized it exclaimed, "Unlimited self-defense permit." The judge stared fixedly, adjusted his glasses, looked at Chen Chuan, and murmured, adding, "And it's a level B certificate." Chen Chuan's steady and powerful voice echoed in the courtroom. "You ask if I have the right. I tell you I do. This is the right to legitimate defense granted to me by the Dachshund Republic government. When I perceive that someone is persecuting me or feel that my life is in danger, I have the right to unlimited defense, so I will eliminate all threatening targets within my sight, without exception." The courtroom was silent. Only the echo of his concluding words lingered. Many people looked at Chen Chuan in horror, some with trembling hands. They couldn't tell whether it was because of this news or something else. Unlimited self-defense permit. How could he have an unlimited self-defense permit? It's fake. It must be fake. Someone immediately questioned from below the stage, immediately stirring up an uproar. The judge then picked up the hammer and struck it once, the sound immediately overpowering the noise below. He looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Student Chen, for the sake of fairness and justice, please allow me to verify your defense permit." Chen Chuan nodded. "You may." The judge stepped down from the stage, took the card from Chen Chuan's hand, examined it, and said, "It's genuine. The material, the serial number, and the name all match, and this is a level B certificate." After he said this, the seats were silent. Many power families present looked pale and sat there powerlessly because they knew that with this certificate, unless caught in the act or the evidence was extremely unfavorable, it would be almost impossible to be convicted. Wei Heng couldn't help but close his eyes, knowing that the most unwanted situation had occurred. They had considered this possibility before, although the probability was very low, but they could never stop their pursuit because of this speculation. Did they want to proactively give up pursuing this matter? So even if Chen Chuan really had an unlimited self-defense permit, this step had to be taken. But in this case, they could no longer use official procedures to kill Chen Chuan, but he had another choice, although it was a choice from which there was no return once taken. He looked at the young man sitting beside him, who nodded to him, so he stood up with his cane. Judge, and everyone present, I have something to say. Wei Hang's voice echoed, and the crowd seemed to awaken from their daze, turning to look at him. Wei Hang slowly raised his cane and pointed it at Chen Chuan. This person. He pointed emphatically with 2 fingers, looking to his left and right. This person certainly has an unlimited self-defense permit, which can exempt him from the crime of murder. But are you really comfortable letting such a person continue to exist in Yangtze City, letting him continue to study at Wei University? He said in a stern and heavy voice, look at what he has done. Today he can kill 37 classmates without a care, then tomorrow he may go on to kill even more people, and all he needs is an excuse of self-defense. Speaking of this, he looked at Chen Chuan with a sharp gaze. Moreover, I personally strongly suspect his spirit state. How can he commit so many bloody crimes and still be able to spout nonsense here? Doesn't he feel any pain or guilt at all? He stamped the ground repeatedly with his cane, shouting, those are 37 innocent lives? 37 vibrant lives. I propose that everyone here sign a joint request, urging the Wei school director to strip this person of his Wei Academy student status, and imploring the Government Affairs Hall to issue an order, forbidding him from continuing to live within the city limits, to prevent such a person from threatening the safety of Wei Academy students, and to prevent this person from exercising his power so unscrupulously. Yes, the situation had reached its worst point. They couldn't use procedures to openly and justly deal with Chen Chuan, but the strength they could mobilize was far more than just that. For example, they could now use everyone's fear of him, using his unstable spirit state as an excuse, to administratively expulsion him from the Yangtze City area, and even expel him from the academy. This actually had a high probability of success. Now that Chen Chuan was alive, all that was involved was matters related to his personal affairs, and the police, secret cult, and processing bureau had no reason to interfere at all. Even if there was some slight opposition and obstruction, it would only be from organizations or individuals within the 3 departments who were friendly towards Chen Chuan, and not a joint effort of the 3 powerful departments. As for whether doing this would anger Chen Chuan, trigger his violent backlash, and lead him to do something irrational, or even directly launch a martial arts retaliation against them, he was not worried about this. Deep down, he actually hoped that Chen Chuan would do this, and besides, it wasn't as if they had no way to deal with him. Wasn't He Xiaoxing even more difficult to deal with than Chen Chuan back then? The methods they used to deal with He Xiaoxing back then could now also be used to deal with Chen Chuan. But it wasn't enough for him to just say so. There were still many people present who would fear the unlimited self-defense permit, and in turn, worry about their personal safety, so there was also a need for a strong force to provide assurance. He looked at the young man next to him, who stood up at this moment. He first straightened his black imported formal wear, so that people could clearly see the blooming melon on his cuff. Everyone, I strongly agree with what Mr. Wei said just now. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Yi, from Central City Molin Company headquarters, assistant and fully authorized representative of Mr. Luo, the supervisor of Overseas Operations Department. As soon as his identity was revealed, the entire audience fell silent and involuntarily looked at him. Zhang Yi was already very used to this kind of reaction. At this time, he looked at Chen Chuan and said regretfully, I deeply regret that such a student with an extremely unstable spirit state cannot be convicted because he holds an unlimited self-defense permit. However, this does not mean that our hearts can tolerate his actions, nor can we allow such tragedies to continue to happen, so I am here to make a promise on behalf of Molin Company. Saying this, he held out a finger. As long as everyone agrees, then from today onwards, Molin Company's security guard team will be responsible for the safety of everyone present, ensuring that you are no longer subject to the influence of potential threats. The members of these powerful families, social elites, and some council members present couldn't help but show various expressions on their faces when they heard this, while others fell into deep thought. Zhang Yi pointed out a problem they had to consider, that is, many of the security guard consultants and teams they hired were graduates from Wei. But looking at those Wei Academy students outside the adjudication court, they were almost all standing on Chen Chuan's side, silently supporting him. Then, could security guard consultants who were also Wei Academy students still provide personal security for them? Could the various companies and departments that had intricate connections with them still trust these people? The officials from the processing bureau suddenly turned their heads, their gazes coldly fixed on Wei Hang and Zhang Yi. They had already realized what these people wanted to do. This was to exclude Wei from the security guard aspect and incorporate the upper-class power families into Molin Company's security guard system, but for a time, they couldn't think of a way to counter it. Chen Chuan's actions had caused unease in the hearts of these people, and the actions of those Wei Academy students outside were also a fact. On the surface, Molin Company was seizing and utilizing this fearful psychology of the people, decisively and quickly intervening, but this should not be a temporary idea, but rather something that had been planned in advance. Also, I have one more thing to announce. Zhang Yi said loudly, on behalf of Molin Company, I refuse such a student to enter, and our Molin Company will issue a notice to other conglomerates and companies that this student is not welcome to join in the future. Guan Yuming, bureau chief Lei, and the teacher from Wei Academy on the seats all looked solemn. This was a statement from a conglomerate, which carried a lot of weight. This seemed to only block Chen Chuan's path into the company, as if it had no influence, but the influence of companies and conglomerates involved all aspects of society, and countless people cooperated with them and relied on them for food. Once this letter was issued, these people would involuntarily stay away from and exclude Chen Chuan when dealing with him in the future. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Yes, they couldn't directly target the owner of the unlimited self-defense permit from the law and procedures, but they could restrict him from the external environment. Although some of the other conglomerates were Melon's competitors, they stood in the same position on this point, because this involved the confrontation between the company and national power. Although people with defense permits could hold positions in national institutions, this world was ruled by the government and conglomerates together, and many things were not so easy to cut cleanly, and what he could do would be greatly limited. Of course, targeting this student was not the main purpose, but to tell everyone present through this incident that Molin Company was their reliance and could help them at critical times. When everyone present was tied to Molin Company's chariot, the company's deployment in Yangtze City would be more than half completed. Wei Heng slowly sat down at this time. With his previous paving and the statement from Melon Company, it should not be difficult to expel Chen Chuan from Wei Academy. Once Chen Chuan had no relationship with Wei Academy, many things would be less costly to do. He had already communicated with Zhang Yi. No matter what the outcome of this was, Molin Company could send someone to be responsible for cleaning up Chen Chuan. He looked at Chen Chuan coldly. If the procedure can't target you, then I won't talk to you about the procedure. I will first use the strength of the social level, complete your suppression step by step, and then put people to death. While waves were being stirred up in the court, an old-fashioned car slowly came outside the courtroom. After the car door was opened, Yi Bo walked out of it. He looked at the door of the courtroom, feeling emotional. Almost a year had passed. He remembered that he had sent the young lady away from Yangtze City around this time last year, and said that he would think of a way for the young lady, trying to recruit this young man to work for her. Now it was almost time. He had been paying attention to Chen Chuan's affairs. As soon as the old factory incident occurred, he immediately realized the opportunity to intervene. In this incident, Chen Chuan had offended too many power families. Relying on Chen Chuan alone, even if he had the support of several forces behind him, it would be difficult to fight against those people. He could come forward at this time, and suppress all the power families in Yangtze City in the name of the Meng family, to protect Chen Chuan, or directly take him to Central City, so that Chen Chuan could feel his kindness, and also be accepted by the power families in Yangtze City, which could be described as the best of both worlds. After the security personnel behind him arrived, he went up the steps and reached the platform above. Just as he was about to enter the courtroom, he saw a person dressed in a black imported formal suit standing in front, seemingly waiting for him. That person smiled and extended his hand to him. Are you Mr. Yan Yi? Yi Bo did not reach out, but slowly said, young man, do we know each other? The young man retracted his hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Manager Luo's assistant from Molin Company, and I am here specifically to wait for you. Oh, from Molin Company. Yi Bo suddenly realized, what are you looking for from an old man like me? I'm old, and I don't buy cosmetics. The young man still maintained his smile and said earnestly, Mr. Yan, Manager Luo is very concerned about the Chen Chuan student issue, and hopes you can give him some face. He reached out. You see, Manager Luo is in that car over there. Yi Bo looked in the direction he pointed, and saw an extended armored luxury car parked there. The window slowly rolled down, and a man wearing gentleman's glasses was sitting inside, nodding to him. As the former housekeeper of the Meng family, even if he was now retired, he still paid attention to all aspects of things and was familiar with the figures in various companies. He knew that this was the supervisor of overseas operations department of Melon's main company, which was a real powerful figure in Melon's main company. He pondered for a moment, such a person, although he was not afraid, was it worth it to confront him for Chen Chuan? If he had expressed his intentions before Manager Luo came forward, then even if the other party had any requirements, he could forcefully reject them. But now that he was approached here in advance, the matter was a little difficult to handle. If he were 20 years younger, he might laugh and walk directly in, but now he was old and didn't have the energy to fight with people. He slowly said, since Manager Luo has spoken, then let's pretend that I didn't come today. The young man said with a smile, old Mr. Yan, Manager Luo will thank you. Molin Company will remember your kindness. Yi Bo said slowly, young man, don't say these empty words. You only have the qualification to say this when you have been in the company as long as I have. Although the young man was still smiling, his smile was slightly unnatural. Yi Bo turned around and went down the steps, returning to the car. He leaned back in his seat, looked at the courtroom, and thought with some regret that Chen Chuan was actually a very talented young man, especially now that he had martial arts skills, and he would be able to shine in the future. If such a talent could be brought to the young lady's side, he might be able to help the young lady defeat those competitors in the family and take control of the company. He sighed again, but now he could only blame himself for his bad luck. It would have been great if he had agreed to the young lady's request earlier. Yi Bo? Going back, the driver in front asked. Yi Bo thought for a while and sighed, wait a bit. It seems that I can't do what I promised the young lady, but the young lady may need to know the final result. Inside the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart courtroom, after listening to Zhang Yi's proposal during the school governing council meeting, someone quickly stood up in response. This was a school director from Wei Academy. He righteously stated, I agree with Mr. Wei's opinion. This kind of person should not exist within Wei Academy. In fact, matters involving the entire director council could be discussed slowly after the event. Even if they really decided to do so, they would need to consider it carefully, coordinate the interests of all parties, and appease the emotions of many people, rather than making a decision on a whim. However, he suddenly stood up actively to echo, both to express his position to Wei Hang and others, as well as Molan Company, and to force other director council members to take a stand. It wasn't just him alone. As he stood up, several other director council members also stood up one after another. Some were arranged by Wei Hang in advance, and others made quick choices after seeing the direction of the wind. The other directors looked at each other, cursing inwardly, convinced that this was definitely a deliberate arrangement. They originally wanted to wait and see, but now they were forced to take sides. If they didn't stand up at this time, they would definitely be antagonized by Molan Company and Wei Hang and others. Compared to that, it was better to directly take sides. Choosing Molan Company seemed like the right move no matter how you looked at it. After some consideration, several more people stood up on the spot. There were a total of 19 Wei Academy Director Council members, 15 of whom were present, and 11 of them stood up. The remaining few didn't say they disagreed, nor did they say they agreed, but that didn't matter, because even those who agreed had already exceeded half the number, and the remaining disagreements were irrelevant. Moreover, there were also many Academy's sponsors present, and they all expressed their agreement with the proposal. So, the Director Council member who stood up first looked at Chen Chuan and said solemnly, I am now formally informing you that after discussion by the School Governing Council, your status as a student of Wei Academy has been revoked. The notification will be issued to you later. This does not comply with the Academy's rules. Bian Feng also stood up from his seat. He said in a deep voice, the decision of the School Governing Council also needs to go through the procedure of the principal's signature. This is only a unilateral decision made by the Director Council, and the school management does not recognize it. That School Governing Council member looked at him. If the principal's signature is not approved, according to past practice, it will be shelved for discussion. During the discussion period, Chen Chuan's status as a Wei Academy student will not be revoked, but his studies must be temporarily suspended until a formal conclusion is reached. Bian Feng's heart sank. Shelving the discussion did comply with the regulations, but the problem was how long would it be shelved? A year or 2? Or 3 or 4 years? There was no specific time limit for this, so the student would be completely stuck there. And if the student's identity issue was not resolved during this period, then nothing could be done, which would be equivalent to delaying him. Seeing this situation, the principal might be willing to let the student get out of it sooner. From the defendant's seat, Chen Chuan watched the scenes in the courtroom. He remained calm about these proposals that were unfavorable to him, but at this moment he spoke. Have you finished discussing? If you have, then I want to speak now. That Director Council member looked at him upon hearing this. He spread his hands. Of course, Student Chen, before the notification is issued, you are still a student of Wei. You can submit any correct demands you have. We will not prevent anyone from speaking, nor will we use crude methods to solve the problem. Since he was already confident of winning, he also tried his best to maintain a superficial fairness and demeanor, and this attitude of speaking also drew a round of applause that was not enthusiastic. Chen Chuan slowly said, I have seen the attitude of the School Governing Council. He then looked at Zhang Yi. Your Excellency just said that your company would reject a student like me, and also said that you would send a letter to block me from all companies. Is your Excellency sure? Of course, Molan Company's words always carry weight. Zhang Yi replied calmly. He was not afraid of what this kind of student could do. Even if he went to the government departments to oppose them, it wouldn't matter, because they had always been in confrontation. Besides, this student might not even live to that time. Then, Chen Chuan reached into his pocket, and in the slightly tense gazes of everyone, took out something and held it up in front of him. What if I use this? Everyone looked over. It was a black card, and its shape was a bit like the recommendation card used by Power Science to enter Wei Academy. They were a little puzzled. Was this a recommendation card? But why was it black? Some people were frowning, seeming to vaguely catch something, but more were puzzled. However, Zhang Yi's expression changed at this time, his eyes staring fixedly at the card. After a while, his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating, he actually left his seat directly and walked out in a hurry in the surprised gazes of everyone. But when he was about to go out of the door, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned around, and said solemnly, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I will be right back. Everyone was confused, while Wei Hang, who was sitting there, faintly felt a little uneasy. He looked at the black card. The problem should be with this thing. What exactly was it? Was this a recommendation card? Or was it given to him by Miss Meng family? This was the most likely trouble. If it was Miss Meng family's handwriting, things would not be easy to handle. And those director council members were also a little at a loss. What was going on? But since Zhang Yi said he would be right back, then they could only wait now. Zhang Yi ran outside in one breath. After leaving the courtroom, he hurriedly came to Manager Luo's car. When the car window was rolled down, Manager Luo, who was sitting inside, asked, "Why did you come out first? Is the matter inside over?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said in a low voice, "Supervisor, there has been some change." He immediately told the situation inside, and focused on describing the card that Chen Chuan took out. Manager Luo couldn't help but become serious, looked at him, and asked, "Did you see clearly?" "Yes, I saw clearly." A trace of fear appeared in Manager Luo's eyes, and he lowered his head and pondered, "World Conglomerate Primordial Human Company. How could a recommendation card from Primordial Human Company appear here? And it appeared on an ordinary student? The person holding this card can directly join any branch or related friendly enterprise of Primordial Human Company in the world. Because Primordial Human Company sponsors WEI Academy and more than 90% of martial combat academies in the world, they can also use this to directly enter various local martial combat academies without examination. If a company and martial combat academy refuse, the consequences are very serious, because this is a denial of the company's status and reputation. Primordial Human Company will be. Primordial Human Company is much larger than Molan Company in size, and the two cannot be compared at the same level at all." Seeing him thinking, Zhang Yi said, "Supervisor, we have seen his data. He did not use this recommendation card to enter WEI Academy. He passed the exam himself, so there may be other reasons behind this card. Maybe." Manager Luo waved his hand and said decisively, "No, the company is facing many enemies now. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot take this risk." Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, "Supervisor, in this case, we can withdraw our accusations and targeting against him, and apologize to him. I believe that should be enough face, but we can still provide security guard services to various families, which is still beneficial to the company." Manager Luo immediately denied, "Although doing so is beneficial to the company, if we decide to retreat, we must retreat completely, because as long as we provide security guard to these people, even if it is just a promise without actual action, they will try to attack that student, and then use this to drag the company into the water and forcibly bind them together, which will instead make the company bear the risks for them." Zhang Yi was startled and lowered his head to admit his mistake. "What supervisor said is right. It was my subordinate who did not consider it carefully." Manager Luo said seriously, "You go in now and apologize to that student, make your attitude sincere and try to be as sincere as possible, and withdraw all the security guard promises to the families in Yangtze City. The company's current situation cannot establish any more enemies." Zhang Yi asked, "What if they refuse or ask us for an explanation?" Manager Luo said lightly, "Do they have that qualification?" "Understood." Zhang Yi nodded. From this moment on, those people were abandoned. Although these people may be swallowed and torn apart later, and the company may suffer some losses, this is nothing compared to adding a very important enemy. After the instructions, he quickened his pace and returned to the courtroom again. Everyone was waiting for him to come back, hoping he would respond. But this time, he did not sit in his seat. Instead, he tidied up his clothes, walked along the aisle, and came directly to the front of Chen Chuan's position. At this distance, facing a martial artist like Chen Chuan, no one can save him if he has any hostility, but he didn't bring any weapons and stood here directly. He bowed to Chen Chuan and said sincerely, "Mr. Chen, Jean is ashamed of what I said to you before. Those were very unfair accusations. I now formally announce that I withdraw all the words I said just now and offer you a sincere and heartfelt apology." As he said that, he bowed to Chen Chuan. The people present were all dumbfounded, their consciousness seemed to be stagnated. Zhang Yi stood up straight at this time, turned around to face everyone below, and said loudly, "Molan Company will not have any restrictions on Mr. Chen. On the contrary, if Chen Chuan's student comes to Molan Company after graduation, we will open our doors to welcome him. In addition," he looked at Wei Hang with some pity, "we will no longer provide any security guard measures to anyone present." The whole place was quiet and silent. "Master, what's wrong with you, Master?" Suddenly, a cry of exclamation came out. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the old Mr. Wei, who had been in charge of the Wei family for decades, was covering his chest and sliding off his seat. There was chaos around him. Zhang Yi just glanced at it casually, then turned around again, and said respectfully to Chen Chuan, "Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Although Zhang Yi denied everything he had just said, as if he was slapping himself in the face, he was not embarrassed at all. What does personal honor and disgrace matter for the sake of the company's interests? But at this moment, someone below complained loudly, "Mr. Zhang, how can what you just said not count? What about Molan Company's reputation?" "Yes, we are also Molan Company's partners, and we hope the company will seriously consider the demands of its partners," someone else requested solemnly and sincerely. Zhang Yi glanced coldly at these people. "I don't even want my face for the sake of the company's interests. Can't you understand the company's difficulties?" Chen Chuan glanced at the panic-stricken Power family members, then looked away and glanced at the black card again, picked it up, and put it in his coat pocket. Previously, he had specifically commissioned Gao Ming to investigate this card and eventually learned its origin and function. He was originally worried if there was something wrong with this card, but after confirming, everyone's name on this card was his, meaning he was the true owner of this card, and it was left to him by his parents in this life. However, this card actually has a problem, but it doesn't matter. He has already done what he wants to do. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Zhang Yi tried to ask, Mr. Chen. Chen Chuan looked at him and slowly said, believe that this matter in the courtroom now has nothing to do with your company. Yes, this matter here has nothing to do with our Mullen company. Zhang Yi nodded immediately. He thought he understood what Chen Chuan meant. Since they had made a decision, they couldn't care about the life and death of these people. Then, Mr. Chen, goodbye. He gave Chen Chuan another friendly gesture, then waved his hand and led all the Mullen company's security personnel directly away from here. At this moment, outside the courtroom, Manager Luo was slowly tapping his knee with one hand, as if waiting for something. After a while, the operator took off the headset and said, Supervisor, the reply has arrived. They said this card is indeed a recommendation card from Primordial Human Company, and everyone's name is indeed this student's, but what? The person in charge there said that this card seems to have been cancelled 10 years ago because the holder was determined to be dead. Manager Luo was stunned, and his eyes became fierce. Determined dead? Cancelled 10 years ago? Can you confirm it? We are still confirming. They said that's what the record file says, but it cannot be ruled out that errors occurred due to the length of time, so they dare not make a definitive statement and said they need to go to the head company for further verification. This will take 3 to 5 days at the fastest. Manager Luo pondered. If the card holder is determined to be dead, then this card has no practical use. But Chen Chuan is clearly still alive, which makes the situation a bit complicated. Is he impersonating? Or is there some other reason? But regardless, if the card holder is determined to be dead, then he can completely deny it, and Primordial Human Company will not bother them for this matter. Then, should they notify those people afterward that Mullen Company has decided to change its previous statement and is willing to continue protecting them? However, with such back and forth, those people probably won't really trust them anymore, let alone cooperate with them. Maybe they will. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly realized a more serious problem. His heart skipped a beat, and sweat suddenly oozed from his forehead. Not good. He immediately urged the driver, go back. Back to the company. Aren't we waiting for Assistant John? The driver asked subconsciously. I told you to drive. Manager Luo's extremely suppressed voice was almost squeezed out of his throat. Yes. The driver was startled and quickly started the car. On the national highway, nearing Yangtze City, a long convoy was driving. Commissioner Cao took back a telegram that had just been delivered to him. The situation at the courtroom was being relayed here in real time. When he saw Chen Chuan take out the black card, he didn't seem surprised at all. He was focused on another point. When Chen Chuan took out the card, the people from Mullen Company were almost. His eyes immediately sharpened, like a predator seeing its prey. Although Primordial Human Company is very large, its power in the country may not be comparable to Melon's. Yangji is considered Melon Company's home ground, especially at a time when Mullen Company is making key layouts. At this time, choosing to back down, could it be determined that? No, that may not be enough yet. Out of instinctive caution, he took out a pen, wrote a few names on it, and handed it to an assistant next to him. Send a telegram, immediately detain these people. Wrong? Before the assistant could take it, he quickly took the paper back, thought deeply for a while, and said unhappily, this kid, he's handing us a knife. It seems this net has to be closed early. At this moment, at another radio station, the operator took off the headset, handed over the translated telegram, and turned to say, Commissioner Cao, Vast Blue Sky Canal and UNN Corp have both sent telegrams. Commissioner Cao immediately took them and, after reading the two similar contents, he said in a deep voice, sure enough, they also noticed. He looked ahead, his eyes becoming sharper than before, contact the patrol bureau, don't wait any longer, start arresting people immediately. At the courtroom, after the people from Mullen Company left, the school governing council members became extremely embarrassed. They had clearly expressed their stance earlier, but the people came, and Mullen Company removed the ladder from below, so they couldn't get down now. Should they insist on expelling Chen Chuan? But judging from Mullen Company's appearance, it seemed to be afraid that Chen Chuan had some amazing background. Even the people from Mullen Company had withdrawn. Would they continue? They would definitely not do something that was obviously not beneficial and might even hit a brick wall. But at this moment, the people from the processing bureau who came to the seat stood up and walked to them in front of everyone, solemnly saying, Gentlemen, we suspect that you have conspired with Mullen Company and certain families to harm WI Academy students, and are also involved in an old case 3 years ago. We need to ask you to go back to cooperate with the investigation. As he said, he stretched out his hand to the side. Please. Investigation. The school director who first cooperated with the company looked at him in surprise and laughed in anger. What right do you have to take me away? Another director also spoke. We are school directors recognized by the Government Affairs Hall. Without an arrest warrant from the main academy, you are not qualified to arrest us. The school governing council members standing there also looked coldly at these people from the processing bureau, without any intention of cooperating. They were not afraid of the processing bureau taking forceful action. First of all, almost everyone present was on their side, and secondly, as school governing council members, they were also qualified martial artists. If they don't, then what about me? As a deep, slow, and old voice spoke, everyone turned around and saw an unremarkable old man standing up from the seat. He had been sitting there with all of them, but no one had noticed him before he spoke, as if they had automatically ignored him. The people from Wei Academy were stunned when they saw him, old principal. This unremarkable old man was actually from Wei Academy. When he stood up, all the school directors who recognized him felt a sudden jump in their hearts. Officials from the Central City Processing Bureau suddenly appeared here, and in such a way, they vaguely felt that something was not good. Cheng Xing said leisurely, "You should go with them. Staying inside for a while might not be a bad thing for you." The director members looked at each other and all gave up resisting. This was not only because of the identity Cheng Xing represented at the moment, but also because of the martial power he himself represented. They clearly knew that even if everyone present was added together, they could not be a match for the seemingly short old man. The people from the Processing Bureau directly stepped forward, bound them with martial artist special cable restraints, and then took them out. Cheng Xing then turned to Chen Chuan. "Young man, did you see it before?" Chen Chuan knew what he was asking and nodded. Cheng Xing's frost eyebrows moved. "How did you see it? Did someone tell you?" Chen Chuan said frankly, "No, and it wasn't just me who saw it. I believe many people saw it, but their choices were different. Well, there are many smart people in the world, but some people are too smart." Cheng Xing nodded in agreement, and then slowly asked, "Young man, are you coming?" Chen Chuan was very certain, "Of course." Cheng Xing nodded and said, "Then I'll wait for you at the academy." Saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the courtroom, and several people who had not been noticed before got up from their seats and followed him out. Their conversation left most people confused, but some people reacted to something, their expressions changed slightly, and they got up and walked out. Chen Chuan looked at these people in a hurry, his eyes very calm. When he and Gao Ming were arranging the plan, they found an object that could not be bypassed. That is Molan Company. If the Mutual Aid Society people attacked him and he confronted them, then it would most likely involve Molan Company later, because the forces behind these people had inextricably linked relationships with this company. But as they pondered and explored, and Gao Ming collected information from various sources, and even the recent changes, they gradually discovered clues that had not been noticed before. And when they pieced these clues together, they finally came to a conclusion that surprised them. Perhaps, maybe, they didn't need to worry about Molan Company at all. Because Molan Company was currently suffering a joint siege from other companies and unknown forces, and the situation was precarious, already unable to protect itself. In fact, many clues had already appeared before. The most obvious was the Bloodstain Gang. As the vicious dogs raised by Molan Company, they were frequently attacked, various branches were blown up, and more than a dozen leaders in a row died from the suspected bioweapon skull-splitting demon, and the top level was almost empty. This was clearly cutting off the wings and testing Molan Company's bottom line step by step. Previously, Molan Company was constantly competing with state-owned enterprise Vast Blue Sky Canal for water conservancy interests, using various illegal means to eliminate surrounding water plants, and had effectively occupied many positions in the water conservancy department. It was about to achieve its goal, but Vast Blue Sky Canal had not reacted, which was the most abnormal situation. When he was taking the Unlimited Self-Defense Permit exam, Commissioner CAO paid special attention to him and Yangtze City, which vaguely revealed that the attention of the upper levels was constantly focused here. All the clues indicated that an unprecedented storm was coming. So they actually didn't need to worry about Melon, and could even follow this trend and take the opportunity to complete what they wanted to do. Interestingly, Guan Yuming had repeatedly told him at the Patrol Bureau that he would support him, and his words were unusually firm, implying that as long as he didn't let go, nothing would happen. It should be known that he hadn't said that he had an unlimited self-defense permit at that time, but the upper levels of the Patrol Bureau seemed unusually confident. Bureau Chief Lei had been encouraging him to go to Central City, and had promised several times that he could guarantee his safety when he might face threats from many power families. At Wei Academy, there was a detail that was easy to ignore. At the beginning of the year, and the Mutual Aid Society affair was so big, but the Processing Bureau above had never made any decent response or intervention, and had even remained silent throughout the entire process, at most just encouraging some students to come, which revealed an unusual feeling. All indications showed that all violent institutions in Yangtze City already knew something and had already made preparations. So he had a bold guess that these institutions were probably also involved in the siege against Molan Company, and even if it had not yet entered the final stage, it should have already established an advantage. The words Zhang Yi said earlier actually had not had any influence on him. Molan Company is about to be unable to protect itself, and you're telling me this? Is it useful? The faster you choose to stand on Molan Company's side at this time, the faster you die. On the contrary, it's the right thing to oppose it. In fact, he could have done nothing today and just waited for the results, but he didn't want to simply follow the trend, but wanted to be a pusher. He wanted to accelerate this process, instead of waiting another half year or a year. After discussing with Gao Ming, they discovered a node in the conflict between many major forces where an individual could intervene and interfere in the overall situation. That was to take out the recommendation card from Primordial Human Company in the courtroom. He took out this card not to protect himself, but to test its strength for all those forces staring at Molan Company. It's like holding a sharp knife and waving the tip in front of it. After the name of Primordial Human Company was brought out, if Melon didn't back down strongly, it meant that it still had confidence. But this concession today completely exposed its weakness. More importantly, it exposed this weakness openly, turning its soft belly to the top. Those giant beasts around that were originally eyeing it covetously and hesitating will immediately rush up to bite and devour it. Just now Cheng Shang asked him if he wanted to join, which was asking if he wanted to join the siege against Molan Company. How could he miss such a big event? He definitely had to participate. If it was replaced by commission, probably many young men would not have such an opportunity. The armor permit might be obtained in advance, and it could also be used to increase. At this time, as the people in the seats left one after another, the courtroom had become empty. Chen Chuan pulled down his clothes, straightened his collar again, turned around, and politely opened to the judge sitting there. Your Excellency, you have not announced the verdict yet. The judge was stunned for a moment, then his expression became solemn. He also straightened his judge's robe, took out the prepared verdict, and slowly stood up, began to read. This court declares that Wei Academy student Chen Chuan, all actions in the old factory incident are legitimate defense, the charges are not established. If there is any objection, you can appeal to the upper court. The trial is over. Yangtze City Court, Deshun Republic of China, 93 years, August 21. After speaking, he picked up the copper hammer and tapped it on the base of the mythical creature statue, and looked at Chen Chuan, said in a gentle tone, Chen classmate, the trial is over, you can go. Chen Chuan nodded to him, then turned around and walked out under the gaze of the judge and in the aftereffects of the copper seat. When he came to the front hall, he found that most of the people who had come out were being taken away by patrol bureau police officers one by one. Gao Ming came over from the side, smiled and said, it's coming? Chen Chuan said, yes. Gao Ming said, cousin, I said, this game will be started by you, and it will be ended by you. Chen Chuan smiled, looked up outside, looked at the clear sky and the sun shining on everyone's head, said, it's not the end, but another beginning. In the patrol bureau station near the trial court, Guan Yuming was calling at this time, Chief, all the people have been arrested. Keep an eye on it, the storm is about to rise, we have to stabilize it. Yes. Guan Yuming thought for a while, and asked, Chief, why did you act ahead of time? Stir the grass and startle the snake, have to move. Guan Yuming thought for a while, reacted, and said in a low voice, is it because of little Chuan's card? He couldn't help asking, Chief, what kind of card is that? I have already asked, that is a recommendation card from Primordial Human Company, but it is just a waste card that has been cancelled for a long time. Waste card. Guan Yuming laughed and said, then what did he take it out for? Halfway through his words, his eyes flashed a few times, realized Chen Chuan's true intention, and said with a funny and good-natured, I said, this kid. They were originally slowly closing the net, anti-second trial exploration, may have to test a few times, perhaps this time will be very long, because facing such a behemoth as Melon, no one wants. And Chen Chuan killed so many people in the Mutual Aid Society, they can take this as an excuse to selectively arrest some people, and it will not cause too much vigilance from Molan Company. But Chen Chuan came up with such a move, which is equivalent to pressing the acceleration button with one hand. All the forces were pushed hard from behind by him, they have to move, and they have to move. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 194, National Conscription. When Chen Chuan came out, he heard cheers outside. Obviously, the Wei Academy students outside had received the news that he was safe and sound, although it wasn't the news that the appraiser had said, the result was the same. As he walked onto the platform outside the appraiser's office, the students spotted him. He's out, he's out. The students below looked at him excitedly and gathered around. Chen Chuan looked at the energetic Wei Academy students below. They didn't have any complicated thoughts and had come here purely out of enthusiasm. Although they were young, they all had very simple views on right and wrong. He actually understood Shen Zheng's approach. The latter had set an example, and even if he failed, he could let future generations see a possibility. Even if this possibility was very slim, as long as one person stood up again and continued, even if they only succeeded once, there would be a path. Although he didn't follow Shen Zheng's old path, he still walked past it in another way. This method was not completed by him alone, but with the help of many people, and more so with the help of the general trend. But this did not prevent him from becoming a member of the general trend, to become the highest and fiercest wave, to break down the dam blocking in front of him. At this time, looking at these classmates, he didn't say much, but raised his hand and bowed to them. The students below were stunned for a moment, but then they became excited and clasped their fists in return. After Chen Chuan put down his hand, he walked down from above. The students took the initiative to make way for him. Before getting into the car, he turned around and said with a smile, classmates, see you next semester. With that, he walked into the car. Senior, see you next semester. Junior Chen, see you next semester. See you next semester. Echoes of responses rang out in the square. They were not only greeting Chen Chuan, but also encouraging each other, looking forward to the new semester. Lu Fang, who was watching all of this from a distance, felt his eyes get hot. How great it would be if his senior was also here. He turned around and said to the members of the Fengxin Society, classmates, next, I'll leave the Fengxin Society to you. Senior, don't worry. This is the club established by the senior. We will maintain it well. Lu Feng said with a smile, I'm very relieved. In the distance, Tai Donggui suddenly thought of something and muttered, do you think we still have to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam? Deng Fu looked at him like he was an idiot. Of course we have to take it. Why wouldn't we? We've already signed up. Why wouldn't we go? No one is telling you to lose now. Wouldn't it be stupid not to get it? Tai Dongwei suddenly raised his head and said, the exam is tomorrow. We can take a car and get there in time. Deng Fu said, that's right, so don't waste time here. Let's go now. He had only taken a few steps when a voice came from behind. Brother Deng. Deng Fu turned his head and saw Gang Zhang looking at him. He asked in confusion, what's the matter? Brother Deng, you're right. Gang Zhang said very seriously, as long as we can live, and live longer, we might see anything happen. Deng Fu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed heartily, looks like I'm quite the fortune teller. He sighed, as if he had thought of something. What if? Tai Dongwei was shocked, and Gang Zhang was also startled. The two of them stepped forward to stop him. Brother Deng, can you please not say anything until after the exam? Deng Fu looked at the two people who had grabbed him and were looking at him nervously, and said helplessly, okay, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to say. Don't say it. After Chen Chuan got into Gao Ming's car, he quickly returned to Little Ant's house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yuan rushed up and grabbed him, looking him up and down carefully. Seeing that he was okay, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Chuan said, Little Ant, I've made you worry. Yuan pretended to be calm and said, what's there to worry about? Don't underestimate Little Ant. In my old age, there were always sudden cases at night, and sometimes I wouldn't come back for days. I'm used to it. Chen Chuan smiled and said, Little Ant, don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Cousin is back, cousin is back. The two younger cousins clapped their hands together. Chen Chuan smiled slightly. He took out a handful of candy he had bought on the way and threw it over. The two little ones jumped up to catch it happily, peeled off the wrappers, and started eating. After Chen Chuan comforted Yuan with a few words, he turned on the radio, which was also broadcasting the events in the courtroom today. The report detailed how Power's children had harmed Wuyi Academy students, and how their families had tried to cover it up with various means, and even tried to frame the students in return, so they were taken away by the Patrol Bureau for investigation. This broadcast undoubtedly showed that the public opinion, which was originally in the hands of certain people, had been controlled. As he was thinking, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Little Ant's voice came over, Chanar, it's for you? Chen Chuan came out to answer the phone and said, hello, this is Chen Chuan. Student Chen Chuan. A familiar, serious voice came from the other end, saying, please take your unlimited self-defense permit and come to the alleyway. Chen Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He put down the phone, said goodbye to Little Ant, walked out of the courtyard, and out of the alleyway. He saw the luxury car he had seen last time parked there, surrounded by people in black windbreakers. He had seen some of them here before, and at the edge of the wasteland. One of them reached out and opened the car door for him, gesturing, Student Chen, please get in. Chen Chuan thanked him and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Commissioner Cao sitting in the back seat. He nodded and greeted, Commissioner Cao. Commissioner Cao nodded. After he sat down and the car door closed, he said seriously, Student Chen Chuan, when you got your unlimited self-defense permit, I said that getting an unlimited self-defense permit is like being half an enforcer. With power comes responsibility. Now, in the name of a special commissioner of the Deshun General Affairs Bureau, I am issuing a national conscription order to you. What is your answer? Chen Chuan looked up and replied solemnly, Student obeys the national conscription. Commissioner Cao had no expression, but his eyes revealed satisfaction. He said, then you will be on standby from now on, waiting for my orders at any time. Chen Chuan nodded and asked, excuse me, Commissioner, can student know the target of the mission? Commissioner Cao reached out, and someone immediately handed him a form, stamped with the seal of the Great Shun National Administration Bureau and the words National Conscription. After Chen Chuan took it, he said in a deep voice, you should have guessed this mission. It is to encircle and suppress the Melon High Ridge Company. The Melon High Ridge Company headquarters is in Central City, but don't worry about that. Someone will take care of it, and it's almost an empty shell anyway. As early as 2 years ago, Molin Company secretly sent the main implant research and development equipment and the company's main technical data to the branch. Chen Chuan said, what does Yangji have that Central City doesn't? It does. Commissioner Cao said in a deep voice, the water in Yangji has its own special properties, which is of great help to Molin Company's implant research and development. Therefore, they have been seeking to control the water source of Yangji, and when necessary, they can discharge a special toxin to kidnap the lives of tens of millions of people in the entire Yangzi city and surrounding counties and towns through the water source. Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Commissioner Cao said solemnly, this step is the bottom line and is absolutely not allowed to be crossed. However, through bribery, infiltration, and sabotage over the past 2 years, they have forcibly obtained multiple sections of waterways, which has forced us to take action against them. Chen Chuan nodded. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his classmate Han Shu's family was from the Water Affairs Bureau, and later he joined Molin Company as an intern. It seemed that Molin Company had started planning at that time. However, if they really occupied the water source, then Molin Company would indeed be holding the lifeline of the Great Shun government. The Great Shun government could not allow tens of millions of people to be controlled and held hostage by Molin Company. But at the same time, he felt that Commissioner CAO should not have told him the whole truth, because there were obviously traces of other companies involved here, far more than just vast blue sky canal. If it was just something the government was worried about, these companies wouldn't need to get involved. There must be something else they were after. But since the other party didn't mention it to him, he knew there was no need to ask more questions, because some things might involve national-level secrets. Commissioner CAO gestured again, and the assistant next to him handed Chen Chuan a briefcase. This contains some data about the Mullen Company's armed strength. Take it back and take a closer look to get an understanding. After Chen Chuan reached out to take it, Commissioner CAO suddenly asked, if that recommendation card of yours was still useful, would you use it? Chen Chuan replied very firmly, no. Commissioner CAO looked at him, oh, why? Isn't it good to go to those companies? You can even be a recommended student. With this card, the starting point is much higher than others. Chen Chuan said frankly, because whether it's joining a company as a manager or becoming a recommended student, it's not determined by a card, but by the resources and family background behind the recommended student. These things come first, and then the card, not the other way around. And since I started with nothing, my choice is very clear. Commissioner CAO stared at him for a while, and finally nodded and said, Student Chen, you can go back now and wait for my instructions at any time. The car door next to him was opened again. Chen Chuan nodded to him, got out of the car, and walked towards the opposite alley with the briefcase. Commissioner CAO watched his straight back disappear into the distance through the window. The assistant next to him asked, Commissioner, is his words credible? Commissioner CAO said, does it matter? Now that he has responded to the national conscription, then he is a national enforcer. As long as he can obey and serve the country, that is enough. We don't need to care what he is thinking in his heart, we just need to look at his actions. Besides, what he just said was sincere enough, much better than those who only shout about serving the country but only want others to go first in critical moments. Let's go back, there are still many things to do today. Yes. As the people outside got into their cars, the vehicles slowly drove out of the street, merging with the vehicles parked at the street entrance, and drove together towards the Government Affairs Hall. Yangtze City Center, Melon Jailing Company Building. Manager Luo entered the building and quickly stepped into the elevator, then rapidly pressed a series of numbers on the buttons. After a moment, the elevator began to descend, the lights flickered slightly, and the floor display on the roller numbers turned negative. About a minute later, the elevator gently vibrated and stopped, the number displayed was -29, now entering the main hall located 100 meters underground in the company building. After the elevator doors slid open, Manager Luo walked out. Ahead was a corridor, the overhead lights and a row of light strips on the floor of the corridor lit up. On both sides were glass partition walls, behind which could be seen a closed water area with many strange creatures swimming there. Manager Luo ignored them and walked along the corridor. The pneumatic door in front opened, and two slender women stood there. Their heads were shaved, they wore no clothes, and their bodies were covered in delicate, smooth white scale implants, shimmering in the light. Despite accentuating their body curves, they looked bizarre and strange. The two women opened their hands as if dancing, bent their knees to him, then stood up straight, and said in soft voices, Supervisor, please come this way, the directors are in meeting room number 3 today, please follow us. The two female attendants spoke together, creating an almost echoing effect. Manager Luo followed expressionlessly, and after walking about 20 meters, he exited the corridor and stood on a metal platform, which was shaped like a blooming melon. After waiting for a while, the place under his feet began to make clunking sounds, and it actually started to rotate, finally aligning with a door, which had a number 3 sign in the middle. The number suddenly lit up, and the door also rose upwards. The two female attendants made inviting gestures to him. He stepped onto the thick metal plate passage and walked forward. Before even arriving, he could hear voices inside. The research has reached the most crucial moment. If we can overcome this step, we will have mature implants to put on the market, reversing customers' stereotypes of our Mullen company. Then Mr. Mo, how much time do you need? As long as we have another 3 months, no, 2 months, I will definitely be able to produce results that satisfy all the directors. Manager Luo walked in at this moment. He could see that this was a conference hall. Behind a semicircular wooden table inlaid with crystal light strips sat 5 people, all of whom were executive directors of Mullen Company in Yangtze City. Each person had exquisite and beautiful decorative implants on their cheeks and necks. Standing in front of the 5 people was an old man with his hair dyed cyan. Seeing that he was still trying to persuade the directors, he spoke, there's no time. The room fell silent. Manager Luo looked at the 5 people behind the table and said, the directors should know, we have no time. One of the directors sternly asked, Manager Luo, how could such a problem arise? The company's strategy was very successful before. According to the assessment reports submitted by all parties, we should be able to delay for at least half a year. Manager Luo said in a deep voice, this time it was Zhang Yi who acted on his own initiative and made concessions in the courtroom, causing the company's true strength to be exposed. I am also responsible for this matter. He couldn't say that it was his own negligence that led to a wrong move, but someone had to take responsibility, so he made Zhang Yi disappear directly on the way back. The directors looked at him for a while. After a long while, one of them said, Manager Luo, you didn't control your subordinates well, of course you are responsible. Manager Luo remained silent. A director spoke up in a timely manner. Now is not the time to investigate who is responsible. We must first solve the problem. Manager Luo, I now ask you, if the company encounters a foreseeable armed strength siege, how long can the External Operations Department hold out? Manager Luo had obviously considered this question before coming. He replied, Yangtze City's original strength cannot be compared with the company. It's just that I received news when I came back that none of the Wei School Governing Council members have returned. It is very likely that people from the Central City Processing Bureau have arrived. The current personnel and manpower are unknown, and it is difficult to make an accurate assessment. But as long as the army is not mobilized, if we only defend the company, a month should not be a problem. At this time, another executive director spoke. Is this a conservative estimate or an optimistic estimate? We need a definite answer, as well as detailed data and reports. Manager Luo could only answer truthfully, this is just my personal optimistic estimate. I will actively investigate and submit a report later, but... He looked up and said, as long as the railway is not repaired, it will be difficult for the army outside Yangtze City to mobilize in a short time, so we still have time to adjust and deploy. What about the strength of the processing bureau you mentioned? If we add the new batch of combat weaponry we purchased, is it enough? If we launch now, can we destroy Yangtze City's existing military force? Manager Luo waited and said, perhaps, but I don't recommend using our combat weaponry. We have it, Vast Blue Sky Canal, UN and Corp, and others are also watching our company. If we expose ourselves first, and let them know our bottom line, they will target us. It's not a good choice. What if we use the deployments we had in Yangtze City before? Manager Luo shook his head and said, the Secret Cult Bureau is watching very closely. Lei Guangcheng is an experienced secret ritual expert and is very difficult to deal with. In recent years, many of our deployments have been found and removed by him in recent months, and many secret cult members have also been arrested. It's too late to repair them now. What about those resistance organizations that we have funded? Where are they at this time? Can they be used? A director disagreed. Those people can only cause some damage at most. No, they are still useful. They have helped us kill many obstacles in the past, and now they can also slightly contain the patrol bureau. It's better than nothing. The director who spoke looked at Manager Luo and said, Manager Luo, you cannot leave the company during this period. You will be fully responsible for the company's external defense affairs. You can leave now. Manager Luo nodded to the directors in their seats, then turned and left. After he left, the directors continued to discuss. We can try to negotiate with Vast Blue Sky Canal to let them withdraw. We can exchange the experimental data of the past 10 years. They should be interested. Not much hope, you all know what they want. We have mastered several key water sections. If it's useless. The total company data was leaked before. I suspect they may have developed a special drug. Even if they haven't, reaching the theoretical delivery effect will only delay hundreds of thousands of people at most. The volume is too small, and it's basically meaningless. They can afford to lose it. The directors discussed for a while and determined that the situation could no longer be salvaged under the siege of many forces. One of them made a suggestion, since the Yangtze City branch may not be able to be saved, in order to protect the company's achievements, I suggest starting Emergency Plan No. 3. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Patrol Bureau Family Area, in the Nian residence. After Chen Chuan returned, he began to read the data that Commissioner CAO gave him. The data above was a brief introduction to Molan Company. These things are public in Central City, but outside, only some professionals have the connections to find them. Molan Company's first-generation founder, Sun Shang, has entered a sleep pod and injected drugs due to lifespan issues and has begun extreme deep sleep. Now in charge of Molan Company's overall situation is his grandson, Sun Shu, who is already 88 years old. However, looking at the photos on the data, he is almost a man in his 30s or 40s, in the prime of his youth. After looking at it for a few glances, he continued to flip down. In the past 50 years, Molan Company headquarters has suffered 3 attacks. The earliest one was 43 years ago. Because the time was earlier, many of the parties involved were no longer alive, resulting in missing data, so the information is unknown. The most recent one was 4 years ago, when an unknown armed force attacked the headquarters and seemed to have lost a lot of confidential data that was being researched. This incident seemed to have led to Molan Company's subsequent strategic shift, and the focus was placed on branches everywhere, especially the Yangtze branch, which was more valued. Now all large companies are increasing the research and development of combat implants, and each has strengths in various places, but Molan Company has always been relatively weak in this regard. Although a lot of money has been invested, the results have always been minimal. It's not that they don't have strengths. The company's beauty and skin implants can be said to be unique and in the leading position that no one can catch up with. But in this era, every company and conglomerate has its own arm strength. Only by mastering combat implants can the lifeline not be controlled by others. In order to maintain its military force, Molan Company buys a large number of armed implants and bioweapons from other companies every year. They also specially invited the research teams of various companies to tailor an arm strength called Blood Ink Guard. The entrants to the guard are strictly selected martial artists, all equipped with the best armed implants on the market, and equipped with various protective gear and special weapons. Data shows that there may be 3 squads in the Yangtze City branch, that is, 90 people. The combat power assessment marked above is enough to massacre an old-fashioned army of 1 to 2,000 people in half an hour. The strength is very strong. In addition, Mullen Company purchased a large number of fighting mantis in batches from Compound I Corporation. Judging from the orders on the surface, there are about 500, but they should not have been fully delivered yet, and the current number is unknown. Chen Chuan looked here and became more serious. He had seen fighting mantis before, and they were really powerful. As a bioweapon with extremely fast speed and the ability to fly and cooperate on its own, it would be really difficult to deal with 500 of them gathered together. But since it is marked on this, I believe the above must have been prepared long ago. At the back of the data is an introduction to some of Mullen Company's important figures. For example, Luo Qi, director of the Special External Operations Department. This person himself is from martial artist background, at least. At the same time, it is necessary to pay attention to Han Jian, supervisor of the Security Guard Department, and Kui Hong, deputy supervisor. These two are responsible for all internal security guard of Yangtze Melon. Specific information about Han Jian is unknown and is suspected to be a pseudonym. This person has never appeared in public. However, Kui Hong is a graduate of Yangtze Martial Academy. Chen Chuan remembers the Mutual Aid Society's statement that this person was recommended by them. However, there should be some exaggeration here. If he was purely recommended by the Mutual Aid Society, he would only be an idle job at most. This person should really be capable. As for the remaining executives and directors, most of them have combat implants. Although they seem to have military force, their combat effectiveness is very questionable because they are not from martial artist backgrounds. Chen Chuan thought for a while. Commissioner Cao said to wait for his instructions. He didn't know what target he needed to deal with this time. However, this should be a collective action rather than a one-on-one fight. It seems that only those elites need special care, so it is better to write down all the people on the data first and make full preparations. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 196 in Tan. This move by Tan is very powerful, stirring up the emotions of many citizens and completely taking the moral high ground. However, not many people in Yangtze City dare to scold, even anonymously. So, despite the hotline ringing non-stop, many calls are pre-arranged, but the things they say seem real, with many detailed points that can withstand scrutiny. At this moment, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. He picked it up, and after saying only one word, immediately held the receiver away as Ding Jiao's loud voice blasted from the other end. I say, buddy, you're awesome? You don't know, I was planning to go yesterday. I even got to the entrance, and holy crap, it was full of WEI students. I wasn't afraid of making a fool of myself, but the momentum, my legs were shaking. But then I thought, what am I afraid of? My buddy is Chen Chuan, the most awesome one. My back straightened up, and my legs stopped shaking, and then you went home. Right. No. Ding Jiao quickly said, I didn't desert, buddy. You didn't see me because one of my friends was so overwhelmed by the atmosphere that he peed his pants on the spot. I'm loyal to you, little Chuan, and loyal to that friend, so I took him back to change his pants. Who knew? Hey, by the time I got back, you guys had already scattered. Was that friend you? Chen Chuan said with a smile. How is that possible? Ding Jiao's voice suddenly rose. That friend is. He suddenly stopped. I can't do anything that would make me lose face. I can't just throw my buddy's name out there. Chen Chuan listened to him ramble on, and only found an opening to ask, how are things on your end? Great. Why are you asking that? Ding Jiao asked, puzzled. Chen Chuan said, things might be a bit unstable recently. Yeah, things haven't been peaceful lately. The Bloodstain Gang is being beaten down by the Iron Chain Gang. I heard a lot of them have run outside the city. If you're talking about big gangs, only the Iron Chain Gang is left, but they don't do the Bloodstain Gang's business and don't stay in the city, so there's nothing to worry about. Chen Chuan said, be careful anyway. Alright. Little Chuan, you have more experience than me now, I'll listen to you. Chen Chuan chatted with him for a while before hanging up, feeling much more relaxed. He glanced outside. He wasn't planning to go out these next few days. The situation in Yangtze looked the same as always, but in reality, tensions were high, and something could happen at any moment. So he simply exercised at home. He couldn't practice sword moves, but fist techniques and breathing technique were fine. Even in a small space, there were ways to practice. At noon, after he had lunch, Chen Chuan was in the study flipping through data when the phone rang in the living room. He walked over and answered. The person on the other end confirmed he was speaking to Chen Chuan, then recited a string of numbers from a conscription order before saying, Student Chen Chuan, please come to the alley entrance. We need your cooperation on a mission. Chen Chuan said, I'll be there right away, and hung up the phone. He thought he'd have to wait for a while, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. When he arrived at the alley entrance, he saw a familiar face. Special Envoy Fang. The middle-aged man wearing a trench coat and a hat was none other than Old Fang, whom he had met at the edge of the wasteland. Special Envoy Fang smiled and said, Classmate Chen, you will be joining us on this operation. Well, we can be considered old partners. Chen Chuan gladly nodded. He welcomed this. Commissioner Cao was of a higher rank, and his attitude was unpredictable, giving off a sense of being very secretive. He preferred dealing with the person in front of him. Special Envoy Feng felt more like a kind senior guiding the way, with a stronger sense of humanity. He stepped forward and shook hands with Old Feng, saying, "It's so hot, Special Envoy, wearing that." Old Feng smiled and said, "It's a habit." Chen Chuan didn't ask further. Special Envoy Feng was also a martial artist and shouldn't be bothered by the heat. Besides, there might be weapons or some special use hidden in that trench coat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Feng said, "Little brother Chen, let's find a place to talk." Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, "There's a small park nearby. People go there to cool off in the evening, but it's mostly empty during the day. Let's go talk there." Old Feng agreed. So the two walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a park with a pond full of lotus leaves and a few lotus flowers standing tall, with golden red fish shadows occasionally darting underneath. Old Feng glanced at it and said, "The carp in Yangtze City are indeed very large." Chen Chuan looked down and saw that the carp was almost 1.5 meters long. This was the normal length for Yangtze carp, and he was used to seeing them. He said, "Yes, the fish in Yangtze are just that big." Old Feng evaluated, "The water quality here is indeed very special." He instinctively looked around before becoming serious and saying, "Student Chen, let me tell you about this mission." Chen Chuan's expression also turned serious. "The operation to encircle and suppress Molin Company is underway, but the first thing we need to do isn't targeting Molin Company, but eliminating some other forces from the field." "Other forces?" Chen Chuan mused. Old Feng said in a deep voice, "These forces are good at fishing in troubled waters. If we don't eliminate them in advance, it will cause many accidents and losses. In particular, there are some foreign forces among them. They don't care about the lives of the citizens and will only try to make the situation more chaotic, which is even more intolerable." Chen Chuan asked, "Are there resistance organizations involved?" "Resistance organizations also need to be dealt with, but others are taking care of them, so we don't need to worry about that. We are to deal with an elite team sent by Antan Company. This company's business is very extensive, involving arms, drugs, narcotics, and implants, and also undertakes employment and smuggling. The company has branches all over the world. Wherever there is war, there is a shadow of this company. I believe you have seen the data. Molin Company has ordered a large batch of fighting mantis, including a large number of high-energy nutrient. Without these nutrients, the combat creature will be very limited. The open channels have now been blocked by us, unable to get in. Molin Company now rely on black market and smuggling channels to collect. I received information that this team from Antan Company has taken on this shipping task, and will deliver the goods by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The meeting point is in the wilderness. What we have to do is intercept this batch of goods and, if possible, seize them." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Special Envoy Feng, how can I assist as a student?" Old Feng said, "I have a tactical team under my command. They are good at infiltration, assassination, eavesdropping, and communication. Although Lao Cao has assigned me some other people, which should be enough, I feel that other company may also intervene in this matter, so I need more personnel to cooperate. Little brother Chen, you are a local of Yangtze. If you have any familiar and reliable people, you can bring them over. I can give remuneration and evaluation according to normal commission." Chen Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I do have manpower, which should be enough to meet Special Envoy Feng's requirements." "That would be great." Old Feng asked again, "How long will it take to gather them?" "It's best to be quick, time waits for no one. After dealing with this matter, we can concentrate our strength to deal with Molin Company." Chen Chuan said, "I'll go make some calls now." He found a roadside phone booth and started calling Ren Xiaotian, Wei Chang'an, and other classmates who had worked together before. This team was already readily available, and everyone had experience going to the wilderness to attack armed groups and was trustworthy. Moreover, this operation was a mission, and it was under a national task, which would add a brilliant entry to everyone's resume. As he called and asked one by one, everyone who received the call agreed. Wei Chang'an originally had a commission on hand, but he immediately pushed it back after hearing about this. Not to mention the friendship between Chen Chuan and him, just the benefits brought by the last operation, his brothers had no objections. Although he didn't know the specific target this time, he knew that he was going to the wilderness again, so he knew it must be a big job. Everyone was eager to try and full of energy. As for Luo Kaiwan, Feng Zioqi, Wu Han, Wei Dong, and others, they all agreed without hesitation. It was summer vacation, and they had nothing to do, so they could come quickly. Under these circumstances, plus Chen Chuan's special emphasis on the urgency of this commission, he gathered everyone in just one afternoon. Old Feng was very satisfied to see that he had pulled together a team in half a day, and most of them were students from Wei Academy, and the rest also had their own strengths. So he issued a pre-prepared plan sheet. Chen Chuan looked at it. Not to mention the detailed plan, the information on it was almost accurate to every member of this Antan team. This elite team was almost transparent to them. He couldn't help but sigh. The General Affairs Bureau's methods seemed to be really powerful. If he had such a plan and information when dealing with the Copper Rust gang, then even if he was alone, he might have been able to solve the entire camp. Old Feng saw what he was thinking and smiled. "It's not that complicated. Do you know where this information came from? Antan Company sold it to us." Chen Chuan was a little surprised, selling information about their own people. Old Feng nodded as a matter of course and said, "That's how Antan Company is. As long as the price is right, anything can be sold. Maybe the person selling the information is in the team transporting the goods right now, but they usually sell the information in several batches, each time with different things. This information is from last week, and there may be some discrepancies with reality, so we still need to adapt to changes. After Old Feng told Chen Chuan and the others the general situation, he also called his team members to come and meet them. In just 20 minutes, the personnel were all present. These people were all dressed in the attire of the General Affairs Bureau, wearing black trench coats, top hats, with a capable demeanor and sharp eyes, divided into 3 teams of 15 people each. After taking a few glances, Chen Chuan felt that a few of them might be very unusual. It was hard to say what that feeling was. They didn't seem threatening, but he couldn't help but pay attention to them. However, this was a good thing. After all, the other party was on his side. While carrying out the mission, he also had to ensure his own safety, and the stronger the team members were, the better. Because of this positioning, Chen Chuan had mentioned it to the others from the beginning, and everyone said they understood. The people under Wei Chang'an felt that Old Feng, the leader, was very kind. If they had encountered someone with a dark heart, he might have tried to get them to be cannon fodder to explore the way. Before starting the operation, Old Feng distributed a set of standard protective gear from the General Affairs Bureau to everyone, as well as a stab-proof windbreaker, a protective top hat, and scarves and masks to block wind, sand, and poisonous gas. This was a national mission, so of course there would be no restrictions on using these. After putting on all these things, everyone had a sense of security. For ordinary people, these things could maximize the guarantee of their lives, but for people like Chen Chuan, their combat power was greatly improved, and they could use their own martial power without any scruples. At the same time, everyone was also given a medicine bag, which, in addition to various wound medicines, contained special medicines that could save their lives in critical moments. The General Affairs Bureau personnel also had drugs to stimulate potential, which they could use as a last resort. After everything was ready, at 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone got into the vehicles prepared by the General Affairs Bureau and set off into the wasteland under the cover of night. Chen Chuan and Old Feng rode together. In the car, he looked at the specific data about this batch of goods. Because bioweapons were prohibited from being traded in Deshan Republic, Molan Company could only choose to order them from foreign companies. This was why Quan Shi brought the Taiyan a combat spider to the edge of the wasteland to find a buyer at that time. Apart from large companies, ordinary people really couldn't handle this thing. However, the key to this thing was high-energy nutrient. This stuff had a short shelf life and couldn't be hoarded too much, so after having a combat creature, they had to buy a batch every once in a while. It wasn't that these companies that produced high-energy nutrient didn't have the technology for long-term storage, but doing so could limit the military power of other companies, and they could sell it repeatedly. Even the governments of various countries supported them in doing so. Old Feng said, "We'll go to Intan Company's base in the wasteland first. The information there should be accurate and there shouldn't be any major changes." Chen Chuan nodded. According to the data, there were 2 experts at the level of on the surface of this camp. The same was true for the team responsible for transporting the goods. This information should be reliable. After all, reaching. He said, "What about Molan Company? Since this batch of goods is so important, they shouldn't do nothing." Old Feng said, "This is the point to pay attention to. Molan Company is likely to send strong personnel to pick up the goods, but we don't need to worry, because Lao Xiao is watching there. If these people come out, he will be responsible for dealing with them. It's just that Molan Company has been deeply rooted in Yangji for a long time, so they must have arranged responsible support strength in the wilderness. We only need to deal with these people." Chen Chuan understood. One of the tasks this time was to intercept the transportation of these nutrients, and the other was to use this as bait to lure Molan Company's people to take the bait and then deal with them to weaken their strength. He tried to ask, "Will Blood Ink Guard appear?" He had a deep impression of this guard because this guard's strength was very powerful, and all the members were selected from martial artists. After a series of bone and muscle strengthening surgeries, implants were also implanted to strengthen nerve response and coordination control. After activating the function of the implant, they can keep up within a short time. And if there are enough people, they can even use equipment to counterattack or even counter-kill. Having such strength also means, and there were only 90 such people in Molan Company branch. If they were sent to the wilderness this time, it would be a formidable enemy. Old Feng shook his head and said, "Blood Ink Guard is Molan Company's treasure and will not be placed in this kind of place. After all, each guard member is made of money, and they need team cooperation and certain equipment to exert combat power, which requires high logistics support, and there are no conditions in the wild to maintain these. If there were, we would have discovered it long ago. For this operation, we coordinated with many departments in advance and conducted peripheral monitoring of Molan Company's actions for 2 consecutive years, so you can rest assured about this." Chen Chuan thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing to encounter 1 or 2, so he could learn about the combat power of this guard in advance. Old Feng raised his hand and looked at his watch and said, "There's still a long way to go. Let's talk about something else. After school starts this time, you should apply for a place in Central City, right?" Chen Chuan's heart moved and he said, "Commissioner Cao wants to solve Molan Company before September." Old Feng looked at him. "I didn't say anything." Chen Chuan smiled, "I definitely want to go to Central City. Old Fang looked at him seriously. You must go. I've seen your file and your conditions are good enough. Only when you get there can you grow significantly. But after all, some things are not easy to write on it, especially some people in Wuyi Main Academy are inextricably linked with the local area, so you should try to make more contributions in this national commission, so that your resume can look good, which will help you go to Main Academy. This time, you should perform as much as possible, and I will give you opportunities. Chen Chuan understood what he meant. In addition to the serious commission and unlimited self-defense permit, the fact that he killed Mutual Aid Society and defeated Tan Wang would not be written in the record. It was right not to write it. These things have nothing to do with Wei School and will only exist in the files of certain departments. Taking them out might have the opposite effect. In fact, this is also good and can protect myself in disguise. However, some things can be taken out openly, such as participating in this national recruitment, which is a very glorious thing to write in your resume. Old Fang meant that he should take advantage of this opportunity to try to get an excellent record. This was Old Fang giving him a favor. He said, "Thank you, Special Envoy Fang." Old Fang smiled and said, "You're welcome. Seeing you excellent younger generations grow up is our greatest thanks." He looked outside again. It's almost here. The convoy drove for another 7 or 8 minutes before stopping behind a high slope. Old Fang asked people to go down and scout. After a quarter of an hour, the person who went to scout came back and replied, "Special Envoy, everything is normal at the camp. It is basically the same as described in the intelligence. Everyone is preparing and should be waiting to pick up the goods." Old Fang called a captain and said, "According to the prearranged plan, you take a team and radio and squat here. Report any situation at any time." Yes. Soon, a team got out of the car and quickly plunged into the darkness. The convoy then restarted and continued driving towards the front of the wasteland. Old Fang explained to Chen Chuan, "This camp is too conspicuous and too easy to find. It is unlikely that the two sides will choose to hand over the goods directly here, so we are now going directly to find the team that is transporting the goods." Chen Chuan asked, "Is there any news to confirm where they are? The wasteland is vast, and it is not easy to accurately find a moving convoy within a limited time." Old Fang smiled and said, "I don't know, but I can ask them." He asked the telegraph operator next to him to take out the radio and start sending messages. Not long after, the telegram operator received the information. After translating it, he looked up and said, "Special Envoy, they said that the original route remains unchanged. They have already passed the Red Tree Forest and are expected to arrive at Gravel Gully in 10 minutes. Old Fang said, "Keep an eye on it and ask again in an hour." He smiled at Chen Chuan and said, "You see, Tan will tell us the location ourselves." Chen Chuan felt it was absurd, but he felt that there must be a set of operating logic behind these unreasonable things, but it was a bit bizarre to outsiders. He said, "Doesn't Molin Company worry about Tan Company's approach to commission them?" Old Fang said with certainty, "Because they have no other choice, and I guess Molin Company will make the same choice as us." At the same time, on one side of the wasteland, another armed vehicle team was speeding along. This was a team that Molin Company had been stationed in the wilderness for a long time and was responsible for picking up this batch of goods this time. Because they knew that Tan Company might leak the news, they had booked 2 pickup locations. One was a definite one, an armed camp on the surface, used to attract external attention. Another thing was that they took the initiative to go to the Tan team that was still on the way, and then they would transport the goods to the designated location. As for how to find it, although Tan Company would not tell them the specific route of action, they could obtain information through Tan Company's information market. Yes, as the consignee of this business, they also had to buy information to obtain accurate information. So now there is such a scene. The receiving party and the blocking party are now rushing in one direction, and the source of the news is all from Tan Company itself. An hour later, after another radio communication, the convoy Chen Chuan was in stopped behind a slope. After waiting for not long, faint lights appeared on the dim horizon, and then gradually approached. People with good eyesight could recognize that this was a convoy. Before they got to the front, they heard the sound of the engine coming from the other side and quickly approaching there. A captain looked at it with binoculars and said, "Special Envoy, it's Molin Company's support team." Old Fang said, "Don't worry, wait a little longer." After the 2 convoys in front merged, it seemed that they had coordinated in just a few minutes. A car separated from the transport convoy and followed behind the melon team, and the 2 sides separated. Captain looked back and said, "Special Envoy." Old Fang was still very calm and said, "Wait a little longer." Seeing that the melon team's convoy was about to drive away, suddenly there was another sound. Another convoy appeared, and crashed directly into the melon convoy. Sure enough, there are other people. The team members were shocked. Captain watched for a while and asked, "Special Envoy, shall we take action later?" Old Fang thought for a while and shook his head and said, "Let's wait a little longer. We must believe in Tan's business ability in selling information." Sure enough, at this moment, there were dots of light appearing on the opposite highlands. Obviously, it was another convoy, and it was obviously Tan's credit that they could accurately find this place. The team members were all dumbfounded. Good fellow, with just one piece of information, they found 4 buyers. No, judging from the situation, there may be more. This information business is really making a fortune. After beheading the strong man with a single strike, Chen Chuan went forward and used his knife to pry open the man's coat, revealing a black, very thick protective armor underneath. This equipment looked quite high-end, seemingly capable of resisting blades without the need for internal energy. It was clear the strong man wanted to use this feature to catch him off guard. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to react. Although he hadn't used the heavy slashing knife technique at the time, this type of protective gear was only possessed by a company team. It was conceivable that the Blood Ink Guards of Molan Company undoubtedly had better protective gear. If that were the case, fighting them would be difficult, requiring careful consideration of how to fight. When they fought here, the Intan Company people didn't hesitate to leave. After all, in this limits battle, others couldn't help even if they wanted to. They wouldn't know where to aim their guns. Besides, they had just made a profit and were thinking of going back to enjoy it, so why risk their lives? On the high slope, the captain asked, "Special envoy, should we chase them?" Old Fang shook his head. The mission was only to ensure the goods were intercepted. There was no need to waste manpower and resources to kill all the Intan Company people, because even if one group was killed, another could be sent. They deliberately left a person of importance behind, partly to prevent being pursued, but also to give an explanation to Intan Company. He instructed, "Send a telegram to let Old Tian move." Now that the Melon support personnel had been intercepted, there was no need to leave the camp they encountered earlier, it could be destroyed directly. The team member nodded and immediately went back to send the telegram. At the same time, gunfire erupted on the opposite slope, as two flanking squads launched an attack on the unidentified armed team. Old Fang could tell from the gunfire that his side's attack was very rhythmic, with proper coordination between long and short ranges, leaving gaps for those skilled in martial combat to assault. In contrast, the opposing side was chaotic, with little coordination. Some people simply kept pulling the trigger, almost at the level of some teams in the wilderness. A team like that could only survive if they had martial combat experts or well-equipped implant. But it was useless. His team had ways to deal with such people, not to mention that the flanking team included the squad Chen Chuan brought, who were very useful for surprise attacks when wearing protective gear. So, after listening for a while, he stopped paying attention and led his people down to the battlefield. First, a few team members stepped forward to shoot the people on the ground to make sure they were dead. Then, he personally went to check the goods, opening the rear door of the transport vehicle to find a whole truckload of high-energy nutrient. It seemed all the high-energy nutrient ordered from outside were here. As for the fighting mantis, there weren't as many as expected, only 10 stacked boxes in the corner. This was normal, since no matter how many fighting mantis were bought, they couldn't move without high-energy nutrient. Confirming that there were no problems, he felt relieved. The mission was successfully completed. At this time, everyone turned their heads, and he turned back to see Chen Chuan returning. He praised, "Young Chen, well done." Chen Chuan said, "It was Special Envoy Feng and everyone who created the opportunity for me." Old Feng smiled. This was one of the reasons he favored Chen Chuan. The latter didn't have the arrogance of thinking he was so great that he didn't need to care about others. He didn't care about those things, but many people did. He turned around and said, "The mission is successfully completed. After returning this time, I will ask Commissioner Cao to reward everyone." The team members immediately responded, "Thank you, Special Envoy." This mission was actually very easy. Although it seemed that Chen Chuan was the main force, and it was obvious that Old Feng was deliberately promoting this young man, they had no dissatisfaction. What's wrong with being able to complete the mission without doing too much? Risking their lives might get them more bonuses, but if they lost their lives, what they would get was only a pension. They would step up when they needed to, but they would also save effort when they could. At this time, the two flanking squads returned. The captain came forward and said, "Special Envoy, the unidentified armed team has been completely annihilated, with 34 killed on the spot and 5 captured. What about the prisoners?" The captain waved his hand, "Bring them up." The 5 prisoners were immediately brought forward. Xiao Xiao was restrained with special ropes, his hands had been cut off, revealing the cross-section of the implant, with tissue fluid still flowing. When he came over, his eyes were still unruly, but when he saw Chen Chuan standing there with a knife, and thought of what he had just seen, he showed a look of fear and lowered his head. Mr. Ling was obviously the leader, so he was brought before Old Feng, who asked, "Which company are you from?" Mr. Ling gritted his teeth and didn't speak. Old Feng said, "We have many ways to make you talk, but it's easier if you tell us yourself. Even if you don't, I can find out with a little effort." As he spoke, a team member took out a handgun and pointed it at Mr. Ling's head, as if he would shoot if the answer was wrong. Mr. Ling wasn't a very resolute person, but he didn't want to seem too cheap by answering immediately. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately replied, "Ferris Wheel Corporation." Old Feng thought for a moment, and had some impression. This was a newly rising small company that had created many bizarre things. Currently, the General Affairs Bureau's attention was focused on large company, and this kind of small company was not worth paying attention to, but since they had run into them, they couldn't pretend they didn't see them. He said, "Take them all back, create a file, and pay more attention to this company in the future." After the people were taken away, he asked again, "Has the team that attacked Molan Company been identified?" "It's been identified. They are just a hired team, but they don't know who hired them." Old Feng said, there must be a person in charge coordinating in the middle, otherwise this kind of armed team would take the money and disband. Old Zhao, find a way to dig him out. Yes. A lean team member responded. At this time, a telegram operator came over and saluted him. Special envoy, Commissioner Cao sent a telegram to ask if it has been handled. Old Feng looked at his watch and said, it's only just past 4 o'clock and he's already sending telegrams. Lao Cao is too anxious. Send him a telegram back saying that the matter has been handled. Everyone else, quickly clean up here and we'll go back. The team members responded in unison. Half an hour later, after cleaning up the scene, everyone began to return. By the time they returned to Yangtze City, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. This time, the General Affairs Bureau established a temporary base in the Patrol Bureau headquarters, which had complete fortresses and underground works preserved from the Great Reclamation era, so they could hold out for a long time even in unexpected situations. As Old Feng led Chen Chuan in, it seemed they were discussing strategies against Molin Company. They heard a thick voice saying, my suggestion is to concentrate our strength to attack the Molin Company building, so that none of them can escape and we can solve all the problems once and for all. Commissioner Cao's voice then came out. Molin Company's building is in the city center, only 1 kilometer away from the Government Affairs Hall's conference hall. This is also a densely populated area. Choosing to start a war here will cause many casualties. Can't we evacuate in advance? Besides, doing this kind of thing inevitably involves sacrifices. The faster we solve it, the fewer sacrifices there will be. If you keep dragging on like this, I think the higher UPS will replace you sooner or later. I still insist on the opinion I submitted, to let Molin Company come out of that turtle shell themselves, and then encircle them outside. How are you going to get them out? Commissioner Cao only said, they will come out. I'm waiting. You only have 10 days. If you can't handle it within 10 days, then I will launch at any time. After the argument ended, the person who spoke strode out from inside. Chen Chuan saw that this was a burly man about 2 meters tall, around 50 years old, with a vertical scar at the corner of his eye, his lips tightly pursed, and his uniform seemed to be stretched tightly by the muscles on his body. When he walked, it felt like the floor was shaking. This person met the two of them, his eyes first passing over Old Feng, and then falling on Chen Chuan. He looked at him and said, you are Chen Chuan? I have seen what you said in the courtroom. Very good. To deal with those unstable elements, we should take the initiative and leave none behind. After the national conscription ends, you can come to me. I have a stage here where you can utilize your talents. After speaking, he didn't wait for Chen Chuan to reply and strode away. Chen Chuan asked Old Feng, who is this? Old Feng said, someone from the National Special Operations Committee, specially responsible for supervising our work this time on commission from above. This person is a bit extreme, try to stay away from him. Those who follow them don't have good endings. He gestured inside, let's go in. The two walked in and saw a spacious war room. On the front wall hung a huge map of Yangtze City, with some places specially marked with black lines and red dots. In the middle of the war room was a scaled-down terrain model, the most conspicuous of which was Melon Building. Commissioner Cao was standing by the model looking at it, seemingly studying something. After the two came in, he said without looking up, the mission was completed very well. Molin Company should have received the news by now. I think they will start to act at the latest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Old Feng asked, Lao Cao, are you sure they will leave? If they stay here, they'll die. Why wouldn't they leave? Old Feng said, 10 days. He pondered, even if you force them out, how are you going to deal with them outside? The difficulty of encircling them like that is undoubtedly higher. Commissioner Cao said, I already have a plan. He looked at Chen Chuan, I received Old Feng's telegram just now. You did well this time. There is another mission, you will participate in it. Chen Chuan asked, what is it? Commissioner Cao said, participate in attacking Molin Company building. Even if they leave, they will leave some people behind to guard the house, so as to hold back some of our strength. Chen Chuan asked, Commissioner Cao, can I ask about the time? Commissioner Cao said with great certainty, within 3 days, go back and prepare well. During the national mission, the things you consume will be provided by the state. Take this opportunity. Chen Chuan nodded. This seemed to be a benefit of participating in the national mission. He said, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to the two, he left. The conference room was temporarily left with only Commissioner Cao and Old Feng. Old Feng looked worried. Lao Cao, destroying Molin Company is important, but whether we can get the thing is equally important, and the higher UPS value this even more. If you let them out, it will be many times more difficult to find. Commissioner Cao calmly analyzed, even in the company, they have ways to send it away. It's better to let them take it with them. His eyes fell on the model, and he said coldly, they can't escape. After leaving the meeting room, Chen Chuan was temporarily assigned a room within the Patrol Bureau headquarters because he had to continue performing tasks. As for the set of equipment he received from Old Feng, after signing his name, it was placed directly with him. It didn't need to be returned in the future. If it was damaged, it could be directly scrapped, but he wasn't allowed to sell it, or he would be held responsible. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, the place he stayed was exactly where he had stayed last time he came to the headquarters. After washing up, he changed his clothes and sat down in the room. Judging from Commissioner CAO's words, they might confront Mullen Company's defense strength within the next day or two, so he needed to find a way to cut through that type of protective gear. In fact, the simplest idea was to change to a weapon. Using heavy objects for striking was often more effective. However, this would influence his original speed, and he would also need to change his original fighting style. It would be far from as smooth as before, and it would be basically impossible to form combat effectiveness in a day or two. Replacing the Snow Emperor blade was also unlikely. After all, he was already used to this blade, and the performance of those standard weapons was not necessarily better than the Snow Emperor blade. Looking at it this way, he could only think of a solution in terms of internal energy. In the battle with Tan Wang, the heavy slashing knife technique was proven to be effective. However, there was a problem. The heavy slashing knife technique had a brief accumulation of power when it was launched. There was no problem with a single slash, but if continuous slashes were made, there would be an unnoticeable pause in the connection between them, which could lead to a delay in rhythm. This was still with the help of. Now facing the problem, he had to find a way to adjust it. After all, the knife manual was created by someone, based on the knife manual master's own experience and understanding, and also taking into account the strength and quantity of their own mutated tissue. And, to put it bluntly, he dared to say that his own mutated tissue was far more numerous and complex than the knife manual creator. When practicing knife force before, he didn't completely follow the instructions except for the earliest times, but made some reasonable adjustments himself. Now, with a more in-depth and comprehensive ability to call upon mutated tissue and even use it, he felt that he could further change the way he channeled force. He now had the conditions and the ability to solve this problem. He had ideas before, but didn't have enough time to do them. Now he could calm down and put them into action. Although it would consume a lot of drugs in the process of experimentation, he would not be polite since the country provided what was needed. He first closed his eyes and meditated, harmonizing his mood, and also slowly mobilized mutated tissue through breathing. After a long time, he picked up the Snow Emperor blade and slashed out, then after a while, another slash, and then repeated this action. This was from few to many, from shallow to deep, slowly coordinating more mutated tissue to participate. As more and more mutated tissue joined in channeling knife force, he also felt a significant improvement in the connection between knife moves. It was just that later on, it always seemed to be lacking something. After all, knife force first had to mobilize the mutated tissue in the body, and then transmit it to the Snow Emperor blade. This process of occurring one after the other caused a slight delay. But perhaps it could be like this. At this time, he turned the Snow Emperor blade, slowly guide breathing, and after about half a day, the blade began to vibrate continuously, and the red line on the back of the blade seemed to come alive. At this time, he wielded the blade again, and found that the feeling of delay was weakened, and the connection became much smoother and rounder. So that's how it is. He was thoughtful. The role of this knife was not only to transmit internal energy, but also to become an extension of the body. Once he connected the mutated tissue inside the Snow Emperor blade with his own mutated tissue, then the force channeling could be driven together, and the process of transferring one after the other would no longer be needed. This was the true purpose of this knife. People who can do this don't need to be reminded, and people who can't do it are useless to remind. It can only be comprehended by the blade wielder himself. The reason why he didn't discover it before was because this communication requires a process, just like a person needs to warm up before exercise, otherwise the transfer will not be smooth. As a knife, it takes a very long time to warm up, just like the time it took just now. And before, when he fought with people, how could he use half a day? Even the battle with Tan Wang ended in about an hour. However, this is not unchangeable. First of all, as the coordination between the two deepens, this process will also be shortened. This is a long-term view. Currently, there is a way to solve it, which is to actively communicate in advance, fully warm up, and keep the blade in a state of activation and readiness. Another way is to first kill some non-threatening opponents, and then look for the main opponent. Facts have proved that in situations where the battle is more intense and the killing is heavier, the mutated tissue will also become more active accordingly. However, this still depends on the specific situation. Assumptions are assumptions, and real battles rarely have ideal conditions. But at least in this battle, he should be able to prepare in advance, because he is on the attacking side this time, and has the initiative advantage. So in the next 2 or 3 days, what he has to do is to warm up the knife in advance and prepare to join the battle at any time. At this moment, in the underground conference room of Mullen Company, 5 directors were listening to Manager Luo's report. In addition to the construction of the defense points around the building, the focus was on the interception of that batch of high-energy nutrient and the killing of the personnel sent out. Manager Luo said, "I initially didn't recommend accepting this batch of goods, but several directors insisted that it was company's assets, and there was no reason not to try to rescue it, so the action team had to send a few elite experts. There were also 2 3-limit martial artists among them, but none of them came back this time." Speaking of this, his voice was a little dissatisfied. It can be determined that they were intercepted and killed on the way to the wilderness. This also exposed a safe passage left by an action team, and this loss could have been avoided. A director said slightly sternly, "Manager Luo, I need to remind you again, you can make suggestions, and you can question, but whether to adopt them and how to act, all of this is decided by company. Those 2 personnel are also company's assets, and not Manager Luo's your personal force. Another director said, there must be trade-offs in the decision-making. Before making a decision, company will conduct detailed and careful analysis and estimates. If there are errors, it is just that some unfavorable factors have not been calculated. We will question and hold the intelligence department accountable. This is not Manager Luo's business. Manager Luo, all you need to do is obey. Manager Luo was silent for a moment before slowly saying, yes. If Manager Luo has nothing to say, then please go out first. Company has actions next, and the external action team needs to be on standby at any time. Manager Luo said nothing more and turned to leave. After he left, the pneumatic door of the conference room fell, and the fluorescent panels behind the 5 Molan Company directors suddenly lit up, and they also turned to this side together. The fluorescent panel showed a topographic map of Yangji, including water systems, mountains, highways, villages, etc., and at this moment, it can be seen that on the eastern coastline, a point of flashing light is slowly sliding from north to south. One of the directors slowly said, the telegram that just came said that 2 warships from the north have arrived at distant viewport, including a troop carrier, which contains a considerable number of army. They should have come from the direction of Hang City. His voice was serious. This is obviously the Great Shun government preparing to transfer army from the northern Hanggu City naval base south to deal with us. Another director thought for a while and said, distant viewport is only 400 kilometers away from Yangzi City, and there is also a national highway connecting them. Once the army lands, the advanced troops can arrive in Yangzi City in almost a day. The atmosphere in the conference room became heavy. These melon directors all understood that this might just be. After a while, a director asked, is the news reliable? The previous director said, that's what the observation station set up there said, but I think this news should be no problem, because with the strength of the various agencies currently staying in Yangzi City, it is difficult to break through our defenses with a smaller cost, and using army can force us to surrender actively, which is also the lowest cost way. The 5 directors were all silent. The key to this matter was that they didn't dare to gamble either. If it was true, they would no longer be able to make any choices if they delayed slightly. From now on, they must prepare to start evacuating. The director who spoke first said, I suggest that we immediately start the number 3 filing. The remaining 4 directors also fully agreed. Just 2 hours later, Molan Company, which had been quiet for a long time since the Shenpinyuan incident, suddenly had a convoy driving out of the building underground parking lot and heading towards the national highway in the east of the city. Before this, Fatty Guo, the Bloodstain gang leader who had been hiding here, was notified in advance by radio to be responsible for the reception. Because this person had been outside the city and did not participate in the intracity struggles, he had escaped the previous conflicts and, because he was outside the city, no one had deliberately cleaned him up since then. While the convoy was driving out, this time, participants included the Central City Processing Bureau, the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, the Patrol Bureau, and various government agencies in Yangzi City, including Wei Academy, which also sent representatives to attend. After introducing the personnel and roughly explaining the current situation, an official from the Yangzi City Government Affairs Hall asked, now that Molan Company has been dispatched, Commissioner CAO, do we need to immediately sign an order to pursue? Commissioner CAO said, this convoy must be taken down, but this should just be a smoke bomb. The national highway in the east of the city can only go to the port or to the central city headquarters. At this time, if they return to the headquarters, they will only be severely attacked, so it is impossible for them to go back. He looked at everyone. I predict that their main personnel and armed strength will definitely choose to evacuate from another place. Then where will they go? The official from the Government Affairs Hall asked. Commissioner CAO's eyes fell on the sand table in the middle of the conference room, reached out his hand, and pointed to a certain place, saying, my judgment is that they will choose this place.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.